Chapter 1, The Girlfriend's Best Friend's Secret. Huagua, Haishang City. The road in the sunshine. A small electric bicycle rode out of the momentum of the motorcycle championship, and at the intersection, it performed a drifting turn, scaring the old man on the road so much that his hookah pipe fell to the ground and his eyes widened. The person riding the electric bicycle was Chu Fan, 23 years old, with the appearance of a big boy next door. He had an expression of excited anticipation, and the throttle was almost smoking. The reason Chu Fan was so excited was that he had worked hard at a game for 3 months, playing it every day for 5 hours without fail, and finally managed to get the rare material, golden pear seed. Chu Fan's girlfriend, Cao Sini, likes to play games, but she doesn't want to work hard to collect materials, so she asked Chu Fan to collect them for her every day. After 3 months of hard work, Chu Fan finally collected the materials just now. He called Cao Sini in high spirits, but strangely, no one answered. Cao Sini is off today, but Chu Fan remembers that Cao Sini said she was going to work with her best friend Xiaoning Yuan, so Chu Fan decides to go to Xiaoning Yuan's company to find Cao Sini in person and give her the golden pear seed as a surprise. Just thinking about Cao Sini smiling at him made Chu Fan's mouth split with joy. 20 minutes later, Chu Fan arrived in front of a luxurious building called Jinlan Jade Sculpture Pavilion. This was the company's jade sculpture sales outlet, where Cao Sini and her best friend Xiaoning Yuan both worked as salespersons. Chu Fan walked into the jade sales hall with a smile of anticipation and immediately saw Xiaoning Yuan behind the counter. It was just after 12 noon, and Xiaoning Yuan was the only one on duty in the jade sales hall. This Xiaoning Yuan had light makeup on her face. She was also a beautiful woman, with bright and lively eyes. When you looked at her beautiful eyes, you had a charming feeling of being flirtatious. Her delicate and tall nose and her red, luscious lips exuded an attractive aura. She was wearing a black OL suit on top, and her impressive bust had developed very well, pushing the shirt very tightly, making people worry that the second button would fly off at any time. Her waist was soft and slender, and the originally appropriately sized skirt was forced to look like a smaller size by her powerful buttocks, presenting a perfect pear-shaped figure. The seductive curves made any man want to take a few more looks. Xiaoning Yuan. Chu Fan felt a little sigh in his heart. Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan, best friends, were both top-notch beauties, and if they were to compete for the title of best-looking best friends, I'm afraid there aren't many pairs of best friends who could beat them. Especially Xiaoning Yuan, whose figure was more plump and round than Cao Sini's, and the visual impact was even more seductive. Chu Fan immediately greeted Xiaoning Yuan with a smile. Xiaoning Yuan, where is Sini? I have good news for her. Why can't I get through to her? Xiaoning Yuan's slender fingers were holding lip gloss, carefully applying it to her full, red lips in the mirror. She looked at Chu Fan suddenly, as if taken aback, her eyes rolling around, as if she was thinking of a response quickly. Xiaoning Yuan calmed down, suppressed the panic she had just revealed, regained the air of a cold goddess, looked at Chu Fan coldly, and asked in return, Chu Fan, why are you here? Chu Fan happily said, I've been brushing Sini's golden pear seed for a month and it's coming out. I want to surprise her. Xiaoning Yuan gave Chu Fan a contemptuous glance, her pretty face showing a disdainful expression as she asked, Chu Fan, you're so useless? You've been brushing for a month and you've only managed to get the golden pear seeds? Chu Fan was taken aback. He felt that Xiaoning Yuan was much more aloof than usual today. Chu Fan knew that Xiaoning Yuan looked down on him a little, because her boyfriend was rumored to be very rich. But usually, Xiaoning Yuan pretended to be friendly because she saw that Chu Fan was her best friend's boyfriend. Today, however, she seemed like a cold goddess, condescending and not holding back any feelings. Chu Fan's smile froze on his face as he said, these golden pear seeds are hard to clean, and besides, I'm not here for you. Where's Cao Sini? On her very beautiful face, Xiaoning Yuan unfittingly revealed a mocking smile, looking at Chu Fan contemptuously and saying, Chu Fan, it's not that I want to hurt you, but don't look for Cao Sini in the future. You're not worthy. You can only give her 1 seed a month, while her current boyfriend can give millions at a time. Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face was full of contempt as she looked at Chu Fan. Xiaoning Yuan's words were like a bolt of thunder, shocking Chu Fan's brain. Chu Fan couldn't believe what she had said, her current boyfriend? Just now, when the phone call couldn't get through, Chu Fan had a vague feeling of unease. Now, from what Xiaoning Yuan meant, it seemed that Cao Sini and her new boyfriend had already reached a very deep relationship. Chu Fan felt like he had been hit by a thunderbolt. Xiaoning Yuan's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. She picked up her lip gloss with a high and cold manner, ignored Chu Fan, and continued to carefully apply it to her full red lips. With a cold and pleasant voice, she said, Today, I'll do Sini a favor and tell you for her. Anyway, she'll be telling you soon. She's in a relationship with a rich young man. She went out with him at noon today, and she didn't answer your calls. You know what they were doing. I advise you to have some self-awareness and withdraw yourself before you're humiliated. Xiaoning Yuan's voice was very pleasant, but at this moment, it carried an undisguised air of contempt and mockery, as if Chu Fan were the most ridiculous man under the sun. Chu Fan was furious, his veins bulging, his eyes fixed on Xiaoning Yuan as he clenched his fists, his fingernails sinking deep into his flesh without him noticing. Naturally, Chu Fan would not hit a woman, he just felt humiliated. Xiaoning Yuan's expression of contempt and mockery made it even harder for him to accept. Chu Fan angrily said, "So you knew that Cao Sini had a new boyfriend, and you and she acted together to deceive me?" Xiaoning Yuan said with undisguised contempt, "You're so stupid, can you blame others? You didn't think that helping with the cooking would impress a woman, did you? Are you that naive? I'm not afraid to tell you, I was the one who persuaded her to break up with you in the first place." Chu Fan was even more furious, and angrily said, "Xiaoning Yuan, you've gone too far. Every time I bought food for Cao Sini, I would bring you a share. Instead, you persuaded her to break up with me." Chu Fan felt very remorseful. He would buy Cao Sini very expensive snacks almost every day, and in order to please his best friend Xiaoning Yuan, he would bring an extra one to Xiaoning Yuan every time. He never expected Xiaoning Yuan to be so ungrateful. Xiaoning Yuan didn't even bother to look at Chu Fan, applying lip gloss to herself as she spoke haughtily, "My best friend's boyfriend can't be a poor guy like you, it will lower my status too." Chu Fan glared at Xiaoning Yuan angrily, and was about to say something when, perhaps it was a bottoming out rebound, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Chu Fan's head. Ding! Godly Hero Cashback System Binding Host. System Level 1. System Experience 0. Host, Chu Fan. Age, 23. System Coin Assets, 0 yuan. Explanation: System currency is earned through system rewards and cashback on purchases. Please note that system currency can only be used for consumption and enjoyment, and cannot be used for investment. Real currency assets, 875.25 yuan. Explanation: Real currency assets are earned by the host in the real world and can be recovered by the system to purchase system goods. Number of owned properties, 0. Number of favorability goals owned, 0. Number of loyalty goals owned, 0. Chu Fan was taken aback and felt surprised. What was going on? The system had started up? Congratulations, host, you have obtained a novice treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Yes, no. Seeing the novice treasure chest, Chu Fan reflexively chose yes. Congratulations, host, you have successfully opened the novice treasure chest and obtained 20 million in cash. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the system function, see through words. Explanation 1, the host can see the target's words. Explanation 2, terms include wish terms, privacy terms, and information terms. Chu Fan's phone immediately sent a message alerting him of the deposit. Dear customer, you have received a new transfer of 20 million yuan to your account with the bank. Chu Fan immediately saw that his system currency assets, which had originally been 0, had suddenly become 20 million. System currency balance, 20 million yuan. Real currency balance, 875.25 yuan. Chu Fan did not have time to ask, and he blinked in confusion because he was surprised to find several transparent information boxes floating around Xiaoning Yuan in front of him. Each information box carried some word information. Chu Fan was curious, were these information boxes privacy terms? Chu Fan quickly looked carefully at the transparent information boxes. An information term floated out of the women's suit worn by Xiaoning Yuan. Information entry, TH 9.9. A wish entry appeared above Xiaoning Yuan's head. Wish entry. And 2 privacy entries appeared behind Xiaoning Yuan. Privacy entry. On January 14th of this year, Xiaoning Yuan took advantage of the opportunity when a batch of unregistered raw emeralds were being stored to replace a batch of grade 3 raw emeralds with grade 1 raw emeralds, embezzling company property and making a profit of 930,000 yuan. The evidence video has been sent to the host's phone. Chu Fan's pupils constricted, and he suddenly saw Xiaoning Yuan's privacy entry clearly. Chapter 2, You Have to Be My Girlfriend. At the same time, Chu Fan's phone also received a video file. Chu Fan picked up his phone and clicked on the video file, and sure enough, he saw the surveillance video of Xiaoning Yuan stealing and replacing the company's raw jadeite. Chu Fan was shocked. Damn, this works? This system is amazing. This system is also invincible, it actually directly sends the evidence of the crime to your phone, it's just thorough. For a short period of time, Chu Fan was in a state of amazement. Xianing Yuan, however, was a little puzzled. She saw Chu Fan standing still without moving, and contempt immediately appeared on her pretty face. She said disdainfully, "Turtle boy, I've said everything I need to say. Why are you still here? If you still want to save some face for yourself, get out of here, honestly." Chu Fan's thoughts were pulled back to reality. He looked meaningfully at Xianing Yuan, especially at her pair of rosy, full, vermilion lips. Chu Fan laughed out loud. "Xianing Yuan, you look glamorous and beautiful normally, but I never imagined that you would have done something like that." Xianing Yuan was taken aback. She didn't know why Chu Fan suddenly said that. However, she quickly regained her composure, her beautiful eyes contemptuously defying Chu Fan, and she sneered, "Chu Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you get out of here?" Chu Fan now had Xianing Yuan over a barrel, so naturally he would not leave easily. Chu Fan clearly remembered the undisguised mockery that Xianing Yuan had just directed at him. Chu Fan was determined. He wanted to make this arrogant woman with her head in the clouds lower her proud head before him. Chu Fan's face turned cold, and he said with great meaning, "Xianing Yuan, I know a secret about you, are you interested in finding out?" Xianing Yuan sneered, mocking, "You sick pervert? If you don't leave, I'll report you for harassment." Xianing Yuan was extremely pleased with herself. She knew very well that in this society, if a girl accuses a man of harassment, the man will definitely suffer the consequences. In her eyes, Chu Fan was a good-for-nothing poor man, and the kind at the bottom of the heap who would never get ahead. In contrast, she, Xianing Yuan, was a beautiful and sexy urbanite, a supermodel who got thousands of likes for just one quick video, admired and worshipped by countless men. For a lowly man like Chu Fan, Xianing Yuan can casually step on his feet and humiliate him. Xianing Yuan stared at Chu Fan with a mocking look in her eyes, trying to overwhelm him with her aura. However, Chu Fan looked confident, and said indifferently, "Go ahead and call the police. It's just what I need to tell them about your stealing the raw emeralds and embezzling company property." Chu Fan's voice was very indifferent, but in Xianing Yuan's ears it was like thunder. Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at Chu Fan in shock. That incident was a secret she had buried deep in her heart, and sometimes she would wake up in the middle of the night in fear, but as time passed, she felt that no one should know anymore. A huge question mark appeared in her mind: how did he know? She had quietly deleted the surveillance afterwards. No, it's impossible, Chu Fan couldn't have known. Xianing Yuan braced herself and said with a weak voice, "I don't know what you're talking about, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll get angry." Although Xianing Yuan was bluffing, her heart was secretly trembling slightly. She had thought that the matter was over, but Chu Fan suddenly spoke up, leaving her shocked and suspicious. Xianing Yuan looked at Chu Fan and felt inexplicably that Chu Fan's smile seemed to carry a deep meaning. Chu Fan gave a hee-hee laugh, took out his phone, and clicked on the surveillance video of Xianing Yuan secretly replacing the company's high-level jade. Chu Fan slowly turned the phone screen towards Xianing Yuan, his eyes fierce and with a hint of mockery, saying, "Ms. Xia, you don't want anyone else to see this, do you?" As soon as Xianing Yuan saw the phone screen, she froze for a moment and suddenly felt dizzy. The image was still very clear, and she could clearly recognize that it was her, Xianing Yuan, correct. Xianing Yuan's face suddenly turned pale. Although it was the middle of the day, she felt cold all over. Xianing Yuan's expression became panicked. She looked around nervously, and fortunately, it was 12 noon and there was no one else around. Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she anxiously said in a low voice that was almost a whisper, "Chu Fan, turn it off quickly, please." Chu Fan smiled coldly and said, "You know to beg me now? Weren't you quite pleased just now? Who are you calling a turtle?" Xianing Yuan's pretty face was full of pleading, and she clasped her hands together in front of her chest and begged, "Chu Fan, I know I was wrong, please turn it off quickly. If anyone finds out about this, I'm finished." If Chu Fan calls the police now, Xianing Yuan will have to go to the police station, and this is a terrible result that Xianing Yuan cannot face. She is such a young and beautiful woman, and being locked up in a police station is a lifelong stain that she can never wash off. Xianing Yuan is very vain and loves her reputation, and she cannot accept such an outcome. Just now Xianing Yuan was cold and proud, but now she is pleading with a face, as if Chu Fan would let her do anything. Seeing Xianing Yuan's 180-degree change in attitude, Chu Fan couldn't help but feel in his heart that everyone has a vulnerable spot. Chu Fan put away his phone, but he was silent. His eyes flickered as he contemplated what to do next. Seeing that Chu Fan had turned off the screen that had scared her, Xianing Yuan let out a sigh, causing her bust to rise and fall violently. She looked at Chu Fan with timid eyes, not knowing what he wanted to do. Xianing Yuan glanced at Chu Fan secretly and said cautiously, "Chu Fan, can you name a condition? How can you keep my secret?" Xianing Yuan also knew that Chu Fan would not let this go. Because Xianing Yuan had just done her best to taunt Chu Fan with the most vicious words. Xianing Yuan looked at Chu Fan secretly, not knowing that Chu Fan was also looking at her. Xianing Yuan's eyes were like those of a frightened rabbit, and she panicked and avoided Chu Fan's gaze. This subtle movement also showed that Xianing Yuan was extremely vulnerable at this moment. In the past, when the two of them looked at each other, the one who would avoid eye contact would definitely be Chu Fan. Chu Fan saw Xianing Yuan flustered in front of him, and a trace of pleasure arose in his heart. For the first time, Chu Fan was in a dominant position in front of this gold-worshipping woman. Chu Fan thought for a moment, and he wanted to take revenge, not only on Xianing Yuan, but also on Cao Sini. Chu Fan said coldly, "I want you to be my slave." Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes widened, and her pretty face was full of shock. "What? Slave?" Xianing Yuan looked at Chu Fan in surprise, not knowing what strange thoughts were going through this guy's head. Chu Fan said indifferently, "Not only do I want you to be my slave, I also want you to be my girlfriend." Xianing Yuan's rosy lips even widened even more. "Be your girlfriend too?" She felt unbelievable, and Chu Fan's train of thought was also too unfathomable. She naturally didn't know that the reason Chu Fan said this was because the system's voice had just sounded in his head, announcing a task. Ding! The system senses the host's strong emotions of wanting to get back at his ex-girlfriend and activates the main quest, Regretful Regret. Quest description: although the host had an ex-girlfriend, Cao Sini, she never truly loved the host, but instead used his love to gain material and financial enjoyment. Quest goal: to make the ex-girlfriend enter the regretful regret state, that is, Cao Sini's regret value for the host reaches 100. Task description: anything that can make Cao Sini feel jealous, remorseful, or angry towards the host can increase Cao Sini's regret value. Current regret value of Cao Sini, 0. Task reward: 50% of the shares of a global top 100 enterprise. As soon as Chu Fan saw the task reward, his eyes immediately lit up. This was an irresistible temptation. Any of the top 100 companies in the world is a giant with a market value of at least hundreds of billions of dollars, with astronomical assets. Even if it is only 50%, it is still worth hundreds of billions of dollars. In other words, if he completes this task, Chu Fan will immediately become a super rich person with a net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars. Just thinking about it, Chu Fan is so excited that he can't help it. Not to mention the fact that Chu Fan originally wanted to take revenge on Cao Sini. Chu Fan accepted the task without hesitation. As for how to make Cao Sini regret it, Chu Fan looked at her best friend Xianing Yuan, and an idea suddenly came to mind. Chu Fan would become Xianing Yuan's boyfriend, and then appear in front of Cao Sini often, deliberately provoking her, making her angry first, and then turning that into regret points. Chu Fan explained to Xianing Yuan with a cold expression, "Cao Sini cuckolded at me, so it's reasonable for me to take a little revenge on her, right?" "That's reasonable." Xianing Yuan nodded. She felt that it was reasonable. Chu Fan's gaze then fell on Xianing Yuan's snow-white pretty face, as if looking at a captured prey, unabashedly scanning her charming eyes, snow-white and small nose, bright and full red lips. Chu Fan's gaze was rude and full of aggression. Xianing Yuan did not dare to make eye contact with Chu Fan. After all, Chu Fan held her weak point, and Xianing Yuan had no room to resist. She could only lower her beautiful eyes and let Chu Fan's gaze sweep over her face. Chu Fan continued, word for word, "You are Cao Sini's best friend. If I become your boyfriend, I can appear by her side often and take reasonable revenge on her." Although it is summer, Xianing Yuan felt a chill, from head to toe. She remembered a chilling saying, "Kill the heart as well as the body?" Xianing Yuan seemed to understand something, and timidly asked in a low voice, "So, you don't really want me to be your girlfriend, you just want to use me as a tool to get back at Cao Sini?" Chu Fan nodded coldly and said, "You are not just my tool, you are also my slave. You must obey all my orders, otherwise you don't want that video to be seen, do you?" Xianing Yuan said with some grievance, "In other words, in front of Cao Sini, I am your girlfriend, but in fact, in private, I am your slave?" For the first time, Chu Fan's eyes revealed a hint of approval when he looked at Xianing Yuan. "It seems that you are also very clever." Chapter 3, She's agreed, so that's that. Xianing Yuan felt a sense of humiliation, however. She was such a beautiful woman that countless men would kneel and lick her feet, but she was actually going to be a slave to a poor guy like Chu Fan. It was a real loss. However, Xianing Yuan did not dare to resist Chu Fan in the slightest, because Chu Fan had her weak points. Xianing Yuan frowned, her beautiful eyes flashing with thought. She didn't know if she should agree to Chu Fan's request. If she agreed, she would be treated like a slave by Chu Fan, and she was not yet able to resist. Chu Fan could also tell that Xianing Yuan was considering something, and he sneered and said, "You won't agree? Think carefully, all I have to do is call the police, and you can just wait for the sheriff to come and take you away." Chu Fan took out his phone and pressed the call button to call the police. Chu Fan only needed to make one call to summon the sheriff. Xianing Yuan's heart suddenly started racing. If Chu Fan called the police, she would really be ashamed to show her face. Xianing Yuan let out a long sigh and gritted her teeth, saying, "Don't call the police. Just say yes." At this moment, the system's voice once again sounded in Chu Fan's head. "Ding, detected that the host has attracted the attention of a pretty girl, the system has bound a new target. Name, Xianing Yuan. Age, 23 years old. Face value, 93. Measurements, 95D, 54, 91. Height, 165. Occupation, jade carver salesperson. Favorability, 10. Purity, 100. Health, healthy, no gynecological diseases." After the system bound Xianing Yuan, the column, number of targets with favorable impression, 0, quickly changed from 0 to 1. Chu Fan was a little surprised and wondered what the system binding Xianing Yuan could do. The host can obtain rewards by increasing the target's favorability. When the favorability reaches 50 or 100, a random treasure chest reward will be obtained. Treasure chest reward? Chu Fan's eyes widened. Chu Fan was suddenly a little excited. He remembered that the see-through entry, as counterintuitive function was obtained by opening treasure chests. It seems that the treasure chests in this system have very powerful effects, and every one of them is very precious. Chu Fan was suddenly full of expectations for the future. This system might unlock even more powerful functions. Thinking about this, Chu Fan excitedly put his phone away and said to Xianing Yuan with a composed air, "You promise?" Xianing Yuan's pretty face quickly turned red, and she lowered her eyes, saying with some grievance, "As long as you keep those two things a secret from me, I'll say yes." Chu Fan said with some expectation, "Let me hear you call me master first." Xianing Yuan's pretty face quickly turned red, and she said with some shame, "Can I not call you master? I'll just do whatever you say anyway." Xianing Yuan felt extremely ashamed. She had never called anyone master before, and Chu Fan had some strange things going on in his head. However, Chu Fan was extremely persistent. In his relationship with Xianing Yuan, he must occupy a dominant position in order to manipulate Xianing Yuan into obeying his commands, which he could use against Cao Sini, while also weakening Xianing Yuan's will to resist. Chu Fan raised his voice, with an imperious air that brooked no defiance, and said, "You must call me master." Chu Fan's tone was very cold, and Xianing Yuan could hear the firmness in it. It seemed that if she didn't call him master, Chu Fan would not let her pass. Xianing Yuan blushed with shame, and after holding it in for a long time, she finally muttered very shamefully, "Master, master." After she said it, she lowered her beautiful eyes in shame, feeling completely vulnerable in Chu Fan's control. A satisfied look finally appeared on Chu Fan's face, and he nodded and said, "Remember, in front of Cao Sini in the future, we are boyfriend and girlfriend, and in private you must listen to me." Xianing Yuan pouted her lips and helplessly agreed, "I know, master." Chu Fan looked at Xianing Yuan's lips, which she had just carefully applied lip gloss to, and paused before saying, "Very good. I'll test whether you're obedient or not." Xianing Yuan was a little nervous, not knowing what Chu Fan wanted to do, and she said carefully, "What do you want?" Chu Fan pulled Xianing Yuan over and kissed her on the lips. Xianing Yuan was shocked. She instinctively wanted to resist, but when she thought about Chu Fan holding her weak point in his hands, and the fact that she had just agreed to be Chu Fan's girlfriend, she gave up resisting. She closed her beautiful eyes and let Chu Fan do whatever he wanted. Chu Fan had a trace of revenge in his heart, so he didn't spare Xianing Yuan in the slightest. When he kissed Xianing Yuan, Chu Fan inexplicably felt a thrill of revenge. He was kissing the usually aloof and cold beauty. Now she obediently did what Chu Fan wanted, letting him kiss her however he liked. After a few minutes of wantonness, Chu Fan let Xianing Yuan go. Xianing Yuan covered her mouth with her hand, which had gone numb, her face blushing with shyness. A trace of complex emotion was in her beautiful eyes as she looked at the slightly unfamiliar big boy in front of her. This big boy was just her best friend's ex-boyfriend, but now he was going to become her Xianing Yuan's boyfriend in front of others. Chu Fan was satisfied with Xianing Yuan's obedience and nodded approvingly, saying, "Very good. In the future, you must always listen to me, understand?" Xianing Yuan nodded with a blush on her face, and said obediently, "I understand." Xianing Yuan suddenly thought of something, and a difficult expression appeared on her pretty face. She said carefully, "Master, that is, I have a boyfriend, what about him?" Chu Fan paused. Xianing Yuan did have a boyfriend, Lu Xiaowei, the lobby manager of a nightclub, who had a bit of money. Chu Fan didn't have a good impression of Lu Xiaowei. He and Lu Xiaowei had met before, and Lu Xiaowei had also laughed at Chu Fan for being poor. Chu Fan said coldly, "Now send a message to Lu Xiaowei saying that you have a new boyfriend and that you are breaking up." Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes revealed surprise. "Breaking up now? But..." Xianing Yuan bit her red lips with her teeth and looked very troubled. Chu Fan said strangely, "What are you doing? Send the message now, I'll watch you. Don't forget, you are my slave." Xianing Yuan's pretty face was full of worry, and she frowned, saying, "Master, don't be angry about one thing. I owe Lu Xiaowei more than 400,000 yuan. If I break up with him, he will make me pay him back. I don't have the money to pay him back now." Chu Fan frowned and scolded, "You're just a little girl, and you owe so much money? Where did the money go?" Xianing Yuan pouted in frustration, looked at the Australia wool high-end women's suit on her, and she usually liked to wear luxury goods to create the beautiful appearance of an upper-class celebrity. Of course, her spending was also very high-end, and this suit alone cost more than 20,000 yuan. Xianing Yuan said with a pout, "I'm a pretty girl, and I usually like to use high-end things." Chu Fan followed her gaze and saw her expensive suit as well. The information entry clearly showed that the suit cost more than 20,000 yuan. Chu Fan was speechless. He usually buys his own clothes, mostly for a few tens of yuan each. These girls don't earn much, but they like to wear flashy things. Xianing Yuan glanced at Chu Fan secretly with her beautiful eyes. She knew that Chu Fan was a deliveryman, and his monthly salary was only a little over 5,000 yuan, so it was impossible for him to come up with more than 400,000 yuan. Xianing Yuan felt a little smug in her heart. Seeing Chu Fan get embarrassed, she felt a little thrill. A poor person is a poor person. Although they hold their own weaknesses and can pretend to be arrogant in front of you, they can't be arrogant when they meet a rich person. However, Xianing Yuan did not dare to show it at all. She continued to act like she was being wronged and said, "Master, how about I break up with Lu Xiaowei in a few days? I'll sell a few designer bags to get the 400,000 yuan and then break up with Lu Xiaowei." However, Chu Fan said firmly, "We have to break up today. I'll find the money." Chu Fan's voice carried a very firm feeling, which surprised Xianing Yuan a little. Chapter 4 400,000? My new boyfriend paid it off for me. Xianing Yuan blinked curiously with her beautiful eyes, looking at Chu Fan. She had originally thought that when she said she owed 400,000, Chu Fan would back off. After all, if Chu Fan claimed to be Xianing Yuan's boyfriend, he would be responsible for the 400,000 debt. Xianing Yuan knew that Chu Fan only earned 5,000 yuan a month, so how could he possibly solve a debt as large as 400,000? Xianing Yuan rolled her eyes, feigning a caring look and said, "Master, I'll find a way to pay off the 400,000. I'll sell a few designer bags and that should be enough." After all, Xianing Yuan didn't dare to anger Chu Fan, so she was afraid that Chu Fan would take out his anger on her because of her debt. Chu Fan, however, said indifferently, "Don't worry about it. Since you're my slave, I'll be responsible for your expenses from now on. Even if you're my dog, you'll still have to live a good life with me." Xianing Yuan was stunned. When she heard the first half of the sentence, she was inexplicably a little touched, thinking that Chu Fan had a trace of charming masculinity. But the second half of the sentence choked Xianing Yuan enough. What did he mean, treating me like a dog? Annoying man. Xianing Yuan couldn't help rolling her eyes and glared at Chu Fan coquettishly. However, Xianing Yuan was very curious about how Chu Fan was going to solve this huge debt of 400,000. Xianing Yuan knew very well in her heart that Chu Fan had spent all his income on pleasing Cao Sini, and he didn't have any savings. Of course, Xianing Yuan didn't know that Chu Fan had just had a slight thought in his mind. He remembered that the system said that he could get cashback for spending on girls, right? Just now, 20 million system coins had been drawn from the novice treasure chest. According to the system description, system currency can be used as real currency, with the only difference being that it cannot be recycled. Therefore, spending 20 million system currency has the same effect as possessing 20 million real currency. Chu Fan took out his phone and clicked on his account, and sure enough, he saw his bank account balance, 200,008.75 yuan. This was the total of his system currency assets and real currency assets. This was the first time Chu Fan had seen so much money in his account. I can't help but feel ecstatic. Damn, this system is awesome. Chu Fan wanted to try if system currency could be used like real currency, so he found Xianing Yuan's account and tried to transfer 10,000 yuan. Ding, the host has been detected as the target of a binding transaction of 10,000 yuan. A successful double cashback of 20,000 yuan has been obtained and has been transferred to the host's account. An instant message also came to his phone. Dear customer, your account at the merchant just received a new transfer of 20,000 yuan. The account balance became 200,108,752.5 yuan. Chu Fan spent 10,000 yuan, but the balance instead increased by 10,000 yuan. Sure enough, system currency can be used exactly like real currency, the only difference being that the system cannot recycle it. Chu Fan was ecstatic. This system is amazing, it's practically against the heavens. After the successful test, Chu Fan felt confident and continued to operate on the phone, directly transferring 500,000 yuan to Xianing Yuan's account. Ding, the host has been detected as a female consumer spending 500,000 yuan, and has successfully obtained a double cashback of 1 million yuan, which has been transferred to the host's account. The SMS also came, Dear customer, your account at the merchant just received a new transfer of 1 million yuan. The account balance became 205,108,752.5 yuan. Chu Fan couldn't help but get excited. This system is really useful. When Xianing Yuan heard the phone prompt, she picked it up and immediately whitened her beautiful eyes. Her rosy lips also opened wide. She was surprised to find that Chu Fan had suddenly transferred 510,000 yuan to her. Xianing Yuan couldn't believe it and asked, Chu Fan, what's going on? You transferred 510,000 yuan to me? Chu Fan said decisively, you immediately pay back the money you owe Lu Xiaowei, and then say goodbye. Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes twinkled with gratitude as she said, Chu Fan, are you really willing to help me pay off my debt? She originally thought that Chu Fan only wanted to take advantage of her because he had leverage over her, and that's why he said he would be her boyfriend. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan actually offered to pay off her debt? Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Xianing Yuan's favor, plus 15. Xianing Yuan's favor, 5. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 10 million cash. A system voice came from his head, and Chu Fan was taken aback, but then he smiled. It seems that helping Xianing Yuan pay off 500,000 yuan has made her like him. Her favorability, which was originally 10, has suddenly become positive 5. What surprised Chu Fan was that there was a random bonus for making a girl feel better. Doesn't that mean that every day when you go on a date with a girl, you can keep getting random bonuses? Chu Fan was a little excited, with a touch of expectation in his eyes. The account balance became 305,108,752.5 yuan. However, in the system panel, the real currency assets remained unchanged. Real currency balance, 875.25 yuan. Chu Fan looked at Xianing Yuan and said indifferently, helping you pay off your debts is no big deal. In the future, you will be my girlfriend in front of Cao Sini, and if my girlfriend owes debts, it will also bring shame to me. Even my dog has to live a good life. Xianing Yuan's pretty face had a grateful expression, and she was looking forward to Chu Fan saying something nice. But Chu Fan actually compared her to a dog again, and Xianing Yuan's heart immediately fell. She gave Chu Fan an unhappy glare. This guy, can't he talk? Of course, Xianing Yuan also knew very well that Chu Fan didn't really treat her as his girlfriend, and there was nothing she could do to ask Chu Fan to take care of her feelings. Xianing Yuan had no choice but to accept it. Oh, I see, master. Xianing Yuan pouted in a small mouth, feeling aggrieved, but she didn't dare say anything to Chu Fan. Chu Fan saw Xianing Yuan standing there stupidly and said impatiently, What are you standing there for? Send a message to Lu Xiaowei immediately. Xianing Yuan quickly took out her phone and said, Master, don't be angry, I just forgot. Xianing Yuan found Lu Xiaowei in the chat column and typed, Lu Xiaowei, I've thought about it for a long time and I don't think we're right for each other. Sometimes breaking up is a way to help, giving us both a chance to breathe. I hope we can both find our own happiness. Lu Xiaowei was having dinner with a friend and happened to be taking out his phone to show off pictures of his new beautiful girlfriend. When her friend saw the photo of Xianing Yuan, she really was fair-skinned and beautiful, with long hair flowing down her shoulders, a prominent bust, a curvy figure, and an enchanting, alluring aura. Her friend's eyes bulged as he drooled in admiration. "Damn it, Lu Xiaowei, your new girlfriend is a real beauty, isn't she? Does she listen to you?" Lu Xiaowei boasted with a smug look on her face. "Of course she has to listen to me. This beauty loves me to death. She gets a fever if she can't see me for a day. My friend tells her to go east, and she definitely wouldn't dare go west." Lu Xiaowei was very proud to have such a beautiful girlfriend in Xianing Yuan, and often bragged about it in front of her friends. Every time she saw her friends' envious and jealous looks, Lu Xiaowei felt so good. At that moment, Xiao Ying's message popped up on her phone. "Lu Xiaowei, I've thought about this for a long time and I don't think we're a good match." Her friend was looking at her phone and suddenly became confused. He scratched his head and asked doubtfully, "Lu Xiaowei, you said your girlfriend loves you to death? Is that true?" Lu Xiaowei continued to brag with wide eyes. "Of course it's true. I tell her to go east and she dares not go west." The friend said with a face full of embarrassment, "Well, do you want to check your phone? She just sent you a message." Lu Xiaowei was stunned, took back the phone and immediately widened her eyes. "What? Break up?" Lu Xiaowei was full of shock and disbelief. Lu Xiaowei looked up at her friend, and the two of them stared at each other, both seeing a hint of embarrassment. Lu Xiaowei was anxious and immediately dialed Xianing Yuan's phone. "Xianing Yuan, what's wrong with you, suddenly messaging me to break up?" Lu Xiaowei was very unhappy. This message was very untimely and made him lose face, so he took out some anger on Xianing Yuan. Xianing Yuan's voice came from the phone, very cold. "Lu Xiaowei, I have a new boyfriend, so you should not contact me in the future." Lu Xiaowei was completely dumbfounded. His friend was peeking at him with a strange expression. Lu Xiaowei couldn't hold back any longer and angrily said, "Xianing Yuan, you bitch, you want to break up? You wish. You still owe me 400,000 yuan. You can't break up without paying me back." Xianing Yuan continued to say coldly in the phone, "I've already paid your 400,000 yuan back to you with the help of my new boyfriend. Just check your account, I've just transferred the money to you." Lu Xiaowei was stunned and quickly checked the text message, immediately surprised to find that Xianing Yuan had really transferred 400,000 yuan into his account. Lu Xiaowei couldn't believe it and said, "What? Your new boyfriend helped you pay back 400,000 yuan? Who is your new boyfriend? Have you slut become a gold digger?" Xianing Yuan said unhappily, "Lu Xiaowei, watch your mouth, I've already paid you back, so we're even, and don't come looking for me again." Lu Xiaowei was dumbfounded. He knew very well that Xianing Yuan usually wore and used very high-end things, and the 400,000 yuan she borrowed had long been spent. If what Xianing Yuan said was true, her new boyfriend must be a very rich man. Lu Xiaowei was very curious to know who Xianing Yuan's new boyfriend was. Here, Xianing Yuan hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. Xianing Yuan looked at Chu Fan with her beautiful eyes and said, "Master, I broke up with Lu Xiaowei, are you satisfied?" There was a hint of expectation on her pretty face, and inexplicably, there was a glimmer of hope in her heart. If only Chu Fan could praise her a little. Chu Fan nodded, and was quite satisfied. This Xianing Yuan will be her own girlfriend in front of Cao Sini in the future, so naturally there can be no other entanglements. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, "When Cao Sini returns, you should know how to cooperate with me, right?" Chu Fan made Xianing Yuan his girlfriend just to take revenge on Cao Sini and earn her regret points. With Xianing Yuan as an obedient tool, Chu Fan can complete the task more easily. Therefore, Chu Fan must ensure that Xianing Yuan absolutely obeys. Xianing Yuan pouted, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, she was in Chu Fan's hands, and besides, Chu Fan had just paid off her 400,000 yuan debt. Xianing Yuan didn't dare to resist Chu Fan. Xianing Yuan nodded with a pout, saying, "I understand, I'll listen to you." At this moment, Xianing Yuan's mobile phone sent a message tone. Xianing Yuan looked at it and a trace of tension appeared on her pretty face, because it was Cao Sini who sent her the message, "Sister, Chen Xiao and I will be back at the company soon. If you want something to drink, I'll bring you a cup." Xianing Yuan's heart suddenly started pounding. She quickly showed her phone to Chu Fan and said, "Sini sent me a message. She's coming back." Chapter 5, the main character, Cao Sini, is back. Chu Fan looked at Xianing Yuan's phone screen and couldn't help but feel a little flushed. The resentment that had been pent up in his heart finally exploded. Chu Fan had invested too much emotional sustenance in Cao Sini. No matter if Cao Sini was thirsty or hungry, as long as she said so, Chu Fan would immediately order takeaway for her on his phone. Whenever Cao Sini said she wanted the golden pear seeds in the game, Chu Fan would help her farm them day and night, just hoping to see a smile on Cao Sini's face. But Chu Fan never imagined that his hard work would get him this kind of result. Chu Fan bit his cheek hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Xia Ningyuan looked at Chu Fan nervously. She could see that he was angry, of course. Xia Ningyuan was not surprised. Seeing her girlfriend with another man, if she wasn't angry, she wouldn't be called a man. Xia Ningyuan asked carefully, "How should I reply to her?" Chu Fan's eyes flashed, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Tell her to bring an extra glass." Xia Ningyuan asked with a puzzled expression in her beautiful eyes, "An extra glass? For whom?" Chu Fan said coldly, "Of course it's for me." Seeing Chu Fan's cold expression, Xia Ningyuan was a little scared and said, "Chu Fan, you're not going to hit anyone, are you?" Chu Fan shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in hitting anyone. Anyway, you just need to cooperate with me in acting. Later, we'll tell them that you and I are in a relationship." Chu Fan's goal was simply to obtain Cao Sini's regret points, complete the task, and receive a generous reward from the system. Chu Fan looked at the reward for the task again. This temptation was irresistible. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would complete the task and receive the reward. Xia Ningyuan was a little nervous, but seeing that Chu Fan had made up his mind, there was nothing she could do. Xia Ningyuan had no choice but to grit her teeth and reply to Cao Sini, "Sister, I want to drink Yangji Ganlu, remember to bring an extra glass." Cao Sini quickly replied, "Bring an extra glass? For whom?" Xia Ningyuan replied, "You'll find out later." Okay. After Xia Ningyuan finished replying to the message, she nervously rubbed the corner of her shirt. She was a little nervous and didn't know what the situation would become. Chu Fan, on the other hand, looked calm and collected. He had awakened the system and gained a lot of confidence. Chu Fan asked indifferently, "What's the background of that Qin Xiao?" Xia Ningyuan said, "I was just about to tell you, this Qin Xiao is the vice president of Hangtai Antiques, and their family is very wealthy, with a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars, and they have several companies in Haishang City." Xia Ningyuan looked at Chu Fan nervously, and said carefully, "Chu Fan, I know you're in a bad mood, but the gap in power between us and that Qin Xiao is a bit too big. I want to advise you that you can't beat that Qin Xiao, so let's discuss this for a long time. Don't worry, I'll help you." Xia Ningyuan was afraid that Chu Fan would lose his temper, and she didn't dare to make him angry, so her tone was very gentle. In Xia Ningyuan's opinion, the gap in strength between Chu Fan and Chen Xiao was too great, one was in heaven and the other on earth, and there was simply no strength to fight. If Chen Xiao casually moved his finger, he could easily crush Chu Fan like an ant. Chu Fan listened quietly to Xia Ningyuan's introduction, but he looked calm and composed. In the past, Chu Fan would have admitted that he was no match for Chen Xiao, but now it's different. Chu Fan has the system. Chu Fan felt that he had no reason to admit defeat. If he had the system and still admitted defeat, would he still have the nerve to greet others in the future? Chu Fan laughed coldly and said, "Don't try to persuade me. Just cooperate with me in the play and do your part as my girlfriend." Xia Ningyuan let out a sigh, and despair appeared on her pretty face. It was as if she could already see the tragic scene of Chu Fan being rubbed against the ground by Qin Xiao. These stupid men are really desperate to win face. In Xia Ningyuan's opinion, Chu Fan was simply overestimating his abilities by trying to compete with Qin Xiao, and he would end up in a miserable situation. A few minutes later, a luxurious dark black Mercedes-Benz GLS parked steadily outside the company. The door opened and a beautiful young girl got out of the car, carrying a paper bag in her hand, which contained 2 Yangji Ganlu tea drinks. This beautiful girl is Cao Sini. She is wearing a tight-fitting white t-shirt, with 2 towering mounds on her chest. Her willowy waist sways lightly as she walks, exuding a seductive aura. Beneath her white hip-hugging skirt are a pair of long, slender, and round legs. She is wearing a pair of high heels, which add a touch of allure. Cao Sini. This Cao Sini is also a black, long, straight beauty with fair skin, crystal clear, bright eyes, a high, white, snow-white nose, and rosy, full lips. She looks like she has a special sense of purity. Then got off the car was a young man in a purple suit, with a spring in his step, his hair carefully groomed, the details very exquisite, and at first glance, he was a rich young master. This young man in a suit is Chen Zhihao, the famous young master of the Chen family in Haishang City. Although he has not yet officially taken over the family business, his future prospects are boundless. The two of them walked towards the jade carving sales hall chatting and laughing, their manner very intimate. Cao Sini even took the initiative to affectionately take Chen Jihao's arm, giving the impression that she was clinging to him. Chen Jihao was painting big pictures for Cao Sini. Don't worry, you will have your share of the benefits if you follow me in the future. I'll buy you a designer bag tonight. Cao Sini immediately burst out laughing, took Chen Jihao's arm even tighter, and said coquettishly, "Really, Chen Xiao, don't you dare lie to me." Chen Jihao laughed heartily. "I, Chen Xiao, never lie to women." Chu Fan looked through the glass door and saw Cao Sini intimately holding onto Chen Jihao's arm. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In particular, Cao Sini's posture when walking was a bit strange, as if she was limping, as if she had experienced a battle. Chu Fan was even more irritated. He had been talking to Cao Sini for 2 years, but he had not even gotten a kiss. However, Cao Sini had gone to a hotel with a rich young man she had only known for a month in broad daylight. Any man would have his blood pressure rise at the sight. Chu Fan suppressed his anger and activated the view phrase function, looking at Cao Sini and Chen Jihao. He immediately saw some transparent boxes appear around Cao Sini and Chen Jihao, with phrase information inside. The phrases in the transparent boxes around Cao Sini's body read: Wishlist entry 1, I saw a Valentino lock bag in a luxury goods store yesterday. It costs $1 million, so expensive, I really want it. Wishlist entry 2, that useless boyfriend of mine, Chu Fan, hurry up and post my golden pear seed. Private entry, what just happened in the hotel room with Qin Xiao, Chu Fan must never find out. Several transparent squares also appeared around Chen Jihao's body, displaying: Wish, every night, a different beautiful woman sleeps with me. Privacy, damn, I just checked into a hotel room 3 minutes ago and already gave up. I hope Cao Sini won't tell anyone. Although Chu Fan had a plan to slowly increase Cao Sini's regret value, the current situation made him clench his fists, and he really wanted to punch Chen Jihao in the face. Chu Fan took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Cao Sini happily laughed as she pushed open the door and entered the lobby. Come quickly, my good sister, I've brought you 2 cups of mango pomelo sorbets. Who were you going to give the extra one to? Xianing Yuan forced a slightly embarrassed smile and greeted her, saying, Sini, you're back so soon? Xianing Yuan took the paper bag from Cao Sini's hands, took out a glass of Yangji Ganlu, and handed it to Chu Fan. Cao Sini suddenly saw Chu Fan and her whole body froze. What was going on? Xianing Yuan asked to bring an extra drink, but it was actually for her boyfriend Chu Fan? A flash of panic crossed her beautiful eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Cao Sini suddenly let go of Chen Ji's arm and pulled some distance away from him. After all, Cao Sini and Chu Fan had not yet broken up, and on the surface they were still boyfriend and girlfriend. So Cao Sini still had to pretend. Cao Sini calmed down, concealing the panic in her heart, and said to Chu Fan, why are you here? Did the golden pear seed brush come out? At this time, the system voice sounded. Chapter 6 I declare that I am in love with Xianing Yuan. Ding, the system has detected that the host has attracted the attention of a girl with a high appearance value, and the system has bound a new target. Name, Cao Sini. Age, 22 years old. Appearance value, 93. Measurements, 90D, 55, 89. Height, 164. Occupation, jade carver salesperson. Favorability, 2. Purity, 99. Health, healthy, no gynecological diseases. After binding Cao Sini, the target number column changed again. Target number with favorability, 2. Chu Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions in his heart, pointed at Chen Jihao and asked, who is he? A flash of embarrassment quickly passed across Cao Sini's pretty face, which quickly returned as she smiled and said, oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Chen Jihao, the vice president of Hungtai Antiques, and this is my boyfriend, Chu Fan. Chen Jihao is an experienced player, and he knows that Cao Sini has a boyfriend named Chu Fan, but this is the first time he has seen him. Chen Jihao gave a gentlemanly smile and extended his hand to Chu Fan, saying, hello, nice to meet you. Although he was wearing a polite smile on the surface, there was a hint of contemptuous ridicule hidden in the depths of his eyes, because he had just slept with Cao Sini in the hotel room. Now that he saw Cao Sini's boyfriend Chu Fan, Chen Jihao felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. What he liked most was playing with other men's women. This gave him a sense of satisfaction at being able to manipulate people. Chu Fan looked at Chen Jihao with a deep meaning in his eyes, and also revealed a smile, shaking hands with Chen Jihao. Chu Fan was not prepared to break with Cao Sini for the time being, because after a face-off, they would become enemies, and it would be difficult to gain regret points. Chu Fan planned to play a high-end game, and he was prepared to simmer slowly at first, and only turn up the heat at the end to reduce the sauce. This would maximize the regret value of Cao Sini, so he decided not to turn his face for the time being. When Cao Sini saw Chu Fan shake hands with Chen Jiao, a huge stone fell from her heart. She was originally afraid that Chu Fan would make a scene when he found out what had happened. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan acted as if nothing had happened and even shook hands with Chen Jiao. Chu Fan, the mentally handicapped guy, is so gullible, she thought to herself. A sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth as she looked at Chu Fan with some ridicule. Cao Sini was a little pleased in her heart. She saw that Chu Fan actually shook hands with Chen Jiao, and she also felt that she could toy with Chu Fan. Cao Sini and Chen Jiao glanced at each other, both seeing a trace of secret joy, and feeling very excited. Chen Jiao smiled slightly and pretended to be polite as he asked, "May I ask where Mr. Chu works?" In fact, Chen Jiao deliberately asked this question. He had long heard Cao Sini say disdainfully that her boyfriend was just a delivery boy at a company, and that he was in no way comparable to Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao deliberately wanted to humiliate Chu Fan, so he asked loudly. Chu Fan did not avoid the question, and said calmly and frankly, "I'm a delivery boy, of course I'm not comparable to Mr. Chen." Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan were both a little surprised. They didn't expect Chu Fan to say it so frankly. They had thought that he would be ashamed to say it. Chen Jiao wore a smug smile on his face and said in a strange voice, "Oh, a delivery boy can also find a beautiful girlfriend like Cao Sini. I'm really a little envious." Chen Jiao's words seemed to be envious of Chu Fan on the surface, but they obviously carried a hint of ridicule. Cao Sini's face looked a little unnatural. She peeked at Chu Fan, afraid that he would flip out if he couldn't handle the provocation. To Cao Sini's surprise, Chu Fan still managed to look as if nothing had happened. Chu Fan gave a faint smile and said, "Finding a pretty girlfriend is not difficult for me." Chen Jiao was also a little surprised. He had originally thought that Chu Fan would break his guard, but instead of breaking it, Chu Fan had blown it up. Chen Jiao was a little upset. A stinky delivery man, how dare he brag in front of him, saying that it is not difficult to find a pretty girlfriend. Chen Jiao sneered and said, "Is that true? Why don't you prove it? Amaze me?" Chen Jiao stared at Chu Fan contemptuously, full of disbelief. Chu Fan calmly stroked his chin and said slowly, "That's good, since you friends are here, I just happen to have some good news to announce." When Chu Fan finished speaking, the several people present were momentarily taken aback. Cao Sini was a little embarrassed. She had already begun to imagine the scene in her mind's eye. "Oh no, Chu Fan has some good news to announce? He's not going to propose to me in public, is he? How am I going to turn him down? He hasn't even helped me plant the pear seeds yet." Chen Jiao was even more scornful. He didn't know what good news Chu Fan had to announce. Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she sensed what Chu Fan was about to do. Sure enough, Chu Fan walked over to Xiaoning Yuan, intimately took hold of Xiaoning Yuan's soft little hand, and announced with a smile on his face, "Starting today, Xiaoning Yuan and I are in love." As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a needle drop. Chen Jiao was dumbfounded, staring with wide eyes as Chu Fan held Xiaoning Yuan's hand intimately. Xiaoning Yuan actually blushed and didn't object. What the hell is going on? Didn't Chu Fan say that Cao Sini was his girlfriend? How come he's suddenly in a relationship with Xiaoning Yuan? Just now, Chu Fan said that it was very easy to find a pretty girlfriend, so Chen Jiao naturally didn't believe him and thought that Chu Fan was bragging. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan immediately changed his girlfriend, and she was a super beauty on the same level as Cao Sini. This Xiaoning Yuan's beauty is not at all inferior to Cao Sini, and her figure is more charming and seductive, with a unique allure. In fact, Chen Jiao secretly drools as well. Cao Sini was even more shocked as she watched Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan. She felt that her brain was a little inadequate. Just now, Chu Fan said he had good news to announce, and Cao Sini thought that Chu Fan would play a prank and propose to her in public. Cao Sini was still thinking of an excuse to reject Chu Fan. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan gave her a big one, announcing that he was in a relationship with his best friend Xiaoning Yuan. Cao Sini looked at Chu Fan in confusion and said, "Chu Fan, what do you mean?" Chu Fan affectionately took Xiaoning Yuan's hand and deliberately showed it to Cao Sini. "I made it very clear, I'm in a relationship with Xiaoning Yuan." Cao Sini was incredulous, because there had been no signs of this before. Neither Chu Fan nor Xiaoning Yuan had shown any signs of being in a relationship before, but now they suddenly announced that they were together. Cao Sini was so surprised that she could hardly speak, and she asked shakily, Ning Yuan, did you two agree to tease me? Cao Sini could only explain by joking. At this time, the most embarrassed person was naturally Ning Yuan. Her pretty face was as red as a red apple, and her beautiful eyes lowered and avoided looking at Cao Sini's gaze. Ning Yuan and Cao Sini are best friends who can talk about anything, except for the fact that they have both done something wrong. So, Ning Yuan didn't know how to explain to Cao Sini. Ning Yuan's cheeks were burning, and she stammered, Sini, don't be impatient, let me explain this to you slowly. Cao Sini frowned, came over and tried to pull apart the hands of Chu Fan and Ning Yuan. Let go of my hand. This joke is not funny at all. I'm going to get angry. Chapter 7, Kissing Ning Yuan in Public. Although Cao Sini despised Chu Fan and thought him unpromising, they had been together for 2 years after all, and she had grown accustomed to the feeling of being with the other person. Whether it was the voice, the breath, the figure, everything had left a deep impression in her mind. In Cao Sini's subconscious, she saw Chu Fan as a personal possession. Seeing him holding another woman's hand all of a sudden still made her feel as if her heart had been hit by a heavy hammer, and she felt very uncomfortable. It's like an old piece of clothing. Even though you don't like it anymore, you still don't like it when someone else wears it and ruins it, and it doesn't look good. After all, Chu Fan is nominally Cao Sini's boyfriend. Seeing this scene, Cao Sini felt a little jealous. Ding, the system has detected an emotional fluctuation in ex-girlfriend Cao Sini due to the host's actions, jealousy. Obtain Cao Sini's regret value, 1. Cao Sini's current regret value, 1. Current task progress 1%. Congratulations, the host has gained 1 system experience point, plus a random bonus of 2 million cash, which has been transferred to the host's account. Upon hearing the system's reward voice, Chu Fan's heart filled with a trace of joy. It seemed that his plan was effective, and Chu Fan's confidence was further strengthened. Moreover, the system's detection results could not be wrong, and Cao Sini did feel a slight fluctuation of emotions of jealousy. A sense of pleasure from revenge also emerged in Chu Fan's heart. After all, this was the first time Cao Sini had been jealous of Chu Fan. Cao Sini also became anxious. No matter how hard she tried, Chu Fan always held Ning Yuan's hand tightly. Cao Sini tried several times, but she couldn't break it. Cao Sini was so angry that her face turned red, and her beautiful eyes flashed with reproach as she said to Chu Fan, are you getting big-headed? I asked you to plant the golden pear seeds for me, but you didn't do it properly. And now you've got ideas about my best friend. But Chu Fan said with a carefree look, what's so strange about it? Just now, I was chatting with Ning Yuan and we had a really good time. Suddenly, the spark of love was born. I suddenly felt that Ning Yuan is not only beautiful, but also has a lovely personality. I suddenly fell in love with Ning Yuan, so I decided to be together with her. Don't you know that love is like a tornado? You might fall in love at first sight at any time. Chu Fan gave a long speech, which made Chen Jihao feel dumbfounded. I'll be damned, is this okay? Chen Jihao really didn't want to believe it, but he saw Ning Yuan in a shy posture, with her hands obediently in Chu Fan's hands, so he couldn't help but believe it. Cao Sini stared at Chu Fan with wide, incredulous eyes. The Chu Fan in front of her seemed to have suddenly become a different person, giving Cao Sini a feeling that was both familiar and somewhat strange. Is this still the same Chu Fan that she could easily manipulate? Cao Sini really couldn't believe what she was seeing. Turning to Ning Yuan, she asked angrily, Ning Yuan, is Chu Fan talking nonsense? Tell me, did Chu Fan pay you to act along with him? Cao Sini looked at Ning Yuan with eager and hopeful eyes. She really hoped that Ning Yuan would say that this was just a joke. Not only Cao Sini, but also Chu Fan and Chen Jihao's gazes were directed at Ning Yuan. Everyone was eager to hear Ning Yuan's final answer. Ning Yuan blushed, her mood like a swing suspended in the air, swinging back and forth. Although she didn't want to deceive her best friend, the thought of the somewhat shameful promise she had just made with Chu Fan. Ning Yuan had no choice but to cooperate with Chu Fan. Moreover, Cao Sini had told Ning Yuan herself that she didn't love Chu Fan. Ning Yuan felt that Cao Sini wouldn't lose out if she broke up with Chu Fan, and the worst that would happen would be to comfort Cao Sini afterwards. After Ning Yuan had made up her mind, her voice trembled slightly as she said, very shyly, Sini, don't be angry, what Chu Fan just said is true. Just now, I had a really good chat with Chu Fan, and I did feel love at first sight, so. Ning Yuan's words were soft and flattering, and they sounded very pleasant, but in Cao Sini's ears, they sounded like thunderclaps. What? Love at first sight? Cao Sini couldn't believe it as she looked at Xianing Yuan and then at Chu Fan. On the one side was her best friend, and on the other side was her boyfriend, and they had actually developed feelings for each other? Chen Jihao was also dumbfounded, and he looked at Chu Fan and Xianing Yuan in shock. Chen Jihao didn't believe Chu Fan's words, but now Xianing Yuan has confirmed it herself. The facts are right in front of him, and there's nothing Chen Jihao can do if he doesn't believe it. Chen Jihao looked at Xianing Yuan and even felt a hint of jealousy towards Chu Fan. Xianing Yuan and Cao Sini are comparable in beauty. Both are beautiful young women with delicate and enduring faces, long-haired floating urban beauties, and their figures are also graceful and enchanting. Chen Jihao quietly compared them. Xianing Yuan's figure was much plumper and sexier than Cao Sini's, and her upper body was more voluptuous, giving her a sense of strength. Although Chen Jihao was a rich young master, it was very difficult to get top beauties of Xianing Yuan and Cao Sini's caliber. After making this comparison, Chen Jihao even envied Chu Fan a little. Cao Sini was so angry that her lips were trembling. She looked at Chu Fan angrily and raised her voice. "You good-for-nothing Chu Fan, do you feel guilty about me? I've always been so good to you, I've always obeyed you and been loyal to you, but in return for my true heart, you've been so heartless. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Cao Sini spoke with pain in her heart about her own suffering, as if she had been head over heels in love with Chu Fan. It seems as if Chu Fan is the unfaithful one. Her acting was also just right, with the right amount of sadness in her expression. Just the right amount, too much and it would be too much, and too little and it would be too little. The vivid expression of those emotions made people want to applaud. Unfortunately, the three people present looked at her like she was an idiot, because they all knew very well in their hearts that Cao Sini didn't love Chu Fan at all. Xianing Yuan had heard Cao Sini say it herself that she was just playing with Chu Fan to fill the void. Chen Jihao naturally didn't believe it either. Just now, when he was in the room with Cao Sini was having a great time. Chu Fan let out a long sigh. If he had heard Cao Sini say these words before today, he would have been moved to tears. But now, the more touching Cao Sini's words are, the more Chu Fan feels that he is not worth the effort. Chu Fan can't bear to watch anymore, and says coldly, "Cao Sini, enough, don't pretend. You know what you did today." Cao Sini is stunned, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. "What do you mean?" Chu Fan points at Chen Jihao and says, "What were you doing with this Chen just now? Do you want to explain to me?" Cao Sini became flustered all of a sudden, her beautiful eyes darting about, her cheeks burning, as she defended herself somewhat weakly. "Don't be paranoid, his company has business dealings with ours, we were just talking about work." Chu Fan sneered, "Talking about work? Cao Sini, I didn't know you loved work so much. But did you need to go to a hotel to talk about work?" Cao Sini's pretty face instantly turned red, and she said with some guilty conscience, "How did you know?" Cao Sini suddenly thought of something and turned to Xianing Yuan and said, "You didn't tell him, did you?" Xianing Yuan became embarrassed all of a sudden. Strictly speaking, she did hint at something to Chu Fan. Xianing Yuan stammered and said, "Sini, didn't you say the other day that you were going to confront Chu Fan soon? I was thinking today that I would do you a favor and tell Chu Fan." "I'm sorry, Sini." "You." Cao Sini stamped her foot in anger, glared at Xianing Yuan and said, "How dare you make your own decisions? I did say that I would dump him recently, but I want to wait until he has the golden pear seed." Chu Fan stood coldly to the side, and when he heard Cao Sini's words, he felt very ridiculous. He thought about it day and night, and he couldn't wait for the golden pear seed to be spawned so that Cao Sini would be happy. Unexpectedly, the day the golden pear seed spawned was the day he was dumped. Cao Sini paused for a moment to calm her emotions down a bit. She took a deep breath and then turned to Chu Fan. Her face turned cold, and her beautiful eyes looked at Chu Fan with a trace of resentment and said, "Chu Fan, are you sure you want to break up with me?" Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, "What do you think? Look clearly, I like Xianing Yuan now." The next scene left Chen Jihao and Cao Sini both dumbfounded, because Chu Fan took Xianing Yuan into his arms, lifted up her snow-white chin, and kissed her on the lips. Chu Fan also deliberately rubbed his lips on Xianing Yuan's a few times, so that Chen Jihao and Cao Sini could see clearly. Xianing Yuan's pretty face turned red with shame, but she did not resist, and even closed her beautiful eyes, allowing Chu Fan to do whatever he wanted. Chen Jihao and Cao Sini were simply dumbfounded. They never expected Chu Fan to do such a thing as kiss Xianing Yuan in public. What made Chen Jihao even more envious and jealous was that Xianing Yuan did not resist, allowing Chu Fan to kiss her. Chapter 8, Pissed Off Cao Sini. Cao Sini glared at him angrily. Even though she didn't love Chu Fan, this scene still made her feel very uncomfortable. "Chu Fan! What are you doing? Are you deliberately trying to piss me off? Ding, the system has detected that ex-girlfriend Cao Sini is experiencing emotional fluctuations due to the host's actions. Anger. Obtain Cao Sini's regret value, 3. Cao Sini's current regret value, 4. Current task progress 4%. Congratulations, the host has gained 1 system experience point, along with a random bonus of 3 million cash, which has been transferred to the host's account. The system voice in his head made Chu Fan's heart rejoice. It seems that Cao Sini's regret value is not that difficult to obtain. The scent of Xiaoning Yuan's lip gloss in his nostrils also gave Chu Fan a sense of pleasure. Chu Fan. You just wait, I'll make you regret it. Cao Sini stamped her foot in anger, turned around and stormed out of the door. Chen Jihao gave Chu Fan a deep look in the eyes, and then chased after him out of the door. Sini, wait for me. In the hall, only Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan were left. Xiaoning Yuan covered her mouth coyly, and gave Chu Fan a flirtatious glare in her eyes and said, Naughty, you don't need to do this to make Sini angry, kissing someone in public. Xiaoning Yuan also knew that Chu Fan was deliberately trying to anger Cao Sini. Chu Fan said with a composed face, What are you afraid of? Cao Sini and I have officially broken up. In front of Cao Sini in the future, you will be my girlfriend. There is no law against me kissing my girlfriend. Xiaoning Yuan knew that she could not argue with Chu Fan, so she was aggrieved and said nothing. Xiaoning Yuan recalled the angry back of Cao Sini as she left, and she said with some worry, Chu Fan, what should I do next? Sini will definitely be very angry. Chu Fan gave Xiaoning Yuan a cold look. What should I call you? Xiaoning Yuan said with a pout, Master, what do you want me to do next? Chu Fan then said with satisfaction, From now on, you must keep in contact with Cao Sini and apologize to her constantly, so as to maintain your friendship. Chu Fan didn't want Xiaoning Yuan's friendship with Cao Sini to break up. Because if Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini continue to be best friends, Chu Fan will be able to appear in front of Cao Sini often as Xiaoning Yuan's boyfriend and earn her regret points. Xiaoning Yuan pouted and said plaintively, But Sini must hate me a lot because I'm the one who told you about her and Chen Jihao going to a hotel room. Chu Fan picked up his phone and transferred another 100,000 yuan to Xiaoning Yuan, saying, I transferred another 100,000 yuan to you. Go buy a designer bag for Cao Sini and say something sweet, and she'll definitely forgive you. An immediate system voice sounded in his head. Ding, host detected as target of binding. Spend 100,000 yuan, received 200,000 yuan in double cashback, which has been transferred to host's bank account. The sound of the system's cashback sounded very pleasant to Chu Fan's ears. Xiaoning Yuan looked at her phone and once again her pretty face was filled with surprise. Chu Fan had actually carelessly transferred another 100,000 yuan to her. Chu Fan, why are you suddenly so generous with your money? Xiaoning Yuan was shocked. She never imagined that Chu Fan would be as relaxed and casual as if he were handing out a small red envelope when transferring 100,000 yuan. Xiaoning Yuan knew that Chu Fan was just a delivery man and made only 5,000 yuan a month. In order to please Cao Sini, he could not save a penny a month. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan just transferred 500,000 yuan to her today, and now casually another 100,000 yuan. Chu Fan naturally would not explain anything. He pinched Xiaoning Yuan's face, feeling the tender and soft touch, and said indifferently, If you behave and be my slave, I won't treat you badly. You bought a designer bag worth tens of thousands of yuan for Cao Sini, and she should be able to calm down, right? Chu Fan had been with Cao Sini for 2 years, and of course knew her personality very well. Every time Cao Sini got angry, as long as Chu Fan gave her a gift, her face would immediately turn from gloomy to sunny. Of course, the degree of brightness depends on the value of the gift. Xiaoning Yuan naturally also knew Cao Sini's character very well, and she laughed, saying, It seems that you also know Sini very well. If I give her a designer bag, I guarantee that we will make up tomorrow. Chu Fan nodded and was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the screen and saw that it was the head of the shipping department, Lu Xueshi, calling. Chu Fan answered the phone and said, What is it, Manager Lu? Lu Xueshi said, Chu, I need you to deliver a truckload of materials from the Jade Factory this afternoon. Chu Fan was about to say yes as usual when he suddenly remembered that he had the system and didn't need to go to work anymore. After thinking for a moment, Chu Fan said directly, Manager Lu, I have some things going on recently and need to resign. I'll come in the afternoon to complete the resignation procedures, so you can assign the work to someone else. In the phone, Lu Xueshi's voice was clearly surprised. What? Chu Fan, you want to resign? Chu Fan said indifferently, Yes. I'll hang up now. After saying that, Chu Fan hung up the phone directly. In the freight department lounge, Lu Xiueshi put down the phone with a surprised face and said inexplicably, "Strange, why did Chu Fan suddenly say he wanted to resign?" Xiaoning Yuan also looked at Chu Fan with a surprised face. She had also heard Chu Fan's words about resigning. Xiaoning Yuan curiously asked, "Chu Fan, you want to resign? You're not giving up because C and I broke up with you, are you?" Xiaoning Yuan thought that Chu Fan knew that Cao Sini and Chen Xiao had a hotel room together, and he was so shocked that he wanted to give up. Chu Fan, however, said with a calm face, "I've long since wanted to quit this job. It's boring." Chu Fan really no longer wanted to be a delivery man. It was dull and boring. With the system, Chu Fan also wanted to try the life of luxury and debauchery. Chu Fan was about to go back and complete the resignation procedures, and turned to leave. Xiaoning Yuan curiously asked, "You're going back?" Chu Fan said indifferently, "Why, are you reluctant to let me go?" Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face turned red and she said, "Naughty, taking advantage of people." Chu Fan put his helmet on his head and said, "I'm leaving. Remember to keep Cao Sini entertained." Xiaoning Yuan muttered, "I know." Chu Fan nodded with satisfaction, turned to leave, but before he left, he glanced at Xiaoning Yuan's bright red lips. Chu Fan's heart stirred, and he took off the helmet he had just put on and walked over. Xiaoning Yuan saw Chu Fan's eyes and her face paled. She said, "Master, what are you going to do? What do you think the master wants?" "The master wants to kiss you," Chu Fan said without allowing any resistance. After Xiaoning Yuan's delicate lips suffered again, Chu Fan rode away on his little electric moped with a satisfied look on his face. Looking at Chu Fan's departing back, Xiaoning Yuan covered her mouth and sulked, "I hate it, he doesn't care about women at all." Chu Fan took out all of his anger towards Cao Sini and vented it on Xiaoning Yuan. Xiaoning Yuan's mouth also suffered. Xiaoning Yuan was very depressed. Today, she was actually kissed by Chu Fan 3 times in a row, and she could only obediently endure it. "Hey, how can I live the rest of my life? I, Xiaoning Yuan, am beautiful as a flower, a little fairy beauty like an angel, but in the future, I will have to be the girlfriend of a delivery boy. Oh, since ancient times, beautiful women have had a hard life." Xiaoning Yuan had a sad face, looking at her own reflection and feeling sorry for herself. If only Chu Fan weren't a delivery boy, she thought. Xiaoning Yuan still found it hard to accept that her future boyfriend was a delivery boy. Xiaoning Yuan helplessly took out her phone and prepared to call Cao Sini. Xiaoning Yuan muttered with a pout, "Chu Fan, you're so bad. You've fallen out with Sini, but you want me to make her feel better." Xiaoning Yuan thought about what to say, took a deep breath, and then messaged Cao Sini. "Sini, don't be angry, let me explain." Cao Sini replied coldly, "There's nothing to explain, I thought you were my best friend, and you actually betrayed me. I, Cao Sini, was blind to have been your friend." Cao Sini's tone was extremely cold, as if she had been deeply hurt by Xiaoning Yuan. Xiaoning Yuan was not discouraged, she knew her best friend's personality very well. Xiaoning Yuan sent another smiley face emoticon and said, "Sini baby, please listen to someone's explanation." Cao Sini immediately replied, "No way. Who do you think I am? Just because you want me to listen to your explanation, I have to obediently listen to you? I'm telling you, even if the universe were to collapse, I would never listen to your explanation. I guarantee it with my character." Humph. Seeing Cao Sini's reply, Xiaoning Yuan was not discouraged at all. She directly selected a 50,000 yuan Hermes Kelly bag in powder purple from the luxury goods mall, sent the link and picture to Cao Sini, and typed, "Sini baby, don't be angry. I know you've wanted this Hermes bag for a long time. I'll buy one for you. Will you listen to my explanation?" There was silence on Cao Sini's end, and a minute later she messaged back, "Are you serious? You're not going to lie to me, are you?" Xiaoning Yuan's mouth curled up into a smug smile. As a best friend, she knew Cao Sini well. Whenever she got angry, she would just need a gift, and she would immediately be all smiles again. Xiaoning Yuan typed, "I'm not lying to you. Just wait, I'll place the order right now, and you'll receive it in 2 hours." Xiaoning Yuan placed the order directly and bought the Hermes Kelly bag that was priced at 50,000. The name and address of the consignee were both Cao Sini's. Then she sent a screenshot of the order to Cao Sini. On the other side, Cao Sini took out her phone and saw that Xiaoning Yuan had actually placed the order for the Hermes bag very cheerfully, and the consignee was herself. Cao Sini's beautiful eyes were wide with surprise. Chapter 9, Resignedly Resign. Meeting Tan Fei. Cao Sini muttered in surprise, strange, why didn't Ning Yuan so readily give me a 50,000 yuan bag today? Doesn't she still owe Lu Xiaowei more than 400,000 yuan? Cao Sini was very surprised. Although she and Ning Yuan often gave each other gifts, they had never given such expensive ones. It seems that Ning Yuan really meant it when she apologized by giving such an expensive gift all of a sudden. Cao Sini has also liked this Hermes bag for a long time. As soon as she saw the beautiful photo of the Hermes bag, she immediately felt a twinkle in her eyes, and she couldn't wait to hold it in her hands. Cao Sini was naturally moved. She thought about it and typed, "Okay, it seems that you are still very sincere in explaining to me, so just tell me, what happened today? How did you and Xu Fan get together?" In fact, Cao Sini also really wanted to know what had happened, so she just asked. How did Ning Yuan, her best friend, suddenly start dating her boyfriend without any warning? And today, Xu Fan even kissed Ning Yuan in public, which completely shocked and stunned Cao Sini. She had no idea what was going on. Seeing Cao Sini's reply, Ning Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile of triumph. She knew that if she just said a few more kind words, Cao Sini would make up with her. However, in order to make up with Cao Sini and spend 50,000 yuan on a Hermes bag, Ning Yuan still felt a little pain, even though it was Xu Fan's money. Ning Yuan thought about it and typed, "Sini baby, don't be angry. You know that sometimes women can get carried away by love. Recently, for some reason, I have feelings for Xu Fan and have become a prisoner of love without knowing it." Ning Yuan explained to Cao Sini as Xu Fan had asked her to. Ning Yuan was also very helpless. She could only stand by Xu Fan's side and obey his every command. Not only did she have something on Xu Fan, but he had also transferred 600,000 yuan to her today. After thinking about it, Ning Yuan realized that she could only listen to Xu Fan. When she saw Ning Yuan's message, Cao Sini was stunned. She frowned and replied with great confusion. "Wait, didn't you used to look down on Xu Fan? Didn't you advise me to get rid of Xu Fan?" Ning Yuan gritted her teeth and continued to explain. "Hey, I know, but I suddenly have feelings for Xu Fan. I suddenly feel that he is my type. Besides, you now have Chen Xiao as your boyfriend. Chen Xiao is the son of a major corporation, which is much better than Xu Fan, right? How can Xu Fan compare to Chen Xiao?" When Ning Yuan mentioned Chen Xiao, Cao Sini's mouth also curled up into a smug smile. Ning Yuan was absolutely right, there was no way that Xu Fan could compare to Chen Xiao. This Chen Jihao was a second-generation rich kid, the young vice president of a company, handsome and rich, and could be said to have an unlimited future. If she could be with Chen Jihao, it would be a great honor for Cao Sini. In the past, when she introduced her boyfriend as a delivery man, Cao Sini felt ashamed. In the future, when she introduces him, Cao Sini can probably introduce her boyfriend as a company vice president. When she thinks about this, Cao Sini's heart suddenly feels relieved and happy. The little sadness of breaking up with Xu Fan was suddenly thrown into the clouds and forgotten. Cao Sini typed a reply with a smiling face, "You're right, that loser Xu Fan really can't compare to Chen Xiao." Okay, I'm not mad at you anymore. In view of your sincerity in giving me the Hermes bag, we will still be best BFFs in the future, never betraying each other. Smiley face heart face. Ning Yuan also replied, "Well, we will always be best friends. No one can tear us apart." Happy face emoji. Ning Yuan put down her phone, gave a small smile, and let out a sigh of relief. She had finally cheered Cao Sini up. The next moment, Ning Yuan thought about her own bleak future, and suddenly felt emo, with the feeling of wanting to cry but having no tears. Ning Yuan muttered plaintively, "Hey, in the future, my boyfriend will be a delivery driver, and the future is simply dark and gloomy." Although Xu Fan said he would quit his job, Ning Yuan knew that Xu Fan could do nothing but drive, and she guessed that Xu Fan would just be working in a different place. Ning Yuan always felt very embarrassed around Xu Fan, and she was simply no match for someone from high society like Chen Xiao. Ning Yuan sighed and sent Xu Fan another message, "Master, the task you assigned me is complete. I have made up with Sini." On the other side, Xu Fan saw the message Ning Yuan had sent and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The way things had developed was more or less as he had planned, and Xu Fan was very satisfied. Xu Fan returned on his little electric moped. Bright light shone warmly on the road, and a breeze filled with the smell of summer blew on Xu Fan's face, refreshing him. He could still smell the scent of Ning Yuan's lips and teeth between his nostrils, making Xu Fan can't help but reminisce about the feeling of kissing that long, straight, black-haired beauty. Xu Fan had to admit that the feeling was still unforgettable. After all, Xiaoning Yuan is a young and beautiful black-haired beauty. A short video she casually posted online immediately attracted a group of wolf friends, with comments and likes numbering in the thousands. When Chu Fan thought about the way Xiaoning Yuan looked when he kissed her, begging for more, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. In the future, he could taste the beauty's red lips as much as he wanted, and Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a little excited. After more than 20 minutes, Chu Fan returned to the shipping department. Chu Fan wrote a resignation application and collected his work ID, car keys, file cabinet keys, etc., all together, ready to give them to his supervisor Lu Xueshi. His colleague and friend Li Duoyu came over with a face of pity and said, "Chu Fan, you were fine this morning, but after visiting your girlfriend, you came back and want to resign?" Chu Fan said calmly, "I broke up with Cao Sini." Li Duoyu was surprised and said, "What? You broke up?" "Yes." Li Duoyu seemed to understand something and exclaimed in surprise, "You're not saying you don't want to work because you broke up, are you?" Naturally, Chu Fan would not say that he had a system and therefore wanted to resign, so he casually said, "Sort of." Li Duoyu sighed, as if he had understood something, patted Chu Fan on the shoulder and said, "Hey, I've long felt that you and that girlfriend wouldn't last long. Your girlfriend is also too pretty, like a celebrity, and I don't think she'll be devoted to you." Chu Fan shrugged and said, "You're not very nice. Shouldn't you be comforting me?" Li Duoyu's face wore a hint of comfort, and he said with some reluctance, "Don't be too sad. You're so pure and innocent, and I guarantee with my handsome face that that woman doesn't deserve you." Chu Fan laughed freely and said, "Forget it, let's go. Let's play games together in the future." Chu Fan didn't want to stay any longer, so he took his resignation application and went to the office of the supervisor Lu Xueshi. Li Duoyu looked at Chu Fan's back and a trace of reluctance appeared on his face. After Chu Fan left, he had one less companion at work and felt even lonelier. The resignation process went quite smoothly, and Lu Xueshi also expressed regret at Chu Fan's departure. Lu Xueshi actually quite liked Chu Fan. Chu Fan usually worked steadily and responsibly, which made him feel at ease. Chu Fan suddenly resigned, and Lu Xueshi was still a little reluctant to let him go. He tried to persuade him a few times, but Chu Fan was determined to go. After completing the resignation procedures, Chu Fan left the shipping department of Jinlan Jade Sculpture Pavilion very calmly. Under the blue sky, the bright sunshine shone through the scattered white clouds and fell from the sky, illuminating Chu Fan's face. Chu Fan let out a long breath and stretched his limbs with pleasure. With the system, Chu Fan can embrace a brand new life. He readjusts his mindset, letting his mood lighten a bit, and prepares to embrace a new life of luxury. Chu Fan is riding his scooter past a popular online drink shop called Shinrui Ice Drinks, and sees that the shop is doing a roaring trade with a steady stream of customers. Chu Fan suddenly feels a bit thirsty, and prepares to go into the shop to sit for a while and have a drink, and take the opportunity to study the system a bit. Chu Fan parked the electric car, walked in, found a table and sat down, and scanned the QR code to order a glass of watermelon oolong tea. Soon, a waitress in a maid's uniform came over with a tray. "Enjoy your meal, sir." A pleasant, soft voice came from the waitress, and a pale, delicate hand holding a glass of watermelon ice milk tea was gently placed in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan nodded and said, "Thank you." Chu Fan glanced at the female clerk unintentionally and was instantly dazzled. This female clerk had a very pretty face, with a touch of innocence between her brows, sparkling beautiful eyes, and very fair skin, exuding a youthful aura. Her figure was also full and delicate, with ample and high-slung breasts, a slender waist, a plump pear-shaped butt, and the whole person was graceful, making people feel like they were basking in the spring breeze. Chu Fan suddenly felt that she looked familiar. He was momentarily taken aback and said, "Hey, aren't you Tan Fei?" Tan Fei. The female shop assistant named Tan Fei blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, took a closer look at Chu Fan, and also remembered, "You are Chu Fan?" Chu Fan and Tan Fei were classmates in high school, and they hadn't seen each other for a few years, so it took a moment for him to remember. Chapter 10, Obtaining the First Property. Ding, host detected causing pretty girl's attention, system binding new target. Name, Tan Fei. Age, 23 years old. Face value, 91. Measurements, 91D, 53, 87. Height, 163. Occupation, beverage store clerk. Favorability, 1. Purity, 100. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. The target number has changed again, and it is now, target number of favorable impressions, 3. When Chu Fan saw that the system had bound Tan Fei, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. He had a good impression of this Tan Fei since high school. Although her appearance score is 91, which is 2 points lower than Xiaoning Yuan's, she is still a very pretty girl. Chu Fan is a little curious and activates the see-through phrases function on Tan Fei. Several transparent information boxes immediately appear around her. Wish list 1, I really want a pay rise. It would be great if my salary automatically increased by 200 yuan every month. I'd love to be a little boss lady. Wish list 2, I really want to try the feeling of being gently bitten on the ear. It seems that this is a very simple beauty with no private wishes. However, Chu Fan was shocked by Tan Fei's second wish. He never imagined that this beautiful woman, who exudes a gentle and pretty aura, actually had such a special hobby, wanting to try the feeling of being bitten on the ear. Chu Fan couldn't help but glance at Tan Fei's ears. Those small, white, tender ears were very delicate and cute, with a hint of rosy pink in the white. Under the warm sunlight, you could see the fine, cute fluff, and it was embellished with a silver pendant, adding a few more charms to her already very good-looking face. She really looked beautiful. I can't imagine that picture. Chu Fan quickly removed his distracting thoughts and asked with a smile, what a coincidence. Do you work here? Tan Fei nodded and smiled sweetly, yes, and you? It seems I heard that you work as a delivery person at a company? Tan Fei also had some impression of Chu Fan. Although the two of them didn't speak much in high school, the impression was not bad. Chu Fan nodded with a faint smile, but then added, yes, but I just quit. Tan Fei Mei's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, resigned? Why? Tan Fei Mei was curious and wanted to ask again, but a woman's voice came sternly, Tan Fei, the store is so busy, why are you chatting with the customer? Behind the counter, a female manager in her 30s named Yang Qingxua was staring at Tan Fei with cold eyes and an unhappy expression. Tan Fei hurriedly replied to the 30-year-old woman, coming, Manager Yang. After saying that, Tan Fei stuck out her tongue at Chu Fan and whispered, my old classmate, I can't chat with you anymore, our manager is very fierce, she's going to scold someone. Chu Fan nodded and said, okay, you go ahead. Chu Fan thought that Tan Fei's way of sticking out her tongue was quite cute. Tan Fei gave Chu Fan a small smile, then walked quickly back to the counter and continued serving the customers. Chu Fan looked at Tan Fei's back and just felt that her figure had become more voluptuous than it had been in high school, and that she walked with a nice little sway, exuding a mature charm that was different from the innocence of her high school days. I never thought that Tan Fei would be even more beautiful now. Chu Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Chu Fan took the watermelon ice milk tea, took a hearty sip, and the crisp, sweet watermelon was very good, and the tea was also rich and fragrant. A sweet aroma lingered on the tongue, and Chu Fan thoroughly enjoyed it, a smile of pleasure on his face. Tan Fei returned to the counter, and after serving drinks to the guests at 2 tables, she quietly brought Chu Fan a plate of cut mangoes. Chu Fan was puzzled, huh? I didn't order mangoes? Tan Fei smiled at Chu Fan and said, old classmate, it's been a long time, I brought you this. Chu Fan was a little moved. He didn't expect that this Tan Fei was still quite nice to him and even brought him fruit. Chu Fan felt a little better about Tan Fei, but still found it a little interesting. One of Tan Fei's wish entries was a very special hobby, wanting to taste the feeling of having her ear bitten. Chu Fan couldn't help but look at Tan Fei's small, white ears again, which were very cute. Tan Fei was taken aback and wondered what Chu Fan was looking at her ears so strangely for. Naturally, she had no idea that Chu Fan had learned about her little wish through the system. Chu Fan thanked her, thank you very much. Tan Fei looked carefully at the store manager Yang behind the counter and whispered, I can't chat with you for long, or the manager will scold me again. Chu Fan quickly nodded, go ahead and do your work, don't worry about me. After Tan Fei turned around and left, Chu Fan pretended to be playing with his phone, but was actually studying the system. This system actually has system coins and reality coins? Chu Fan called up the asset panel. Possessions. System coin balance, 326,100,000 yuan. Reality coin balance, 875.25 yuan. Chu Fan opened the bank account on his phone and saw that the balance was the sum of the system currency and the real currency, 326,108,750 yuan. Chu Fan looked at the system description again. System currency can only be used for consumption and enjoyment? It cannot be used for investment? Damn, I'm not even as good as Wan Duoyu? Wan Duoyu can invest everywhere. Chu Fan remembered a movie he had seen. The system can recycle real currency and use it to purchase system goods? Chu Fan thought about it for a while, and it seemed that the system was encouraging him to earn real currency and use it to buy useful system goods to improve his strength. At this time, the system seemed to be responding to Chu Fan, and a voice sounded. Ding! In order for the host to become familiar with the system and grow quickly, the system is giving away a second novice treasure chest. May I ask the host if you would like to open the second novice treasure chest? Yes, no. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This system was amazing. Not only did it actively answer his questions, it also gave him a second novice treasure chest. Chu Fan simply selected, yes. Successfully opened the second novice treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have obtained all the shares of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. Explanation: during the acquisition process, the foundation controlled by the system acquired the shares at a price 15.2% higher than the market price. When the host confirms that they have obtained the property, the system will change the timeline of the original owner of the property by 1 day. Therefore, when the system announces that the host has obtained the property rights, the lawyer of the System Foundation has already completed the transaction negotiations with the original owner in advance, and the host only needs to collect the property rights transfer documents. Please contact the original owner and sign the agreement for the transfer of the shop contract for confirmation. The contact information of the original owner has been sent to the host's mobile phone. Chu Fan's phone immediately received a text message with the name and phone number of the owner of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. Chu Fan's eyes widened in surprise. What? All the shares of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop? Chu Fan was suddenly excited. This system is so generous with rewards, giving him a thriving tea shop right away. Chu Fan looked around and saw that the tea shop was very trendy and avant-garde in its decor, spotlessly clean, with all the equipment, tables, and chairs new. The location was also good, with a steady stream of people and very good business. Chu Fan was very excited at the thought of the good business of the Xinrui Ice Shop already belonging to him. At this time, Chu Fan's phone rang, and when he looked, it was actually the original owner of the Xinrui Ice Shop calling. Chu Fan answered the phone and spoke calmly, "Hello." A middle-aged woman's voice came from the phone, her tone polite. "Hello, is this Mr. Chu?" Chu Fan nodded. "This is Chu Fan, and you are Mr. Lu, right?" The female voice on the phone said in a respectful tone, "Yes, I am Lu Huifan, the owner of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. I have just finished talking with your lawyer, and the money has been transferred. Now we just need to meet and sign the shop transfer agreement to complete the transaction. Where are you now? I can come with the shop transfer agreement for you to sign." Lu Huifan is currently at the business office, having just finished discussing the details of the transaction with her lawyer. Lu Huifan is very happy with the deal, as the other party has offered 15.2% more than the market price, so Lu Huifan has also excitedly agreed to the other party's purchase request. Lu Huifan was very impressed by the professionalism of the other lawyer, and the transfer of funds was also very smooth. As soon as she signed the letter of intent, the other party transferred the funds directly, without any delays. Lu Huifan could tell by her gut feeling that the buyer of her Xinrui ice cream shop must be someone important, otherwise he would not have such a professional lawyer acting on his behalf. Lu Huifan surmised that Chu Fan was probably the offspring of a major power figure, and was out experiencing life. Therefore, when Lu Huifan called, her tone was polite to the extreme, and she did not dare offend Chu Fan in any way. Chu Fan was a little surprised. The other party's tone was really too polite and courteous, which made him a little curious. Just how powerful was the system that made Lu Huifan so polite? Lu Huifan said that she had negotiated a preliminary contract with the attorney, and it seemed that the system's foundation had some very capable lawyers helping with some matters. Chu Fan said directly, "I'm here at Xinrui Ice Drink Shop, so you can just come over." Lu Huifan's voice was full of surprise. "So you're inspecting the store?" "That's great, because I have some documents, contracts, and keys to give you. Please wait a moment, I can be there in about 20 minutes. Chapter 11: The store manager arrives. Chu Fan nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Chu Fan tilted his head and took a sip of the iced milk tea with watermelon, feeling even more content. This kind of life is all about enjoyment. Chu Fan felt the happiness of the evil capitalist. He saw the busy store staff, and every time they served a customer a cup of tea, they were making a profit for their boss. And every employee in this store is his own employee, including even that charming and graceful high school classmate Tan Fei, who will have to obey his orders in the future. Just thinking about it, Chu Fan became a little excited. I never thought I could enjoy the happiness of a capitalist. Chu Fan felt a little emotional. Chu Fan suddenly thought of something and asked in his head. "System, the daily profit of this Xinrui ice drink shop is considered to be reality currency, right?" In the asset panel, there are two types of assets: system currency and reality currency. In comparison, reality currency is obviously more difficult to obtain, and it is also the only currency that can be used to purchase system goods. Therefore, Chu Fan is very concerned about whether the profits earned by the store are reality currency. Yes, the profits earned from the industry owned by the host in the real world are reality currency. Please note that the system assets will only change when the profits are remitted to the host's bank account. Chu Fan nodded. It seems that he has to let the Xinrui ice drink shop transfer its profits to his account every day in order to see an increase in the real currency in the asset panel. At this time, Tan Fei lightly twisted her graceful waist, carrying a hint of fragrance, and passed by with a tray of drinks. Chu Fan suddenly thought of something and called out to her with a faint smile, "Tan Fei, is the store manager not treating you well?" Tan Fei glanced up at the counter, saw that the store manager was not looking over here, nodded, and lowered her voice. "This store manager is very fierce, she scolds us a lot, so keep your voice down so she doesn't hear you." Chu Fan gave a mysterious smile and said, "Then let's replace her, okay?" Tan Fei sighed and said, "I want to, but only the boss has the authority to replace the store manager, so it's useless for me to think about it." Chu Fan laughed and said, "It's okay, I'll help you replace her in a little while." Tan Fei froze, her beautiful eyes blinked in confusion, not understanding why Chu Fan had said that. Tan Fei asked in confusion, "What do you mean? You want to replace the store manager?" Chu Fan smiled faintly, "Isn't the store manager treating you badly? I'll help you replace him." Tan Fei was even more confused. "How are you going to do that? Are you kidding?" Tan Fei felt that Chu Fan was trying to cheer her up and was joking with her, otherwise how could Chu Fan, a delivery person, replace a store manager? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +4. Tan Fei's favor, 5. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 system point and a random bonus, 3 million in cash, which has been transferred to your account. Hearing the system reward, Chu Fan was delighted. It seemed that Tan Fei had felt his concern. Before Chu Fan could say anything, behind the counter, Yang Qinghua's cold voice came across sharply. "Tan Fei, you're chatting with the customer again? You're not listening to me, aren't you?" Yang Qinghua glared at Tan Fei unhappily, feeling that Tan Fei was taking advantage of her youth and beauty to flirt with customers. Moreover, Yang Qinghua was plain and had an innate hostility towards beautiful women like Tan Fei. She felt uncomfortable no matter how she looked at it, and whenever she talked to a man, she felt like she was seducing him. A flash of frustration passed through Tan Fei's beautiful eyes, and she felt depressed again when the store manager criticized her. Tan Fei was about to agree, but Chu Fan stood up first and said to Yang Qinghua, "Manager, you've misunderstood. It wasn't Tan Fei who was chatting with me, I had a question for her, is that not allowed?" Chu Fan also couldn't stand Yang Qinghua anymore. Tan Fei and Chu Fan had only been talking for less than 2 minutes when Yang Qinghua started shouting at them. Yang Qinghua was taken aback. She quickly glanced at Chu Fan and saw that he was dressed very plainly and looked very frugal. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yang Qinghua's mouth as she said, "What's it to you if I'm teaching my staff the meaning of life?" Chu Fan said coldly, "Isn't it the job of a shop assistant to serve customers? What's wrong with me asking her questions as a customer?" Yang Qinghua's expression of undisguised contempt said, "Ooh, you think you're God just because you ordered a glass of watermelon ice milk tea? Do you know how many cups of milk tea we sell in a day? If every customer is like you, chatting with my shop assistants about this and that, will my shop assistants still be able to do their work?" Chu Fan was a little upset. He felt that as a shop assistant, he should serve customers well, and even if there were a few difficult customers, he should take care of them as best as possible, because very often the reputation of the shop depended on those difficult customers. Chu Fan felt that this Yang Qinghua was not a qualified store manager. Chu Fan snorted, saying indifferently, "Think whatever you want, but you won't be working here for long." Chu Fan had already made up her mind, and she didn't bother arguing with Yang Qinghua anymore. She sat back down at her seat and took another sip of milk tea with ease. Yang Qinghua sneered contemptuously, "What kind of moron are you? You think you're so good just because you ordered a glass of iced milk tea with watermelon? You want to teach your old lady a lesson? You can forget about it." Tan Fei was afraid that Chu Fan and Yang Qinghua would start arguing again. She quietly tugged Chu Fan's shirt with her small, white hand and whispered, "Chu Fan, don't argue with her. If you make her angry, the manager might get upset and fire me." Tan Fei's pretty face showed a hint of worry. In the past, some colleagues had been scolded by Yang Qinghua until they couldn't hold their temper anymore, and they had argued with her. They were fired that day. Tan Fei was afraid that she would also be fired. Chu Fan smiled reassuringly at Tan Fei and said, "Don't worry, I'm here, she can't fire you." Tan Fei looked puzzled, not knowing why Chu Fan said that, and Chu Fan's confident smile felt very real. But Tan Fei didn't have time to think about it anymore, as Yang Qinghua was still staring over here, so Tan Fei hurriedly went to serve other customers. After another 10 minutes or so, a middle-aged woman dressed appropriately, looking a little plump, wearing gold earrings and a gold necklace, appeared at the door with a file folder in her hand. She was the former owner of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop, Lu Huifan, who had arrived. Lu Huifan invested in a milk tea shop and several dessert shops, and was usually very busy, rarely appearing at the storefront of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. As soon as she saw Lu Huifan, Yang Qinghua, who had been frowning, immediately changed her expression, revealing a friendly smile and warmly welcoming her. Yang Qinghua squeezed out a flattering and pleasing smile and said, "Oh, no wonder I've been feeling like I'm going to meet someone important today. Sister Lu, you really rarely come in person." Tan Fei was tidying up the leftovers on a table when she saw boss Lu Huifan arrive. She couldn't help but show a trace of envy in her beautiful eyes and took a few secret glances. Tan Fei envied Lu Huifan, the owner of a small business like this one. She owned several shops and hardly had to work, content to be a hands-off boss. Tan Fei longed for this kind of laid-back life, but she could only think about it, knowing that she didn't have the capital for it. Tan Fei couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The location of this Xinrui ice drink shop was on the pedestrian street in the luxury business district, so it was very popular with customers. Lu Huifan scanned the shop, but didn't see Chu Fan. Lu Huifan then said to Yang Qinghua, "Young Yang, it so happens that I have something to announce to everyone. This is a bit sudden, so don't be too surprised." Chapter 12, What? The new boss is Chu Fan? Seeing Lu Huifan's serious expression, Yang Qinghua was taken aback and said, "What is it that you want to announce, Boss Lu?" Lu Huifan smiled and said, "That is to say, from now on, I am no longer your boss. I have just completed a transaction with the boss's lawyer and transferred this shop to someone else. A new boss will soon take over this shop, so you should work hard for him in the future." As Lu Huifan finished speaking, all the employees at Xinrui Ice Cream Parlor were stunned. What? The shop has been transferred? We have a new boss? Who is the new boss? Several employees in uniforms couldn't help but start talking, filled with curiosity. As employees, the best hope is to meet a good boss. Several employees began to pray, hoping that the new boss would be an easygoing person. Tan Fei also looked at Lu Huifan with surprise in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that Lu Huifan had already transferred the Xinrui ice drink shop. Yang Qinghua was even more shocked and stuttered, "What? Boss Lu, this news is so sudden, why didn't you give me advance notice?" Lu Huifan revealed a hint of apology, but couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. She said, "This is indeed very sudden. The main reason is that the other party offered a great price. I can make a profit, and I was afraid that if I passed this village, there would be no more store, so I quickly completed the transaction." Lu Huifan was still very happy with the deal, because the price the other lawyer had quoted was 15.2% higher than the market price. In fact, the market is not very prosperous at the moment, and many shops are unable to sell even when they are marked down. Lu Huifan was very happy to have made such a good deal, and she could be said to have picked up a bargain. Hearing Lu Huifan's words, the employees of Xinrui Ice Cream Shop also understood that the transfer process of the shop had been completed, and all the employees now had a new boss, although they did not yet know who the boss was. Yang Qinghua was even more curious about the identity of the new boss. As the store manager, she and the boss naturally needed to have frequent contact. Yang Qinghua rolled her eyes and hurriedly asked, "Boss Lu, can you give me the new boss's phone number? I want to report to the new boss and make a good impression on him." Yang Qinghua was preparing to ingratiate herself with the new boss and show off her superb qualities, in the hope that the new boss might be pleased and give her a pay rise. Lu Huifan, however, turned her head and looked around the shop again, muttering to herself, "No need, I came here to get the new boss to sign the shop transfer agreement. I just spoke to the new boss on the phone, and he said he was already in the shop." All the employees were even more surprised. "What? The new boss is already in the shop?" Tan Fei also opened her mouth in surprise, not expecting the new boss to have arrived so early. Yang Qinghua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. When Lu Huifan's gaze swept nearby, Chu Fan waved at her calmly. Chu Fan said calmly, "Boss Lu, I'm here." Lu Huifan smiled, walked over, and sat opposite Chu Fan, with a polite smile on her face. "Wow, Boss Chu is so young." Although Lu Huifan had already seen Chu Fan's age in advance in the information, when she saw Chu Fan in person, she was still shocked by Chu Fan's young and immature face. Lu Huifan was even more convinced that Chu Fan was a second-generation rich kid from a big family who was just buying this shop to experience life and have some fun. Lu Huifan was even more afraid of angering Chu Fan, and her face was full of a respectful smile, to the extreme of politeness. Seeing this scene, all the employees of Xinrui Ice Cream Parlor were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Holy cow, it's him? Our new boss is that young guy? He looks younger than me, just a little over 20? Damn, we're the same age, and he's the boss while I'm his employee. Why is Boss Lu so respectful towards that young guy? Most of the employees were shocked by Chu Fan's youth, and that slightly childish face was really hard to imagine as a boss. Tan Fei also stared in amazement, unable to believe that Chu Fan, the somewhat quiet male classmate in high school, would be her boss in the future. The person who was most shocked was naturally Yang Qinghua. She looked at Chu Fan in amazement, her mouth wide open as if she could stick an apple in it. It was actually him? How was this possible? Yang Qinghua felt like fainting. The little boy she had despised just now was actually her boss? Yang Qinghua wanted to die. Lu Huifan carefully took out a shop transfer agreement, store lease change procedures, the business license of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop, and the key to the roller shutter door from the file bag, as well as the keys to several file cabinets, cash boxes, and material cabinets, and placed them all on the table. Lu Huifan said politely, Mr. Chu, your lawyer and I have already discussed the other procedures. I have received the transfer fee of 1.06 million, and now I just need your personal signature on this shop transfer agreement, and the shop will be yours. Chu Fan was a little excited, but he tried to remain calm and smiled slightly. Okay. Chu Fan took the shop transfer agreement and looked at it carefully. After feeling that there was no problem, Chu Fan picked up the signature pen and wrote his name in the signature space on the shop transfer agreement, Chu Fan. Seeing that Chu Fan had signed, which meant that the transaction was successful, Lu Huifan also let out a long breath and revealed a hint of a smile. Lu Huifan smiled and applauded, saying, Congratulations, Boss Chu, from now on, the Xinrui Ice Drink Shop belongs to you. Chu Fan also noticed that in the system asset panel, the number of properties owned, which had originally been 0, had become 1. Number of properties owned, 1. Name, Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. Detailed information, Xinrui Ice Drink Shop, located on the pedestrian street in the luxury business district, has 10 employees, sells about 2,500 cups of milk tea per day, has a daily turnover of about 40,000 yuan, and a daily profit of about 10,000 yuan. Chu Fan was also very happy, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he nodded, saying, Thank you, Boss Lu. At this time, Lu Huifan also turned to Yang Qinghua and said, Manager Yang, please serve Chu Fan and me each a cup of pineapple honey lemon tea, so that Chu Fan can try our store's signature drink. Hearing that she had to personally serve Chu Fan tea, Yang Qinghua regretted it so much that she wanted to die. Yang Qinghua quickly asked an employee to make 2 cups of pineapple honey lemon tea, then personally carried the tray and walked over with a stiff upper lip, before carefully placing the 2 cups of pineapple honey lemon tea in front of Lu Huifan and Chu Fan. Yang Qinghua tried hard to keep her smile from looking so awkward, and stiffly said, Mr. Yang, Mr. Chu, please enjoy. Chu Fan had an expressionless face, as if he had ignored Yang Qinghua. Lu Huifan smiled and introduced, Boss Chu, this is our store's best-selling signature drink. Every day, we can sell more than 1,000 cups of this drink alone. Chu Fan inserted the straw and took a sip, savoring the taste. It was indeed sweet and sour, refreshing the mouth, and with the fresh fruit pulp, a sweet and refreshing flavor filled the heart, and the texture was very good. Chu Fan nodded, as the signature drink of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop, this pineapple honey lemon tea did taste very good. Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, The taste is really good. Lu Huifan also smiled faintly and said, Boss Chu, as the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. Why don't you take this opportunity to give the staff a little meeting and give a speech? It's a good chance for the staff to get to know you. Chu Fan had been a quiet person since childhood, and he had never spoken in public before, so he was still a little nervous. But Chu Fan also knew that a man should be more assertive in these situations. Chu Fan forced himself to remain calm and nodded indifferently, That's good. Today is a good day to formally get to know everyone. I happen to have some thoughts on personnel matters as well. Lu Huifan immediately clapped her hands to attract the attention of all the employees and said, Keep 2 storekeepers on to continue working, and the rest of you come here. Boss Chu will give you a little meeting. Soon, several employees in the store stood in front of Chu Fan and Lu Huifan, forming a line. Tan Fei was also among the employees, hunched over with some restraint. She had a very strange feeling. The new boss in front of her was actually Chu Fan, the quiet male classmate from high school, which made Tan Fei feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 13, Promoting Tan Fei to Store Manager. Not only Tan Fei, but Chu Fan also felt uncomfortable in his heart. His personality was not one to seek the limelight, and when he had to speak in situations, he would muddle through with the simplest words. However, when he thought that the people standing in front of him were all his subordinates, and that everyone had to obey his orders, the feeling of being in control still gave Chu Fan a sense of pleasure, which made Chu Fan feel a bit bolder. Seeing some employees still showing him a submissive expression, and others avoiding his gaze, Chu Fan also felt a sense of the dignity of power. In the past, he was the one avoiding the gaze of his teachers or leaders, but now he was the one being avoided. Chu Fan had to admit that power did have a kind of mesmerizing charm. Chu Fan cleared his throat and tried to sound calm as he said, "Everyone is a very good employee, and I don't have much to say. Just continue to carry out the work in the store as usual. However, I want to make a personnel adjustment in the store today." As soon as Chu Fan said he wanted to make a personnel adjustment, some employees showed surprised expressions. Tan Fei's pretty face also revealed a hint of surprise. She didn't know what Chu Fan would arrange, and she couldn't help but look at Chu Fan with her beautiful eyes. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan happened to be looking at Tan Fei. The two locked eyes, and Tan Fei shyly looked away. Chu Fan didn't waste any words, pointing at Tan Fei and saying, "From now on, Tan Fei will be the store manager." Everyone's expression of shock was revealed as Chu Fan's words fell. What? Tan Fei as the store manager? She has only been working in the store for half a year. Yes, there are a few old employees in the store who have been working here for several years, so how can a newcomer become the store manager? Tan Fei is too young, can she control the old employees? Some envious glances and some doubtful glances converged on Tan Fei. Stared at by many strange looks, Tan Fei's cheeks flushed, her face turning red like an apple. She stuttered, I can't be the store manager." Tan Fei felt flattered. She never expected Chu Fan to be so nice to her. Tan Fei also remembered what Chu Fan had just said, that he was going to replace the store manager, and she never expected that he was actually going to replace her. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +5. Tan Fei's favor, 10. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 3 million in cash, which has been transferred to your account. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Fan's heart leapt with joy once again. The system had said that a favor level of 50 would get a treasure chest reward, so it seems that the speed is pretty fast. Seeing Tan Fei's nervous expression, Chu Fan could only smile encouragingly and say, "It's okay, you can do it." Yang Qinghua couldn't hold back anymore, and stepped forward and said, Tan Fei, is the manager, and what about me? Am I supposed to be the assistant manager?" Chu Fan gave Yang Qinghua a cold glance, his expression tinged with mockery. "You don't think you can still work here, do you? You're fired." Yang Qinghua's eyes widened. "What? I've been fired?" Yang Qinghua's blood rushed to her head and she instantly became furious. "Asshole, what makes you think you can fire me?" Chu Fan sneered. "What makes me think? I don't think you're treating customers properly, and I don't think you're capable of being a store manager." Yang Qinghua looked incredulous. She thought she was doing a good job, but she never imagined that in Chu Fan's eyes she wasn't capable of being a store manager. Yang Qinghua turned to Lu Huifan, her face full of tears, and said in a quavering voice, "Boss Lu, please say something for me. I've worked here for so long, why does he want to fire me as soon as he arrives?" Lu Huifan also looked helpless and said, "I'm not the boss here anymore, so it's useless for me to say anything. It's Mr. Chu's freedom to decide who he wants to be the manager." Yang Qinghua suddenly slumped, and she knew that Lu Huifan was right. Chu Fan was the owner of the Xianrui ice drink shop and had absolute control. If Chu Fan wanted to make a dog the store manager, the other employees could do nothing about it. Yang Qinghua regretted it all, only hating herself for not recognizing the mountain when she met it and offending the new boss, Chu Fan. Yang Qinghua was like a deflated balloon. After a sigh, she could only resign herself to her fate and went over to pack her things in a depressed mood. Lu Huifan asked with a hint of curiosity, "Boss Chu, isn't this your first time here? How do you know Tan Fei's name?" Lu Huifan was curious. Just now, Chu Fan suddenly said Tan Fei's name, which made her feel a little strange. Tan Fei also nodded with a slight blush. Lu Huifan then had an expression of sudden enlightenment. It seemed that she had understood something, and her mind began to fill in the details of a little theater. Lu Huifan felt that she had seen through the mystery at once. This Chu Fan should be a rich second generation. In order to woo his high school classmate Tan Fei, he had his family buy this shop so that he could become Tan Fei's boss and get close to her. Lu Huifan almost slapped her thighs. It must be like this. No wonder the other party's attorney is so professional and exudes an air of mystery. Lu Huifan figured this out, and it was almost a revelation, as she felt she had gained insight into the whole situation. Lu Huifan saw that Tan Fei was very timid and did not dare to agree to be the store manager. Lu Huifan immediately flashed a matchmaking smile and said to Tan Fei with a smile, "Tan, you actually have potential, but you haven't discovered it yourself. You should trust my judgment. I actually saw your potential a long time ago and wanted to promote you to manager a long time ago, but I just felt that you needed some more training." Tan Fei had little social experience and could not withstand Lu Huifan's flattery. After being tricked by Lu Huifan for a few words, Tan Fei's cheeks were burning hot, and she said in a daze, "Really? I really have the potential to be a store manager?" Lu Huifan was overjoyed when she saw that Tan Fei was a little shaken. She added 2 more logs of firewood and said, "Now I also think that you should take on this responsibility. Tan, don't refuse Mr. Chu's kindness, just agree to be the store manager." Tan Fei actually didn't want to be the store manager, but she just didn't have the confidence to do a good job. No one doesn't want a higher social status, and Tan Fei also wanted to climb up the social ladder. Hearing the encouragement of Chu Fan and Lu Huifan, Tan Fei was a little moved, and a faint glimmer of hope arose. Tan Fei encouraged herself a little, gritted her teeth, and stammered, "I'll give it a try. If I don't do a good job, just replace me." When he heard that Tan Fei had agreed to be the store manager, Chu Fan was overjoyed. Chu Fan couldn't help but marvel, no wonder Lu Huifan did so well in business, she was simply a genius, and she was also very good at reading faces. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, "Tan Fei, it's okay. If you need any help, just give me a call." Chu Fan had already decided that he would usually let Tan Fei take care of the Xinrui ice drink shop. If Tan Fei encountered difficulties and asked for help, Chu Fan could help her and also increase her favorability at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tan Fei glanced at Chu Fan with beautiful eyes and saw Chu Fan's encouraging smile. She felt a trace of warmth in her heart. Chapter 14, What Does Boss Chu Want? Tan Fei could also feel that some of the shop assistants were casting envious and jealous glances at her. Several female colleagues who had often mocked her before now looked obedient and submissive, and Tan Fei felt a sense of glory brought about by her improved status. At this thought, Tan Fei felt even more grateful towards Chu Fan. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +5. Tan Fei's favorability, 15. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 3 million yuan, which has been transferred to your account. Chu Fan revealed an imperceptible smile and was in a very happy mood. He could imagine that in the future, Chu Fan and Tan Fei would have many opportunities to interact, and it would be easy to gain Tan Fei's favor. It was not impossible that there would be some romantic encounters. Chu Fan saw that his goal had been achieved. He had successfully obtained a cold drink shop and also successfully made Tan Fei the store manager. Chu Fan casually told the employees, "Okay, I don't have anything else to say, so let's adjourn. If you have any questions, you can communicate directly with me in the employee group." Chu Fan told the employees to go about their business. Lu Huifan praised Chu Fan with a smile on her face. "Boss Chu, I can't tell from looking at you that you're so young, but you have a lot of ideas about how to do things." Chu Fan laughed and said in a businesslike manner, "Boss Lu is the real expert. This store shows that you've got it all under control." The two laughed and chatted for a while, and then Lu Huifan took her leave. Chu Fan was also about to leave, but before he did, he had something to tell Tan Fei. Chu Fan called Tan Fei over. Tan Fei's beautiful eyes blinked curiously as she asked, "What can I do for you, Boss Chu?" Chu Fan waved his hand and laughed, "We were classmates, so don't call me boss in the future. Just call me Chu Fan." Tan Fei also laughed and said, "Okay, I feel awkward calling you Boss Chu, so I'd rather just call you Chu Fan." The two of them smiled at each other, both feeling a strange sense of unease. They had been classmates with equal status, but once they entered society, their status immediately became different. Chu Fan had become the boss giving orders, while Tan Fei was the subordinate who could only obey. Chu Fan's words had eliminated a lot of the sense of distance between the two of them, restoring some of the feeling of being high school classmates. Tan Fei's beautiful eyes twinkled with curiosity as she asked, "Chu Fan, I heard that you were working as a deliveryman. How did you suddenly have the money to buy a shop?" Tan Fei was very curious and wondered where Chu Fan had gotten the money to buy the shop. Chu Fan casually said, "It's nothing, I just made a small fortune recently, so I bought it to start a small business." Tan Fei's pretty face showed an expression of envy. "Wow, I'm so jealous, I also want to be a small business owner." Tan Fei's wish is to be a little boss lady, and she would be very happy to earn a little money every day. Chu Fan laughed and said, "You can start working for me here, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Tan Fei nodded and obediently nodded. Tan Fei still feels like she's dreaming. When she first came to work, she was just a little waitress, but after she met Chu Fan, she suddenly became the store manager. At the Xinrui ice drink shop, apart from Chu Fan, everyone else must listen to Tan Fei, including the old employees who used to bully Tan Fei, who now have to bow and obey in front of Tan Fei. Chu Fan continued, "I'll leave you a bank card number, and you can transfer the daily income of the shop to my bank card. You only need to keep some money for raw materials." Chu Fan took out his mobile phone, exchanged phone numbers with Tan Fei, and then sent a message to Tan Fei with his bank card number. Tan Fei carefully saved Chu Fan's bank card number and nodded solemnly, saying, "I know. I will calculate the income every day after work and transfer it to your bank card." The two leaned close to each other while talking, and Chu Fan could smell the fragrance coming from Tan Fei, feeling a pleasant sense of fragrance. Tan Fei also had a very good figure, and Chu Fan could catch a glimpse of the luxurious curve of her bust in the corner of his eye. He never imagined that this high school classmate was so well endowed. Chu Fan thought about Tan Fei's wish entry, which was actually to feel the feeling of being bitten on the ear. Chu Fan couldn't help but look at Tan Fei's small, white ears again, and he just thought they were very cute. Tan Fei also saw Chu Fan's gaze as if he was looking at her ears. She was a little puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Chu Fan, is there something on my ears? Why do you keep looking at them?" Tan Fei, of course, did not know that Chu Fan had already learned of her peculiar hobby through the system. Chu Fan laughed and said, "Nothing, I just think your ears are very beautiful, so I looked at them a few times." Praised by Chu Fan as beautiful, Tan Fei felt a burst of happiness in her heart and laughed a little embarrassedly. "Are you serious? Are you teasing me?" Chu Fan was afraid that Tan Fei had sensed something, so he didn't say much and smiled faintly. "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. I'll leave the store in your hands." Tan Fei nodded very seriously and said seriously, "Chu Fan, don't worry, I'll take good care of it." Chu Fan nodded. He and Tan Fei had been classmates for several years, and he knew Tan Fei very well. She was still very well behaved and had never been criticized by her teachers for making mistakes. He felt very relieved to leave the store in Tan Fei's hands. Tan Fei waved to Chu Fan, then walked out the door and rode off on his electric scooter. Tan Fei saw Chu Fan's back disappear out of sight before turning around and walking back into the Xinrui ice drink store. Tan Fei happened to see leftover food and trash on one of the tables. Tan Fei subconsciously walked over and reflexively reached out to clean it up. An old employee named Li Pingping hurriedly stopped Tan Fei, quickly picked it up, and politely smiled and said, "Manager Tan, you are now the manager, how can you still do this kind of work? Let us staff do this in the future." Tan Fei then felt that she had not yet adapted to her identity as the manager, and could not help but take a deep breath. Tan Fei was very emotional. This Li Pingping was an old employee, and before this, her attitude towards her was very cold, always cold and indifferent. But now, this Li Pingping has simply changed her face, and she is very amiable, smiling at Tan Fei. Tan Fei smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, Sister Li." Li Pingping was immediately flattered and said with a smile, "Oh, this is what we should do. Manager Tan, I am very hard-working, so in the future, you can let me do anything." Tan Fei saw Li Pingping's obedient appearance, and while she felt emotion in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a hint of happiness, a sense of vanity being satisfied. And Tan Fei also knew that all of this was because Chu Fan had made her the store manager. Tan Fei secretly made up her mind that she must take good care of this Xinrui ice drink store for Chu Fan, thereby consolidating her position as store manager. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +3. Tan Fei's favorability, 18. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 3 million in cash, which has been transferred to your account. Chu Fan, who was riding an electric scooter, suddenly heard the unexpected bonus and was also delighted. "I've already left, but I can still gain Tan Fei's favorability." A smile appeared at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. It seems that the system can remotely sense some information about the bound target. Chu Fan parked the electric car on the roadside and opened the system panel to take a look. System level, 1. System experience, 7. Host, Chu Fan. Age, 23. System currency assets, 44,610,000 yuan. Real currency assets, 875.25 yuan. Number of owned properties, 1. Property name, Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. Number of favorability targets owned, 3. Target names, Xianing Yuan, Tan Fei, Cao Sini. Number of loyalty targets owned, 0. Chu Fan looked at it and curiously asked, what do system level and experience mean? The system immediately replied, accumulating 100 experience points will allow the system to be upgraded. The higher the system level, the more powerful the items in the system mall. Chu Fan nodded. It seems that there are still many functions of this system that have not been developed. Chu Fan continued to ask, system, what does it mean to have a loyalty goal? After the bound goal favorability reaches 100, the favorability will be upgraded to loyalty. A goal with loyalty will never betray the host. Chu Fan said excitedly, in other words, for example, if Tan Fei's favorability is upgraded to loyalty, Tan Fei will be loyal to me forever? Yes. Chu Fan's mouth curled up into an expectant smile, and his heart couldn't help but yearn. Tan Fei, Xianing Yuan, and these beautiful girls, if they were all loyal to him, then that would be so sexually blissful, blissful. And after these beauties become loyal, he can more easily hand over the industry to them to take care of, and leisurely become the big boss behind the scenes. Just thinking about such a life is so gratifying. Chapter 15 Xianing Yuan's new boyfriend is actually? Chu Fan immediately opened the panel for binding targets and immediately saw the favorability of the 3 beautiful women currently bound. Xianing Yuan's favorability, 33. Tan Fei's favorability, 18. Cao Sini's favorability, 2. The system said that a treasure chest will be rewarded when the favorability of the bound target reaches 50, so work harder. Chu Fan is eager to obtain the treasure chest now and see what rewards can be obtained by opening it. Chu Fan is full of anticipation and can't wait to increase the favorability rating of a bound girl to 50 and obtain the first treasure chest. Chu Fan feels that the fastest of the 3 girls to reach 50 should be Xianing Yuan. After all, Xianing Yuan can only be at Chu Fan's mercy. Thanks to the system's cashback function, Chu Fan waited until Xianing Yuan finished work and took her out to spend money and enjoy herself, to see if he could increase her favorability. Moreover, Xianing Yuan was Cao Sini's best friend, so Chu Fan deliberately took Xianing Yuan out to spend money and enjoy herself in front of Cao Sini, in the hope that he might get some regret points from Cao Sini and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After thinking it over, Chu Fan took out his phone and dialed Xianing Yuan's number. Xianing Yuan answered the phone with a curious look. Hey, Chu Fan, what's up? Chu Fan said in a very direct tone, what time do you get off work? Xianing Yuan said, 5 p.m., what's up? Wait for me after work, I'll pick you up. Xianing Yuan's pretty face revealed surprise as she said, you're picking me up? Where are we going? Chu Fan said in a very cold tone, just wait for me, that's all you have to do, why are you asking so many questions? Xianing Yuan pouted in grievance, I know, really, if I'm going to be your girlfriend, can't you be a little gentler? Chu Fan was unmoved, you're not my real girlfriend, so why should I be gentle with you? Chu Fan still clearly remembered Xianing Yuan's contemptuous ridicule of him, so he couldn't muster any enthusiasm for her. Chu Fan now just regarded Xianing Yuan as a tool. Xianing Yuan let out a sound, looking aggrieved, and said, I know, I'll wait for you after work, humph. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan rode his electric bicycle around for a while, planning his future plans in his head. At this moment, Xianing Yuan was waiting at the company entrance, carrying a Burberry saddle-shaped flat bag and standing tall and graceful. She was wearing a business-style women's suit, her long black hair tied up in a ponytail. Her bust was full and firm, her waist was as supple as willow, her buttocks were plump and round, her legs were long and straight, her feet lightly stepping on a pair of high heels, exuding a full of professional temptation. Many men who passed by couldn't help but look up and down at this urban beauty, and their eyes exuded a desire that they tried desperately to hide, but they couldn't hide the fiery gaze at all. It had to be said that Xianing Yuan's appearance was indeed very good, her bright and beautiful eyes, fair and tender skin, and red, ruby lips were so delicate that they gave people a very wonderful visual experience. A female colleague named Zhang Na happened to be leaving the office and saw Xianing Yuan. Curious, she asked, Ning Yuan, what are you doing here? Xianing Yuan said helplessly, I'm waiting for my boyfriend to pick me up. Chu Fan had said that they were an intimate couple in public, so Xianing Yuan had no choice but to say that Chu Fan was her boyfriend. Zhang Na said, your boyfriend? The lobby manager at that nightclub? Xianing Yuan paused and said, no, I've changed boyfriends. Zhang Na was surprised and said, you've changed boyfriends? When did that happen? I remember you haven't been dating long. Xianing Yuan was a little embarrassed and said, I just changed today. Zhang Na was even more surprised. You just changed today? What does your new boyfriend do? Before Xianing Yuan could say anything, Zhang Na said with envy, Ning Yuan, you're so pretty, your new boyfriend must be very rich, right? Hey, I really envy you. Zhang Na looked at the Burberry bag in Xianing Yuan's hand with envy. Xianing Yuan was wearing designer clothes and the bag alone cost tens of thousands of yuan. Zhang Na, who had an ordinary appearance, had always envied Xianing Yuan's beauty. In her imagination, the men who pursued Xianing Yuan must be richer than the rest. Xianing Yuan was even more embarrassed and humbly said, What's there to envy? Zhang Na was even more envious and said, What's there to be embarrassed about? If I were as pretty as you, I would definitely find a rich boyfriend too. Just then, Xu Fan rode his little electric bicycle over and stopped next to Xianing Yuan. Xu Fan casually shook his head and said in a slightly commanding tone, Get on. Xianing Yuan said awkwardly to Zhang Na, My boyfriend's here, I'm leaving. Bye. Xianing Yuan straddled Xu Fan's back and reached around to hold Xu Fan's waist. Zhang Na looked at the small electric bicycles receding back in disbelief, feeling a little like she didn't believe her own eyes. Isn't that Xu Fan? I thought he was Cao Sini's boyfriend. She had thought that Xianing Yuan had replaced him with a richer boyfriend, but she never imagined that Xianing Yuan's new boyfriend would actually be riding a small electric bicycle to pick her up, and that he would still be Cao Sini's boyfriend. Zhang Na felt like her brain was about to short-circuit. Xu Fan started the small electric bicycle and rode Xianing Yuan through the streets. Some men were surprised and envious when they saw a small electric bicycle carrying such a pretty girl as Xianing Yuan. This was the first time Xianing Yuan had ridden on Xu Fan's electric moped, and it was also the first time she had wrapped her arms around his waist, which made her feel a little strange. Xianing Yuan curiously asked, Xu Fan, where are you taking me? Xu Fan said indifferently, You'll know when we get there. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Xianing Yuan was taken aback and had no choice but to hold on to Xu Fan's waist. Xu Fan twisted the throttle and the moped accelerated. There were often unexpected situations on the road, such as a puppy suddenly darting out, or someone suddenly changing lanes, so Xu Fan had to brake frequently. Every time he braked, Xu Fan felt a heavy pushing sensation in his back, as if something was pressing on his back. Xu Fan had also ridden a moped with Cao Sini before and felt this pushing sensation. In comparison, Xianing Yuan's chest was obviously more heavily endowed, and the pushing sensation was much stronger, both in terms of area and force. Xianing Yuan naturally felt a little strange, and couldn't help but glare at the back of Xu Fan's head in embarrassment and anger, saying, Xu Fan, did you intentionally brake? Xu Fan said nonchalantly, What do you mean intentionally? Didn't you see the old lady crossing the street just now? Xianing Yuan rolled her eyes in disbelief and said, Humph, no way. You think I don't know what you're thinking, you smelly boy? Soon, Xu Fan stopped in front of a luxuriously decorated Mercedes-Benz 4S store on his small electric bicycle. Get off, we're here. Xianing Yuan was curious and asked, What are you bringing me here for? Xu Fan didn't answer, but instead asked, That Chen Jihao drives a Mercedes-Benz, right? Xu Fan glanced at it at the time, and it looked like Chen Jihao was driving a Mercedes-Benz. Xianing Yuan nodded and said, Yes, Chen Jihao drives a Mercedes-Benz GLS. It's said to be quite expensive, like $1 million. Sini also said it was very comfortable. Xianing Yuan remembered that Chen Jihao usually spoke very proudly about his car and often bragged with a beaming smile. Cao Sini also said that Chen Xiao's car was very comfortable and had a very high-end feel. Xianing Yuan could not forget that Cao Sini had said to her very seriously, after riding in Chen Xiao's car, she really could not go back to Xu Fan's little electric moped. Xianing Yuan suddenly felt as if she had said something she shouldn't have. Cao Sini's comment about Chen Ji's car being comfortable was very suggestive. Xianing Yuan was afraid that Xu Fan would be angry, so she peeked at him cautiously with her eyes, but fortunately, he seemed quite calm. Xianing Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Xianing Yuan, of course, had no idea what Xu Fan wanted to do. Xu Fan wanted to increase Cao Sini's regret value, which meant that he wanted Cao Sini to see for herself that everything Xu Fan ate, used, and wore in the future would be better than Chen's. Only in that way would Cao Sini regret it and Xu Fan earn more regret value from her. Xu Fan is going to buy a car that can beat Mercedes-Benz GLs, and appear in front of Cao Sini with Xianing Yuan in the car, so that Cao Sini will feel regret. Xu Fan has made up his mind, and takes Xianing Yuan's soft hand, walking towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Xianing Yuan asks in surprise, Xu Fan, what are you doing? Chu Fan said indifferently, "Of course I want to buy a car." Xiaoning Yuan hurriedly said, "The cars in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store are very expensive. Where did you get the money to buy one?" Xiaoning Yuan probably knew that the cheapest car in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store was probably worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chu Fan is a delivery person. Where did he get the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz? Chapter 16, It's Too Late to Regret It Now. Xiaoning Yuan still thought that Chu Fan was under some kind of shock and wanted to stop him, but she couldn't pull him at all, and soon she was dragged by Chu Fan into the door of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Immediately, a female salesperson in a suit and vest came over and said in a surprised voice, "Hey? Isn't this old classmate Xiaoning Yuan?" Xiaoning Yuan was taken aback, and when she looked more closely, she saw a somewhat familiar face looking at her in surprise. The saleswoman was Wen Shui, a high school classmate of Xiaoning Yuan. Xiaoning Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, "It's Wen Shui, what a coincidence, do you work here?" Wen Shui nodded with a smile and asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Xiaoning Yuan stammered, "I'm here with my boyfriend to buy a car." "Buying a car?" Wen Shui was taken aback. She couldn't help but glance at the small electric moped parked outside the store. She had noticed earlier that Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan had gotten off the moped. Moreover, the moped was a bit shabby. Wen Shui also secretly observed Chu Fan's attire, which was also very ordinary, and he didn't look like he was very wealthy. A trace of contempt flashed in Wen Shui's eyes, and she looked at Xiaoning Yuan with some ridicule. This Xiaoning Yuan was the class flower and a first-class beauty in high school. Wen Shui thought that Xiaoning Yuan would find a rich boyfriend, but she never imagined that she would be doing so poorly now, that she would find a boyfriend who dresses poorly and that she would ride a battery-powered car. Although Wen Shui didn't show anything, Xiaoning Yuan still saw a hint of contempt in her eyes. Xiaoning Yuan was a little helpless, and she sighed lightly in her heart. She was also forced to become Chu Fan's girlfriend. Xiaoning Yuan felt a little ashamed of being Chu Fan's girlfriend. Wen Shui asked Chu Fan with a perfunctory expression, "May I ask, sir, which model would you like to see?" Wen Shui felt in her heart that Chu Fan definitely could not afford a Mercedes-Benz, so her tone was very perfunctory. Chu Fan asked with a calm face, "Which is the most expensive Mercedes-Benz model?" Wen Shui and Xiaoning Yuan were both taken aback when they heard Chu Fan ask about the most expensive model as soon as he opened his mouth. Xiaoning Yuan looked at Chu Fan with concern in her beautiful eyes, wondering what had made him ask about the most expensive model. Wen Shui couldn't help but glance at the little electric moped outside the door again. She couldn't believe that a young man on a little electric moped was actually asking about the most expensive model. Wen Shui put on a professional smile, but her eyes betrayed a hint of contempt as she said, "Sir, I advise you to look at the Mercedes-Benz E-Class. It's more affordable and very suitable for ordinary people to travel in." Chu Fan frowned and said, "I asked you about the most expensive model, so just answer honestly, won't you?" Wen Shui was taken aback, and she was a little angry inside, wondering if Chu Fan was crazy. Wen Shui felt that she was giving Chu Fan face by not telling him about the most expensive model, but since Chu Fan was being ungrateful, Wen Shui didn't feel the need to give him face anymore. Wen Shui's face revealed a hint of mockery as she said, "Okay, our most expensive Mercedes-Benz model is the Maybach S800, the dream car in many people's hearts. Only the most distinguished guests are worthy of owning such a luxurious model. Please follow me." Wen Shui was ostensibly giving a tour, but her tone faintly carried a hint of mockery. She simply didn't believe that Chu Fan could afford such an expensive car. Xiaoning Yuan also heard the contempt in Wen Shui's tone, and she was also a little embarrassed. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. If Chu Fan said he couldn't afford it, as Chu Fan's girlfriend, Xiaoning Yuan felt very ashamed. In Xiaoning Yuan's opinion, Chu Fan definitely couldn't afford such an expensive luxury car. Wen Shui took Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan to the front of a dignified and imposing luxury car. This luxurious car, just quietly parked there, silently revealed its luxurious style. It was completely black, and the sleek body gleamed in the light, with luxurious reflections flowing over the body like running water. Every detail of the design pushed luxury and extravagance to the extreme, and it was worthy of being the dream car in countless people's hearts. Although Chu Fan only bought the car to make Cao Sini regret it. But when Chu Fan saw this magnificent luxury car with his own eyes, he couldn't help liking it from the bottom of his heart. As expected, luxury cars are the romance of men. Chu Fan's eyes were overflowing with love, and his gaze swept the car with some admiration. Xiaoning Yuan also brightened up when she saw this magnificent Maybach. A yearning look in her beautiful eyes made her can't help but think, if she could sit in such a beautiful luxury car once, it would be an unforgettable memory. Seeing that Chu Fan and Xianing Yuan both showed a look of fondness, Wen Shui snorted a mocking laugh from her nose, and said somewhat contemptuously, "Sir, you can look, but don't touch it with your hands. If you leave an indelible fingerprint, you will bear the consequences yourself." Wen Shui was very pleased in her heart. In her mind, this Maybach S800 was the bright pearl on the crown of the 4S shop, a work of art that condenses noble luxury, and a dream car that ordinary people cannot touch. Hearing Wen Shui's barely concealed mockery, Xianing Yuan was a little upset, feeling that this high school classmate was going too far. However, Chu Fan asked nonchalantly, "Not bad. How much is the Maybach selling for?" Wen Shui said in a somewhat proud tone, "Sir, even the low-end model of the Maybach costs 6.1 million, the mid-end model costs 6.5 million, and the top-end model costs 7 million. Hearing that the low-end model also costs 6.1 million, Xianing Yuan's pretty face revealed a look of surprise, and she couldn't help but stick out her tongue, feeling shocked. "This is too expensive." At this time, another female salesperson wearing a suit and vest happened to be passing by with a glass of water. Chu Fan waved at the female salesperson and said, "Miss Salesperson, could you come over here please?" The female salesperson was taken aback and walked over with confusion, curiously asking, "Sir, can I help you?" Chu Fan was not verbose, and directly took out a bank card and slipped it into the saleswoman's hands, calmly saying, "I'll pay the full price for a Maybach S800, the top model." The saleswoman was stunned. She had only gone to get a glass of water and was just passing by. But Chu Fan inexplicably called her over and, without any further ado, slipped a bank card into her hand and said he wanted the top-of-the-line Maybach for the full price? The saleswoman was still worried about this month's performance. She was originally short by hundreds of thousands of yuan, but suddenly she picked up a super big order. Isn't this a pie in the sky? Wen Shui was stunned, her eyes wide open, unable to believe that Chu Fan really wanted to buy a Maybach. She had thought that when she mentioned the price of the Maybach, Chu Fan would be so scared that he would immediately turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan not only did not leave, but really wanted to buy it. What surprised Wen Shui even more was that Chu Fan also wanted to get other female sales to make sales. Xianing Yuan also had an incredulous expression on her face, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise as she looked at Chu Fan. Xianing Yuan was 100% puzzled. Wasn't Chu Fan a delivery boy? Where did he get the money to buy such an expensive luxury car? Xianing Yuan originally felt ashamed of standing next to Chu Fan, but now she suddenly felt very honored instead, and couldn't help but hold her head high. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Xianing Yuan's favor, +3. Xianing Yuan's favor, 36. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 3 million cash. Upon hearing the system prompt in his head, Chu Fan's mouth curled up into a smile. The system is truly awesome. The female salesperson was so shocked that she could hardly speak, and she looked at Wen Shui doubtfully and said, "Sir, are you a customer of Wen Shui's?" Chu Fan, however, calmly and composedly said, "I'm not satisfied with her service and don't want to buy from her." This is how the sales industry works: whoever handles the transaction will be credited with the sales, and she will get the commission. Wen Shui's attitude was sarcastic, and Chu Fan was a little upset, so he didn't want Wen Shui to get this sales record. Wen Shui was desperate. This Maybach top model was 7 million yuan in sales, and the commission was 2 points, which was 140,000 yuan. Wen Shui hurriedly walked up to Chu Fan, ignoring her dignity, and apologized with a face full of pleading, "Sir, have you misunderstood me? Please don't give the order to someone else, okay?" Wen Shui looked pleading, wanting to die. She was as arrogant as she could be, and now she was as remorseful as she could be. Chu Fan was unmoved, however, and said coldly, "It's too late for you to regret it now." Wen Shui couldn't help but turn to Xianing Yuan, shaking her arms with both hands and pleading, "Xianing Yuan, can you do it for the sake of an old classmate and let your boyfriend give me this order?" Seeing this 180-degree change in Wen Shui's face, and now pleading with her, Xianing Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Just now, Wen Shui had mocked Chu Fan, which made Xianing Yuan feel a bit unhappy and embarrassed. Xianing Yuan made an expression of helplessness and said, "My boyfriend is angry, there's nothing I can do." Wen Shui was desperate. She had no choice but to turn to Chu Fan again. She suddenly tidied her hair, then revealed a flirtatious expression, licked her red lips with her tongue, and looked at Chu Fan with seductive eyes and said, "Sir, why don't you come with me to the VIP lounge, and I will do some deep soul searching with you. Is that okay?" Wen Shui also gave up, and for the sake of the commission of over 100,000 yuan, she could abandon her dignity for a moment. Xianing Yuan became anxious all of a sudden. Naturally, she understood what Wen Shui meant. Xiaoning Yuan also felt very unhappy about when Shui seducing Chu Fan, for some reason she didn't know. She immediately hugged Chu Fan's arm and said unhappily, "When Shui, what are you thinking? How could you seduce my boyfriend to his face?" Chapter 17, Why Don't You Agree? Chu Fan suddenly felt his arm being pushed against a soft mass. Xiaoning Yuan was indeed a real talent with great strength. Chu Fan felt jealous for the first time and it really gave him some pleasure. Chu Fan said to the female salesperson standing dumbfounded, "Go help me swipe the card and complete the formalities, I want to drive off as soon as possible." The saleswoman hurriedly said, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment, I will process it for you as quickly as possible." The saleswoman could not hide her joy on her face, and hurriedly went to the counter to swipe her card and process the paperwork. The saleswoman felt very lucky. She just poured water and walked by, but she actually picked up 7 million in sales. No one would believe it if she told them. When Shui was stunned, her face full of tears of joy. She was extremely depressed. Who would have thought that someone riding an electric bicycle would ask for the top-of-the-line Maybach? As the saleswoman successfully swiped her card, 7 million yuan was transferred from Chu Fan's bank card. Chu Fan quickly glanced at the system asset panel. System currency balance, 40,610,000 yuan. Reality currency balance, 875.25 yuan. Chu Fan nodded, and the cost of buying the car was indeed system currency. Chu Fan curiously asked in his mind, "System, why is there no cashback?" Only cashback can be given for targeted spending, and this Maybach is in the host's name, so it does not meet the conditions for cashback. Chu Fan understood, if this car was bought for Xiaoning Yuan, then he would get double cashback. But Chu Fan also needed a car right now, and there was no rush to give it to Xiaoning Yuan. Then, the Mercedes-Benz 4S store held a simple car pickup ceremony. A brand new Maybach S800 was hung with festive red ribbons and beautiful big red flowers. Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan were pushed in front of the car, stood still and took a few festive photos, making it seem as if they were getting married. The enthusiastic service of the female salespersons made Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan feel giddy and happy. The salespersons also flattered Xiaoning Yuan, saying, "Miss, your boyfriend is so young and rich, you are so lucky." "Yes, I am so lucky, I can't find a boyfriend as rich as him." When Shui stood alone in the corner, quietly watching the scene, and she envied Xiaoning Yuan very much. When Shui now deeply regretted it and berated herself, "Hey, I'm so stupid. Xiaoning Yuan is so pretty, how could her boyfriend not be rich? Riding an electric bicycle might just be a temporary emergency." When Shui let out a deep sigh, tugged at her hair, and was full of remorse. If she had been a bit nicer just now, the bike would have been her commission. Xiaoning Yuan also had a flushed face. Seeing the envious looks from the other saleswomen, she also felt a little giddy, and her vanity was more satisfied than ever. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained the favor of Xiaoning Yuan, +3. Xiaoning Yuan's favor, 39. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 3 million cash. The voice of the system in his head made Chu Fan's heart rejoice. How pleasant the voice sounded. A female concierge wearing a cheongsam with a curvaceous figure came over with a tray, swaying her water snake waist. On the red brocade cloth in the tray were quietly lying the car keys to a Maybach S800 and a top VIP card for the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. The beautiful concierge smiled and bent over, presenting the tray to Chu Fan, and respectfully said, "Dear Mr. Zhou, you will be our Mercedes-Benz 4S store's senior and honored VIP from now on. If you have any needs, you can contact us to solve them." Chu Fan smiled and reached out to take the car keys and VIP card from the tray. While the Mercedes-Benz 4S store was holding a car collection ceremony for Chu Fan, Chen Jihao was driving a Mercedes-Benz GLS, taking Cao Sini to a Western restaurant. Chen Jihao was holding the steering wheel, with a charming smile on the corner of his mouth. "Sini, since you have broken up with that smelly delivery boy Chu Fan, you can be my official girlfriend from now on." Chen Jihao's face carried the confidence of a rich playboy. His father was Chen Donghua, the boss of the famous Chen Group in Haishang City, and he owned several large companies with a very impressive net worth. Chen Jihao was very confident that not many women would refuse such temptation. Especially girls like Cao Sini, who had nothing but youth and beauty, and climbing up to a rich second generation was the most convenient way for them to rise up the social ladder. Sure enough, Cao Sini's pretty face was full of surprise as she said, "Really? Chen Xiao, be your girlfriend? Am I dreaming?" Cao Sini was very excited. Her family background was just an ordinary middle-class family, and there was a huge gap between her and a rich guy like Chen Xiao. Cao Sini also knew that Chen Xiao was very promiscuous and had ambiguous relationships with many women, but no woman was lucky enough to become Chen Xiao's official girlfriend. If Cao Sini could become Chen Xiao's official girlfriend in public, she would definitely be envied by many women. Seeing Cao Sini's happy face, Chen Zhihao was also very happy in his heart. He also liked Cao Sini's beauty very much. Cao Sini was not only beautiful and sexy, but her face also had a pure feeling, which attracted Chen Zhihao very much. Chen Zhihao nodded with a happy smile on his face. Cao Sini couldn't wait and said, "Then I'll post a circle of friends and we'll make an official announcement." Cao Sini took a photo of her and Chen Zhihao holding hands, and also took a photo of the luxury Mercedes-Benz GLS logo in particular. After taking the photo, Cao Sini immediately posted it on her Moments, and excitedly added some text to express her mood. They say that it's better to laugh on a bicycle than to cry in a Mercedes-Benz, but true happiness is to laugh in a Mercedes-Benz. Friends, I'm happy to announce that I'm in a relationship with Chen Xiao. From now on, I don't have to ride in a bumpy electric car anymore. This luxurious passenger seat in the Mercedes-Benz GLS will be my exclusive seat from now on. After Cao Sini posted the circle of friends, many girlfriends and sisters quickly commented in surprise. "What? Sini, you're in a relationship with Chen Xiao? What about your ex-boyfriend Chu Fan? Oh dear, you're such a spoilsport, upstairs. Why mention that guy Chu Fan? Sini is so pretty, how could she possibly keep talking to a delivery boy? Exactly, a delivery boy, how could he be good enough for our beautiful Sini? Congratulations to Sini, she's actually got the attention of Chen Xiao. Ooh, a Mercedes-Benz GLS. I'd love to have such an exclusive seat. Yes, I'm so jealous, Sini, you get to ride in such a luxurious car every day from now on." Amongst girls, they are very sensitive to selfies taken from the passenger seat, and there is a lot of discussion about it. The reason why women are particularly fond of posting selfies from the passenger seat is actually because it is a kind of oath, an oath that they are in control of the owner of the car. Men control the world through power, while women control the world by controlling men. Therefore, once a woman sits in the passenger seat of an outstanding man, she can't help but take a few selfies to swear that she has control over this outstanding man, and also to warn the same sex. Seeing the comments in her circle of friends full of envy and jealousy, Cao Sini was very happy and felt a great sense of vanity. At this moment, Cao Sini felt that dumping Chu Fan was the most correct decision she had made, and the happiest moment of her life was now. A few more minutes passed, and the car-picking ceremony at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store finally came to an end. Chu Fan drove out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the luxurious Maybach S800 and drove on the busy road. A luxury car is a luxury car. The driving experience is very comfortable, the road feels very smooth, the sense of direction is also extremely sensitive, and the horsepower is strong, giving Chu Fan a sense of dexterity. It is simply the ultimate enjoyment. Chu Fan drove for a while, feeling very satisfied and in an exceptionally good mood. Especially with a luxury car in his hands and a beautiful woman sitting next to him, it was a kind of romantic for a man. Xiaoning Yuan sat upright in the passenger seat with a seatbelt tied diagonally across her chest. Because she had a very full bust, the seatbelt made her breasts look like they were billowing. Chu Fan couldn't help but steal a glance, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "It really is spectacular." Chu Fan's eyes were seen by Xiaoning Yuan, who blushed slightly and said, "Nasty, Chu Fan, what are you looking at?" Chu Fan said reasonably, "You are my girlfriend, what's wrong with looking?" Xiaoning Yuan said even more aggrieved, "What girlfriend? I have no status as a girlfriend in front of you." Chu Fan smiled indifferently and said, "Just now, your classmate Wen Shui asked me to go to the VIP room and said she wanted to give me a thorough talking to." Chapter 18 What? Xiaoning Yuan is sitting in a Maybach? Wen Shui just wanted Chu Fan to give her the order, and she even begged Chu Fan to go to the VIP room with her. The intention was very obvious. Xiaoning Yuan immediately hugged Chu Fan's arm and scolded Wen Shui. Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face turned red as she said, "You are my boyfriend outside. And if my boyfriend is seduced by other women, doesn't that make me seem unattractive?" Chu Fan looked at Xiaoning Yuan's powerful assets and couldn't help but nod, saying, "Well, it seems that today, your figure is indeed better than Cao Sini's, and you are still attractive." Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face turned red, and she pouted, saying, "Nuisance, you're looking again." Xiaoning Yuan was a little shy, but when she heard Chu Fan say that her figure was better than Cao Sini's, she felt a trace of happiness in her heart, and a smile could not help but appear at the corner of her mouth. Even best friends have a competitive streak. Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini were both beautiful, and they were both rare beauties. But now she heard Chu Fan say that he had surpassed Cao Sini in some way, and Xiaoning Yuan was quite pleased in her heart. Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face wore a proud smile, and she proudly straightened her upper body. Chu Fan looked as if nothing had happened, stopped talking, and concentrated on driving. Xiaoning Yuan was sitting in the passenger seat at the moment, her mood a little complicated, her heart surging. This was also the first time Xiaoning Yuan had been in such a luxurious car. The leather seat beneath her provided a soft touch, the Berlin sound system playing beautiful music all around her, and the fresh breeze from the silent air conditioning softly blowing a strand of hair from her cheek. Xiaoning Yuan never imagined that her first time riding in such a luxury car would be with her best friend's ex-boyfriend, Chu Fan, who was also a deliveryman. The feeling was incredibly strange. Moreover, Xiaoning Yuan's relationship with Chu Fan was a bit ambiguous, with a sense of rudeness but also some kind of ambiguity. Xiaoning Yuan thought of something and asked curiously, Chu Fan, you bought the most expensive Mercedes-Benz, and you didn't do it just to annoy Sini, did you? Xiaoning Yuan suddenly remembered that before Chu Fan bought the car, he deliberately asked Shin Xiao to drive a Mercedes-Benz GLS, but now he bought the most expensive Mercedes-Benz S800 in the Mercedes-Benz series. There seemed to be a connection between the two. Chu Fan looked at Xiaoning Yuan and smiled faintly, you're pretty smart. Xiaoning Yuan was even more surprised and said, you spent 7 million yuan on this car just to anger Sini? Xiaoning Yuan found it hard to believe that he would spend 7 million just to spite his ex-wife. That kind of money doesn't just come from the wind or the fire. Chu Fan said complacently, money can buy you anything you want. Xiaoning Yuan was speechless and stuck out her tongue, feeling that she couldn't understand it. She also didn't want to think about it anymore, so she took out her phone and swiped through her circle of friends. Soon, Xiaoning Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as she saw the photo that Cao Sini had posted in her circle of friends. In the photo, Cao Sini and Chen Zhihao were holding hands, proclaiming in a high-profile manner that they had started dating. Cao Sini had also taken a special photo of the interior of the Mercedes-Benz GLS, and proudly announced, the luxurious passenger seat of this Mercedes-Benz GLS will be my exclusive seat from now on. Xiaoning Yuan handed her phone to Chu Fan in surprise and said, Chu Fan, look, Sini and Chen Zhihao have announced their relationship. Chu Fan looked at the screen on Xiaoning Yuan's phone and kept his expression neutral. Chu Fan was not at all surprised. What surprised Chu Fan was that he had originally thought he would feel bad, but he didn't feel bad at all. Because Chu Fan was no longer interested in Cao Sini, the only thing Chu Fan was interested in now was Cao Sini's regret value. Xiaoning Yuan carefully raised her beautiful eyes and stole a glance at Chu Fan, afraid that Chu Fan would be irritated and angry. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan was unusually calm, which surprised Xiaoning Yuan. Chu Fan said calmly, you should also take a few selfies and post them below Cao Sini's circle of friends. Upon hearing this, Xiaoning Yuan looked at Chu Fan in surprise. What? You want me to post selfies too? Why? Chu Fan said calmly, didn't I just say that I bought this car to anger Cao Sini? Why are you so stupid? Hearing Chu Fan call her stupid, Xiaoning Yuan pouted angrily and said, just take the pictures, why do you have to call people stupid? Chu Fan instructed, if you face this angle, you can just pretend to accidentally take a photo of the Maybach S800 logo. Xiaoning Yuan pouted in anger, I'm a selfie expert. I don't need your advice. Xiaoning Yuan couldn't disobey Chu Fan's orders, so she had to make a cute face in front of the camera, take a few selfies, post them on her moments, and add some moody text. As expected of the Maybach S800, the feeling of sitting in it is different. The selfie Xiaoning Yuan posted just appeared below Cao Sini's selfie. Among Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini's circle of girlfriends was a girl named Su Mengting. Su Mengting was originally looking at the selfie Cao Sini posted, full of envy, feeling very jealous. She had never ridden in a car worth more than 500,000 yuan in her life, and she really wanted to try the feeling of sitting in a Mercedes-Benz GLS. When she suddenly saw the selfie posted by Xiaoning Yuan, she was so surprised that her eyes widened. What? This is a Maybach S800? Su Mengting thought she had read it wrong, so she quickly zoomed in on Xiaoning Yuan's selfie several times and looked at it carefully to make sure she hadn't read it wrong. What on earth was going on? Just now, it was amazing to see Cao Sini sitting in the Mercedes-Benz GLS. Now Xiaoning Yuan's selfie is even more shocking, sitting in a Maybach S800? Su Mengting knows that the Mercedes-Benz GLS is already a luxury car worth over 1 million yuan, but in front of the Maybach S800, it pales in comparison. But the price of the Maybach S800 is probably over 7 million yuan, and the two are simply not comparable on the same level. Cao Sini's selfie, which was originally something that made Su Mengting envious. But compared to Xiaoning Yuan's selfie, Cao Sini's car looked very shabby. Soon, these girlfriends and sisters were shocked to see the selfie Xiaoning Yuan posted. What's going on? Just now, Cao Sini already hit my little heart hard, and now Xiaoning Yuan is even harder, with a Maybach? My heart can't take it anymore. Wow, is this the legendary Maybach S800? This is the first time I've seen the interior of this car, and it's just too luxurious. Starry-eyed. So the question is, Cao Sini's Mercedes-Benz GLS is Chen Xiao's car, so whose car is the Maybach Xiaoning Yuan is riding in? Yes, this suspense is so exciting. Everyone guess, whose car is Xiaoning Yuan riding in? The owner is so mysterious. Sure enough, women are not really interested in luxury cars, they are interested in the owners of luxury cars. The reason why women are familiar with the models of luxury cars is just to quickly identify the strength of the owners. Xiaoning Yuan refreshed her circle of friends with some excitement, reading the many shocked comments that appeared below the selfie. A trace of excitement appeared at the corner of Xiaoning Yuan's mouth. Women are vain creatures, and seeing these comments full of envy and jealousy, her vanity was greatly satisfied. At this time, Su Mengting sent a message to Xiaoning Yuan out of curiosity and asked, Ning Yuan, you are so lucky, you can actually enjoy the Maybach S800, right? Whose car is it? Tell your sister a little. Xiaoning Yuan looked at Chu Fan and asked obediently, Chu Fan, someone asked me whose Maybach is it, should I disclose your identity? Xiaoning Yuan did not dare to make a decision on her own, so she had to consult Chu Fan first before making a decision. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, don't disclose it yet, let's keep it a little mysterious. Oh, okay. Xiaoning Yuan pursed her lips and had to reply to Su Mengting, keep it a secret. Su Mengting was speechless and said, that's not cool, not even disclosing it to your sisters. Su Mengting was really curious, and it was as if there were ants crawling in her heart, making her itch to know immediately who Xiaoning Yuan was riding in a Maybach. Su Mengting thought about it and said to herself, that's right, Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan are best friends. I'll ask Cao Sini, she should know. Su Mengting immediately called Cao Sini. When Cao Sini received Su Mengting's call, a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She didn't know that Xiaoning Yuan had posted a selfie, and she thought Su Mengting was calling to ask about herself and Chen Xiao. Su Mengting's voice came over the phone, Sini, you. Before Su Mengting could finish, Cao Sini couldn't wait to act coy and said, Mengting, thank you for your blessings. You've seen my selfie too, so from now on I'll be riding in Chen Xiao's Mercedes-Benz, finally getting rid of Chu Fan's battery car. Cao Sini thought Su Mengting was calling to congratulate her on hooking up with Chen Xiao, the rich second generation, so she put on a happy face. Who knew that Su Mengting's voice made Cao Sini freeze for a moment? Su Mengting said, oh, Sini, what are you talking about? I want to ask you, do you know whose Maybach Xiaoning Yuan is riding in? Cao Sini was stunned, what did you say? I don't know, what Maybach is Ning Yuan riding in? Chapter 19, Quick, take the quick-acting heart pill. Su Mengting said puzzledly, Ning Yuan posted a few selfies in her circle of friends, and she was actually sitting in the passenger seat of a Maybach S800. I find that very strange, because you and Ning Yuan are best friends, and I thought you would know about her. Since you don't know either, never mind. Cao Sini was also surprised, what? A Maybach S800? Su Mengting said, well, that car is really handsome, I want to take a ride in it just by looking at it. Go see for yourself, I'm hanging up. Su Mengting hung up the phone. Cao Sini immediately opened her circle of friends and sure enough, she saw the selfie Xiaoning Yuan had posted. In the selfie, Xiaoning Yuan had fair skin and beautiful features, with her slender, delicate fingers in a scissor grip, acting like an upper-class celebrity. The background was indeed the luxurious interior of a Maybach S800. Cao Sini felt a little embarrassed because Xiaoning Yuan's selfie was right below Cao Sini's selfie. It was very much like a slap in the face. Cao Sini had just proudly posted a selfie of herself sitting in a Mercedes-Benz GLS, and Xiaoning Yuan posted a selfie of herself in the passenger seat of a Maybach. Cao Sini was a little angry, this was too much of a slap in the face. Cao Sini directly called Xiaoning Yuan. Chu Fan, Sini called me. I guess she saw my selfie. Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face flashed with a trace of nervousness when she received Cao Sini's call, and she immediately reported to Chu Fan. Chu Fan's face was very calm as he said, go ahead and tell her it's my car. You should know what to say, right? Xiaoning Yuan gathered her thoughts, cleared her throat nervously, and then answered the phone, immediately hearing Cao Sini's voice with a hint of annoyance. Xiaoning Yuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you deliberately post your photo under my selfie? Doesn't this make me look inferior to you? Xiaoning Yuan was afraid that Cao Sini would turn her face, so she hurriedly explained. Sini, you've got it all wrong, I didn't mean it like that. I posted this photo to show how deep our friendship is. Look, you posted one photo, so I posted a similar one, to show that our sisters are soulmates. Xianing Yuan's nonsense confused Cao Sini. Cao Sini rolled her eyes in anger and said unhappily, let's not talk about that for now. Let me ask you, who are you with now? Who owns that Maybach? Since when did you know someone so rich? Cao Sini asked the questions in her heart. She was very curious about how Xianing Yuan could be sitting in a top luxury car like the Maybach, and even Chen Xiao was far outshined. Therefore, Cao Sini was extremely curious about the person next to Xianing Yuan, wondering when Xianing Yuan had met such a wealthy person. Everyone knew that Cao Sini and Xianing Yuan were best friends who could talk about anything, so Cao Sini was very unhappy with Xianing Yuan's act of hiding a secret. Xianing Yuan couldn't help but glance at Chu Fan with her beautiful eyes before speaking into the phone. I'm with Chu Fan right now, you saw it with your own eyes, I started dating Chu Fan today. Chu Fan? How is that possible? Cao Sini's voice came from the phone, sounding almost like a shout, full of disbelief. Even though they were on different ends of the phone, Xianing Yuan could still imagine Cao Sini's shocked expression. Xianing Yuan said with a straight face, yes, I'm Chu Fan's girlfriend, of course I'm with him now. On the other end of the line, Cao Sini's whole body went numb. Her beautiful eyes were wide, her mouth wide open, her face full of disbelief. Xianing Yuan, are you kidding me? I've been with Chu Fan for 2 years, and I know exactly how poor he is. How could he possibly drive a Maybach S800? Cao Sini's mind was in turmoil. She had been hanging out with Chu Fan for 2 years, and knew the balance of his bank card better than Chu Fan did. Cao Sini knew full well that Chu Fan had always commuted to work by electric bicycle, let alone a Maybach. Chu Fan couldn't even afford the cheapest car. Xianing Yuan said helplessly, Sini, you and I are best friends, why would I lie to you? How about this, I'll hang up first and take a photo for you. Xianing Yuan hung up the phone and took a photo of Chu Fan's profile, then sent it to Cao Sini. Cao Sini's phone sent a message, received a photo from Xianing Yuan. Cao Sini's fingers trembled as she clicked to open the received photo, and was immediately surprised to see in the photo, Chu Fan calmly and composedly gripping the luxurious steering wheel of the Maybach S800. How is this possible? Is that really Chu Fan? Cao Sini's beautiful eyes widened, unable to believe that this scene was real. Doesn't Chu Fan only make 5,000 yuan a month? How is it possible for him to drive a luxury car? Cao Sini looked at the photo of Chu Fan in disbelief. This big boy next door had only yesterday been smiling at Cao Sini, handing her the snacks she had worked so hard to buy, humbly wanting to see her smile back at him, but today he was driving his best friend around in the Maybach S800? Cao Sini felt it was hard to accept. Ding, the system has detected that ex-girlfriend Cao Sini is experiencing emotional fluctuations due to the host's actions, finding it hard to accept reality. Cao Sini's regret value obtained, 2. Cao Sini's current regret value, 6. Current task progress, 6%. Congratulations, the host has gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 3 million yuan, which has been transferred to the host's account. Hearing the voice in his head about gaining Cao Sini's regret value, Chu Fan's mouth curled up into a smile, and he felt a sense of revenge in his heart. It seems that his plan is indeed useful. As long as he doesn't completely fall out with Cao Sini, he will be able to constantly gain her regret value. Chu Fan was even more determined in his thoughts. On the other side, Chen Jihao was driving and curiously asked, Sini, what's wrong? Chen Jihao had been driving the whole time, so he didn't know what had happened to Cao Sini to make her so angry. Cao Sini said with a hint of disappointment, Xianing Yuan is now in Chu Fan's car, and Chu Fan actually drove a Maybach S800. Chen Jihao was also dumbfounded, your Deliveroo-man ex-boyfriend? How can he afford a Maybach S800? It's impossible, right? Chen Jihao was also shocked. The Maybach S800 has been a luxury car he has long coveted. He has mentioned it many times to his rich father Chen Donghua, wanting to buy one to show off. But Chen Donghua never allowed it, saying that he would only buy Chen Jihao such a top luxury car when Chen Jihao learned how to do business and actually took over the family company. For a top-level rich man like Chen Donghua, a Maybach is not unaffordable, but Chen Donghua is very dissatisfied with his son Chen Jihao and feels that Chen Jihao cannot meet his expectations, so he has been using the Maybach as a reward to spur Chen Jihao on. In Chen Jihao's heart, the Maybach S800 is the white moonlight in his car, the dream car of countless nights, like a sparkling treasure in the distance, waiting for the sweet fruit that Chen Jihao can finally harvest one day. Cao Sini slumped helplessly in her seat. Yes, I also find it strange, but Xianing Yuan sent all the photos over. Cao Sini showed Chen Jihao the photos on her phone. Chen Jihao felt his heart break when he saw Chu Fan casually holding the steering wheel of the Maybach S800 he had always dreamed of. It was as if the goddess of his dreams had been ruthlessly ravaged by Chu Fan, a waste of talent. Chen Jihao's blood pressure shot up, and his breathing became rapid. Hurry, 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 get me the quick-acting heart pills. Chapter 20, Shopping with Cao Sini? Cao Sini was dumbfounded, not expecting Chen to have this problem. Cao Sini also panicked and asked hurriedly, Chen, where are your quick-acting heart pills? In the storage compartment. Chen Jihao covered his chest with his hand, his face contorted in pain. Although Chen Jihao had been pampered since childhood and enjoyed endless wealth and glory, he had a congenital heart problem, myocardial ischemia, which caused severe pain when he got emotional, and he had to take the quick-acting heart pills immediately. Chen Donghua had sought treatment from many famous doctors for Chen Jihao, but none could cure him. Cao Sini panicked and found the quick-acting heart pills, and took out a bottle of mineral water to give to Chen Jihao. Chen Jihao slowed down for a moment, and his breathing returned to normal. Cao Sini also let out a long sigh of relief. Chen Jihao's eyes were filled with anger. Damn it, I don't believe that brat can afford a Maybach, he must have rented it. Just now, when Chen Jihao's heart was in pain, he seemed to see a ray of enlightenment from heaven. He felt inspired and suddenly thought that Chu Fan should have rented the car. Cao Sini's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. A rental? Cao Sini fell into deep thought. Yes, why hadn't she thought of that? Chu Fan was just a delivery boy, but he was driving a luxury car worth over 7 million yuan. It didn't make sense, and Cao Sini found it hard to accept. The only reasonable explanation must be that he rented it. Cao Sini's face revealed a contemptuous smile. That bastard Chu Fan must have been under some kind of influence to think that he could make her regret it by driving a rental. Cao Sini recovered her composure. With a mocking smile, she took out her phone and sent Xiaoning Yuan a message with a sneer. Ning Yuan, I know you and Chu Fan must be jealous of the attention I'm getting from Chen Xiao. But you don't have to do this, do you? Renting a luxury car to make me regret it? Chu Fan is really childish. I bet the car rental cost him a month's salary. Is it funny to put on a brave face? In the Maybach S800, Xiaoning Yuan saw the message Cao Sini had sent. Seeing that Cao Sini said they were putting on a show, Xiaoning Yuan felt a little angry. Xiaoning Yuan said angrily, Chu Fan, Sini doesn't believe you bought this car. She said you rented a luxury car to put on a show just to deliberately upset her. What do you think I should tell her? Chu Fan, however, said with a composed expression, don't worry about her, just ignore what she says. Chu Fan had already gained Cao Sini's regret points, and had achieved his goal for the night, so he didn't care what Cao Sini said. Xiaoning Yuan, however, was a little dissatisfied. Although she and Cao Sini were best friends, sometimes best friends had to compete with each other. Xiaoning Yuan said, why don't you take a picture of your temporary license plate and show it to Sini? Chu Fan had just bought the car, and it would take a few days to officially register it. Just now, at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, the saleswoman had helped Chu Fan apply for a temporary license plate on his phone. Xiaoning Yuan just needed to take a picture and send it to Cao Sini to prove that the owner of the Maybach S800 was indeed Chu Fan. Before Chu Fan could say anything, Cao Sini sent another message to mock him. Cao Sini, Ning Yuan, do you know that Chen Jihao is taking me to the international fashion mall right now, and he said he wants to buy a bag that costs over 100,000 yuan as a present for me? Look, Chen Jihao really loves me, but what about you? What's the point of following the delivery boy Chu Fan around, and renting a luxury car to save face? If this gets out, even my best friend will be ashamed. Xiaoning Yuan looked at it and pouted in anger, saying, Cao Sini is driving me crazy. Chu Fan asked indifferently, what's wrong? Xiaoning Yuan said, Cao Sini said that Chen Jihao took her to the international fashion brand mall and said he wanted to buy a bag that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan for her. International fashion brand mall? Chu Fan suddenly brightened up, isn't this another opportunity to make Cao Sini regret it? Chu Fan now has a cashback system, and he only needs to buy Xiaoning Yuan things to get double cashback. He might even get Cao Sini's regret value, killing two birds with one stone. Chu Fan said with some expectation, tell them to wait there, we'll go over and hang out with them in the mall. Xiaoning Yuan was a little surprised, are you serious, Chu Fan? Are you sure? The two of us hanging out in the mall with Cao Sini and Chen Xiao? Xiaoning Yuan looked at Chu Fan with surprised eyes. She couldn't imagine this scene in her mind. Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan, Cao Sini and Chen Jihao, the two couples shopping together? The main thing is that the relationship between the few people is a bit awkward, which makes Xiaoning Yuan feel a bit overwhelmed just thinking about it. Xiaoning Yuan naturally didn't know what Chu Fan was thinking, she just felt that Chu Fan was a bit crazy. Chu Fan said with a composed expression, "That's right. Even though Cao Sini and I broke up, we haven't completely fallen out, so there's no harm in hanging out together." Chu Fan was very righteous in his heart. Today, Cao Sini cheated on him with Qin Xiao, so Chu Fan has a clear conscience and has nothing to be upset about. The reason Chu Fan did not completely fall out with Cao Sini was to slowly earn her remorse value. Therefore, Chu Fan did not resist seeing Cao Sini again. On the contrary, Chu Fan was looking forward to seeing Cao Sini again and seeing her angry expression. Xiaoning Yuan could not help but confirm with Chu Fan again, "Chu Fan, are you sure you want to go shopping with Sini, Qin Xiao and the others? You have to know that Qin Xiao is very rich, and he could spend 100,000 or 200,000 a day." Xiaoning Yuan knew very well the strength of Chen Jihao, the future successor of the Chun Group, and a playboy who usually spent money like water. Shopping in the mall with such a person, it was conceivable that Chu Fan would be under a lot of pressure. Especially since both Chen Jihao and Cao Sini looked down on Chu Fan and would certainly be unkind and sarcastic towards him. Xiaoning Yuan was very worried that Chu Fan would not be able to bear it, and as Chu Fan's ostensible girlfriend, Xiaoning Yuan would also lose face. Therefore, Xiaoning Yuan was very anxious in her heart, thinking that if she went to find Cao Sini, she would definitely be mocked. However, Chu Fan looked calm and confident, saying, "That's right, just tell them to wait in front of the mall, we'll be there soon." Naturally, Xiaoning Yuan could not argue with Chu Fan, so she had no choice but to send a message to Cao Sini with some helplessness and trepidation. "Sini, Chu Fan said to let you wait for us at the International Fashion Mall, and we will accompany you while you shop." Xiaoning Yuan sent the message, but her pretty face was full of worry, not knowing what kind of scene she would face. On the other side, Cao Sini was surprised when she saw Xiaoning Yuan's message and her eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Chu Fan is actually going to come find us?" Chen Jihao was also a little surprised and quickly looked at Cao Sini's mobile message. After reading it, Chen Jihao's face immediately revealed a contemptuous smile. Who gave him the courage? Dare to come shopping with us? Exactly, Chu Fan has a really thick skin. Not only did he rent a Maybach to boost his ego, but he also came up to us to let us slap his face? Cao Sini's face could not help but be full of ridicule. Cao Sini's body suddenly leaned over and hugged Chen Jihao's arm. Her eyes were full of expectation as she cooed, "Qin Xiao, later in front of Chu Fan, you have to let me save face and buy me a more expensive bag, okay?" Cao Sini's coquettish voice made Chen Jihao laugh so hard that his mouth couldn't close. He nodded very generously and said, "Sini baby, don't worry, I'll buy you a 200,000 yuan bag tonight." Cao Sini's eyes widened immediately, and she said with a blooming heart, "Really? You're so good to me, Qin Xiao. I'll definitely make you happy tonight." Cao Sini's eyes shone with excitement, and she looked forward to it with a face full of anticipation. She had already thought it through. When Chen Jihao bought her a 200,000 yuan designer bag, she would definitely humiliate Chu Fan. Cao Sini gritted her teeth. Not only would she humiliate Chu Fan, she would also make Xiaoning Yuan admit defeat, so that her best friend would envy her for being able to win Chen's favor. Chen Jihao was also full of excitement, and his face was flushed with excitement. He didn't expect Chu Fan to actually come forward and let him humiliate him, so don't blame him for being merciless. Chen Jihao thought excitedly, stepped on the accelerator, and increased the speed. Chen Jihao and Cao Sini arrived at the International Trendy Brand Mall first. After parking the car, they went straight to the second floor, where there were many high-end fashion boutiques selling top international brands at super high prices. Cao Sini messaged Xiaoning Yuan, "We're waiting for you on the second floor of the International Trendy Brand Mall, hurry up." More than 10 minutes later, Chu Fan also drove the Maybach S800 and parked it steadily in the parking lot. When they saw the Maybach, the security guards in the parking lot were startled, and the instant noodles in their hands almost fell to the ground. After parking the car, Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan were both getting ready to get out. When the seatbelt was unbuckled, the part of Xiaoning Yuan that had been tightly bound suddenly felt unrestrained, and it trembled and swayed a little, giving the feeling of billowing waves. Chu Fan's gaze happened to catch that glimpse, and he couldn't help but sigh again. A sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind. After getting out of the car, Chu Fan directly extended his arm towards Xiaoning Yuan. Xiaoning Yuan blinked curiously and said, "What are you doing?" Chu Fan said with a sense of entitlement, "Couples go shopping in the mall, and of course the girl has to hold the guy's arm, so that we seem intimate. Besides, I'm here to annoy Cao Sini, you know what to do." Chapter 21, Shopping at a Luxury Goods Store. Xiaoning Yuan gave a disgusted roll of her eyes. "Humph, I know, you want to show intimacy in front of others, but you don't know how to be gentle with people." Xiaoning Yuan gave Chu Fan a coquettish glare, a little unwilling, but she still walked over and put Chu Fan's arm around her shoulders. Chu Fan suddenly felt his arm surrounded by a soft, bouncy feeling. Chu Fan gave a satisfied smile and walked with Xiaoning Yuan out of the parking lot and into the main entrance of the international trendy brand mall. Many men looked at Chu Fan, who was being affectionately arm in arm with such a beautiful and charming girl as Xiaoning Yuan, with envy and jealousy in their eyes. It was mainly because Xiaoning Yuan's figure was so explosive, with a strong upper body, and this intimate action could not help but involve some ambiguous contact, making those men's eyes burn with envy and their mouths water. Chu Fan naturally felt the fiery stares from all around, and couldn't help but feel a sense of vanity and contentment in his heart. It was very face-saving to walk down the street with a stunning beauty hanging around a man like a little bird. Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan arrived on the second floor and saw Cao Sini and Chen Jihao sitting on a bench from afar. Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan walked over. Xiaoning Yuan felt a little nervous for some reason, her heart pounding non-stop, and she forced herself to smile from a distance. Chen Jihao also saw the two of them and stood up. Seeing Xiaoning Yuan holding onto Chu Fan's arm tightly, Chen Jihao's eyes also showed a little envy. Xiaoning Yuan's figure was much plumper than Cao Sini, and the same action would definitely give a better impression. Cao Sini's eyes were cold, and she folded her arms across her chest as she looked at Chu Fan coldly. She was very unhappy. Everyone is possessive. Cao Sini felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan acting so intimately. After all, one was her ex-boyfriend from yesterday, while the other was her best friend. It's like an old shirt that you don't like anymore, but you'll still be angry if someone steals it. Ding, the system has detected that ex-girlfriend Cao Sini is experiencing emotional fluctuations due to the host's actions. Unhappy. Obtained Cao Sini's regret value, 1. Cao Sini's current regret value, 7. Current task progress 7%? Congratulations, the host has gained 1 system experience point, with a random bonus of 2 million cash, which has been transferred to the host's account. The voice of the system in his head was very pleasant, causing Chu Fan to reveal a smile. With a frank smile on his face, Chu Fan waved hello and said, Sini, Chen Xiao, how are you doing? Seeing Chu Fan's composed appearance, Cao Sini and Chen Jihao were both a little surprised. They didn't expect Chu Fan to be so composed. Cao Sini crossed her arms and said with a wintry smile on her pretty face, Chu Fan, I didn't think you would dare to come. You really have a thick skin. Chu Fan said with a smile, what's there to be afraid of? My little baby Ning Yuan wants to go shopping, so of course I have to accompany her. As he spoke, Chu Fan deliberately reached out and put his arm around Xiaoning Yuan's waist from behind, looking very intimate. Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face flushed. She was a little embarrassed to hear Chu Fan suddenly call her little baby Ning Yuan, but she had no choice but to let Chu Fan put his hand on her waist. Cao Sini let out a soft moan, glared at Xiaoning Yuan, and said in a sour tone, Yo, Ning Yuan little baby? It's so affectionate, isn't it disgusting? Xiaoning Yuan's cheeks were a little flushed, and she forced a wry smile and said, Sini, don't be angry, didn't I give you an Hermes bag and ask you to forgive me? Cao Sini thought about the 50,000 yuan Hermes bag, and her mood calmed down a little. She snorted and said, Humph, if it weren't for that bag, you and I wouldn't be best friends. Xiaoning Yuan knew that Chu Fan deliberately didn't want to fall out with Cao Sini, so she walked over and took Cao Sini's hand and shook it back and forth, saying nice things to coax her for a long time. Chen Jihao snorted and attracted everyone's attention. He walked 2 steps with a proud face and said, Okay, it's time to go shopping at the brand name stores. I still need to buy a gift for Sini. Chen Jihao wore a look of deep pride on his face, and gave Chu Fan a cold look with his eyes. He was deliberately saying this to Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan. Chen Jihao was ready to show off his wealth in front of everyone. He was looking forward to the envious looks on everyone's faces when he bought a luxury bag for Cao Sini. In particular, he was looking forward to the look of inferiority on Chu Fan's face. Hearing Chen Jihao's words, Cao Sini's face immediately blossomed with a smile, and she said gleefully, Yes, Chen Xiao is really good to me. On the first day, he wants to give me a designer bag as my boyfriend, unlike other people, who can't even afford to do that after being my boyfriend for 2 years. While speaking, Cao Sini looked at Chu Fan with a mocking expression, showing undisguised contempt. However, Chu Fan's reaction took Cao Sini by surprise. She had originally thought that Chu Fan would show a self-deprecating and embarrassed expression when he heard that Chen Xiao was going to give her a designer bag. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan had a composed expression on his face, and even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chu Fan pretended to be impressed and laughed, No wonder you are Chen Xiao, you are generous with your gifts. I will have an eye-opening experience today. Chu Fan's reaction took the other three people by surprise. Chen Jihao froze for a moment before regaining his smug expression and saying, "Of course, when I, Chen Jihao, make a move, you working class people naturally can't compete." Chen Jihao, beaming with pride, led the three of them towards a trendy clothing store called Lisan Shangpin Chain Store. The Li Xin Shangpin Chain Store had a very trendy and luxurious interior decoration. The entire store was embellished with bright and luxurious lighting, exuding a fashionable and trendy European style. Zhao Man, a saleswoman at the Li Xin Shangpin Chain Store, immediately brightened up when she saw two men and two women enter the store. She greeted them with a professional smile on her face. "Welcome, please feel free to look around." Zhao Man gave an elegant bow and made a gesture of invitation with her hand, while her eyes scanned the four customers, judging their spending power with her rich sales experience. Zhao Man saw that Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini were both first-class black and long straight beauties with plump and slender figures, and the dresses they were wearing were all famous brands. She immediately felt happy in her heart, as they looked like urban ladies who often consume luxury goods. Zhao Man looked quietly at the two men again and saw Chen Jihao in a purple label suit from a famous brand, a gold Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and shiny, polished leather boots from the famous brand Londance. Zhao Man couldn't help but smile in surprise at the corner of her mouth. She couldn't hold it back. This guy is clearly the standard issue rich kid, and I guess his spending power is off the charts. Zhao Man, full of joy, looked at the last man and saw Chu Fan, who was dressed in a common sports jacket for office workers. Although he looked very handsome and energetic, he seemed the most plain and simple among the guests. Seeing Chu Fan's attire, the smile on Zhao Man's face quickly faded. She felt that Chu Fan was not a customer who could spend money in a trendy clothing store. Zhao Man immediately chose to ignore Chu Fan and instead asked Chen Jihao with a smile, "May I ask if there is anything else I can help you with?" Chu Fan naturally saw the smile on Zhao Man's face quickly cool down when she turned to him. Chu Fan snorted in his heart, a little unhappy, thinking that the staff at this luxury goods store were too picky. Chen Jihao looked pleased with himself, deliberately glanced at Chu Fan with contempt, and then pointed at Cao Sini and said, "Pick out a 200,000 yuan designer bag for my girlfriend." Chapter 22, Ning Yuan, don't be sad, you'll have one in the future too. Hearing Chen Jihao ask for a 200,000 yuan designer bag as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhao Man was full of surprise and was simply overjoyed. This is practically a godsend. Zhao Man's smile became even more cordial. The sales commission at luxury goods stores is high. Selling a 200,000 yuan bag would mean at least 7,000 to 8,000 yuan in commission. Another saleswoman at the Lisan Shangpin chain store named Su Yao was also surprised and looked over with envy. Su Yao envied Zhao Man. According to the store's rules, Zhao Man received this group of customers, and the resulting sales belonged to her. Cao Sini was full of joy, happily hugging Chen Ji's arm and cooing, "Oh, Chen Xiao, you're so good to me, I love you so much." Xiaoning Yuan watched from the side, with no expression on her face, but in her heart she was also a little envious. She had never owned a 200,000 yuan luxury bag before. After all, as a pretty girl with a strong sense of vanity, these designer bags had a lethal effect. Zhao Man respectfully led Cao Sini to a shelf that looked like a work of art, and said, "Most of the designer bags here cost around 200,000 yuan. Take a look and see if there's anything you like." Under the soft display lighting, the world's top designer brands shone with radiance and elegance, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Valentino, Prada, Louis Vuitton, any one of these names can attract the attention of a girl. Cao Sini's eyes sparkled as she looked at the bags, their reflections in her eyes. She looked at these coveted designer bags with a face of obsession, feeling as if she were surrounded by happiness. Xiaoning Yuan also came over and said enviously, "Wow, what beautiful bags. I want them too. Sini, you're so lucky." Hearing Xiaoning Yuan's tone of envy, Cao Sini's sense of vanity was greatly satisfied, and she smiled excitedly, picking it up gleefully. Cao Sini said teasingly, "In the future, I will be Qin Xiao's girlfriend, and I will definitely come to the trendy brand store often." "Hey, Ning Yuan, you will be following Chu Fan in the future, so I guess you won't be able to come to the trendy brand store many times." Xiaoning Yuan shrugged her shoulders, a little speechless. While Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini were selecting bags, Zhao Man smiled flattery, served Chen Jihao a cup of fragrant coffee, bowed respectfully, and gently placed the coffee cup in Chen Jihao's hands. Zhao Man smiled flirtatiously and said, "Sir, please have some coffee and relax for a while." Chen Jihao enjoyed Zhao Man's service and nodded with a satisfied smile, saying, "Your store's service is quite good." Zhao Man replied with a smile, "Of course, the customer is God, and we must provide meticulous service to God." Chu Fan stood aside, a little unhappy about Zhao Man's differential treatment. Chu Fan said indifferently, "Why don't I have any coffee?" Hearing Chu Fan suddenly speak, Zhao Man's smile on her face disappeared in an instant. She glanced at Chu Fan coldly, pointed impatiently with her hand in a certain direction, and said, "There's a water dispenser over there. If you want some, get a cup and pour it yourself." Zhao Man's tone was extremely cold, and she was a complete contrast to the gentle and considerate person she had been when dealing with Chen Jihao. Chu Fan remained calm and said, "Didn't you say that the customer is God? Is this how you treat God?" Zhao Man looked at Chu Fan contemptuously from top to bottom, crossed her arms, and said with a proud face, "Of course customers can enjoy the same service as God, but for people who are not customers, I think they should have some self-awareness." Zhao Man's tone carried a hint of mockery, and even a fool could tell that she was mocking Chu Fan for not having the money to spend in luxury stores. Hearing Zhao Man mock Chu Fan, Chen Jihao was even more pleased, his heart filled with joy. This was the effect he wanted most, and seeing Chu Fan humiliated, Chen Jihao couldn't be happier. Chen Jihao took a sip of coffee, enjoying it very much, with a relaxed expression on his face, and had no intention of speaking up for Chu Fan. Cao Sini also frowned and said, "Chu Fan, don't be a disgrace. Do you think you deserve the same treatment as Chen Xiao? Don't disgrace us." Xianing Yuan was afraid that Chu Fan would have a hard time leaving the stage, so she came over with a concerned expression and said, "Chu Fan, do you want some water? I'll pour you a cup." At that moment, the saleswoman Su Yao walked over with a cup of coffee and handed it to Chu Fan, saying, "Sir, please have some coffee." Su Yao was very attentive. She had noticed earlier that Chu Fan and Zhao Man did not like each other. In order to prevent Chu Fan and Zhao Man from arguing, Su Yao took the initiative to pour a cup of coffee and handed it to Chu Fan. When Chu Fan took the coffee from Su Yao, he accidentally touched her finger, and immediately felt the delicate and smooth touch, which was very comfortable. Chu Fan politely smiled and said, "Thank you." Su Yao also smiled politely and said, "You're welcome." After saying that, Su Yao looked at Chu Fan curiously, feeling that he was a bit unusual. If it were anyone else, they would probably be infuriated in this situation, but Chu Fan was able to remain calm as if nothing had happened. This made Su Yao a little curious about Chu Fan. Su Yao naturally didn't know that Chu Fan had been able to remain calm because he had been prepared. Ding, the system has detected a beautiful woman with high appearance value noticing the host and binding a new target. Name, Su Yao. Age, 22 years old. Appearance value, 91. Measurements, 90D, 55, 88. Height, 164. Occupation, fashion store salesperson. Favorability, 0. Purity, 100. Health value, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Chu Fan was a little happy to hear that the system had bound this female salesperson named Su Yao. Because of Su Yao's action of pouring coffee for Chu Fan felt that she was a gentle and kind girl. This Su Yao has a face value of 91, the same score as Tan Fei, and 2 points lower than Xianing Yuan. She also looks pure and lovely, and her figure is also very slender and tall. However, Chu Fan didn't mind the appearance, because the system bound an additional target, which meant an additional person to collect rewards from. Chu Fan held the coffee in his hands and took a gentle sip, immediately feeling a unique fragrance fill the air. Zhao Man glared at Su Yao unhappily, feeling that Su Yao was against her. Cao Sini finally chose a crocodile orange flat bag from Parisian House, priced at 220,000. Chen Jihao took out his bank card with a proud face and asked Zhao Man to swipe the card. In fact, 220,000 was still a bit of a strain for Chen Jihao. Although he was the son of the wealthy businessman Chen Donghua was reluctant to let him officially take over the business and only gave him a monthly limit of 1 million. Therefore, Chen Jihao still felt a bit of pain when spending 220,000 all at once, but in order to win Cao Sini's heart, Chen Jihao could only pretend to be relaxed. Zhao Man couldn't stop smiling, and excitedly took the bank card. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, I'll swipe the card for you now, please wait a moment." Cao Sini was overjoyed, holding the orange bag from Balenciaga, and couldn't stop smiling as she beamed at Chen Jihao. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, you're so nice to me." Xianing Yuan stood aside, still a little disappointed, and looked at Cao Sini's Balenciaga orange bag with some envy in her eyes. Designer bags are just as lethal to girls as luxury cars are to men. Cao Sini saw Xianing Yuan looking a little lost, and a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was very pleased that she could make her best friend feel envious. Cao Sini pretended to comfort Xianing Yuan and said, "Ning Yuan, don't be sad, you will have one in the future too." Soon, Cao Sini looked at Chu Fan contemptuously again, and sneered, "But if you stay with Chu Fan, I don't think you'll ever have the chance to own a designer bag again." Chen Jihao looked at Xianing Yuan's figure with some greed and laughed, "Ning Yuan, you are now blinded by love. When you wake up one day, you can always find me. I can introduce you to a good boyfriend, at least one who can afford designer bags. As he spoke, Chen Jihao deliberately looked at Chu Fan, obviously mocking him for being poor. Chen Jihao was actually drooling over Xiaoning Yuan. Both Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini were very beautiful, but Xiaoning Yuan had a more voluptuous figure and looked better visually. Chu Fan stood up calmly and said indifferently, "There's no need to trouble Mr. Chen. Since Ning Yuan is my girlfriend, of course I will let her have her favorite designer brands." Chu Fan's words made everyone flinch. Chapter 23, Buying a diamond-encrusted bag worth 4 million. Chen Jihao almost laughed out loud. Are you kidding me? Xiaoning Yuan is so beautiful, and she must like high-end brands. What can a delivery boy like you afford? Cao Sini also shook her head in disappointment. Chu Fan, you really disappoint me. Not only are you unable to let my best friend live a good life, but you're also just full of hot air. Seeing Chu Fan being mocked, Xiaoning Yuan was also very helpless. She let out a soft sigh. Before coming here, she had a hunch that this would be the result, but what she didn't understand was why Chu Fan had come to see Chen Jihao and Cao Sini. Chu Fan also didn't bother with nonsense anymore, and looked directly at the female salesperson named Su Yao, beckoning her over. Su Yao looked puzzled, not knowing what Chu Fan wanted to do. Curiously, she walked up to Chu Fan and said, "Sir, would you like some more coffee?" Chu Fan said indifferently, "Which is the most expensive bag in your store?" After Chu Fan finished speaking, everyone in the store looked over in surprise. Su Yao said doubtfully, "Are you sure you mean the most expensive bag, sir? Our store sells the latest international designer brands, and the most expensive bags are very expensive." Chu Fan said calmly, "Just bring it out. Since Chen bought a bag for his girlfriend, I have to buy one for mine too." Everyone else in the store was dumbfounded. Zhao Man, the saleswoman, looked at Chu Fan with disbelief, as Chu was dressed very plainly and was in no way comparable to Chen Jihao's high-end attire. Zhao Man had been in the industry for 6 or 7 years and had developed a sharp eye, so she didn't believe she had misjudged. Chen Jihao had a contemptuous smile on his face. He didn't believe that Chu Fan could afford the most expensive bag either, and he looked like he was waiting to see a joke. Cao Sini was even more contemptuous. She had been in a relationship with Chu Fan for 2 years, and the most expensive gift Chu Fan had ever given her was an iPhone that cost 10,000 yuan, which Chu Fan had only been able to afford after months of saving. Xiaoning Yuan looked at Chu Fan with a confused expression in her beautiful eyes, completely at a loss as to what Chu Fan meant. Soon, Su Yao, wearing white gloves, carefully held a tray in her hands, carrying an all-over diamond, gold-glittering crocodile skin bag, and said, "Sir, this is a limited edition diamond-studded Hermes KS bag. It is made from carefully raised Siamese crocodile skin, and is uniquely designed and carefully crafted by the famous French designer Marianne. It is carefully inlaid with 33 French pink diamonds, which is very noble and beautiful. In the hearts of girls, this diamond-encrusted KS bag is the existence of a dream." The moment this limited edition diamond-encrusted Hermes bag appeared, Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan's eyes were instantly captivated. Cao Sini's mouth fell open, her eyes fixed on the sparkling diamond-encrusted bag, her breathing quickened, and she instantly felt that the Balenciaga in her hands no longer smelled good. Xiaoning Yuan was also transfixed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a fiery light, her gaze unable to move, completely unable to hide her love, as if a 3-year-old child had seen a cream cake in a shop window and was just as obsessed. For these two trendy beauties who love designer brands, this was a fatal attraction that was completely irresistible. Su Yao couldn't help but glance at Chu Fan's eyes and continued, "This limited edition diamond-encrusted KS bag is priced at 4.3 million. Moreover, because of the extremely high value of this diamond-encrusted bag, it is only eligible for purchase if you have at least 500,000 yuan to match the price." Hearing the astronomical price, Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan finally came back to their senses. Plus the matching goods would cost 4.8 million, so even Cao Sini, who had a rich playboy like Chen Jihao, did not dare to hope for such an expensive diamond bag. Chen Jihao also drew a breath of cold air. His monthly allowance was only 1 million, so there was nothing he could do about this kind of top luxury. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Fan calmly walked over to Xiaoning Yuan, placed his right hand around her slender waist, leaned in close to her ear, and asked in a somewhat ambiguous tone, breathing slowly and heavily, "How is it, Ning Yuan baby? Do you like it? If you like it, I'll let her wrap it up." In order to let Cao Sini see, Chu Fan deliberately made a gesture of being very intimate with Xiaoning Yuan. Xiaoning Yuan was stunned. She felt Chu Fan's hand on her waist, and the hot breath in her ear made her cheeks burn. Her heart pounded, and her breasts rose and fell violently. Xiaoning Yuan blushed nervously, but she couldn't help but nod and say, I like it, but it's a bit too expensive. Chu Fan smiled and said, as long as you like it, Ning Yuan, it's not a problem no matter how expensive it is. Xia Ning Yuan felt as if her heart had been electrocuted, and a tingling, sweet feeling emerged. Although Xia Ning Yuan also knew that Chu Fan was only pretending to be intimate with her in order to spite Cao Sini. Chu Fan's words were just too devastating. Even though Xia Ning Yuan knew they were false, she still felt a sense of happiness from being spoiled. Xia Ning Yuan's body leaned into Chu Fan's arms involuntarily, and she said in a sweet, tingling voice, really? Chu Fan, you are so good to me? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained Xia Ning Yuan's favor, +6. Xia Ning Yuan's favor, 45. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 5 million in cash, which has been transferred to your account. Cao Sini, however, looked at Chu Fan and Xia Ning Yuan with a shocked expression, and felt an inexplicable anger in her heart. Although Cao Sini thought that she and Chu Fan had broken up, and that Chu Fan, a poor man, was not worthy of her. But when she saw Chu Fan and Xia Ning Yuan looking sweet and affectionate, she still felt a burst of inexplicable anger, as if it wanted to engulf her whole body. Ding! The system has detected an emotional fluctuation in ex-girlfriend Cao Sini due to the host's actions, jealousy. Obtain Cao Sini's regret value, 3. Cao Sini's current regret value, 10. Current task progress 10%? Congratulations, the host has gained 1 system experience point, with a random bonus of 3 million cash, which has been transferred to the host's account. A voice in his head made Chu Fan feel a burst of relief, and a smile of pleasure appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chu Fan took out his bank card and handed it to Su Yao with a smile. Since my girlfriend likes it, go ahead and swipe the card. I'll take the bag. Hearing Chu Fan's words, almost everyone was stunned. Zhao Man was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but take another look at Chu Fan's attire. She didn't expect that Chu Fan, who was dressed so plainly, was actually going to buy the most expensive designer bag. Su Yao was afraid that Chu Fan had heard the price wrong, and couldn't help but ask again, are you sure, sir? This bag plus the matching goods will cost 4.8 million yuan. Chu Fan said with a relaxed expression, what, you don't want this order? If you want it, just swipe the card. Su Yao quickly said, yes, sir, I'll go swipe your card right away. Su Yao took Chu Fan's bank card as if it were a treasure and was about to go to the POS machine at the front desk. However, Zhao Man suddenly stopped Su Yao in her tracks and wouldn't let her go. Su Yao looked at Zhao Man in confusion and said, Zhao Jia, what do you mean? In this fashion chain store, Zhao Man's seniority was much higher than Su Yao's, and Su Yao never dared to disobey Zhao Man. Zhao Man's face was stern as she lectured, Su Yao, don't you know that according to the chain store's rules, the orders for this group of customers are all mine? The rules of the Lisan Shangping chain store are indeed like this, and the orders for the same group of customers are all counted on 1 salesperson. Zhao Man had just obtained Chen Jihao's performance, and now she saw that Chu Fan was actually going to place a large order of 4.8 million, and she became greedy all of a sudden, wanting to get it all. Su Yao bent over, frowning, but, this gentleman specifically asked for my service. Zhao Man glared, but what, but, Su Yao, you are still a rookie, you need to learn from us seniors, don't you want me to teach you things in the future? This Zhao Man is an old employee in the chain store, and this Su Yao is just a rookie who has been working there for 2 months, so Su Yao has no choice but to obey. Su Yao felt very aggrieved, but in the face of Zhao Man's arrogance, she didn't dare say anything. Su Yao gritted her teeth, pouted in grievance, and reluctantly handed the bank card to Zhao Man. Zhao Man's mouth curled up into a smug smile, and she proudly grabbed the bank card in her hand, about to turn and go to the cash register to swipe the card when Chu Fan suddenly spoke, what are you doing, didn't I ask Su Yao to swipe the card? Chapter 24, Chu Fan, you've got some nerve. Zhao Man's face suddenly turned red. She felt a little embarrassed too. Just now, she was still laughing at Chu Fan, but now she was rushing to help him swipe the card. Although she had a thick skin, she was also a little embarrassed. Zhao Man gritted her teeth and forced a smile of ingratiation, bowing to Chu Fan and saying, Sir, you don't understand our chain store's rules. Our rule is that the orders of a group of customers are counted on the head of 1 salesperson. Chu Fan sneered and said, I don't care about your rules. Didn't you say that the customer is always right? Anyway, I will only accept her service, otherwise I won't buy. Chu Fan pointed at Su Yao and named her to accept her service only. Chu Fan's tone carried a hint of imperiousness that brooked no defiance. Zhao Man knew there was nothing she could do, so she reluctantly handed her bank card to Su Yao. Su Yao, why don't you swipe the card? Su Yao's pretty face broke into a smile, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Chu Fan gratefully and said, Thank you, sir. Su Yao was very happy. She had been working here for 2 months, and her sales performance had been dismal, because it seemed that all the customers with money had been taken over by Zhao Man and the other veteran salespeople. This was the first time Su Yao had received an order of more than 10,000 yuan, and she was very grateful to Chu Fan. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Su Yao's favor, +5. Su Yao's favor, 5. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 5 million in cash, which has been transferred to your account. Hearing the system reward in his head, Chu Fan's mouth also curled up into a smile. Su Yao was very happy and took the bank card to swipe it. Cao Sini said in shock, "No way, is Chu Fan serious?" Chen Jihao shook his head, he didn't believe it for a second. He himself, a second-generation rich kid, couldn't afford a designer bag, so how could Chu Fan, a delivery boy, afford one? Chen Jihao gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe it, how can he swipe 4.8 million off this broken bank card? What a braggart." Chu Fan took a sip of coffee with ease and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, let's make a bet then. Let's bet on whether my card can swipe 4.8 million. The loser has to bark like a dog. Are you up for it?" Chen Jihao stared at Chu Fan, his eyes rolling as he thought rapidly. Chen Jihao's VIP bank card can only swipe 1 million a month, and he really didn't want to believe that Chu Fan, whom he looked down upon, could actually swipe 4.8 million from his card. Chen Jihao could already tell that Chu Fan's card was a debit card, not a credit card. In other words, the money that had been spent from Chu Fan's card was all savings, not an overdraft. Chen Jihao gritted his teeth and said, "Let's bet. I'm not afraid of you." Xiaoning Yuan, Cao Sini, and Zhao Man all looked at Chen Jihao and Chu Fan in surprise. They had never expected these two to play such a big game and actually bet on it. However, a voice soon came from the cash register that made Chen Jihao despair. Drip, card swipe successful. Accompanying the sound of the successful card swipe, a receipt was printed out. This meant that Chu Fan's debit card had really swiped a deposit of 4.8 million. Ding, host detected as binding target spending 4.8 million, obtaining double cashback 9.6 million, already transferred to host account. The news of the successful cashback came to Chu Fan's mind, making him overjoyed. At this moment, everyone's gaze, tinged with embarrassment, converged on Chen Jihao's face. Chen Jihao was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chu Fan, the stinky delivery boy, had actually spent more cash than him from his bank card. Chen Jihao felt like crying but had no tears. Today, he had wanted to show off his wealth in front of Chu Fan and humiliate him. He never expected that this would be the end result, and instead, he had been humiliated by Chu Fan. Stared at by everyone with slightly expectant gazes, Chen Jihao's face suddenly turned red like a monkey's bottom, full of embarrassment. The thought of the wager he had just made with Chu Fan made his heart tense up, and his breathing became rapid. Chen Jihao's blood pressure began to soar, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He quickly covered his chest with his hands, a look of pain on his face, and said, quickly get me some quick-acting heart pills." Fortunately, Cao Sini knew that Chen Xiao had a quick-acting heart medicine in his jacket pocket, so she quickly took out a pill and let Chen Jihao take it. After Chen Jihao took the medicine, he sat in a chair with a pale face, gasping for breath, with an expression of tears welling up in his eyes. Seeing that Chen Jihao was fine, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They never imagined that the spoiled Chen Xiao actually had this problem. Su Yao also promptly held the shiny limited edition Hermes diamond-studded KS bag, respectfully placed it in Xiaoning Yuan's hands, and politely said, "Beautiful lady, this ultra-high-value limited edition Hermes diamond-studded KS bag belongs to you from now on. Here is the authentic anti-counterfeiting laser gold card for this diamond-studded bag. Inside you can scan out information such as the number of the diamond-studded KS bag, as well as the warranty card and proof of purchase. Please keep it safe." Su Yao also handed over some certificates to Xiaoning Yuan. Xiaoning Yuan felt light and airy, as if she were dreaming. Is this for real? This Hermes diamond-studded bag really belongs to me? Xiaoning Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, and she looked at the designer bag in her hands, which was inlaid with 33 sparkling French pink diamonds, unable to believe it. A sense of noble luxury made her heart feel like it was jumping with excitement. This was a top-notch designer bag worth 4.3 million yuan, which Xiaoning Yuan had only ever owned in her dreams before. But now, the dream had actually become a reality. Xiaoning Yuan could feel Cao Sini casting a complex glance of envy and jealousy at her. Cao Sini looked at the pink diamond-encrusted bag in Xiaoning Yuan's hands with some obsession in her eyes. The diamond-encrusted bag lay quietly in Xiaoning Yuan's hands, but it exuded an irresistible charm. Cao Sini really couldn't resist the temptation. Cao Sini's heart felt like it had been poured over with a bottle of mixed emotions, and all kinds of feelings welled up. Cao Sini never expected that Chu Fan would actually give Xianing Yuan such an expensive luxury designer bag. This diamond-encrusted bag had also been the object of countless fantasies for Cao Sini. Every time she looked at the diamond-encrusted bag on the poster with longing eyes, it was as if she were looking up at the brightest star in the night sky, and a strong longing welled up in her heart. But the super high price made Cao Sini deeply understand that she was not blessed with it. Compared to this pink diamond-encrusted bag, the Balenciaga that Chen Jihao had just given her seemed like a trash bag. But now, Cao Sini saw her best friend excitedly holding the pink diamond-encrusted bag in her arms. She felt a strong sense of jealousy and envy, and what made Cao Sini feel even more bitter was that her ex-boyfriend Chu Fan had actually given the bag to her best friend. Cao Sini turned her gaze to Chu Fan, her eyes full of complex emotions and questions. Cao Sini couldn't help but glare at Chu Fan with hatred and said, "Chu Fan, what do you mean? You and I have been together for 2 years, and you have never given me any expensive gifts. How come you and Xianing Yuan have only been together for 1 day, and you already gave her such an expensive gift?" Cao Sini's eyes were full of resentment and grievance as she stared at Chu Fan. She had been with Chu Fan for 2 years, and the most expensive gift he had ever given her was an iPhone. But now, Chu Fan has even given Xianing Yuan a 4.3 million yuan bag without batting an eyelid. Cao Sini really finds it hard to accept this fact. Ding, the system has detected that ex-girlfriend Cao Sini is experiencing emotional fluctuations due to the host's actions, jealousy. Obtain Cao Sini's regret value, 4. Cao Sini's current regret value, 14. Current task progress 14%. Congratulations, the host has gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 4 million yuan, which has been transferred to the host's account. A system prompt sounded in Chu Fan's head, and he felt a burst of joy. This joy was mixed with the thrill of getting back at Cao Sini. Chu Fan said with a composed expression, "What do you care what gift I give her? Ning Yuan is so beautiful, I like her, what's wrong with that?" Chu Fan deliberately placed his hand on Xianing Yuan's shoulder and put his arm around her. In fact, Cao Sini and Xianing Yuan were equally beautiful, but Chu Fan deliberately said that Xianing Yuan was more beautiful in order to anger Cao Sini, which made Cao Sini furious. Cao Sini widened her eyes in shock as she saw Chu Fan embracing Xianing Yuan. She found the sight hard to accept. Even though she had broken up with Chu Fan, seeing her ex-boyfriend cuddle up closely with her best friend still made her heart feel tight. "You, Chu Fan, you really have some nerve to say that Xianing Yuan is prettier than me." Chapter 25, Next time, I'll wear rose-scented lipstick. Cao Sini stamped her foot in anger, not wanting to stay for even a second longer. She turned around and stormed off. Chen Jihao had just recovered from his heart attack and was sitting on the seat, panting heavily. Seeing Cao Sini leave in anger, he quickly forced himself to chase after her. "Sini, wait for me, you still have my quick-acting heart medicine." Seeing this melodramatic plot worthy of an 8 o'clock drama, female sales representatives Su Yao and Zhao Man were both dumbfounded, feeling that their brains were not enough. Su Yao's beautiful eyes blinked doubtfully, as she tried hard to figure out the relationship between these 4 customers. Xianing Yuan looked at the angry back of Cao Sini as she left, and said with some tension, "It's over, Chu Fan, now Sini is angry with us again." Chu Fan said nonchalantly, "It's fine, just coax her." Chu Fan also had no intention of turning his back on Cao Sini. If they completely fell out, he would not be able to get Cao Sini's regret points either. Xianing Yuan widened her beautiful eyes and said, "Who's going to coax her?" Chu Fan looked at Xianing Yuan with a face of reason and said, "What do you think? It's not going to be me, is it?" Xianing Yuan's mouth opened in surprise. "I have to coax her again?" Xianing Yuan was speechless. Chu Fan was just going to let her clean up the mess, and she had to go. Chu Fan looked at the pink diamond-encrusted bag that Xianing Yuan had been admiring, and laughed. "I gave you such an expensive bag, it's not too much to ask you to go appease Cao Sini, is it? Or do you not want this bag?" Xianing Yuan quickly hugged the pink diamond-encrusted bag close to her chest, as if she was afraid someone would take it away from her. She nodded like a bobbing head and said, "I want it. I just have to go appease Sini." Xianing Yuan still felt like she was in a dream, afraid that the diamond-encrusted bag, which cost more than 4 million yuan, would disappear like foam. Chu Fan nodded with satisfaction. The result was not bad today, and it had achieved the desired effect. Chu Fan looked around and saw that everything was fine, so he said, "They've gone too, let's go back." Chu Fan was about to leave with Xiaoning Yuan when the saleswoman Su Yao hurriedly followed them and said, "Mr. Chu, according to the rules of our Lisan Shangping chain stores, customers who spend more than 1 million yuan will receive a VIP card from our store. In addition to enjoying discounts, they can also enjoy our full range of attentive services. Can you please accept our VIP card?" Chu Fan became interested. He knew that this kind of fashionable luxury goods had a huge appeal to girls. In the future, if he wanted to take a girl shopping and double the cashback, there was no better place than a fashionable luxury goods store. Moreover, this Su Yao was a target bound by the system and a beautiful girl who could be rewarded with a treasure chest. Chu Fan felt that there was no reason for him to refuse. Chu Fan said with a smile, "Comprehensive services? Like what?" Seeing Chu Fan's eyes, Su Yao's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said shyly, "For example, home delivery, advance notice of new products, and services such as reserving goods for you. Of course, as long as we can do it, we can provide it to VIPs." Chu Fan said indifferently, "Okay, then give me one of your VIP cards." Hearing that Chu Fan had accepted, Su Yao's pretty face immediately beamed with joy, and she respectfully placed a golden VIP card in Chu Fan's hands. Chu Fan once again touched Su Yao's delicate and soft fingers. Su Yao's pretty face turned slightly red, and she said with a smile, "That's great, Mr. Chu, you will be the 541st VIP of our Lisan Shangping chain store from now on, and I will be your exclusive customer service representative. You can contact me for anything you need, and I will do my best to provide you with the best service." Chu Fan was a little curious and asked, "I can contact you for anything I need?" Su Yao was afraid that Chu Fan might have misunderstood, so she quickly said, "As long as I can do it, I can." Chu Fan nodded, and it was quite pleasant to have such a beautiful exclusive customer service. After receiving the VIP card, Chu Fan walked outside the mall with Xiaoning Yuan. Coming out of the Lisan Shangping chain store, Xiaoning Yuan had a smile on her lips and took the initiative to hold Chu Fan's arm, making Chu Fan feel a warm and soft touch on his arm. Xiaoning Yuan happily asked, "Chu Fan, are you really giving me this Hermes bag with diamonds?" Chu Fan nodded and said, "How could anything I give be fake?" Xiaoning Yuan was even more overjoyed and said, "That's great, I thought you were just using it to annoy Sini and that you would have to give it back after you were done with it." Xiaoning Yuan hugged Chu Fan's arm even tighter. She slung the pink diamond-encrusted bag over her body and turned her head to look in the mirror whenever she passed reflective glass, looking like she couldn't get enough of it. Chu Fan gave a faint smile. It seems that designer bags are really fatal to girls. No girl can resist this temptation that strikes straight at the soul. Some women who passed by also recognized the Hermes diamond-encrusted bag and all of them looked shocked. Someone really bought a diamond-encrusted Hermes bag? Wow, it looks really good on her. Yeah, this bag seems to cost more than 4 million yuan, and I actually saw someone wearing it on the street. What a lucky woman, I'm so jealous. Some women looked at her with envy in their eyes, and couldn't help but whisper. The burning stares kept converging on Xiaoning Yuan from all sides, greatly satisfying her vanity. Xiaoning Yuan even felt like her dream had come true. It was as if she were now walking on the red carpet of the podium, welcoming the admiring and congratulatory glances. Xiaoning Yuan never dreamed that the one who had brought her such a sense of glory was actually Chu Fan, whom she had previously looked down upon, and who was also her best friend's ex-boyfriend. When Chu Fan forced Xiaoning Yuan to be his girlfriend, she was very lost and depressed, and she did it unwillingly. But now, Xiaoning Yuan even really wants to be Chu Fan's girlfriend. Xiaoning Yuan thought about this and smiled, resting her head on Chu Fan's shoulder. Chu Fan also smiled slightly. It was also very face-saving to be held by a beautiful woman of Xiaoning Yuan's caliber in a shopping mall. The two exited the mall and entered the parking lot. Chu Fan opened the car door and got in, while Xiaoning Yuan sat elegantly in the passenger seat with her pert buttocks sticking out. The young man and woman were sitting alone in an enclosed space, so the atmosphere was inevitably a little ambiguous. Chu Fan smelled the faint fragrance on Xiaoning Yuan and couldn't help but sniff it strongly. Xiaoning Yuan noticed the difference and curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Chu Fan was very direct, "I'm smelling the fragrance on you." Chu Fan turned his head and looked at Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face. Under the soft car light, she had fair, delicate skin, soulful eyes, and full, luscious red lips. Chu Fan's gaze was undisguised, with a touch of scrutiny, which made Xiaoning Yuan very shy. Xiaoning Yuan blushed and said shyly, "Do you like to smell it?" In their relationship, Chu Fan is the absolutely dominant party, and Xiaoning Yuan can only obediently obey whatever Chu Fan wants to do. So when she was looked at so passionately by Chu Fan, Xiaoning Yuan quickly lowered her beautiful eyes shyly. Her heart was pounding like a deer, and she was a little scared and a little looking forward to something. Chu Fan was also very rude, and directly pulled Xianing Yuan over and nibbled on her mouth for a while. Under the silvery moonlight, the magnificent Maybach S800 sat quietly in the darkness, and no one knew what was going on in the car. An hour later, the Maybach started up and left the parking lot. Inside the car, Xianing Yuan blushed, her slender hands covering her mouth. She had just been kissed by Chu Fan for a long time, and it made her feel suffocated. Today was the 4th time she had been kissed by Chu Fan, and Xianing Yuan pouted, feeling a little aggrieved because Chu Fan didn't cherish her at all. Xianing Yuan also knew that Chu Fan and she were only pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend in front of Cao Sini, and in fact the two were not really in love, so Chu Fan would not really dote on her either. But after spending the day together, Xianing Yuan felt that Chu Fan's figure seemed to be branded in her heart. Xianing Yuan quietly lifted her beautiful eyes and took a secret glance at Chu Fan, who was driving, as if she wanted to remember how Chu Fan looked now. However, the tender feeling that had just sprouted in Xianing Yuan's heart was ruthlessly shattered by Chu Fan's cold words. Chu Fan looked relaxed and carefree, but he said in an imperious tone, "Next time, use rose-scented lipstick, I like the rose scent." Xianing Yuan pouted, aggrieved, and said, "Do you still like Sini? Sini usually wears rose-scented lipstick." Chapter 26, How about a pay rise? Xianing Yuan and Cao Sini knew each other very well, so Xianing Yuan knew the flavor of the lipstick Cao Sini used. Hearing Chu Fan ask Xianing Yuan to switch to rose-scented lipstick, Xianing Yuan suddenly felt jealous, as if she was really just being treated as a substitute by Chu Fan. Chu Fan said nonchalantly, "I don't like Cao Sini anymore, but I like the taste of roses." Xianing Yuan glared at Chu Fan coquettishly, "You're all heart, I can see that you still love Sini. This is how it is in TV dramas, the more you love someone, the more you hate them. I can see that you and Sini are now killing each other with love, it feels like you have a deep sadomasochistic relationship." Xianing Yuan suddenly recalled today, everything Chu Fan did seemed to be just to anger Cao Sini. Xianing Yuan felt that Chu Fan must still love Cao Sini, and was doing all this just to make Cao Sini remember him forever. Chu Fan said nonchalantly, "Think what you want, but next time I must taste the rose-scented lipstick, remember?" Xianing Yuan blinked her beautiful eyes, and a trace of expectation suddenly appeared on her pretty face. She said, "Call me Ning Yuan baby again, and I'll give you the rose-scented lipstick." Just now in the fashion store, Chu Fan deliberately called Xianing Yuan Ning Yuan baby to anger Cao Sini, and it sounded very affectionate. When Xianing Yuan heard it, she unexpectedly felt very pleasant. Xianing Yuan really wanted to relive that feeling, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of a smile as she looked at Chu Fan expectantly. Chu Fan, however, said coldly and without understanding the mood, "You're not bargaining with me, are you? You promised to be my slave, and you can only do what I say, got it?" Hearing the unmistakable tone in Chu Fan's voice, Xianing Yuan had to pout and say with a grievance, "Ugh, I know, I'll go buy roses scented ones tomorrow." What a lack of understanding of the mood. Chu Fan nodded with satisfaction, stopped talking, and played a beautiful song, which made the atmosphere in the car a little more relaxed. Xianing Yuan glanced at Chu Fan again, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to Chu Fan, saying, "Chu Fan, I want to drink some water, so can you open it for me?" Chu Fan impatiently said, "I'm driving, open it yourself." Xianing Yuan said in a flirty voice, "No, I want you to help." Xianing Yuan actually has a lot of strength in her hands, and she can break an apple with her bare hands, but she just wants Chu Fan to help her. Chu Fan had no choice but to take the mineral water and unscrew the cap. To Xianing Yuan's surprise, Chu Fan actually took a sip before handing the mineral water back to her. Xianing Yuan pretended to be angry and said, "Why did you take a sip? That's annoying." Chu Fan said calmly, "I was thirsty, and since we kissed earlier, what's the big deal about drinking a bottle of water?" Xianing Yuan's pretty face turned red, and she glared at Chu Fan before taking the mineral water and taking a few sips. Xianing Yuan felt a hint of happiness in her heart, because Chu Fan had ultimately helped her unscrew the cap, and drinking from the same bottle of water was an intimate gesture that only lovers would do. It was getting late, and the dark night sky was full of twinkling stars. A cool breeze was blowing through the city. Chu Fan dropped Xianing Yuan off at home on his way home, and then drove back to his small rented room. The rented room was very simple, with only the necessary simple furniture for living, but Chu Fan was a nostalgic person, and after living there for a long time, he felt very close to it. Chu Fan first entered the bathroom, took a comfortable shower, and reminisced about everything that had happened today, feeling as if it were a lifetime ago. There had been so much that had happened today that he needed to reflect on it seriously. The thing that Chu Fan would find most difficult to forget was breaking up with Cao Sini. Chu Fan and Cao Sini had been together for 2 years, and Chu Fan had pinned his fondest dreams on Cao Sini. But Cao Sini ruthlessly crushed Chu Fan's dreams. Thinking about this, Chu Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh and let out a long breath. In the past 2 years, Chu Fan had only been allowed to kiss Cao Sini's cheek once, the day he gave her the iPhone. But today, he learned the shocking news that Cao Sini and Chen Xiao had been in a hotel room together, which made Chu Fan feel very ridiculous. Therefore, Chu Fan was not at all polite to Xiaoning Yuan. Whenever he wanted to kiss her, he would pull her over and kiss her. When Chu Fan kissed Xiaoning Yuan today, he felt a sense of revenge. He didn't have the slightest bit of compassion, and he took advantage of her. This also gave Chu Fan a sense of pleasure in retaliating against Cao Sini. Now Chu Fan's mood has calmed down a lot. The happiest thing today was naturally getting the miraculous system that defies the heavens, which made Chu Fan very happy, and even made him forget the pain of the breakup. The system is very powerful, and it also says that you only need to increase the girl's favorability to 50 to get a treasure chest reward. Xiaoning Yuan's favorability has now reached 45, and if things go well, she will soon reach 50. Chu Fan is very much looking forward to what rewards will appear in the treasure chest. Chu Fan decided to increase Xiaoning Yuan's favorability to 50 as soon as possible and open a treasure chest to see what rewards there were. At almost 10 o'clock in the evening, Chu Fan's phone came with a prompt. Your account has received a remittance from Tan Fei in the amount of 40,232 yuan. Tan Fei also sent a message to Chu Fan. Chu Fan, today's total income from the store was 41,232 yuan. I've set aside 1,000 yuan for raw materials tomorrow, and I've transferred the remaining 40,232 yuan to your account. Please check. When he received the remittance, Chu Fan immediately saw the system's reality coin balance number change. Reality coin balance, 41,107.25. Chu Fan was ecstatic. This was the first time that his reality coin assets had increased. Before this, it had always been the system coins that increased. Chu Fan knew that reality coins were worth much more than system coins because they could be used to purchase system goods. With a smile on his face, Chu Fan replied to Tan Fei, I see. You've worked hard. Are you still at the store? In the Xinrui ice cream shop, Tan Fei was standing in front of the cash register. She had just finished counting the money and was stretching a little, which made her breasts rise and fall under the lights. It was Tan Fei's first day as manager, so she had been very careful with the counting. Seeing that Chu Fan was concerned about her and said she was tired, a smile appeared on Tan Fei's pretty face. Tan Fei replied, this is what I should do, it's not tiring. Chu Fan suddenly had a thought, and sent a message, tomorrow I still have to go to the tax office to register the transfer of taxes and sign a new lease with the landlord. You can go with me tomorrow. The front of Xinrui ice drink shop was rented, and what was transferred to Chu Fan was the right to operate the shop. Therefore, Chu Fan still needed to sign a new lease with the landlord, and the tax account number also needed to be changed at the tax office. Chu Fan planned to do these two things tomorrow. Chu Fan was going to create an opportunity to contact Tan Fei, so he wanted to invite her along. When she saw Chu Fan's message, Tan Fei's pretty face showed a surprised expression, and she replied, huh? Do you need me for these things too? Chu Fan laughed and typed, I'm your boss, you're not going to disobey your boss's orders, are you? Seeing Chu Fan say that, Tan Fei had no choice but to agree. After all, Chu Fan was right. He was the boss of the store, and everyone else had to follow his orders. Tan Fei said worriedly, what if something happens while I'm not in the store? Tan Fei was a little torn. This was her first time as a store manager, and she really wanted to run the store well and prove her abilities, but she didn't expect Chu Fan to want her to keep him company. Chu Fan said nonchalantly, there are other store assistants around. Your task tomorrow is to accompany me out and about. Chu Fan wanted to take Tan Fei out and enjoy herself, to see if he could boost her favorability rating. Tan Fei was a little helpless, and she could only reply, okay, I understand. Seeing that Tan Fei had agreed, Chu Fan also revealed a smile of anticipation. Chu Fan suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked the system in his head. System, when I pay the target, do I use system currency or real currency? The system replied, system currency, which can be doubled back. Hearing the system's reply, Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy. Isn't this an opportunity to increase her favorability? Chu Fan immediately sent Tan Fei a message and asked, oh yeah, I forgot to ask today, how much do you make as the store manager each month? Tan Fei replied, the previous manager Yang made 9,000 yuan a month. Chu Fan replied with a smile, how about I give you a pay rise? Chapter 27, The Envious Cao Sini. Tan Fei's beautiful eyes brightened up instantly when she saw Chu Fan's message. She was also a little excited. Really? Chu Fan, you're going to give me a pay rise? Tan Fei felt that since she and Chu Fan were classmates in high school, with this connection, she should at least get a few hundred yuan more than Manager Yang. But Chu Fan replied nonchalantly, how about I pay you 30,000 a month? Tan Fei was dumbfounded. 30,000? She had just been hoping that a few hundred yuan would be a nice raise, but she never expected Chu Fan to offer her 30,000 yuan a month. Tan Fei quickly typed, 30,000 is too much, Chu Fan. Even though we went to school together, you don't need to pay me that much. Besides, I'm afraid my work ability doesn't match such a high salary. Tan Fei was a little flustered. She was only making a little over 4,000 yuan a month as a waitress, and now Chu Fan was suddenly going to raise it to 30,000 yuan. This made her both flattered and very insecure. If Chu Fan made some demands, such as how much her monthly performance had to improve, Tan Fei was afraid she wouldn't be able to do it. But Chu Fan insisted, it's fine. I don't have any other demands. Just do as I say. Tan Fei was relieved to hear that Chu Fan had no other demands, but she still said anxiously, why don't you think about it some more? 30,000 is a bit high, so why don't you start by offering me a salary of 20,000? If you don't think I'm doing a good enough job, you can just replace me. Chu Fan smiled and said, don't worry, I have no other demands. As a sign of my sincerity, I'll pay your salary for this month in advance. Chu Fan wanted to try to see if there was a double cashback, so he transferred 30,000 yuan from his phone to Tan Fei's account. Ding, the host has been detected as the target of the binding, with a target spending of 30,000 yuan. A double cashback of 60,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's account. Chu Fan's phone also immediately received a text message from the bank confirming the remittance. Great, it really does double cashback when you pay the target of the binding. Chu Fan was very happy. In the Xinrui ice cream shop, Tan Fei also received a text message from the bank on her phone, informing her that Chu Fan had just paid her a salary of 30,000 yuan. Tan Fei's eyes widened in surprise. She had never expected Chu Fan to pay her salary so quickly. Tan Fei was also happy, and a smile of excitement appeared on her pretty face. Could it be that I will earn a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan every month in the future? I'm so happy. Tan Fei was very happy. Before this, she worked hard every month, to the point of exhaustion, but could only earn a pitiful 4,000 yuan a month. But today, she met her high school classmate Chu Fan, who promoted her to store manager. Not only did her status improve, but her monthly salary also skyrocketed, and she suddenly entered the high salary class. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +3. Tan Fei's favorability, 21. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 3 million in cash, which has been transferred to your account. Chu Fan was very happy to hear the system's reward sound. The salary he paid to Tan Fei was also paid in system currency, so 30,000 a month was not a lot. Moreover, the system currency could be cashed out twice, and the more you gave, the more you got back, so it was no problem for Chu Fan to pay Tan Fei 3 million a month. But 30,000 a month already scared Tan Fei. If Chu Fan said he would pay her 3 million a month, I'm afraid Tan Fei would be too scared to accept it, and she might think that Chu Fan wants to support her. And if you give too much at once, it's easy to quickly raise a girl's threshold. Once her appetite is raised, it will be difficult to gain her favor. Tan Fei's threshold is still very low right now, and she can earn favor with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. If Tan Fei's threshold gets higher, I'm afraid she won't earn favor even if I give her 30 million yuan a month. So Chu Fan is going to take things slowly, starting with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan and gradually increasing it. Tan Fei also sent Chu Fan a message, Chu Fan, I received the salary you sent me. This is the first time in my life that I've earned such a high monthly salary, and I'm very happy. Thank you. Chu Fan replied with a faint smile, you're welcome. Just follow me and do a good job, and we'll make a little money together. It's getting late, so you should go home and get some rest. Tan Fei felt a trace of warmth in her heart as she read Chu Fan's caring words, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After finishing chatting with Tan Fei, Chu Fan immediately brought up the system interface and checked it out. Host, Chu Fan. Age, 23. System level, 1. System experience, 16. System currency assets, 782,400,000 yuan. Real currency assets, 41,107.25 yuan. Number of owned properties, 1. Property name, Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. Today's real currency income, 40,232 yuan. Number of favorability goals owned, 4. Target name, Xianing Yuan, Tan Fei, Cao Sini, Su Yao. Number of loyalty goals owned, 0. Xu Fan saw in the industry asset panel that the Xinrui Ice Drink Shop's daily income was 40,232.00 realistic currency, and his heart filled with excitement. Of course, Xu Fan also knew that the 40,232 yuan was not pure profit, and expenses such as employee wages, water and electricity consumption, and rent had not been deducted. Of the more than 40,000 yuan, only about 10,000 yuan is pure profit. So at the end of the month, Xu Fan must pay a large part of it to pay for staff salaries and other expenses. Xu Fan remembered that Tan Fei had set aside 1,000 yuan for raw materials. He was curious and asked in his mind, can system coins be used to purchase raw materials? If system coins can be used to buy raw materials, the daily income will increase by 1,000 yuan. The system quickly replied. No, system coins can only be used for consumption and enjoyment, not for purchasing raw materials, industries, stock futures, or anything else that can generate income. Xu Fan was a little helpless. It seems that real coins are not that easy to make money from, but the difficulty also shows the value of real coins. Xu Fan was already very happy. He had earned more than 40,000 real coins in one day, which Xu Fan had never dared to imagine before. And this money was earned very easily. Xu Fan didn't have to do anything at all. Tan Fei just transferred the money to his bank card. Moreover, this is not just a one-day thing. Xinrui Ice Cream Parlor belongs to Xu Fan, and there will be a steady stream of income every day in the future. Xu Fan was very happy, and fell asleep with anticipation for tomorrow. Some people dream of waking up naturally after sleeping, and counting money until their hands go numb. Xu Fan had resigned from his job and was free, so he didn't set an alarm clock at all. He just went with the flow and let nature take its course. At 8 a.m., the city's office workers began to get busy, but Xu Fan was still happily asleep in his sweet dreams. On the other side, in the morning sunshine, the employees at the Jinlan Jade processing workshop began to arrive at work. Cao Sini, dressed up to the nines, carrying a Balenciaga bag she had just bought the night before, walked through the glass doors with a willowy waist. There are many trendy young women among the company's young female employees, and they can tell at a glance that the designer bag Cao Sini is holding is not ordinary. Wow, look at Cao Sini's Balenciaga bag, this one seems to cost more than 200,000. What a beautiful bag, I'm so jealous. I guess Chen Xiao bought it for her. Recently, there have been rumors that Chen Xiao and Cao Sini are getting close. Some envious glances were directed at the Balenciaga in Cao Sini's hands, causing a sense of pride to arise in Cao Sini's heart. However, soon, Cao Sini could no longer be happy. Because Xianing Yuan's figure appeared in the doorway. Xianing Yuan was wearing an OL uniform, with a luxurious and proud bust and a black silk wraparound skirt below. She had a straight and graceful figure, twisting her water snake waist and walking into the glass door of the company with a touch of fragrance. As soon as she entered the door, Xianing Yuan attracted the attention of many colleagues, because the Hermes diamond-encrusted bag she was carrying in her hand was too eye-catching. Among the female colleagues, someone quickly recognized the noble identity of this designer bag. The female colleague named Zhang Na asked with a surprised expression. Ning Yuan, I didn't see it wrong, is this your bag, the Hermes diamond-encrusted bag on that poster? Zhang Na had seen this bag on a promotional poster before. The design of this diamond-encrusted bag was very memorable, and the graceful and noble atmosphere was unforgettable, so Zhang Na had always remembered it very clearly and recognized it at first glance. Xianing Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile and she said, Zhang Na, you really know what you're looking at, and you have such a good eye. It's that Hermes KS bag. Many of her female colleagues were shocked and immediately gathered around, their eyes wide with envy as they looked at the Hermes designer bag in Xianing Yuan's hands. Wow, this French pink diamond is so beautiful, it's going to make my girlish heart explode. Today has really been an eye-opener, I've actually seen this legendary designer bag with my own eyes, I'm so lucky. This is the ultimate dream for every woman, I want it so badly. Don't even think about it, this bag costs more than 4 million, it's not something we can touch. Yeah, don't touch it, in case you scratch it. Can you afford it? Xianing Yuan was surrounded by her female colleagues, as if a queen accepting the support of her people. Her heart was filled with a sense of vanity and satisfaction, and a smile could not be helped at the corner of her mouth. Seeing all her colleagues gathered around Xianing Yuan, Cao Sini sat silently at her workstation, feeling very uncomfortable. Chapter 28, The Puzzled Cao Sini. was completely outshone by Xiaoning Yuan's super famous handbag. Cao Sini had caught Chen Xiao's eye, and she had originally thought that she should be the one to make a splash. Unexpectedly, it was her best friend Xiaoning Yuan who was now making a splash. What's more, the person who gave Xiaoning Yuan the super expensive designer bag was actually her ex-boyfriend. This was really hard for her to accept. Ning Yuan, did you buy this bag? Zhang Na asked with envy. A trace of smugness appeared on Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face. My boyfriend gave it to me. Hearing Xiaoning Yuan say that her boyfriend gave it to her, her female colleagues were even more envious. What an angel boyfriend, giving away a 4 million renminbi designer bag. Can I have 100 of these boyfriends? Wow, I'm so envious of Xiaoning Yuan, finding such a boyfriend who dotes on her. Zhang Na was even more shocked. Yesterday, she saw with her own eyes that Xiaoning Yuan's boyfriend, Chu Fan, had picked her up on an electric scooter. Zhang Na was curious and asked, Ning Yuan, is your boyfriend the one who picked you up from work yesterday? Xiaoning Yuan nodded with a satisfied look on her face and said, yes, he gave it to me. Zhang Na was incredulous. She never imagined that Chu Fan, who rode an electric bicycle, could afford such an expensive bag. Xiaoning Yuan smiled. Feeling that she had shown off enough, she laughed generously. Okay, everyone, stop crowding around. It's time to go to work. Her female colleagues then dispersed and returned to their own workstations. Xiaoning Yuan, with a satisfied smile on her pretty face, walked with her head held high to her own position and sat down. Xiaoning Yuan's seat was right next to Cao Sini's. Xiaoning Yuan gave a friendly smile and handed Cao Sini a breakfast tray, saying, Sini, I brought you breakfast. It smells delicious, so eat up. Xiaoning Yuan still remembered the task Chu Fan had given her, to coax Cao Sini. Because Chu Fan didn't want to break with Cao Sini, once he did, he wouldn't be able to earn her remorse points. Cao Sini looked unhappy and snorted, you don't think a breakfast will make me calm down, do you? Xiaoning Yuan naturally knew that she couldn't, so she smiled and took Cao Sini's hand, cooing, oh, Sini, don't be angry, we are the best friends in the world. Cao Sini's face was cold and she said mockingly, Humph, who is your best friend? You are so successful now, holding a diamond-encrusted bag worth more than 4 million yuan in your hands. It's a pity for you to be my friend. Cao Sini's words were loaded with barbs, but Xiaoning Yuan was not angry at all. After all, the task that Chu Fan had given her was more important. Xiaoning Yuan smiled and grabbed Cao Sini's wrist, shaking it back and forth, pleading, oh, Sini, don't be so petty, I'll apologize to you, okay? Cao Sini's face was cold, and her eyes flashed with curiosity. She said, then let me ask you a question. If you can honestly answer me, I'll forgive you. Xiaoning Yuan's beautiful eyes filled with joy. Cao Sini said this, so it seems there is hope for reconciliation. Xiaoning Yuan nodded quickly and said, ask, I swear to God, I will not lie to you. Cao Sini bit her lower lip and asked the big question that had been nagging at her, how did Chu Fan suddenly become rich? He used to have to save and scrimp for months before he could buy me an iPhone. This is a question that Cao Sini has been unable to figure out. After all, she and Chu Fan have been together for 2 years and know each other very well. Cao Sini really can't figure it out. The day before yesterday, Chu Fan was still poor and stingy, but now he has suddenly become a big spender, buying a bag worth more than 4 million yuan without blinking an eye. Cao Sini's question suddenly stumped Xiaoning Yuan, and she didn't know the answer either. Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face froze for a moment, and she said helplessly, well, I don't know either. Anyway, Chu Fan suddenly became rich yesterday. Not only did he buy a Maybach S800, but he also gave me a 4 million yuan designer bag. He even replaced Liu Shelwei's 400,000 yuan for me. Cao Sini was even more shocked and stared with wide, beautiful eyes. What? He really bought the Maybach S800, not rented it? Xiaoning Yuan swore and swore, I swear it wasn't rented, it was bought by Chu Fan with his credit card, I saw it with my own eyes. Cao Sini was incredulous, herbiting her bottom lip, lost in thought. After pondering for a long time, she said with doubt in her eyes, this stinking Chu Fan, he can't be a super rich second generation, he was pretending to be poor on purpose before, actually testing me, I didn't pass the test yesterday, so he's deliberately spoiling you to spite me? Cao Sini's mind was frantically filling in the details of a little play, and it was indeed a bit of a wild imagination. But if she didn't think wild thoughts, Cao Sini simply couldn't explain any of this. Xiaoning Yuan was dumbfounded when she heard this, and couldn't help but weakly say, Sini, although it's absurd to think this way, it seems that there is no more reasonable explanation. Cao Sini's mind was filled with the romantic fantasies of a young girl, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this must be the case. Later, Cao Sini's pretty face rarely showed a trace of regret, and she sighed and said, Ning Yuan, if I hadn't broken up with Chu Fan, do you think he would have given me this Hermes bag with diamonds? Cao Sini couldn't help but look at the luxurious bag with diamonds, her eyes full of greed. This bag is really deadly attractive to girls, and Cao Sini really wants to have it. Ning Yuan was shocked by Cao Sini's wild imagination, but she had to laugh awkwardly in agreement. Maybe. Cao Sini let out a long sigh. She felt ridiculous herself. She had just had a glimmer of regret at breaking up with Chu Fan. Cao Sini also knew that it was unlikely that she and Chu Fan would get back together, because Cao Sini and Chen Xiao had been caught in the act. Ding, the system has detected an emotional fluctuation in ex-girlfriend Cao Sini due to the host's actions, regret. Obtain Cao Sini's regret value, 1. Cao Sini's current regret value, 15. Current task progress 15%. Congratulations, the host has gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 1 million cash, which has been transferred to the host's account. Chu Fan, who was still sleeping soundly, was awakened by the voice of the system in his head. It was so comfortable to be able to make money while sleeping. Chu Fan rubbed his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chu Fan looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. Chu Fan got up from the bed and started to wash and tidy up, with a sense of anticipation for the new day. The thought that he would no longer be a miserable office worker in the future made Chu Fan feel a little excited. After dressing, Chu Fan saw his refreshed appearance in the mirror and was very satisfied. Chu Fan went downstairs, started the Maybach S800, and drove towards the Xinruwei ice cream shop, ready to pick up Tan Fei. Since Ning Yuan had to work during the day, Chu Fan had planned to increase Tan Fei's favorability during the day and Ning Yuan's at night. In Xinruwei ice cream shop, Tan Fei was carefully wiping down a yogurt machine with a cleaning cloth. The employee Li Pingping, who was passing by with a cup in her hand, saw Tan Fei's actions and hurriedly said, Manager Tan, you're wiping the temperature control parts, you can't do that. Tan Fei was startled and hurriedly asked, so how should I wipe it? Li Pingping snatched the cleaning cloth from Tan Fei's hands and said, I'll do it. I'm familiar with this yogurt maker. Its temperature control parts are easily damaged. I know how to maintain it. For example, pressing the up and down temperature buttons at the same time will turn on the self-test mode. Tan Fei saw that Li Pingping's actions in maintaining the yogurt maker were indeed very professional. Tan Fei said gratefully, Thank you, Li Jia, you know a lot and have helped me a lot. Li Pingping smiled and said, Manager Tan, you don't need to praise me. I've worked here for several years, so I'm quite familiar with it. Tan Fei was still not used to the title Manager Tan and also laughed, Sisterly, you can just call me Xiao Tan, it's more intimate. Li Pingping was suddenly flattered and smiled, saying, Oh, Xiao Tan, you're so nice. You're still so easygoing even though you're the store manager. The previous Yan Qinghua immediately put on airs and scolded people as soon as she was promoted to store manager. Tan Fei, however, said with some disappointment, Hey, I don't know anything, I don't know if I can do a good job as the store manager. Li Pingping revealed a smile of curiosity and said, Tan Fei, actually you don't need to know any of this. Tan Fei looked curious, why? Li Pingping laughed, I can actually tell that Boss Chu must have wanted to woo you before buying this Xinruwei ice drink store. Chapter 29, Who's Causing Trouble in My Store? Tan Fei's cheeks flushed as she saw Li Pingping's suggestive smile. She blushed and said shyly, No way. Li Pingping hurriedly said, Tan, I didn't mean to tease you. I just think you and Boss Chu make a good match. Tan Fei was a little embarrassed and lowered her voice, Li, you can't tell anyone. Li Pingping said she knew what was appropriate, nodded repeatedly and laughed, Don't worry, I won't say anything. At that moment, a young woman dressed in a designer navy blue Hermes trench coat, with snow-white long legs showing underneath, walked in the door. She was dressed fashionably, her face made up nicely, but there was a sneer at the corner of her mouth. She held her hands proudly in front of her chest, giving off an unapproachable vibe. Tan Fei looked at the young girl's figure clearly, and her originally smiling face instantly turned cold. This young girl was named Tan Ruwachi. After entering the store, she didn't say a word, sat down at a table, scanned the QR code and ordered a cup of strawberry pudding milk tea. Li Pingping was very polite as she carried the strawberry pudding milk tea and was about to place it on the table in front of Tan Ruwachi, but she was stopped by her cold and arrogant hand reaching out. Li Pingping was a little confused and looked at Tan Ruwachi doubtfully, saying, Miss, do you need any service? Tan Ruwachi said coldly, Take it back and have Tan Fei serve me instead. Li Pingping was stunned. She never thought that this Tan Ruwachi would make such a strange request, specifying that Tan Fei serve her. Li Pingping glanced at Tan Ruoqi's clothes, and she was afraid that the Hermes trench coat alone would cost tens of thousands of yuan. She looked very intimidating. Li Pingping continued to force a polite smile and said, "Miss, no matter who comes to our store, we provide the same high-quality service." Tan Ruoqi gave Li Pingping a contemptuous glance and said coldly, "I told you to go back and have Tan Fei serve me. I want to talk to her." Li Pingping sensed an unusual atmosphere. This Tan Ruoqi's frosty attitude seemed to indicate that she had a grudge against Tan Fei. Li Pingping keenly sensed that this was an opportunity for her to ingratiate herself with Tan Fei. The smile on Li Pingping's face disappeared, and she said calmly and without arrogance, "I'm sorry, but Tan Fei has been promoted to manager of our store, and she is not providing dessert service to customers at the moment." Tan Ruoqi was obviously stunned, and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and her expression returned to its cold, mocking one. "What's so great about being the manager of a small dessert shop?" Li Pingping was about to say something else when she heard Tan Fei's voice behind her. "Li, come back, I'll take it to her." Manager Tan. Li Pingping was a little surprised, but since Tan Fei had spoken, she didn't want to insist, so she took the tray back and handed it to Tan Fei. Today was Tan Fei's first day of work as a manager, and she didn't want anyone to cause trouble, so she decided to serve Tan Ruoqi herself. Tan Fei held the strawberry pudding milk tea in her hand and gently placed it on the table in front of Tan Ruoqi. She said indifferently, "This is your milk tea, please enjoy." Tan Ruoqi saw that Tan Fei had to bend over and serve her politely with a smile of satisfaction on her face and a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Her voice was cold as she said, "Sister, I came here today to tell you that tomorrow is my 20-year-old birthday." Tan Fei was looked at with mocking eyes by Tan Ruoqi, and she did not move, like a statue. She said coldly, "Then I wish you a happy birthday in advance." Although Tan Fei appeared calm on the surface, her heart trembled slightly, feeling a cold sensation. Tan Ruoqi's eyes revealed a touch of arrogant delight, and her tone was undisguisedly mocking as she said, "Our father said that tomorrow he will officially give me all the shares of a subsidiary as a birthday present." Li Pingping had been quietly watching this whole time, and when she heard the words "our father," she was immediately shocked. Tan Ruoqi deliberately emphasized the words "our father," as if it were a heavy hammer that hit Tan Fei's heart hard. Tan Fei felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Although it was summer, she felt a wave of coldness penetrate her body. Tan Fei still said coldly, "Tan Huimin is your father, and it has nothing to do with me. I, Tan Fei, don't have a father, only a mother. This Tan Ruoqi is Tan Fei's half-sister. When Tan Fei's mother was pregnant, Tan Huimin had an affair. A month after the quarrel and divorce, Tan Huimin remarried at the speed of light and soon gave birth to Tan Ruoqi. Tan Huimin and Tan Fei's mother were very poor when they divorced, but they were also quite capable, and they engaged in some shady business dealings. After more than 10 years, they had unexpectedly become a small but significant business owner. Tan Fei had never received a day of her father's love since she was young, and she had always been angry in her heart. She had never called Tan Huimin dad. Tan Ruoqi had been sneering at Tan Fei every chance she got since she learned that she had a half-sister. Tomorrow is Tan Ruoqi's birthday, and Tan Huimin has promised to give her the shares of a branch company. Tan Ruoqi is very pleased with herself, so she made a point of coming today to tell Tan Fei, so that her sister will feel bad. Although Tan Fei pretended to be calm on the surface, Tan Ruoqi clearly saw that Tan Fei's lips were trembling slightly and her face had turned a little pale. Tan Ruoqi's mouth curled into a smug smile. She knew that Tan Fei must be feeling very bad. They were both Tan Huimin's daughters, but while Tan Ruoqi would become a company owner tomorrow, moving in and out of high society in style, Tan Fei would just be wasting her time in this drink shop. Tan Ruoqi laughed mockingly, without any restraint. "Oh, so Tan Huimin isn't your father?" Last year, when Tan Huimin went to inspect the construction site, he was hit by a brick and bled profusely. "It seems that it was your blood that he received, wasn't it? Sister, I think you just pretend to be stubborn and don't want to admit him as your father, but in fact, you are still greedy and want my father's wealth, right? Otherwise, why did you give my father a blood transfusion? Tan Huimin has a special blood type, and the blood transfusion must be from a direct relative. The last accident was only saved by Tan Fei's blood transfusion." Tan Fei clenched her lips and said coldly, "I only agreed because of my mother's sake. I wonder where you were, you good daughter. And don't call me sister, you and I have never been related." Tan Ruoqi smiled coldly and said, "Sister, if you are willing to bow down in front of me, I can save you some leftovers. Otherwise, you will be stuck working in such a small drink shop for the rest of your life. What's the point? Besides, starting tomorrow I'll be a small business owner." If people find out that my sister is serving tables for other people, it'll be embarrassing for me, don't you think? Tan Ruochi's words seemed like thorny whips, mercilessly lashing out. Tan Fei was so angry that her pretty face turned white, and her hands unconsciously clenched, her fingernails sinking deep into her flesh without her noticing. Seeing Tan Fei's angry expression, Tan Ruochi felt immeasurably relieved and her mood was incredibly good. Just as Tan Ruochi was feeling pleased with herself, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly came from outside the door. Where did you get that ill-mannered woman, coming to my shop and acting up? Chapter 30 Tan Fei's Personal Mission. Tan Ruochi and Tan Fei were both taken aback and turned their heads to look. They happened to see a young man with a composed and calm demeanor enter the shop steadily. Naturally, it was Chu Fan who had arrived. The location of the Xinrui ice drink shop is in a luxury business district, and parking is not easy, so Chu Fan parked his car a few hundred meters away on Penang Avenue and walked over. Tan Ruochi was sitting at a table near the window. Chu Fan saw Tan Ruochi and Tan Fei talking from afar, and their expressions were not friendly at all. As Chu Fan walked over, he activated the see-through phrases function on Tan Ruochi and immediately saw several transparent information boxes appear on her. Data phrase, name Tan Ruochi, Tan Fei's half-sister, 1 year younger than Tan Fei. Wish entry 1, I hope Tan Fei will always be poor, so that she will be jealous and envious of my privileged upper-class life. Wish entry 2, I hope to get all of Tan Huiman's wealth as soon as possible. At the same time, a system voice suddenly sounded in her head. Ding, the target's emotions have been detected as low. The system has activated a personal mission, turn sadness into joy. Task description, Tan Fei is feeling down after being mocked by her half-sister Tan Ruochi. Task goal, increase Tan Fei's emotional value to 100%. Task progress, Tan Fei's emotional value, 0%. Reward, system check-in mall opens. Description, in the system check-in mall, the host can check in once every 24 hours. Each time the system is checked in, 3 items will be refreshed. The host can spend real coins to purchase one of the items. The sudden release of the task by the system caused Chu Fan to be slightly startled. When Chu Fan saw the task reward clearly, he couldn't help but get excited and immediately made up his mind to complete the task and get the reward. The reward is too tempting. Chu Fan immediately accepted the task and also roughly learned Tan Ruochi's identity. At this time, Tan Ruochi was looking at Chu Fan with an arrogant squint. She showed a trace of doubt on her face and coldly said, Who are you? Who do you think you are? Tan Fei, however, blushed a little. She felt a little embarrassed that Chu Fan knew about this kind of thing. Tan Fei glanced at Chu Fan secretly with her beautiful eyes, but just happened to see Chu Fan giving her a comforting look. She didn't know why, but suddenly she felt at ease. Chu Fan smiled faintly without changing his expression. I'm the owner of this shop. You were rude to my manager here, so you're either ill-mannered or uncouth. Hearing that Chu Fan was the owner of Xinrui ice drink shop, Tan Ruochi's face revealed a trace of contempt, and she sneered, What's so great about the owner of a drink shop? How much is your shop worth? Tomorrow I will be the owner of a company. Tan Fei was afraid that Chu Fan had just arrived and did not know Tan Ruochi's identity, so she said to Chu Fan, this Tan Ruochi is the daughter of my mother's ex-husband. Chu Fan nodded to Tan Fei and said, Well, I understand. Chu Fan turned his head and said to Tan Ruochi, It's not your fault that you are ill-mannered. After all, it is your parents' fault. Today, I will educate you on behalf of your parents. You must be polite and respectful to your sister, understand? Tan Ruochi immediately became angry. She had come here full of pride to mock Tan Fei, but she never expected that Chu Fan would come out and defend Tan Fei. Tan Ruochi glared at Chu Fan and said with contempt, She is so poor, is she still worthy of my politeness and respect? Has the dog eaten your brain? In Tan Ruochi's mind, only people from the upper class in society deserved respect, and people like Tan Fei, who were destined to be at the bottom for the rest of their lives, were only worthy of being humiliated by her. Hearing Tan Ruochi's cold and mean words, Tan Fei bit her lower lip, feeling a sense of humiliation. They were both Tan Huiman's daughters, but Tan Ruochi was pampered and privileged, and everything she ate, wore, and used was high-end, while Tan Fei could only accompany her mother in living a poor life. Compared to this, Tan Fei had too much resentment in her heart. Chu Fan, however, calmly laughed, You're a freeloader and you're getting a sense of superiority? Don't think you're better than others just because you have money now. In the future, Tan Fei might even be richer than you. Chu Fan was very confident in his heart. With the system, as long as Tan Fei keeps following him, his wealth will also rise. It is said that when one person achieves success, his family and friends will also benefit. With the system, Chu Fan can also let the people around him live a life that others can only dream of. Tan Fei felt a little warmth in her heart when she saw Chu Fan speak up for her. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +4. Tan Fei's favor, 25. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 2 million cash, which has been transferred to your account. Tan Fei's mood has improved, current emotional value, 5%. Chu Fan can see the task progress bar, which has advanced 5%. Chu Fan was delighted. Not only had he gained favor, but he had also gained the emotional value of a personal mission. Tan Ruoqi naturally had no idea of Chu Fan's strength. She thought that Chu Fan was just bragging. Tan Ruoqi's face showed contempt, and she mocked, Tan Fei is richer than me? What a pipe dream. Chu Fan didn't want to waste any more time arguing with her, and simply kicked Tan Ruoqi out of the shop. Tan Ruoqi was so angry that she cursed outside the door before leaving very unhappily. After Tan Ruoqi left, peace finally returned to Xinrui Ice Cream. Tan Fei, Li Pingping, and a few other employees still had a hint of tension on their faces, as it seemed that Tan Ruoqi's aggressiveness had left everyone a little shaken. Chu Fan said calmly, it's fine, just carry on with your work. Once the boss, Chu Fan, spoke, the expressions on the faces of the shop assistants finally relaxed a little, and they got back to work as normal. Seeing that everything was fine, Chu Fan gave a relaxed smile and said to Tan Fei, let's go. Take the relevant documents with you, and we'll go to the tax office together to complete the tax change procedures. Tan Fei nodded and said to Li Pingping, sisterly, Boss Chu and I are going out for a while, so keep an eye on things for me. Li Pingping nodded quickly and said, okay, Tan, you can go with confidence. I'll be here in the store. Li Pingping has been an old employee for many years, so Tan Fei is very relieved. Chu Fan then took Tan Fei and walked towards the parking lot. Chu Fan walked in front, looking relaxed and carefree. The morning sun shone on his face, revealing a touch of vigorous vitality. Tan Fei followed behind Chu Fan, hunched over and slightly nervous. Chu Fan and she had been classmates in high school, but now he was her boss, which made her feel a little strange. Chu Fan glanced back at Tan Fei and saw her pretty face, white and small, with a delicate nose and sparkling eyes. She was wearing a well-fitting white blouse today, with a round and plump upper body, giving a sense of fullness and richness. Her waist was slender and soft as if it had no bones. Her lower body, which was wearing well-fitting jeans, was also plump and mature, presenting a perfect pear-shaped figure. The black high heels on her feet also added a touch of mature charm to her, exuding a seductive aura. Chu Fan nodded with a very appreciative look in his eyes. He never expected that Tan Fei, his high school classmate, was now becoming more and more attractive with the flavor of a mature woman. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, Tan Fei, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've become more and more beautiful. Tan Fei felt a little shy when Chu Fan looked at her, but she couldn't help but feel secretly happy when Chu Fan said she was beautiful. Tan Fei smiled gratefully and said, thank you for helping me get rid of Tan Ruoqi just now, otherwise I don't know how long she would have kept arguing. Chu Fan said nonchalantly, it's no big deal, she was annoying just by the way she looked. As they spoke, Chu Fan led Tan Fei closer to Penang Avenue, and from a distance they saw a luxurious and imposing Maybach S800 parked on the side of the road. The imposing body was luxurious and elegant, and the Maybach exclusive grille on the front of the car sparkled with silver light. The shape had an imposing and solemn royal style, shining like a bright star in the night sky. Chu Fan easily took out the car keys and opened the door. Tan Fei's pretty face showed surprise as she said, Chu Fan, is this car yours? It's so luxurious. Chapter 31, Spending with Tan Fei. Although Tan Fei didn't know the Maybach S800, she could still feel the elegance and style radiating from it. Every detail exuded the smell of money, and one didn't need to think to know that it must be a super expensive luxury car. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, it's okay, I just bought it yesterday. Just bought it? Tan Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with even more surprise. She also remembered that yesterday, Chu Fan seemed to have arrived by electric car. Tan Fei carefully pouted her bottom and sat in the leather seat of the passenger seat. The seatbelt, fastened, passed between her breasts, looking very seductive. Tan Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, this car is really comfortable to sit in. How much does it cost? The leather seat beneath her bottom gave off a very comfortable feel, soft and delicate, exuding a faint leathery smell. The electric footrest automatically adjusted to the most comfortable angle. Chu Fan said calmly, 700,000. Ah, that expensive? Tan Fei almost slipped and her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe that the car Chu Fan was driving actually cost 7 million. Tan Fei couldn't help but feel a little strange. She remembered that Chu Fan seemed to come from an average family in high school, so how come things were completely different now? Chu Fan seemed to have read Tan Fei's thoughts, and laughed carelessly. It's not expensive at all. Maybe you can have this kind of luxury car in the future. Chu Fan can get double cashback for gifts he buys for his bound girls, so he won't feel bad about giving away gifts worth tens of millions. All Chu Fan needed to do was to give Tan Fei a heads up first, so as to avoid shocking her later. Tan Fei did pout her tongue and shake her head, saying, I can't even think about such an expensive car. Chu Fan drove with Tan Fei, started the Maybach, and the bright and dazzling body of the car smoothly slid onto the Penang Boulevard and merged into the busy traffic. In the private space of the car, Chu Fan could smell the attractive fragrance on Tan Fei, and in the corner of his eye, he could also catch a glimpse of her billowing waves. Everything was pleasing to the eye, and it made Chu Fan very happy. After more than 20 minutes, Chu Fan took Tan Fei to the tax office, entered the service hall, and changed the tax account to his own. The tax change process went very smoothly, and there was no drama of being embarrassed. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan and Tan Fei successfully completed the procedures and walked out of the tax office. Tan Fei asked, Chu Fan, next is to go to the landlord to sign the sublease agreement for the store? The two things that Chu Fan arranged for Tan Fei yesterday were to apply for a tax transfer and to sign a sublease agreement for the store. Chu Fan nodded. The assets rewarded by the system only included the operating rights and equipment and staff of Xinrui Ice Cream Shop, etc. The store was still rented by Lu Huifan, so Chu Fan had to sign a sublease agreement with the landlord. Chu Fan took out his phone, found the landlord's phone number he had saved, and dialed. The landlord's name was Lin Daya, and Chu Fan felt like she was a beautiful woman just by hearing her name. The phone connected, and a soft and beautiful gentle female voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? Chu Fan nodded. It seemed that Lu Huifan had also notified Lin Daya of everything, so she had saved Chu Fan's number as well. However, the voice of Lin Daya on the phone was very gentle and pleasant, which left a good impression on Chu Fan. Chu Fan said into the phone, Yes, I am Chu Fan, the new tenant of the store, so we need to sign a store sublease agreement. Where are you now? I can come and find you. Lin Daya's voice, however, was full of apologies. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I'm just out on a business trip, not in Haishang City, and I won't be back for a few days. Can I contact you when you see the time? When Lin Daya said it was inconvenient, Chu Fan didn't care and said generously, Okay, then contact me when it's convenient for you. Lin Daya said gratefully, Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chu. Chu Fan hung up the phone, and the system voice immediately sounded in his head. Ding, detected that the host has been noticed by a highly attractive girl, the system has bound a new target. Name, Lin Daya. Age, 25 years old. Face value, 93. Measurements, 105F, 56, 89. Height, 167. Occupation, Junior Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioner. Favorability, 0. Purity, 100. Health, healthy, no gynecological diseases. Chu Fan was a little surprised to hear that the system had bound itself to this landlord named Lin Daya, but he was still happy. After all, the more girls you bind, the more system rewards and experience you can get, and the faster you can upgrade the system. So Chu Fan thinks that the more girls the system binds, the better. On the other side, a slender and graceful young woman with a curvy figure hung up the phone with green and jade fingers, her pretty face showing a touch of curiosity. She is Lin Daya, the landlord of Chu Fan's Xinrui Ice Drink Store. Lin Daya received a phone call from Lu Huifan yesterday, saying that there was a new owner of Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. Lin Daya was also a little curious about the identity of the new tenant. After all, as a landlord, she still hopes to meet good tenants, such as those who pay the rent quickly and don't mess with the store's decoration. Lin Daya muttered in surprise, Strange, this new tenant called Chu Fan sounds very young. He sounded like he was in his 20s, which was a far cry from the image of a business owner that Lin Daya had in her mind. However, Chu Fan's voice sounded polite, and he made a good first impression on Lin Daya. In front of the tax office, Tan Fei looked at Chu Fan curiously and asked, What's wrong? Is it inconvenient with the landlord? Chu Fan nodded and said, Well, she said she was on a business trip and would contact me in a few days. Tan Fei asked again, So are we going back to the store now? Chu Fan looked at the time and said, It's still early, why don't you accompany me to the mall? Tan Fei's pretty face showed a hint of surprise. Go to the mall? There's still a lot to do in the store, I'd better go back to work. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, It's fine, I saw what happened with your sister this morning, it seems to have made you a little unhappy, right? Tan Fei was silent for a moment. This morning, Tan Ruochi's sarcasm did make her a little depressed. Tan Fei didn't want to worry Chu Fan, so she squeezed a smile and said, a little, but don't worry, I won't let my emotions affect my work. Chu Fan laughed lightly and said, then just accompany me to the mall. I'll buy you some gifts to cheer you up, and that way you'll work more efficiently for me. Hearing that Chu Fan was going to buy her a present, Tan Fei suddenly became anxious. Chu Fan, you don't need to buy me a present. You already made me very happy by increasing my salary to 30,000 yesterday. Chu Fan said casually, it's okay, just think of it as me giving you a few sets of work clothes. You're my store manager, and you'll be representing my image in the future. Hearing Chu Fan say that, Tan Fei had no choice but to agree. Oh, okay. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +2. Tan Fei's favor, 27. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 2 million cash, which has been transferred to your account. Tan Fei's mood has improved, current emotion value, 10%. Seeing that the task progress bar was moving again, and Tan Fei had nodded her head in agreement, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He then took Tan Fei to the International Fashion Mall and went directly to the Lisan Shangping chain store. Chu Fan had a clear purpose in bringing Tan Fei here. Su Yao, who was bound to the system, worked as a salesperson here. Chu Fan could spend money with Tan Fei to increase her favorability, and also increase Su Yao's favorability at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tan Fei immediately became nervous as soon as she saw the luxurious and trendy decor of the Lisan Shangping chain store. Chu Fan, the things here must be very expensive. Tan Fei usually dresses very frugally. Although she likes pretty clothes as a girl, she has never spent more than 500 yuan on a single piece of clothing. Chu Fan, however, looked relaxed, and with an air of dominance, said, just listen to the boss. Chapter 32, Spending with Tan Fei 2. With a hint of domineering air, Chu Fan took Tan Fei's hand and confidently walked into the Lisan Shangping chain store. The shop assistant, Zhao Man, immediately brightened up when she saw Chu Fan. She recognized him as the boss who had spent 4.8 million with Xiaoning Yuan yesterday. Zhao Man instantly beamed a bright smile and greeted him respectfully. Oh, Mr. Chu is here, what a distinguished guest. Chu Fan, however, frowned. He had come to find Su Yao, but unexpectedly, Zhao Man greeted him. Chu Fan said coldly, where is Su Yao? Isn't she my exclusive customer service? I want her to serve me. Tan Fei's beautiful eyes revealed surprise. What? Chu Fan actually has an exclusive customer service in this fashion store? Tan Fei felt as if she didn't know Chu Fan anymore. Upon hearing that Chu Fan had specified that he wanted Su Yao to serve him, Zhao Man's expression immediately revealed her unshieldable disappointment. Su Yao is sorting goods in the warehouse. Mr. Chu, please wait a moment, I will go and get her to come and serve you immediately. Zhao Man immediately walked towards the warehouse, regretting it so much that she wanted to die. If only she hadn't offended this Mr. Chu yesterday, Zhao Man thought more than once. Tan Fei saw that Chu Fan looked very familiar, so she asked curiously, Chu Fan, it seems like you often come here to spend money, right? Chu Fan smiled indifferently and said, not really often. This is only the second time I've come here. Tan Fei blinked her beautiful eyes, disbelieving, and said, really? You're not lying to me, are you? You get exclusive customer service just on the second visit? Chu Fan looked at Tan Fei's curious eyes and thought she was a bit cute. He joked, when have I ever lied to you? Tan Fei really thought about it for a moment and realized that Chu Fan had never lied to her since high school. Tan Fei nodded and couldn't help but laugh. It seems like you really haven't lied to me. Chu Fan laughed, so you just need to listen to me in the future, I won't lie to you anyway. In the warehouse, Su Yao was bending over, laboriously sorting a stack of clothes. As a new employee, she had actually had a stroke of luck last night, selling a diamond-encrusted bag for 4.8 million, but it had also attracted the jealousy of the older employees. So she was assigned to the warehouse early in the morning to sort clothes. Zhao Man suddenly appeared and said, Su Yao, go and receive your VIP, Mr. Chu, he has specified that you serve him. Su Yao was taken aback, Mr. Chu? Su Yao's mind immediately conjured up the image of Chu Fan from last night, and she quickly stood up, straightened her clothes, and walked out. Seeing a charming and graceful figure walk out from inside, Chu Fan also felt a sense of lightness. Su Yao was wearing a Western-style vest, which was relatively form-fitting, highlighting her charming figure perfectly. Her bust was high and plump, her waist was very slender, and her buttocks were plump and graceful. The whole person looked delicate and full of charm. Su Yao also wore a Western-style vest, which fit her well, highlighting her full and curvaceous figure. Her bust was high and ample, her waist was very slender, and her hips were plump and graceful. The whole person looked delicate and full of charm. Su Yao also wore a Western-style vest, which fit her well, highlighting her full and curvaceous figure. Her bust was high and ample, her waist was very slender, and her hips were plump and graceful. The whole person looked delicate and full of charm. Su Yao also wore a Western-style vest, which fit her well, highlighting her full and curvaceous figure. Her bust was high and ample, her waist was very slender, and her hips were plump and graceful. The whole person looked delicate and full of charm. Su Yao also wore a Western-style vest, which fit her well, highlighting her full and curvaceous figure. Her bust was high and ample, her waist was very slender. Chu Fan nodded and also introduced with a faint smile, "This is my store manager, help her pick 2 suits to wear to work." Tan Fei had never seen this kind of service before, and she smiled nervously at Su Yao. "Hello, thank you." Su Yao also bowed respectfully to Tan Fei and smiled cordially. "Hello, you are really pretty, may I ask your name?" Tan Fei nervously said, "My name is Tan Fei." Su Yao smiled and said, "Miss Tan, please follow me, I will help you carefully select something." Su Yao's smile was very gentle and kind, which made Tan Fei feel a little more relaxed. Tan Fei turned her head and looked at Chu Fan, who also smiled and nodded. "Go with her, don't rush, take your time." Su Yao led Tan Fei further inside, and Chu Fan leisurely found a seat to sit down and play with his phone. Zhao Man saw that Chu Fan was sitting alone and felt that her chance had come. She quickly made a cup of coffee and respectfully brought it over, kneeling on one knee and holding the coffee out in front of Chu Fan. She smiled politely and said, "Mr. Chu, have a cup of coffee and wait a while." Chu Fan took the coffee without even raising his eyes, and said indifferently, "Okay." Zhao Man's expression was ambiguous, and her eyes were full of charm as she said, "Mr. Chu, I know I was wrong yesterday. Can you give me a chance to be your exclusive customer service representative? I can provide a lot of services and I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Chu Fan finally raised his eyelids and glanced at Zhao Man. Zhao Man was overjoyed and immediately held her head high, trying her best to highlight her advantages. Zhao Man wasn't ugly, and when she dressed up, she was barely considered a beauty. Chu Fan, however, said coldly, "No need." Although Zhao Man was not unattractive, the system was not bound to her, so Chu Fan didn't want to waste energy and simply rejected her coldly. Right now, what Chu Fan wanted most was to increase his favorability and system experience a bit more, to see if there were any other rewards for defying the heavens. Seeing Chu Fan's extremely cold expression, Zhao Man also understood that she had no hope, and her heart immediately fell into despair. On the other side, Su Yao was helping Tan Fei choose the right clothes. As a salesperson, Su Yao naturally tried her best to please Tan Fei, and she kept saying nice things. "Miss Tan, wow, you have a really good figure, I envy you." Naturally, girls like compliments, and Tan Fei couldn't help smiling and saying, "Not at all, I think your figure is also very good." Su Yao hurriedly said, "How can I compare with Miss Tan? Miss Tan's temperament is much higher than mine. Look, you are wearing this Chanel formal business fashion suit, and you look like a model." Su Yao picked out a light purple Chanel French wool suit for Tan Fei. The tailoring was very stylish and exuded a sense of elegance. Tan Fei looked at it and her eyes showed her fondness. Su Yao also saw that Tan Fei really liked it, so she took advantage of the opportunity. "Miss Tan, why don't we go to the fitting room and change into it for Mr. Chu to see?" Tan Fei's pretty face flushed and she nodded. Su Yao then took Tan Fei into the fitting room, helped her take off her clothes, and put on the Chanel high-end women's suit. Su Yao's sweet words flowed endlessly. "Wow, Miss Tan, you have a plump figure when you take off your clothes, and you look even better." Tan Fei felt her cheeks burn, but she couldn't hold back the joy in her heart at the corner of her mouth. Soon Su Yao had helped Tan Fei get dressed in the Chanel suit, and thoughtfully folded the jeans and other things Tan Fei had changed into and carefully put them in a bag. Tan Fei looked in the mirror and couldn't help but show a surprised look. "It looks pretty good." Su Yao even applauded and praised, "It looks great, Chu Xiao will definitely like it when he sees it. Let me get you a silk scarf to go with it." When Su Yao came out of the fitting room with Tan Fei, Chu Fan's eyes were suddenly filled with awe, as if his gaze was firmly attracted by a magnet. Chapter 33, The Good-Looking Tan Fei. Tan Fei looked great in the purple Chanel suit. She exuded a very dignified and elegant professional woman's temperament. Her figure was perfectly modified, looking tall and slender. The fitted design also perfectly highlighted Tan Fei's figure. Her bust was plump, high and straight, with a wrap skirt that shows off her perfect pear-shaped figure. Her long legs are encased in black high heels, exuding the ultimate professional allure that is enough to set a man's heart aflame. Tan Fei's face flushed with a little bit of shyness as she saw Chu Fan's burning gaze sweeping over her body and asked shyly, "Chu Fan, do you think it looks good?" Naturally, Chu Fan nodded in praise. "It looks great, absolutely stunning. How much is it?" Su Yao smiled. "This is Chanel's latest model, priced at 150,000. Tan Fei panicked immediately. She knew that this was a brand name store, and had already built up some psychological resistance, estimating that a set of clothes would cost at least several thousand. She never expected that just looking at a Chanel suit would cost 150,000. Tan Fei was so nervous that she couldn't put her thoughts into words. This is too expensive. Chu Fan, however, simply said, "Take it." Although Tan Fei felt that it was very expensive, Chu Fan felt that it was too cheap. He had spent 4.5 million yuan on a bag for Xianing Yuan yesterday, but only 150,000 yuan on Tan Fei's suit today. But Chu Fan was in no hurry. After all, the cashback was also system currency, which could not be used to invest in the real world. Chu Fan already had a lot of system currency, and he didn't really care about it anymore. Spending tens of thousands of dollars on Tan Fei could achieve the same effect as spending millions on Xianing Yuan. Besides, spending $100,000 on Tan Fei already made her very nervous, and spending a few million would even more so scare her. Chu Fan also decided to slowly raise Tan Fei's threshold. When she heard that Chu Fan had asked for it very readily, Su Yao's pretty face immediately showed a happy expression. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Chu." Tan Fei, however, looked a little embarrassed and said, "Chu Fan, this is too much trouble. I've never worn such an expensive dress before." Chu Fan, however, was very insistent and directly took out his bank card and handed it to Su Yao, saying, "Go ahead and swipe it." Su Yao happily took the bank card and went to the cashier to swipe it. She was also very happy. This Chu Fan is simply her god of wealth. He has actually come to spend money for 2 consecutive days and even specified that Su Yao serve him. Isn't this specifying that Su Yao will get rich? Zhao Man also looked at Su Yao with envy, sighing in her heart. She never expected that Su Yao, a new employee, would rocket in performance instead, skyrocketing. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +5. Tan Fei's favor, 32. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 5 million cash, which has been transferred to your account. Tan Fei's mood has improved, current emotional value, 20%. The task progress bar has advanced a long way. Congratulations, you have gained Su Yao's favor, +4. Su Yao's favorability, 9. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 4 million yuan, which has been transferred to your account. As Su Yao successfully swiped her card, the system voice continued to play. Ding! It has been detected that the host has spent 150,000 yuan, which is the target amount for binding, and has received a double cashback of 300,000 yuan, which has been transferred to the host's account. The constant system voice in his head made Chu Fan feel very happy, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Yao also completed some formalities, respectfully put the laser anti-counterfeiting identification card, Chanel certificate, receipts and other documents into a file bag, and respectfully handed it to Tan Fei. A few minutes later, Chu Fan walked out of the Leeson Fashion Products chain store with Tan Fei, satisfied. Tan Fei now wore a Chanel designer suit, and she felt quite radiant. Tan Fei was carrying a handbag in her hand, inside of which were the clothes she had changed into. Just now, Tan Fei wanted to change back into the clothes she had originally worn, but Chu Fan said, "Just wear this set." So Tan Fei also put on the Chanel designer suit and walked next to Chu Fan. Tan Fei felt like she was dreaming. The most expensive clothes she had worn in her life had never exceeded 500 yuan, but now she was wearing a Chanel suit worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Chanel is a name that has always only appeared in her dreams. In the past, when she saw Chanel's beautiful posters, all she could do was feel envious. But now, she is actually wearing a Chanel suit, which Tan Fei herself can't believe. The girls passing by, as long as they recognize the Chanel logo, suddenly reveal surprised and envious looks, which also gives Tan Fei a sense of satisfaction from her vanity. Chu Fan also noticed that Tan Fei really liked it, so he smiled and said, "Tan Fei, what do you think? Does it make you feel better?" Tan Fei's pretty face was full of a smile, and she nodded obediently. "Well, I'm very happy now, thank you, Chu Fan. This is the first time I've worn such an expensive dress, and I'm going to feel bad every time I wash it." Chu Fan laughed. "What's there to feel bad about? If you like it, I can buy it for you often." Tan Fei, however, seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face flushed as she said, Chu Fan, we were classmates in high school, and after so long, you met me and gave me such an expensive gift. I don't know how to thank you. Chu Fan said nonchalantly, what are you talking about, old classmate? Just help me manage Xin Rue ice cream parlor well. Chu Fan was in no hurry. As long as Tan Fei was under him, he would be very happy just by regularly brushing up on his system rewards. As for other ideas, Chu Fan did not lack them, but he was in no hurry. Tan Fei was a little surprised. She didn't expect Chu Fan to simply ask her to take good care of the store. Tan Fei was a little afraid that Chu Fan would make some excessive request that she would be unable to refuse. After all, she had received a Chanel suit worth over 100,000 yuan from Chu Fan. Tan Fei's beautiful eyes twinkled with curiosity as she asked, really? You just want me to take good care of the store? Chu Fan asked with a smile, then what else do you want? Tan Fei's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly said, nothing, don't worry, I will definitely take care of the store very seriously. Seeing that Chu Fan did not make any excessive demands, Tan Fei's heart grew a few more points in favor of Chu Fan. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +2. Tan Fei's favor, 34. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 2 million cash, which has been transferred to your account. Tan Fei's mood has improved, current emotional value, 30%. The task progress bar moved forward again, and Chu Fan's mouth even formed a smile. It was nearing noon, and Chu Fan also felt a little hungry, so he took Tan Fei to find somewhere to have lunch. With a girl bound to the system, naturally Chu Fan had to find an upscale place. Soon, Chu Fan took Tan Fei to a high-end Western restaurant called Aioli. The restaurant was very upscale. Chapter 34, Meeting Tan Ruoqi. The walls were inlaid with European-style luxurious wall lamps, and the melodious and elegant music set off a romantic and elegant atmosphere. Rows of European-style Western dining tables, all covered with white tablecloths, and waiters all wearing white shirts and gentlemen's bow ties, provided comfortable service to customers, making them feel extremely respected. Tan Fei's eyes sparkled with wonder as soon as she walked into the Western restaurant, and she looked around curiously. Chu Fan, are you taking me to eat here? Is this place expensive? Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, it's expensive, that's right. I'm taking you out, so of course I want to eat well. Chu Fan doesn't seek the best, only the most expensive. It doesn't matter if he eats foie gras with truffles or egg pancakes. Hearing Chu Fan's reply, Tan Fei couldn't help but stick out her tongue, feeling incredible. The current Chu Fan was completely different from the one in high school. Chu Fan and Tan Fei picked a Western table and walked over. Not far away, a man and a woman were sitting at a Western table. The woman saw Tan Fei and immediately mocked with a cold voice, hey, Tan Fei, you've made it, and you dare to spend in an upscale Western restaurant? Chu Fan and Tan Fei were taken aback. They looked at each other, and Tan Fei's originally relaxed and happy smile instantly disappeared, and her face turned cold. Chu Fan was also speechless. He had actually run into Tan Ruoqi in a Western restaurant. This was too coincidental. The man and woman happened to be Tan Ruoqi and her boyfriend, Lu Yagua, who was also a young entrepreneur. Lu Yagua glanced at Chu Fan and Tan Fei and curiously asked, is she your half-sister, Tan Fei? Tan Ruoqi was very unhappy about being kicked out of the shop by Chu Fan in the morning. She said with undisguised contempt on her face, yes, that's the poor woman. Lu Yagua looked at Tan Fei curiously, and when he saw her pretty face and voluptuous figure, a flash of greed crossed his eyes. However, Lu Yagua soon looked surprised, because he saw that Tan Fei was wearing the latest Chanel suit. This Chanel suit set often appears in advertisements and is coveted by many girls, so Lu Yagua was also impressed. Lu Yagua was shocked. Ruoqi, are you sure your sister is a poor woman? She's wearing what looks like Chanel's latest model? Lu Yagua found it incredible that the poor woman in Tan Ruoqi's mouth was actually wearing a $100,000 suit of designer clothes. Tan Ruoqi was stunned, and her gaze swept over Tan Fei. Upon seeing it, Tan Ruoqi's eyes also widened. She usually dressed very expensively and naturally knew about Chanel's latest models. Tan Ruoqi stared at Tan Fei in disbelief, her heart stirred. How was this possible? Tan Fei, whom she usually looked down on, was actually wearing a Chanel worth 150,000 yuan. This Chanel suit was one that Tan Ruoqi also wanted very much, but she couldn't afford it either. The price of 150,000 yuan was still very stressful for her. Tan Ruoqi saw the expensive designer clothes she had always dreamed of wearing on her sister Tan Fei, whom she despised, and a surge of anger welled up in her. Tan Ruwachi stood up angrily and said aggressively, Tan Fei, where did you buy these fake Chanel clothes? Don't tell me that the workmanship on these fake Chanel clothes is quite similar to the real thing? Tan Ruwachi naturally didn't believe that Tan Fei could afford Chanel and could only explain it by using a fake. Tan Fei was not used to being treated like this and said coldly, Tan Ruwachi, don't be so slanderous, this is real Chanel. Tan Ruwachi didn't believe her and said, only a fool would believe you. Tan Fei, I know you've always been jealous of me and want to experience the life of someone as rich as me, but you're not worthy, you were born to be poor for the rest of your life. Tan Fei took out the anti-counterfeiting hologram card from her handbag and threw it on Tan Ruwachi's dining table. She said coldly, if you know what's good for you, you'll see for yourself if it's real. If you don't know what's good for you, there's nothing I can do about it. Chanel has gone to great lengths to protect the authenticity of this top-of-the-line model. Not only is there a sales certificate, but there is also an anti-counterfeiting hologram card to prove the identity of the valuable genuine product. The hologram card reflected a colorful light that almost blinded Tan Ruwachi's eyes. Lu Yagua quickly took out his phone and entered the anti-counterfeiting serial number on the hologram card on the official Chanel website. Once the anti-counterfeiting serial number was entered, the official Chanel website displayed the name and purchase time of the purchaser in a prominent location. Dear Chanel customer, Tan Fei. Place of sale, China. Chanel thanks you for your wise choice. Lu Yagua was shocked, this is real, and the name is correct. Tan Ruwachi couldn't believe it, how is that possible? Lu Yagua showed Tan Ruwachi the results of the query, and Tan Ruwachi's mouth opened wide in surprise. Tan Ruwachi's face began to turn red and white, and she was extremely embarrassed. Now she could only accept reality and admit that the Chanel on Tan Fei was real. Tan Ruwachi looked at Tan Fei with a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. Seeing that Tan Fei was dressed in luxurious clothes, it was even more difficult for her than being killed. Chu Fan also looked at Tan Ruwachi indifferently. He could see Tan Ruwachi's wish entry, so he knew that Tan Ruwachi must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. Wish entry 1, I hope that Tan Fei will live a life of poverty for the rest of her life, so that Tan Fei will become jealous and envious of her own comfortable upper-class life. Tan Ruwachi's wish was that Tan Fei would never be able to turn over a new leaf, so that she would envy and be jealous of her younger sister. Unexpectedly, she now saw Tan Fei strutting in front of her in a luxurious outfit of designer brands. Tan Ruwachi was so upset that she almost muttered to herself, how is this possible? How can she afford Chanel? Tan Fei, however, said honestly, Chu Fan gave it to me. Tan Fei was very moved. She never thought that Chu Fan would give her a Chanel designer bag, but it happened to humiliate Tan Ruwachi. Seeing the expression of distress and confusion on Tan Ruwachi's face, Tan Fei had to admit that she felt a sense of pleasure at revenge. Tan Fei had been mocked by Tan Ruwachi countless times since she was little. Every time she was mocked for being poorly dressed, Tan Fei felt a deep sense of inferiority and wanted to escape Tan Ruwachi's sight as soon as possible. But now, finally, she no longer has to avoid Tan Ruwachi's gaze. Tan Fei couldn't help but let out a breath that had been pent up in her heart for many years, feeling incredibly relieved. Tan Ruwachi couldn't help but turn her head to look at Chu Fan. It seems that the young man with the calm expression is the one who gave Tan Fei Chanel. Tan Ruwachi still remembered that it was Chu Fan who had driven her out of the Shinrui ice drink shop that morning. Tan Ruwachi stared coldly at Chu Fan for a few moments, as if she wanted to kill him with her eyes. Despite being stared at by Tan Ruwachi, Chu Fan remained calm and composed. Just then, a waiter wearing a bow tie immediately walked over respectfully and smiled politely at Chu Fan, saying, May I take your order, sir madam? Chu Fan nodded indifferently and said, Show me the menu. Chapter 35, 51,000 yuan a bottle of wine. With that, Chu Fan took Tan Fei's hand and sat down at the next table. Yes, sir. The waiter respectfully handed Chu Fan a beautifully printed menu, which Chu Fan leisurely opened and looked through. Chu Fan actually had no interest in Western food, and after looking at it for a while, he still hadn't seen anything that looked good. Tan Ruwachi and Lu Yagua had been quietly watching Chu Fan, and when they saw that he had not chosen anything after looking at the menu for a long time, they let out a derisive chuckle. Tan Ruwachi mocked, an individual entrepreneur who runs a roadside milk tea shop is pretending to be a rich man in an upscale Western restaurant. Hearing Tan Ruwachi's words, Lu Yagua realized that Chu Fan ran a milk tea shop, and he also revealed a contemptuous smile. So this kid runs a milk tea shop, he's really not in the same league as us. Hey, this Western restaurant caters to all kinds of customers, and we feel ashamed just sitting next to them. Hearing Tan Ruwachi and Lu Yagua's sarcastic remarks, Chu Fan remained composed. Chu Fan casually turned his head and looked over at Tan Ruoqi and Lu Yagua's table, where he saw a bottle of Italian dry red wine open on their table. Chu Fan asked the waiter, "How much is their bottle of wine?" The waiter politely replied, "Sir, theirs is a dry red wine from the Italian Chateau Latour winery. It has a mellow aroma and a long aftertaste. It is a very high-class wine, 5,000 yuan a bottle." Upon hearing the waiter's introduction, Tan Ruoqi and Lu Yagua both showed a pleased expression and couldn't help but tilt their proud chins. Tan Ruoqi glanced at Tan Fei with a proud face, sneering, "Sister, I heard that your monthly salary is only 5,000, right? You work hard, going to and from work early in the morning and returning late at night, and your monthly salary is only enough to pay for the drinks I consume during one meal." Tan Ruoqi naturally didn't know that Chu Fan had already raised Tan Fei's monthly salary to 30,000, and thought that Tan Fei was only paid 5,000 a month. When Tan Fei heard Tan Ruoqi's cold words, her pride also felt a sense of discrimination. This feeling had accompanied Tan Fei since she was young, making her feel a heart-wrenching kind of discomfort. Tan Fei's face turned white, and her eyes were full of unwillingness. Tan Ruoqi saw Tan Fei's angry look, and her heart was more than happy. From head to toe, she was happy. The happiest thing in her life was to see Tan Fei angry and jealous because of her. The next moment, Tan Ruoqi's smug expression froze, because she heard Chu Fan say disdainfully, "Only 5,000 a bottle, that's too cheap. What's the most expensive red wine here? 5,000 a bottle, and even with double cashback, it's only 10,000. It's just a drop in the bucket, not even worth the effort." It's not good enough to impress Chu Fan. Tan Ruoqi looked at Chu Fan with confusion. She wondered, how can an individual entrepreneur who owns a milk tea shop talk with such arrogance? Lu Yagua squinted his eyes and glared at Chu Fan unhappily, saying, "Humph, what's with the act? I don't believe he can afford a better wine than ours." The waiter was also a little confused and said in a surprised tone, "Sir, are you sure you want to ask for the most expensive wine?" Chu Fan nodded and said, "Yes, I want the most expensive one." The waiter held out his trembling hand and turned to the last page of the menu. This exquisite page was completely empty, except for a single bottle of Royal Brilliant dry red wine in the center. The waiter said respectfully, "This is a fine product from the Royal Chateau in France. It is carefully made from the finest Burgundy red grapes. It has a noble texture, exquisite elegance, and before World War II, only the most exalted royals could enjoy it. If you are not royalty, you cannot own it even if you pay the highest price. After the war, it gradually began to be sold to top wealthy merchants, so the price is not cheap, with a marked price of 500,000 yuan per bottle. Our Western restaurant has gone through very difficult negotiations in order to cooperate with the winery and obtain it." As the introduction continued, the waiter's tone gradually became more and more proud. Tan Ruoqi and Lu Yagua's eyes gradually widened, revealing surprised expressions. Although Tan Ruoqi and Lu Yagua both considered themselves wealthy people, they were not at the top of the pyramid, so when they heard that the royal wine cost 500,000 yuan a bottle, they couldn't help but look shocked. Tan Fei's pretty face also looked a little nervous. 500,000 yuan was an astronomical figure for her, and she never expected it to be the price of just one bottle of wine. Tan Fei whispered to Chu Fan, "Chu Fan, forget it, it's too expensive." Tan Ruoqi couldn't help but sneer at Chu Fan and sneer, "Humph, he definitely can't afford such an expensive bottle of wine. He's brought shame upon himself, it's so embarrassing." Lu Yagua also nodded, "Yes, even we can't afford this wine, he definitely wouldn't dare order it if he just owns a milk tea shop." Tan Ruoqi and Lu Yagua were both convinced that Chu Fan would surely know when to quit. Everyone was shocked by the astronomical price of 500,000 yuan, but Chu Fan finally revealed a slightly satisfied smile, as there was finally a more reasonable price. Amidst everyone's astonished stares, Chu Fan calmly nodded and said, "It's still a bit cheap, but you don't have anything more expensive, so just make do with it and bring us a bottle." Chu Fan then ordered the two most expensive dishes for Tan Fei and himself, the 5-star Sanmi steak and foie gras with black truffles. Then, Chu Fan slipped his bank card into the hands of the stunned waiter and said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and serve the food." The waiter, suppressing his excitement, took the bank card with trembling hands and said excitedly, "Yes. Please wait a moment." After saying that, the waiter, with his face red with excitement, sprinted off to swipe the card, leaving the shocked group of people. Tan Ruoqi only felt her face turn from white to blue, her embarrassment reaching the extreme. How could it be, he really ordered the French royal dry red wine? She had thought that Chu Fan would back off after asking the price, but she never expected that he would really order the top-grade red wine that costs 500,000 yuan a bottle. Even her father, Tan Huiman, probably has never enjoyed this grade of red wine. As the waiter successfully swiped the card, Chu Fan also heard the voice of cashback in his head. Ding, the host has been detected as the target of the binding transaction of 520,000 yuan. The host has received a double cashback of 1,040,000 yuan, which has been transferred to the host's account. Suddenly, the soothing music in the entire Western restaurant turned into the royal drumbeat, followed by the magnificent and distant symphony of the French orchestra. Many guests looked puzzled and disgusted. What's going on? The music suddenly changed. Yes, the new music is so magnificent and grand, as if some grand ceremony is about to begin. Soon, an excited MC in a suit took the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to witness the history of this restaurant today. For the first time in a year, a valued guest has ordered a royal red wine worth 500,000 yuan. That is Mr. Chu Fan from table 97. Let's give our attention and applause to the Honorable Mr. Chu Fan." Chapter 36, The Envious Gaze of the Entire Audience. The lobby manager of the Western restaurant led a team of waiters wearing Western-style bow ties and suits and vests, carefully carrying a golden tray on which rested a bottle of exquisite, sparkling red wine. A red ribbon with gold edging was tied around the bottle, exuding a sense of royal glory. Many guests suddenly realized, holy shit, someone actually ordered a bottle of the Royal Dry Red worth 500,000 yuan. This Western restaurant has a cooperative relationship with the Royal Winery. Is that why there is this kind of event? $500,000 for a bottle of wine? What kind of local tyrant is this? The MC, with a face full of excitement, took the lead in applauding, and under the MC's lead, the guests in the Western restaurant also applauded one after the other, and the applause was thunderous for a while. For a while, countless curious and envious glances were directed at Chu Fan and Tan Fei. Chu Fan was a little speechless. It was just a bottle of red wine, but why make such a big deal? Tan Fei was suddenly being looked at by so many envious gazes. She couldn't help but blush. Since she was young, she was used to being an unknown ugly duckling and never wanted to be the focus of attention. But now, the eyes of the entire audience were full of envy and jealousy as they looked at her, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of vanity and the happy satisfaction. Some of the girls also recognized the latest Chanel suit that Tan Fei was wearing, and they couldn't help but talk about it with envy. Wow, she really is rich, look at the latest Chanel suit that girl is wearing. It's no wonder, she dresses so well, no wonder she can afford to drink top-notch red wine. I'm so envious of her. If only someone would invite me to drink such expensive red wine, I would never forget it for the rest of my life. Some of the women's gossip drifted into Tan Fei's ears, and it made her feel a little of the happiness of the rich. Tan Fei's gaze unconsciously turned to her lifelong nemesis, Tan Ruoqi, but she saw Tan Ruoqi looking right at her, her gaze full of jealousy and hatred. Seeing Tan Fei's gaze sweep over, Tan Ruoqi was a little short of breath and took the initiative to avert her gaze. This scene touched Tan Fei a little. Since she was young, it was Tan Fei who took the initiative to avoid Tan Ruoqi's gaze. This was the first time Tan Ruoqi had avoided Tan Fei's gaze. Since childhood, Tan Fei had been ridiculed by Tan Ruoqi for being poor countless times, and each time it had left Tan Fei's young heart incredibly depressed and disheartened, to the point where it had left a psychological shadow. Now it had actually turned around, and Tan Fei was instead dressed in higher-end clothes and eating higher-end food than Tan Ruoqi. This scene had only appeared in Tan Fei's dreams. Tan Fei had once dreamed that she had become a beautiful princess, while Tan Ruoqi had become a lowly maid, enviously watching Tan Fei eat well and dress well. Every time she woke up from the dream, Tan Fei helplessly saw herself sleeping in a small, dilapidated rented room, feeling the powerlessness of a broken dream. Unexpectedly, after meeting Chu Fan, Tan Fei's dream came true. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, plus 16. Tan Fei's favor, 50. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 13 million cash, which has been transferred to your account. Tan Fei's mood has improved, current emotional value, 70%. It seems that Chu Fan's move to ask for 500,000 yuan worth of wine has made Tan Fei like him a lot, and this time Tan Fei's task progress bar has suddenly increased by 40%. The system voice made Chu Fan feel happy, as Tan Fei's favorability rating had broken through 50. Sure enough, the system voice continued to ring out soon after. Congratulations, host, the favorability rating of the bound target Tan Fei has exceeded 50. You have received a reward, treasure chest X1. Host, would you like to spend 40,000 reality coins to open the treasure chest? Yes, no. Chu Fan was taken aback, a little surprised, as he hadn't expected to have to pay reality coins to open the treasure chest. Chu Fan looked at the asset panel. System currency balance, 116,910,000 yuan. Reality currency balance, 41,107.25 yuan. Number of properties owned, 1. Property name, Xinrui Ice Drink Shop. Chu Fan felt a little pain. Yesterday, he finally managed to increase his reality currency balance to over 40,000 yuan, but he didn't expect that opening a treasure chest would cost 40,000 yuan. Looks like I need to earn reality coins as soon as possible. Only reality coins can get you more system functions. After making up his mind, Chu Fan chose yes. After all, the treasure chest must be opened. Reality coins instantly decreased by 10,000, and it became reality coin balance, 1,107.25 yuan. Congratulations, host, you have successfully opened the treasure chest by spending 40,000 reality coins, and the power panel is now open. With a burst of golden light effect exploding in his mind, a brand new panel appeared. Current strength value, 10. Explanation 1. The host can get a random strength point reward when they gain favor. The host can add the strength points to the strength panel to directly increase muscle strength. Explanation 2. The strength value of an average adult male is 10, and the strength value of an average adult female is 7. Although deducting 40,000 realistic coins made Chu Fan feel a little sad, as soon as he saw the rewards he had obtained, his heart immediately became excited. So, as long as I continue to increase the favorability rating of girls, I will be able to continuously gain strength enhancement? Yes. Chu Fan was very happy. This was power beyond that of a normal human being. Since childhood, Chu Fan had liked to dream of transforming into Superman. Now that he had this power panel, his dream could become a reality. Chu Fan couldn't help but smile excitedly at the corner of his mouth, full of anticipation for the future. Chu Fan was in a good mood, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the speed at which Tan Fei's favorability rating was increasing made him satisfied. At this time, the lobby manager respectfully placed the Royal Dry Red in front of Chu Fan, and asked with an extremely polite smile, "May I ask, distinguished guest, if I can help you open the wine?" Chu Fan smiled and said, "Go ahead." Yes. The lobby manager respectfully agreed, then took out the sommelier knife from an antique wooden box and ceremoniously opened the cork of the Royal Dry Red. With a crisp pop, the cork was removed, and with the influx of air, the wine that had been sealed for decades was revealed again. A rich, heady fragrance pierced Chu Fan's nostrils, with a hint of intoxicating sweetness that made people want to close their eyes and savor the sweetness. Not only Chu Fan, but also the guests at the table next to him could smell the rich fragrance. The enticing sweetness teased the tip of their noses, making their hearts flutter with excitement. Wow, it smells so good, it's like being in a fairy tale. It's no wonder it's a 500,000 yuan royal red wine. A guest couldn't help but exclaim in ecstasy. Tan Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath, smelling the sweet aroma, causing her breasts to rise and fall slightly, and she revealed a very satisfied expression, saying, "It smells so good." Chu Fan also nodded in approval, saying, "It really does smell good." Chapter 37, I'll buy everyone a bottle of Lafite. Even Tan Ruoqi and Lu Yagua could smell the sweet aroma. Tan Ruoqi couldn't help but lick her lips. She really wanted to try this royal red wine, which must be wonderful and go straight to the soul. However, the thought that she would be tasting this fine wine with her sister Tan Fei, whom she had looked down on since childhood, filled Tan Ruoqi's heart with jealousy. Tan Ruoqi really couldn't stand the fact that her sister Tan Fei not only dressed better than her, but also ate better. Tan Ruoqi gave Lu Yagua a wink and whispered, "Let's order a bottle of Royal Dry Red as well. I don't want to be outdone by Tan Fei." Lu Yagua was so scared that his liver trembled. He stuttered, 50,000 yuan a bottle? How can I afford that? Although Lu Yagua was a small entrepreneur, he was not a top-level tycoon. 50,000 yuan for a bottle of wine was not something he could afford, even for himself. For Lu Yagua, 500,000 yuan could get him a lot of girls. While it was indeed enjoyable to drink a bottle of red wine here, the cost-effectiveness was too low. Tan Ruoqi glared at Lu Yagua and whispered unhappily, "Humph, useless guy." At this time, the lobby manager had already bent over and respectfully poured a glass of Royal Dry Red for each of Chu Fan and Tan Fei. Chu Fan lifted his glass of red wine and lightly touched it with Tan Fei's, smiling and saying, "Let's see how it tastes." Chu Fan took a gentle sip of the Royal Imperial Dry Red, and immediately felt a sweet nectar with fine bubbles, exuding a rich fruity aroma that lingered around the taste buds. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. A hint of surprise appeared on Chu Fan's face. It was worthy of being a 500,000 yuan bottle of dry red, and the taste was indeed great. Tan Fei's full, red lips touched the crystal-clear wineglass, and after taking a small sip, her pretty face also revealed surprise. Stars twinkled in her beautiful eyes as she nodded and said, it really is delicious. Although Tan Fei had never drunk high-end red wine before, she could still sense the feeling of supreme dignity and really enjoyed it. The lobby manager had been standing politely with her hands folded, but when she heard Chu Fan and Tan Fei's praise, she couldn't help but smile excitedly. In the restaurant, some girls looked at Tan Fei enviously and couldn't help but whisper, "I'm so envious, I really want to try what it's like to taste a $500,000 bottle of red wine." These voices were also heard by Chu Fan. Chu Fan said indifferently, "Since the mood has been set like this, and you all bothered to applaud for us just now, I might as well return the favor. Lobby manager, you arrange it for me. I'll pay for it." The lobby manager was stunned and couldn't believe it, so he asked, "Mr. Chu, I didn't hear you clearly, could you please repeat?" Chu Fan frowned and said, "I said, give each table in the restaurant a bottle." The lobby manager's glasses almost fell to the ground, and he quickly said, "Mr. Chu, our Western restaurant doesn't have that much Royal Dry Red. We usually only have one bottle in reserve. If it is sold, we will notify the French headquarters to airlift a new one. If Mr. Chu would like to treat, I suggest the Lafite Reserve series. That is also a very high-end red wine, 50,000 yuan a bottle." Chu Fan didn't want to waste time and said, "Then Lafite it is. Just go ahead and arrange it." The lobby manager was overjoyed and immediately nodded and said, "Yes. I'll arrange it right away." The lobby manager immediately retreated to the backstage and said something to the MC. The MC was full of surprise, and excitedly picked up the microphone and said, "All the guests here today are blessed. I am here with excitement and have the honor to announce that all customers in the Western restaurant will receive a bottle of Lafite Rothschild generously donated by Mr. Chu from table 97. Each bottle is worth 50,000 yuan. Hearing the announcement from the lobby manager, the Western restaurant was in an uproar. What? A 50,000 yuan bottle of Lafite? A gift for every table? I never thought I could enjoy such high-end red wine. I'm so lucky today. What a generous man, so generous. Hey, if that Mr. Chu didn't have a girlfriend, I would definitely ask for his contact information." Some of the girls looked at Chu Fan with affection in their eyes. Yes, the girl sitting opposite Mr. Chu is so lucky. Some looked at Tan Fei with envy. Tan Fei also vaguely heard some discussions and felt the envious stares. Once again, she felt a sense of vanity and gratification. Tan Fei's mood has improved. Current emotional value, 80%. A girl dressed in sexy clothes was very bold. She didn't care that Chu Fan was sitting across from Tan Fei, and she walked directly over to him, handed him a note, and smiled flirtatiously, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chu, for treating us to the wine. Here is my contact information. I hope I will have the honor of becoming friends with you." Chu Fan gave the girl a polite smile, but in his heart he didn't really care, because the system didn't respond. If the system had bound this girl, then for the sake of being able to gain system experience and rewards, Chu Fan might have contacted this girl. But since the system wasn't bound, Chu Fan had no interest in this girl. Chu Fan also didn't slap the girl in public, but casually put the note in his pocket and said indifferently, "If there's a chance, I'll contact you." Seeing that Chu Fan did not reject her publicly, the sexy girl felt hopeful and smiled happily, saying, "Then I won't disturb you while you eat. I look forward to you contacting me. I'll be available whenever you need me." After saying this, the sexy girl threw an ambiguous glance at Chu Fan and then returned to her table, twisting her waist like a water snake. Some men, seeing this scene, couldn't help but quietly sigh with emotion. Hey, the happiness of the rich is really unimaginable. Who let that Mr. Chu be so powerful? He invites the girl to drink a bottle of wine that costs 500,000 yuan, and also gives away Lafite for the whole table. If I were that rich, I could also live a life of partying every night and feasting on meat and wine. I'm so jealous, I also want a girl to pass a note to me on her own initiative. Seeing that girl so bold, Tan Fei felt a little uncomfortable, and she inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. Tan Fei didn't know that after spending the day together, she had developed a sense of closeness and dependence on Chu Fan. Now that there was a competitor, she felt her position threatened. In fact, this is just a natural reaction for girls, wanting to maintain their position among their favorite men. It's just that Tan Fei still doesn't understand why she feels this way, and she also feels strange. With another successful swipe, the system voice sounded in Chu Fan's mind. Host detected as bound target. 1.5 million in consumption, 3 million in double cashback earned, transferred to host account. Chu Fan was delighted. It seems that according to the system's criteria, as long as the girl is happy with the purchase, she can get cash back. Chapter 38, Grateful Tan Fei. At this time, the lobby manager personally served Chu Fan and Tan Fei with a 5-star Sammy steak and foie gras with black truffles, respectfully placing it on the Western-style dining table. Other waiters and waitresses also brought bottles of Lafite Rothschild 1982, which cost 50,000 yuan each, and gave them to the guests at each table. Even Tan Ruoqi and Lu Yagwa's Western-style dining table was given a bottle of Lafite Rothschild. Tan Ruoqi's face turned ugly when she saw the beautifully packaged, high-end red wine. The red wine they had ordered themselves was only 5,000 yuan a bottle, and they already felt it was very expensive. But the Lafite Rothschild that Chu Fan had given to each table was 50,000 yuan a bottle, not to mention the fact that Chu Fan himself was drinking a bottle that cost 500,000 yuan. The difference was like night and day, and there was no comparison at all. What made Tan Ruoqi even more embarrassed was that the person who gave away the Lafite Rothschild was actually her sister Tan Fei's male companion. This was a blatant humiliation, and nothing could make Tan Ruoqi feel worse. Tan Ruoqi had looked down on Tan Fei since she was a child, and every time she mocked Tan Fei for being poor, and saw Tan Fei's dejected expression, Tan Ruoqi felt a sense of enjoyment. But now, she felt a sense of humiliation that was like a slap in the face. Tan Ruoqi was also a proud woman, and she couldn't stand this humiliation. She stood up and walked away with Lu Yagwa in a state of desperation. Before leaving, Tan Ruoqi's eyes were filled with jealousy, and she glared fiercely at Tan Fei. Seeing Tan Ruoqi's expression of wanting to eat her alive but being unable to do anything about it, Tan Fei felt an unprecedented sense of relief. It was a feeling of being released after being suppressed for a long time, and she was even a little excited with wet eyes. For many years, Tan Fei had always lived in the shadow of Tan Ruoqi, but today she finally saw the bright light after pushing away the dark clouds. Tan Ruoqi's angry back disappeared out the door, and Tan Fei let out a long breath of resentment, her breasts rising and falling slightly. She felt so good. A smile appeared on Tan Fei's pretty face, and she raised her glass to Chu Fan, her fair fingers grasping the stem of the transparent red wine glass. Her eyes were misty with excitement. Chu Fan, I'm really happy today, thank you. Seeing the moisture in Tan Fei's beautiful eyes, Chu Fan was also moved. It seems that the knot between the sisters Tan Fei and Tan Ruoqi has been suppressing Tan Fei's heart for many years. Chu Fan smiled gently with tender eyes and said, "You're welcome. As long as you're by my side, I won't let your sister bully you again in the future." Hearing Chu Fan's caring tone, Tan Fei felt moved. Over the years, Chu Fan is still the first man to say that he will protect her from her sister. Tan Fei looked at Chu Fan earnestly with her beautiful eyes, and emotions welled up in her eyes. Chu Fan also raised his glass of red wine, lightly touched it with Tan Fei's, and then tilted his head and took a sip, immediately once again feeling the enjoyment of top-notch red wine. However, excitement from the release of passion shone in Tan Fei's beautiful eyes, and her delicate, red lips, which were almost dripping with saliva, touched the glass of red wine as she gulped it down. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, "Drink less, you'll get drunk in a while." Tan Fei's face flushed with a slight drunkenness, and she said, "I'm so happy today, so I want to drink a little more." Tan Fei's mood has improved current emotional value, 100%. Chu Fan was surprised to see that the progress bar for his personal mission had suddenly filled up. Ding, congratulations, host, Tan Fei's emotional value has reached 100%, and the personal mission has been completed. Receive your reward for completing the task, and the daily sign-in mall will open. Another cool special effect exploded in Chu Fan's mind, and a brand new panel appeared. May I ask the host if you have completed today's sign-in? Chu Fan was so excited that he couldn't wait to see what items would be refreshed in the sign-in mall, and immediately answered in his mind. Sign in. Today's sign-in was successful, and the system will randomly refresh 3 items. The host can purchase any one of them. The panel of the check-in mall rotated rapidly like a marquee, and finally came to a stop, refreshing 3 items. Item A, Level 1 Teleportation Card. Using a Level 1 teleportation card, the host can teleport once within 100 kilometers, and can precisely control the landing point. Please note that the teleportation card is a consumable item that will disappear after use. Price, 5,000 reality coins. Chu Fan frowned slightly when he saw it. The teleportation card looked good, but it was a consumable that would disappear after use. Chu Fan passed directly. This kind of item would only be useful in special circumstances, such as when about to crash or when kidnapped, but it was of no use to Chu Fan at the moment. Chu Fan looked at the next item. Product B, see-through ability to see through girls' clothes. Note, can only see through girls' clothes, not boys' clothes. Please read the description carefully before purchasing. No returns. Price, 100,000 reality coins. Holy shit, it can actually see through girls' clothes? Chufan couldn't help but glance at the Chanel suit on Tan Fei's chest. If he purchased this see-through ability, he would be able to see through Tan Fei's clothes, which was very tempting. And this see-through ability is not a one-time thing, it can be used permanently. As a young man with a strong firepower, this product naturally made Chufan's blood boil, but he was still prepared to look at the third product before saying anything. Product C, Top Secret Milk Tea Recipe, Vital Grass Jelly Bubble Milk Tea, with an extraordinary taste, a refreshing and delicious milk tea recipe. All the recipes produced by the system far exceed the top level of Blue Star, absolutely amazing. Price, 30,000 reality coins. Chufan was not particularly interested in any milk tea recipe, but just as he was about to give up, a sudden thought occurred to him. The only industry Chufan currently owned was a beverage store. If this milk tea recipe was really that amazing, wouldn't it become an instant hit? Chufan asked excitedly in his mind. Are the recipes in the system mall really far superior to those of Blue Star? Rest assured, the system's products are all high quality. All the technology, recipes, and technical standards in the system mall have reached the most advanced level, surpassing the highest standard of Blue Star by at least 50%. After receiving a positive response from the system, Chufan was ready to make his choice and was about to select the milk tea recipe to launch at his Shinrui beverage store. If it becomes an instant hit, Chufan is prepared to open a chain of stores and sell it nationwide. In that case, the realistic currency he can earn every day will be very considerable. A blueprint for business development quickly took shape in Chufan's mind, causing him to smile excitedly. However, Chufan soon became disheartened because he discovered a realistic problem in front of him: he didn't have enough money. Realistic currency balance, 1,107.25 yuan. I originally had more than 40,000 reality points, but I just used them to open the power panel, and now I only have a little over 1,000 reality points left. I can't afford it. Chufan quickly asked in his mind, System, I don't have enough reality points right now, can I select it first and pay for it later? Chufan wasn't worried about being unable to afford it, because the Shinrui ice cream shop currently earned more than 40,000 reality points every day, so as long as today's income was deposited into the bank card, he could immediately afford it. Chapter 39, You Feed Me. The system replied, the host can first put the selected goods in the shopping cart and then buy them when they have earned reality coins. Chufan was overjoyed. Sure enough, he saw Add to Cart button under the product C. Chufan immediately saved the Vital Grass Jelly Milk Tea recipe in the shopping cart. Shopping cart list, Vital Grass Jelly Milk Tea recipe. Chufan let out a sigh of relief. If all goes well, the profit from Shinrui ice cream shop will be recorded tonight, and he can buy this milk tea recipe. Then, he can launch this new milk tea tomorrow. For some time, Chufan's attention has been captured by the system, so he hasn't eaten much Western food. Tan Fei is in a good mood right now, so she is happily enjoying her meal. Tan Fei tasted the 5-star Sanmi steak and found the meat to be tender and juicy, melting in the mouth. The rich meaty flavor filled her taste buds, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. The black truffle with gold leaf-covered foie gras was an even rarer delicacy. The foie gras was so delicate and smooth that it hardly needed chewing, it just melted on the tip of the tongue with a single sip. This unique texture was like tasting a piece of extremely tender butter, and the sweetness instantly filled the soul. The texture of the black truffle is a little crisp and tender, and when paired with the fragrant peanut crisps and white sesame seeds, it is wrapped in a rich appetizer sauce, and the sweet flavor blossoms layer after layer on the tip of the tongue. It is simply an ultimate taste sensation, a feast for the tongue. Tan Fei was also eating such high-class Western food for the first time. After taking a few bites, it was as if she had discovered a new continent, and her beautiful eyes had become starry. However, Tan Fei was a little curious. Chufan seemed to be absent-minded and didn't eat much. Tan Fei naturally didn't know that Chufan was looking at the system. She blinked curiously and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "I think it's delicious." Chufan came back to his senses and saw Tan Fei's pretty face, which was slightly drunk from the red wine, and he just thought she was incredibly beautiful. Chufan's heart stirred, and with a joking tone, he said with a smile, "I want you to feed me." Because Tan Fei's favorability rating had already exceeded 50, and Chufan had also completed Tan Fei's personal task, he knew that Tan Fei had a favorable impression of him. So Chufan's courage grew, and his eyes swept generously over Tan Fei's pretty face. Tan Fei was slightly startled. When she saw the teasing look in Chu Fan's eyes, her pretty face immediately flushed, and she said with some embarrassment, "What, you want me to feed you? Someone will see here." Tan Fei looked around shyly. She really had a good impression of Chu Fan, but she was still very shy about feeding him in public. Chu Fan smiled calmly, his eyes full of encouragement. "What are you afraid of? No one knows us anyway." Chu Fan was very persistent. Ever since obtaining the system, his courage had unconsciously grown a lot. The wallet is a man's confidence, and this saying is absolutely correct. Tan Fei's pretty face turned red, and she felt very embarrassed. But she couldn't help thinking that Chu Fan had helped her so much today, and she felt that she should repay Chu Fan. After all, what Chu Fan had done for her today was a feeling of care that she had never felt in her life. Tan Fei blushed, and mumbled in a voice like a mosquito's buzz, "Then just one bite?" Seeing Tan Fei shyly trying to say yes, Chu Fan was very happy in his heart and nodded, saying, "Just one bite." Tan Fei blushed, her teeth biting her red lips. Finally, she made up her mind and cut a small piece of steak with a knife. She used her white hand to send it to Chu Fan's mouth with a fork. Chu Fan tilted his head up and took a bite of the steak from Tan Fei's fork, chewing with gusto. Chu Fan immediately felt the deliciousness of the top-grade steak. It was indeed overflowing with fragrance, and the tender beef melted in his mouth, very delicious. Chu Fan gave Tan Fei a satisfied smile and said, "It's true that it tastes better when you feed it to me." Although Tan Fei was shy, she couldn't help but feel a trace of sweetness in her heart when she heard Chu Fan's praise. She said, "As long as you like it." After the intimate act of feeding just now, the atmosphere between Chu Fan and Tan Fei has become much closer. Their eyes occasionally make contact, and they are harmonious and natural, and they often smile knowingly. Chu Fan savored the high-end red wine, enjoyed the top-notch delicious Western food, and in front of him was a charming and beautiful woman in her prime, whose shy and timid appearance delighted Chu Fan's eyes. The two enjoyed a delicious lunch to their heart's content and felt very happy. Half an hour later, this pleasant lunch finally came to an end. Chu Fan took Tan Fei back to the Maybach S800 and dropped her off at Xinrui Ice Cream. After driving for half an hour, the Maybach pulled over on the side of the road on Penang Avenue, where Tan Fei was going to get off and walk back to Xinrui Ice Cream. Tan Fei unbuckled her seatbelt and beamed with a happy smile on her face, saying, "Chu Fan, thank you for helping me deal with my sister today." Tan Fei felt like she had never been happier in her life. Not only had she become the store manager for the first time, she had also made her nemesis Tan Ruwachi eat humble pie. She had also enjoyed the most expensive lunch of her life and was given a Chanel suit and matching jacket worth 150,000 yuan by Chu Fan. All of this was brought about by the encounter with high school classmate Chu Fan yesterday, and it has brought about changes. Now Tan Fei is full of gratitude in her heart towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan laughed carelessly and said, "It's a trivial matter. As long as I'm around, I guarantee that Tan Ruwachi will never dare to bully you again." Hearing Chu Fan's words, Tan Fei couldn't help but feel a little moved. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained Tan Fei's favor, +4. Tan Fei's favor, 54. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus, 1 power point. Upon hearing the system's reward, Chu Fan felt a sense of joy, but also noticed a slight difference. The random reward that came with the system had become a power point, and it was no longer a system coin. It seems that as the system improves, the various rewards will also become stronger. Chu Fan was also delighted, as power points are much more precious than system coins. Tan Fei's beautiful eyes carried a touch of complex sentiment, and she shyly glanced at Chu Fan before saying, "Then I'll go back to work at the store." Chu Fan thoughtfully opened the door for Tan Fei and, before leaving, instructed her, "Remember to transfer the store's profits for today to my card when you get off work." Chu Fan was still thinking about the system's newly updated product, the Vital Grass Jelly Milk Tea recipe, which was still in the shopping cart, waiting to be purchased with today's income and real money. Tan Fei nodded obediently and said, "Yes, I remember." Chu Fan gave Tan Fei a slight smile and waved goodbye, saying, "Go ahead, get off work early and go home to rest, don't be too tired." Hearing Chu Fan's concern, Tan Fei felt a hint of warmth in her heart and said with a smile, "I know, you too." Tan Fei also waved to Chu Fan, then turned around and walked towards Xinrui beverage store with her graceful and charming figure. Chapter 40 Xiaoning Yuan buys a new lipstick. As he looked at Tan Fei's slender and seductive back, Chu Fan couldn't help but daydream a little. Although Tan Fei's appearance score was 91, which was 2 points lower than Xiaoning Yuan's 93, Chu Fan felt that Tan Fei's charm was even greater. Chu Fan's feelings towards Tan Fei were also even better. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the host has gained some PowerPoints, but they have not yet been added to the power panel. May I ask the host if he would like to add some now? Shu Fan immediately agreed, add some. Shu Fan then realized that gaining PowerPoints does not automatically increase them, and that you need to choose to add some before they are added to the power panel. Successfully added some points, current power value 11. With a burst of colorful light effects in his mind, those mysterious light points merged into the muscle meridians of his limbs and bones. Shu Fan instantly felt a strange sensation, and the power in his hands suddenly became a little stronger. Shu Fan wanted to try the effect, so he immediately found a pen and bent it with great force, easily bending the pen. Shu Fan was excited. He knew that the pen was very tough, and he could never break it before. Now he could easily bend it, which meant that his strength had really increased a lot. Shu Fan couldn't help but praise, my strength has really increased. The system is really awesome. Shu Fan also knew that the system had said that the strength of an average man was 10, and now he already had more strength than an average man. In the future, by constantly increasing his favor with girls, he can continue to obtain strength points. Shu Fan excitedly estimated that if he increased his strength value to 30 or 40, no one would be able to beat him. Therefore, Shu Fan was also very much looking forward to it and couldn't wait to increase his strength value to the max. Shu Fan didn't have anything urgent to do for the time being, so he leaned comfortably against the soft leather seat of the Maybach and silently made plans. After receiving the income from the cold drink shop tonight, he will immediately buy the milk tea recipe and then grandly launch the new milk tea flavor tomorrow to see how much revenue it can increase. Then he will send some money and clothes to Tan Fei to increase her favorability, and when the time is right, he will take her. While Shu Fan was making future plans, on the other side, Tan Fei also returned to the cold drink shop. Li Pingping's gaze was instantly attracted by Tan Fei's beautiful designer suit, and she looked up and down in amazement. Wow, Manager Tan, you've come back from a trip looking so smart. Several female employees also looked at Tan Fei in amazement. What a beautiful suit. It doesn't feel like it's inferior to designer brands. What do you mean it's not inferior to designer brands? This is a Chanel suit. One female shop assistant who was a bit more knowledgeable noticed the high quality and immediately looked shocked. What? Chanel? Girls have a sensitive switch for world-class designer brands. As soon as they heard it was Chanel, the female shop assistants all looked at Tan Fei in awe and envy. Tan Fei felt the envious and astonished glances of her colleagues, and her vanity was very satisfied. She couldn't help but smile. Manager Tan, did you just buy this? It must be very expensive, right? Li Pingping couldn't help but ask. Tan Fei blushed a little and said, this was a gift from Boss Chu. Li Pingping and the other female employees were shocked. What? Boss Chu gave you such an expensive Chanel? Wow, Boss Chu is really good to Tan Fei, not only promoting her to manager, but also giving her an international fashion brand. I'm so jealous, I wish Boss Chu would do the same for me. Tan Fei, you are so lucky, you don't have to wait tables like the rest of us anymore. The female employees were all green with envy, their voices full of envy. Although Tan Fei was a little embarrassed, she couldn't suppress the happiness in her heart, and the smile on her lips couldn't be suppressed. On the other side, in the jade carving workshop, in the sales store, a professional woman in a suit walked into the store and asked politely, excuse me, who is Ms. Xianing Yuan? I am the delivery person from the Jiaoxi luxury goods store. Xianing Yuan stood up and said, that's me. Some colleagues in Cao Sini cast curious glances at her. Ning Yuan, what did you buy? Jiaoxi is a famous luxury brand, and the cosmetics it sells are also very expensive. In the hearts of girls, it is a very trendy and high-end existence. So when they saw the delivery person from the Juicy group arrive at their door, their colleagues were all very surprised. They never expected to find someone who used such a luxurious brand as Juicy. Xianing Yuan took a beautifully packaged box from the delivery person and opened it to reveal a Juicy Kiss Plumping Gloss lipstick. Wow, it's this Plumping Gloss lipstick. It's advertised a lot on TV, and it's a very expensive lipstick for nobles. This lipstick costs 9,888. Oh my, Xianing Yuan actually bought such an expensive lipstick? Yes, the Jiaoxi brand is a symbol of status, and only celebrities and rich women use Jiaoxi. Some colleagues immediately cast curious and envious glances at Xianing Yuan. This noble lipstick costs 10,000, and in the minds of these female salespeople, it is simply luxurious beyond measure. Amidst the many envious and jealous gazes, Xianing Yuan's pretty face wore a satisfied smile, and her vanity was more than satisfied. Yesterday, when Chu Fan transferred money to help her pay off her debts, he transferred tens of thousands of dollars more, so she heartlessly ordered a super famous brand lipstick. She gracefully opened the luxurious packaging and took out an exquisite lipstick. The two magnificent gold-foiled characters, Cao Sini, were very elegant and exuded a noble aura. Xiaoning Yuan held a cosmetic mirror in one hand, and with her slender, long, white fingers she squeezed the juicy rouge lipstick and applied it gently to her rosy lips. Cao Sini bit her lower lip, and her eyes couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Girls who pay attention to fashion know very well that using juicy rouge lipstick can be a symbol of status, and only many celebrities and movie stars can afford such expensive juicy rouge lipstick. But now, Cao Sini witnessed her best friend holding the juicy lipstick with great pride, looking like she was showing off. Cao Sini suddenly felt a bit shocked. She saw that this juicy lipstick was actually the rose fragrance type. Cao Sini couldn't help but say, "Ning Yuan, why did you change to the rose flavor? You like the lily of the valley flavor, don't you?" Cao Sini felt very strange. Xiaoning Yuan had never used a rose-scented lipstick before. On the contrary, it was Cao Sini who liked the rose flavor. Xiaoning Yuan pouted, with a sad expression, "It's all because of that guy, Chu Fan. He said he liked the rose scent, so I had to change to the rose-scented lipstick. It's so annoying." Cao Sini was surprised and said, "You bought such an expensive lipstick just to kiss Chu Fan?" Cao Sini found it hard to believe that Xiaoning Yuan had bought such an expensive lipstick just to please Chu Fan. Xiaoning Yuan said with a helpless expression, "Yes, Chu Fan is such a scoundrel, I hate him so much, he insisted that I buy a rose-scented lipstick." Chapter 41 Xiaoning Yuan's Personal Mission. Cao Sini suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Do you think that Chu Fan is still thinking about me and asked you to change the lipstick to a rose flavor so that he can fantasize about kissing me?" Xiaoning Yuan continued to apply the lipstick while frankly saying, "I asked him the same thing, but he said no. I don't know if he's telling the truth." Xiaoning Yuan also quietly observed Cao Sini with her gaze. She was also curious about the relationship between Cao Sini and Chu Fan. No matter what Chu Fan did now, it seemed that he was trying to anger Cao Sini. Xiaoning Yuan also felt that Chu Fan no longer really loved Cao Sini. In any case, Chu Fan gave Xiaoning Yuan the impression that she could not see through him. Of course, Xiaoning Yuan doesn't know that the real purpose of everything Chu Fan does is to get Cao Sini's regret value. Xiaoning Yuan asked in return, "Sini, you won't be angry if Chu Fan and I kiss, will you?" Cao Sini felt very uncomfortable, but on the surface she pretended to be fine, saying, "Whatever, I've already dumped Chu Fan, who would be angry with him? Kiss all you want, ha." Although she refused to admit defeat, in her heart, Cao Sini couldn't help but feel a little lost. After all, Cao Sini had been with Chu Fan for 2 years, and they knew each other's voices and breaths well. Although they had been apart for 2 days, the image of the other person still lingered in her heart. It would take some time to forget. Cao Sini squinted her eyes and secretly looked at Xiaoning Yuan's good-looking plump lips. The thought of Chu Fan kissing on these lips made her feel very uncomfortable. Cao Sini and Chu Fan had been together for 2 years, and Chu Fan had never even kissed her on the lips. Cao Sini had been smug, thinking that she had gotten the better deal, but now she felt uncomfortable when she saw her best friend Xiaoning Yuan buying such an expensive lipstick to enhance Chu Fan's kissing experience. Chu Fan thought about it for a while, and then the system's voice suddenly came back to him. "Ding, the system has detected that the bound target Xiaoning Yuan will be physically attacked. The intensity of the attack cannot be determined. The system has triggered an early warning and a personal mission has been activated. Mission name, protect the target. Mission objective, please go to the target to protect it, remove the threat to Xiaoning Yuan, and make Xiaoning Yuan feel better. Mission progress, Xiaoning Yuan's emotional value, 0%. Mission reward, all shares of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. Description, all the shares awarded by the system were legally acquired through the Foundation's investment at a price 15.2% higher than the market price, so they are safe and secure. When the host is certain to obtain the property, the system will change the timeline of the original owner of the property by 1 day. Therefore, when the system announces that the host has obtained the property rights, the lawyers of the system's foundation have already completed the transaction negotiations with the original owner in advance, and the host only needs to collect the property rights transfer documents. Chu Fan was very surprised when the system suddenly issued a personal mission. After reading the task, Chu Fan could not help but show his surprise. Early warning? Xiaoning Yuan is going to be physically attacked? Chu Fan immediately started the Maybach S800. A strong air current shot out from the back of the luxury car, and it sped towards the storefront of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. Although Chu Fan did not treat Xiaoning Yuan as a girlfriend and pamper her, after all, in Cao Sini's opinion, Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan were in a relationship. If Xiaoning Yuan was bullied, it was equivalent to slapping Chu Fan in the face, and naturally Chu Fan could not tolerate it. While speeding up, Chu Fan could not help but praise in his heart, "The system is really awesome, it even has an early warning function?" Upon seeing the system reward, Chu Fan was even more excited and blurted out, "Is it true that as long as I complete the task, all the shares of Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop will be mine?" Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop is the company where Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini work. "If I complete the task, I will be the boss of Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan?" Chu Fan quickly realized that if he completed this task, he would be the boss of Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan, and they would have to do whatever he wanted. Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Wouldn't it be easier and more enjoyable to earn Cao Sini's regret value? Moreover, the Jinyan Jade Carving Workshop itself is a company worth tens of millions of reality coins, and its ability to earn reality coins must be higher than that of the Xinruwei ice drink shop. Just thinking about it made Chu Fan's eyes light up with excitement. Chu Fan's current location was still more than 20 minutes away from the Jinyan Jade Carving Workshop, which made him feel a bit anxious and he couldn't help but step on the gas. Inside the Jade Carving Workshop, Cao Sini let out a small sigh, but suddenly caught sight of a bloated figure walking over. Cao Sini's face changed, and she quickly put on a serious expression, tugged Xiaoning Yuan's corner of her shirt, and whispered, "Be careful, Mother Zhang Fei is coming." Hearing the words Mother Zhang Fei, Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face flashed with panic, and she was about to put away her lipstick. The person who came was named Zheng Hui, the sales supervisor of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. However, she did not get to this position through her abilities, but because manager Zhao was her brother-in-law. She often scolded the employees for no reason, and was secretly known as Mother Zhang Fei. Zheng Hui was in her 30s, a little plump, with a lot of fat on her face, her eyes squished together like slits. The women's professional suit she was wearing seemed to be a dumpling about to burst, with plump flesh. Zheng Hui had been staring at Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan, and she had long since found it displeasing to see Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan always chatting together. Zheng Hui walked over to Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan with a cold expression on her face and said in a cold tone, "Haven't you two had enough of chatting? Your sales performance for Team A this month is still far from good, and the month is almost over. You don't seem to be worried about not meeting the sales target at all, do you?" Zheng Hui crossed her arms and stared at Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini unhappily. Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini stood very cautiously, afraid of offending Zheng Hui. This Zheng Hui was very self-conscious about her appearance due to her obesity, but she was also a glutton and could not resist the temptation of food. She naturally harbored hostility towards beautiful women with slender figures like Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini, so she was usually a bit stricter with them. Cao Sini said cautiously, "Supervisor Zhang, we know, we will work hard." Zheng Hui was even more unhappy and said, "Work hard? I've seen you chatting since you started work, so how can you be working hard?" Xiaoning Yuan in particular has been applying lipstick the whole time. She's not even bothered about her work. Zheng Hui's eyes, squeezed together by the fat around them, looked at the juicy lipstick in Xiaoning Yuan's hand. Zheng Hui's eyes lit up and she said in a strange voice, "Hey, Xiaoning Yuan, your lipstick is quite high-end, isn't it?" Chapter 42, I didn't realize you cared so much about me. Xiaoning Yuan naturally heard that Zheng Hui was mocking her, and she nervously said in her heart, "No, it's not high-end, it's just an ordinary lipstick." Zheng Hui snatched the lipstick from Xiaoning Yuan's hand. "I'm confiscating the lipstick. I'll return it to you when you meet your sales target this month." Xiaoning Yuan suddenly became anxious. This was a high-end lipstick that cost 10,000 yuan. A female colleague had already said that Zheng Hui would secretly use things that she confiscated. One colleague had had a box of moisturizer confiscated, and when it was returned, Zheng Hui had already used half of it. Xiaoning Yuan knew that once Zheng Hui took the Jiaoxi lipstick, she would definitely use it secretly. Xiaoning Yuan quickly chased after her, reached out to grab the Jiaoxi lipstick, and said, "Supervisor Zhang, please don't confiscate it. This lipstick is very important to me." Zheng Hui swung her arm, which was thicker than Xiaoning Yuan's thigh, and instantly knocked Xiaoning Yuan to the ground, knocking over a few chairs and causing a mess. Some colleagues in the distance saw this scene and looked over in surprise. However, when they saw clearly that it was Zheng Hui who was moving, they all looked scared and didn't dare say anything. This supervisor Zheng Hui has always been fierce with these salespeople, and no one dares to provoke her. Zheng Hui sneered with contempt, "How dare you even dare to rebel against your supervisor?" Zheng Hui was not satisfied and came over again, wanting to kick Xiaoning Yuan. "Little brat, what are you pretending for? Stand up." Cao Sini was anxious and came over to protect Xiaoning Yuan, saying, "Supervisor Zhang, why are you still hitting my best friend?" After all, Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan were best friends, and at this time, they still had to protect each other. Zhang Hui snorted coldly and said, "What's wrong with hitting your best friend? I'm telling you, if your performance this month doesn't meet the target, you can all wait to be fired next month." Zhang Hui gave Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan a hard stare and was very pleased with herself. Zhang Hui had long wanted to fire these two beautiful women. Standing in the store attracted the attention of men, and Zhang Hui was jealous and resentful in her heart, and they didn't look pleasing to the eye no matter how you looked at them. Just then, a young man walked in the door. It was Chu Fan, who had arrived just in time. You see how accurate the system is? As soon as Chu Fan entered the store, he saw Xiaoning Yuan being pushed to the ground. If Cao Sini hadn't gotten in the way, Zhang Hui would have kicked Xiaoning Yuan. After all, Xiaoning Yuan was Chu Fan's girlfriend in name only, and Chu Fan was a little angry when he saw this. Chu Fan walked over in big strides, pushed Zhang Hui away with all his strength, and shouted, "What are you hitting people for?" Then, Chu Fan ignored Cao Sini directly, walked past her, put an arm around Xiaoning Yuan's shoulders, helped her up, and asked with concern on his face, "Ning Yuan, are you okay?" Cao Sini had been a little happy when she saw Chu Fan arrive in time. But when she saw that Chu Fan ignored her and instead looked at Xiaoning Yuan with a face full of concern, Cao Sini's heart suddenly felt empty. Xiaoning Yuan had just hit a few chairs, and her neck and back of the head were very painful and uncomfortable. Moreover, she had been humiliated and beaten by her supervisor in public, and all her colleagues had seen it. Xiaoning Yuan felt very ashamed. But just when she was at her most vulnerable, Chu Fan suddenly appeared, not only pushing Zhang Hui away, but also asking her with a face full of concern if she was okay. Xiaoning Yuan felt a warm feeling in her heart and said to Chu Fan, "I'm fine, why did you come?" Chu Fan said indifferently, "I was nearby and wanted to come and see you, I didn't expect this to happen." Chu Fan naturally would not say that the system made him come, and made up an excuse. However, this random excuse made Xiaoning Yuan very touched, and she could, "Oh, Chu Fan, I didn't expect you to care so much about me." It was clear that Chu Fan was not her real boyfriend, but when she heard him say that he had wanted to come and see her, Xiaoning Yuan's romantic brain switched on, and her sense of closeness to Chu Fan increased a lot. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained Xiaoning Yuan's favor, +4. Xiaoning Yuan's favor, 49. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 1 power point. Xiaoning Yuan's mood has improved, current emotional value, 10%. Hearing the system reward in his head, Chu Fan was also delighted. Xiaoning Yuan's favorability rating would soon break through 50. Chu Fan patted Xiaoning Yuan's head affectionately and said with care, "It's okay, let me handle the rest." Xiaoning Yuan's heart warmed again, and she nodded obediently. Chu Fan was prepared to vent for Xiaoning Yuan, cheer her up, and incidentally obtain the reward for his personal exclusive mission. Chu Fan turned back and turned to the sales supervisor Zhang Hui, directly opening, Insight into Terms. A transparent information box suddenly appeared next to Zhang Hui. Information term, Zegna women's suit, local wool fabric, 70% new, fake, bought at Dawama market, actual cost 400 yuan, original authentic retail price 7,000 yuan. Privacy term, she has a crush on the cute boy next door and wants to seduce him. However, he doesn't fancy her, so she seduces his father instead. They have been maintaining an illicit relationship until now. She had a medical examination last month and was found to have the windflower virus, which was transmitted by the man next door. Chu Fan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Zhang Hui's information terms. This woman is disgusting. She actually carries the windflower virus in her body. Fortunately, it can only be transmitted through sexual relations, otherwise Chu Fan would immediately want to escape. Chu Fan showed a disgusted look, as if she were a trash can, very dirty. Zhang Hui naturally had no idea why Chu Fan was like this. Zhang Hui glared at Chu Fan and immediately looked contemptuously and said, "Chu Fan? Didn't you quit your job? What are you doing back? You're dressed so poorly and you still want to save the pretty girl?" Chu Fan was the delivery boy at the company, so Zhang Hui also knew him. Chu Fan sneered and said, "So what if I'm poorly dressed? It's better than you wearing a fake from the Big Flower Clam Market, isn't it?" The Big Flower Clam Market was a place that sold knockoffs, and only people with no money but who wanted to save face would go there. Most people who went there would never admit that they bought it there, because it would be embarrassing to say. When Chu Fan finished speaking, Zhang Hui froze. She was very proud of her Zegna women's suit, because it was a very good imitation. Zhang Hui had bragged to her colleagues several times that it was a real Zegna. The female colleagues on the side all looked surprised, curiously examining the Zegna suit on Zhang Hui. Hey! Did Manager Zhang buy his suit at the big flower clam market? The other day she said she bought it at a trendy brand store. Yeah, actually I thought the workmanship was a bit poor, not like a real Zegna, but I didn't dare say anything. It can't be real, can it? Manager Zhang buys fakes but pretends they're designer brands? That's hilarious. Chapter 43, A Gift for You. Some whispers came over, the voices were low, but they could still be heard. Hearing these discussions, Zhang Hui suddenly couldn't hold back anymore. After all, this suit was indeed a fake bought in the market, and she still felt a little guilty. Zhang Hui angrily said, "You little bastard, what are you talking nonsense about?" Xianing Yuan had just been humiliated by Zhang Hui and pushed to the ground by her, and she really hated this Zhang Hui. At this moment, seeing that Chu Fan was able to make Zhang Hui break her guard and curse with just a few words, Xianing Yuan felt a sense of relief in her heart. Xianing Yuan's mood has improved, personal exclusive mission progress, 30%. Seeing the progress of the personal exclusive mission skyrocketing, Chu Fan was delighted and prepared to continue to increase the pressure. Zhang Hui was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves, revealing fat arms comparable to Chu Fan's thighs, wanting to let Chu Fan feel the sheer power. Chu Fan didn't want to hit a woman, not to mention the fact that Zhang Hui had the Fengua virus, and Chu Fan didn't want to have any contact with this woman. Chu Fan took Xianing Yuan by the hand and quickly took 2 steps back to keep his distance from Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui said with a smug smile, "You cowardly man, are you afraid of even me? You worthless man." Chu Fan said calmly, "I am indeed afraid of you. Who dares to touch you after you were infected with the windflower virus by the next door neighbor?" Zhang Hui was shocked. She was stunned and looked at Chu Fan in disbelief. She didn't know how Chu Fan knew, as this was her deepest secret. Zhang Hui was completely flustered. Her face turned red as she said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you talk nonsense again, I will rip your mouth open, believe it or not." Chu Fan said with a straight face, "I just know for sure. You were found to have it during your physical examination last month, and now you have to go to the venereal disease department of the hospital every Thursday afternoon for treatment." Everyone was shocked when they heard Chu Fan's words. The female colleagues couldn't help but discuss it. Wow, it seems like it. Every Thursday afternoon, Manager Zhang disappears. You said that, and it also occurred to me that it seems to have only happened this month. Could it be that Manager Zhang really has that disease? The female colleagues looked at Zhang Hui's with a touch of strange scrutiny. In this society, having that kind of disease is still something that people find hard to talk about, and people will also look at such people with tinted glasses. If this kind of thing is exposed, it is equivalent to social death. Zhang Hui's face turned red and purple, and she stared at Chu Fan and Xianing Yuan angrily. Zhang Hui could only refuse to admit it, but she was guilty as charged and lacked the confidence to back up her words. Almost everyone could see that what Chu Fan had said was true. In the end, Zhang Hui angrily called the general manager Zhao Hui on the phone. Pretending to be innocent, Zhang Hui cried, "Brother-in-law, this is Xianing Yuan's boyfriend. He slanders you, saying that your cute sister-in-law has that disease. You have to stand up for your cute sister-in-law." Zhao Hui is the general manager of the Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop and naturally has no bottom line in protecting Zhang Hui. Zhao Hui glanced at Chu Fan with small eyes, and a trace of contempt appeared on his face. He said coldly, "Xianing Yuan, you let your boyfriend come to the company to cause trouble. In my capacity as general manager, I announce that according to company regulations, you are now officially dismissed. Your salary for this month will be deducted." When Zhao Hui finished speaking, the colleagues in the store were all surprised. No one could have imagined that this was the outcome. Zhang Hui looked at Xianing Yuan with a smug expression on her face, her hands on her hips, proud and satisfied. She was so happy that the bitch deserved it. Zhao Hui was also full of mockery, with her hands on her chest, a look of smug satisfaction on her face. Xianing Yuan was also a little angry. Things had come to this, and she knew she couldn't work at this company anymore. However, when she heard that her salary would be docked, she refused. She had worked more than 20 days this month, and now they were saying that her salary would be docked, which meant that she had worked for nothing for more than 20 days. Xianing Yuan angrily said, "Manager Zhao, I don't care if I don't work anymore, but on what basis are you docking my salary?" Zhao Hui said with contempt, "On the basis that I am the general manager." "How about docking your salary?" Zhang Hui also shouted, "Little bitch, you still want your salary?" Xiaoning Yuan wanted to argue some more, but Chu Fan grabbed Xiaoning Yuan and pulled her out of the company and to the door. Xiaoning Yuan hurriedly said, Chu Fan, manager Zhao bullied me and didn't pay me. Chu Fan, however, had a confident smile on his face and said, Don't worry, just listen to me, I will make that manager Zhao apologize to you. Xiaoning Yuan was stunned and said doubtfully, How is that possible? How would manager Zhao apologize to me? Zhao Hui usually protects Zhang Hui and often helps Zhang Hui bully employees together. Xiaoning Yuan can't think of any reason why Zhao Hui would apologize to her. However, seeing Chu Fan's composed and confident smile, Xiaoning Yuan felt a little strange. It felt like Chu Fan was very confident. Xiaoning Yuan was also very curious and didn't know what Chu Fan wanted. Chu Fan, however, smiled lightly and said, Don't ask, just follow me. Chu Fan led Xiaoning Yuan out of the shop door and walked towards the Maybach S800. Naturally, Chu Fan wanted to complete his personal mission. As long as he completed his personal mission, he would be able to obtain all the shares of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. At that time, Chu Fan would be the company's chairman, and it would be too easy to make Zhao Hui bow his head and admit his mistake. Now Xiaoning Yuan's mission progress had reached 30%, and Chu Fan only needed to improve Xiaoning Yuan's mood to 100%. At this time, Cao Sini chased out and asked worriedly, Ning Yuan, are you really quitting? Xiaoning Yuan looked back and said helplessly, I've fallen out with the manager, so I have to quit. Cao Sini was very disappointed. Her eyes were full of sadness as she looked at Xiaoning Yuan and said, What am I going to do if you go? After all, Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan were inseparable best friends, and they were very reluctant to see Xiaoning Yuan go. Seeing Cao Sini's reluctant expression in her eyes, Xiaoning Yuan was also a little moved. It seems that this best friend still cares about her. Xiaoning Yuan also said sincerely, It's just a job, no big deal. I'll figure it out. We'll still be best friends anyway. Chu Fan didn't say a word, waiting quietly for Xiaoning Yuan and Cao Sini to finish talking before starting the Maybach S800 and driving off. Xiaoning Yuan sat in the passenger seat and asked curiously, Where are you taking me? Chu Fan smiled lightly as he drove, I can see that you're not in a good mood, so I'm going to give you a present. A flash of surprise crossed Xiaoning Yuan's beautiful eyes as she said, You're going to give me a present? What kind of present? Xiaoning Yuan's mood has improved, current emotional value, 40%. Chu Fan was delighted. It seemed that the difficulty of the personal quest was not very high. Chu Fan said indifferently, You'll know when you get there. Chapter 44, The Innate Holy Body That Increases Affection. The more Chu Fan didn't say anything, the more curious Xiaoning Yuan became. Her beautiful eyes blinked rapidly. Soon, Chu Fan parked the car in front of a 5-story, luxuriously decorated real estate company. The gold-embossed characters on the signboard were very imposing, Tianhong Real Estate. Seeing that Chu Fan had parked in front of a real estate company, Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face was full of confusion. She said, What are you bringing me to a real estate company for? Chu Fan pinched Xiaoning Yuan's face and unabashedly admired her scarlet lips. He said, What do you think? Of course it's to buy you a house. Because Chu Fan pinched her own cheeks, Xiaoning Yuan's eyebrows rose, and she was about to get angry. Suddenly, she heard Chu Fan say that he wanted to buy a house as a gift. Xiaoning Yuan was so surprised that she stared at Chu Fan with wide, beautiful eyes. Xiaoning Yuan couldn't believe it and asked, Chu Fan, you're not joking, are you? You want to give me a house? Chu Fan said calmly, When have I, Chu Fan, ever lied to you? Xiaoning Yuan recalled Chu Fan's actions over the past 2 days, and Chu Fan had indeed kept his word. Xiaoning Yuan's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with anticipation. If Chu Fan really gave her a house, she was afraid she would be overjoyed. The two unfastened their seatbelts and got out of the car. Xiaoning Yuan took the initiative to hold Chu Fan's arm tightly in her arms, so that he felt surrounded by a soft mass. Chu Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad, you have to be this proactive in the future, understand? Xiaoning Yuan blushed and gave Chu Fan a flirtatious glare and said, Nuisance, I know. Chu Fan led Xiaoning Yuan into the sales hall of Tianhong Real Estate, immediately attracting the attention of several salespeople. A system voice suddenly sounded in Chu Fan's head. Ding, high-value target has noticed the host, binding new target. Name, Han Shuero. Age, 24 years old. Value, 92. Measurements, 98D, 56, 89. Height, 165. Occupation, real estate salesperson. Favorability, 0. Purity, 100. Healthy, no gynecological diseases. Chu Fan's gaze also immediately turned to the bound target, Han Shuero, and upon seeing her, he couldn't help but be a little amazed. She is so pretty, just so pretty. This saleswoman named Han Shuero has a delicate oval face, long black hair gently tied up, picture-perfect eyebrows and eyes, a delicate nose like jade, and snow-white skin that looks as if it could break if you poked it. Her scarlet lips are so luscious and beautiful. She was wearing a long-sleeved black women's suit, with a full bust and a proud curve. Her lower body was covered by a beige wrap-around skirt, and her big, round, slender legs were lightly wrapped in thin stockings. Her feet were lightly stepping on a pair of black high heels with a white bottom. Her figure was very graceful and charming, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Such a beautiful woman, Chu Fan was a little shocked. However, Chu Fan always felt that there was a touch of sadness in Han Shuero's eyebrows and eyes. Out of curiosity, Chu Fan activated the see-through entry function on Han Shuero. Several transparent information boxes immediately appeared around Han Shuero's body. Data entry: Han Shuero, father suffering from cancer and hospitalized, owes relatives and friends 7 million medical expenses, family is destitute, can no longer borrow money. Wish entry: I hope my father's illness can be cured, and I really want to see him smile at me again with the same kind and loving smile he had when I was little. Seeing Han Shuero's situation, Chu Fan understood why Han Shuero, who looked beautiful and charming, gave off a somewhat sad feeling. It turned out that she was helpless because her father had cancer and owed a huge debt. Chu Fan's heart stirred, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this the innate saintly body that gains favor? Out of a positive mindset of wanting to help, Chu Fan couldn't help but glance at Han Shuero's plump bust line, and immediately made a decision, wanting to let this Han Shuero experience what it means to be sick and have no one to rely on, and to feel the warmth of the world. Han Shuero owed 7 million medical expenses to relatives and friends, which was a huge obstacle for others, but for Chu Fan, it was just a small amount. Sir, would you like to see the house? A salesperson in a suit had greeted him with a polite smile and held out his hand to shake Chu Fan's hand, but Chu Fan simply ignored the enthusiastic salesperson and walked straight over to Han Shuero. The salesperson in a suit looked at Chu Fan, who had ignored him, with a face of shock, and awkwardly withdrew his hand, which was halfway out. Han Shuero was a little lost in thought. She was absent-mindedly thinking about her father's condition. Yesterday, the hospital had just sent a new bill, and she owed the hospital another installment for treatment. In total, she owed relatives and friends more than 7 million yuan. At the thought of that mountain of debt, Han Shuero felt a heavy stone pressing on her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. In a daze, Han Shuero suddenly saw a young man in his 20s walking towards her with a beautiful young girl. Han Shuero was taken aback. When Chu Fan entered the lobby a moment ago, she had only glanced at him casually and had not taken the initiative to greet him. Seeing Chu Fan walking directly towards her, Han Shuero felt a little strange. Chu Fan walked up to Han Shuero and said with a charming smile, "Hello, I would like to know about the room types here. Can you give us a brief introduction?" Hearing someone asking a question, Han Shuero quickly forced a professional smile and said, "Hello, sir. Are you investing or living in the property yourself? And what is your expected price range?" Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, "For self-occupation, I'd say a budget of 30 million. Hearing Chu Fan say a budget of 30 million, Xiaoning Yuan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Chu Fan in disbelief. No way, Chu Fan actually wants to buy a 30 million house for himself? Han Shuero was also slightly surprised. She didn't expect Chu Fan, who was so young, to actually ask for a 30 million house. Han Shuero led Chu Fan and Xiaoning Yuan to a model of a building and introduced it in a professional tone. "Hello, sir. Then I would recommend the large flat floor of Xingdu Mingyuan. This is a luxurious location in the right city area of Haishang City, located in the core development area of the city. It is a first-line river-view luxury home, where you can see the Changjiang River. The transportation is convenient, there are many consumer entertainment venues nearby, and there is also one-stop high-quality educational resources from kindergarten to middle school, which is very suitable for living. Of course, the price is also relatively expensive, at almost 140,000 yuan per square meter." Han Shuero pointed to the floor plan again and introduced, "The layout of this house is also very good. It is a classic design with a separation of the living and sleeping areas. The living room is connected to the dining room, which is spacious and makes it especially face-saving to entertain friends and family. The bedrooms are all on the other side of the house, which provides a quiet and private environment for rest. Moreover, each bedroom has large windows, which provide very good lighting effects. You can be awakened by the sunlight every morning, which makes living here very comfortable. Chapter 45, A Luxury Riverview Mansion for Free? Han Shuero's tone was very natural and easygoing, and it sounded very comfortable. Chu Fan also nodded in secret. It seems that this Han Shuero's professional quality is very good. Hearing Han Shuero's introduction, Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes were filled with stars, overflowing with love, and she liked it very much. For girls, having a house of their own is definitely a dream. After all, a house can give girls a great sense of security. Moreover, it is Xingdu Mingyuan, a very famous wealthy district in Haishan City. The people who live there are either rich or noble, and it is simply a symbol of status. If you can see the river view, it is even more of a sign of the upper class. In Haishan City, if you tell someone that you live in Xingdu Mingyuan, everyone will look at you with envy. Xianing Yuan has always envied the people who live in Xingdu Mingyuan. Xianing Yuan never dreamed that she could one day have a house of her own in Xingdu Mingyuan. Chu Fan pinched Xianing Yuan's face and asked, "What do you think? Do you want it?" Xianing Yuan quickly nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course I want it." Han Shuero was delighted and quickly said, "If you are interested, I can show you the rooms." Han Shuero also really wanted to sell the room. First, it could improve her performance, and in real estate companies, performance is status. Second, she could get a commission to pay for her father's treatment. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan didn't want to waste time, directly took out a bank card, handed it to Han Shuero, and said with a carefree air, "No need to look at the house. You take her to choose a Riverview house and sign the subscription agreement directly." Han Shuero and Xianing Yuan were shocked by Chu Fan's actions. They didn't expect Chu Fan to be so prompt, not even bothering to look at the house, and directly wanting to swipe the card. This level of extravagance is probably incomparable even to the son of the richest man. It's simply unbelievable. Chu Fan was eager to complete Xianing Yuan's personal exclusive task, so he didn't want to waste time looking at the house. Han Shuero looked at Chu Fan curiously with her beautiful eyes, feeling that Chu Fan was really a bit mysterious. He looked ordinary, but he was so generous. Han Shuero took the bank card from Chu Fan, and Chu Fan also touched Han Shuero's white jade fingers, feeling only softness and delicacy, and it was very comfortable. Han Shuero asked, "Sir, are you going to pay the deposit?" "We usually." Chu Fan said indifferently, "What deposit?" "Just the full amount." Chu Fan's words once again took both Han Shuero and Xianing Yuan by surprise, and they looked at Chu Fan in astonishment. Of course, both Xianing Yuan and Han Shuero were very happy. Han Shuero introduced the model while Xianing Yuan carefully looked at the model of the building in Xingdu Mingyuan and carefully selected a set of Riverview rooms with a good view. Excitement flashed in Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes, and her eyes almost glued to the location of her own large flat floor, and her mouth couldn't stop smiling. Han Shuero then took Chu Fan and Xianing Yuan to the counter in the sales hall to process the subscription agreement by swiping Chu Fan's credit card. As the card was successfully swiped, a system voice rang in Chu Fan's head. "Ding, the host has been detected as the target of a binding transaction of 28 million. The host has obtained a double cashback of 56 million, which has been transferred to the host's account." A smile appeared at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. Several salespeople in the sales hall looked at Han Shuero in surprise. They didn't expect her to sell a suite so quickly, and it was a 30 million luxury mansion, a large flat in Xingdu Mingyuan. Han Shuero was also very happy in her heart. Chu Fan had only walked into the hall and talked to her for a few minutes, and she had actually placed an order for a 30 million luxury mansion. This order will allow Han Shuero to receive a commission of several 100,000 yuan. Although it is a drop in the bucket compared to Han Shuero's debt, she is already very happy. The happiest person is naturally Xianing Yuan. She suspects that she is dreaming, and her feet feel light and floating. Just now, Xianing Yuan was humiliated and mocked by her supervisor, and her mood hit rock bottom. But now, she is actually about to own a 30 million yuan luxury home. Xianing Yuan's cheeks flushed with excitement. She couldn't help but peek at Chu Fan, and she felt that no matter how she looked at him, he was pleasing to the eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained Xianing Yuan's favor, +6. Xianing Yuan's favor, 55. Xianing Yuan's mood has improved, current emotional value, 70%. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 1 power point. Chu Fan was overjoyed, because Xianing Yuan's favorability rating had also broken through 50. Sure enough, the system voice continued to sound soon after. Congratulations, the favorability rating of the bound target Xianing Yuan has exceeded 50, and you have received your reward, Treasure Chest X1. Chu Fan was very excited, and the treasure chest that was rewarded when Tan Fei's favorability rating exceeded 50 opened up the power panel. Chu Fan was looking forward to it, wondering what the reward would be for Xianing Yuan's favorability rating treasure chest. But Chu Fan soon became depressed, because the system prompted. 40,000 reality coins are required to open the treasure chest. The host's reality coin balance has been detected as less than 40,000. The treasure chest will be automatically deposited in the storage compartment. The host can open it at any time after earning reality coins. Chu Fan saw in the asset panel, reality coin balance, 1,107.25 yuan, and sighed inwardly. It seems that he needs to hurry and earn reality coins. However, Chu Fan was also very confident. He had only turned on the system for one day, and as long as he got on the right track, he would soon be able to make a snowball effect with his reality coins. Anyway, the treasure chest had not disappeared, but was stored in the storage compartment, so it seemed that the system was very considerate. At this time, Han Shuero politely returned the bank card to Chu Fan and smiled. "Mr. Chu, could you please give me your ID card? I will immediately process the subscription agreement for you, and I will have the property ownership certificate ready for you within 3 days." Chu Fan immediately said to Xianing Yuan, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get your ID card." Xianing Yuan was so overwhelmed with happiness that she didn't react and said, "My ID card?" Chu Fan said impatiently, "Why are you so stupid? This house is a gift to you, so of course it's registered with your ID card." Xianing Yuan only then reacted, quickly took out her ID card from her bag, and handed it to Han Shuero. Han Shuero's pretty face was full of surprise. She never expected that Chu Fan would buy a house and actually want to put Xianing Yuan's name on it. Han Shuero couldn't help but confirm, "Mr. Chu, are you sure you want to put Ms. Xia's name on this penthouse?" Chu Fan said with a carefree look, "Yes, I'm sure. I'm giving this house to her." Han Shuero's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Chu Fan curiously. The other salespeople also heard what Chu Fan said, and they were stunned and shocked. This is too exaggerated. He casually gave a girl a 28 million yuan mansion? Several female salespersons looked at Xianing Yuan with envy in their eyes and couldn't help but whisper to each other. "Wow, this girl is really happy, her boyfriend actually gave her a mansion from Xingdu International." Chapter 46, Does he treat me like his girlfriend? I'm so envious. If someone gave me a house, I'd be willing to be kept for 100 years. Xianing Yuan naturally felt those envious glances, and her sense of vanity exploded with satisfaction. She couldn't help but straighten her proud swan neck and hold her head high. Han Shuero took Xianing Yuan's ID card and quickly completed the relevant procedures. Han Shuero handed Xianing Yuan a copy of the purchase agreement and a few keys, solemnly saying, "Ms. Xia, congratulations. From now on, room 701, building B, Xingdu Mingyuan, belongs to you. Here is the purchase agreement and the keys. I will get the property ownership certificate for you within 3 days and deliver it to you." Xianing Yuan took the purchase agreement with a smile on her face, her heart filled with joy. Xianing Yuan felt that the happiest moment of her life was now. She was now the mistress of a super luxury mansion with a river view, and it was a property worth 28 million. It means that Chu Fan has given Xianing Yuan 28 million for free. Xianing Yuan's mood has improved, current emotional value, 100%. Xianing Yuan's personal exclusive mission completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mission reward, all the shares of Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. Explanation: all the system reward shares have been legally acquired at a price 15.2% higher than the market price through investment by the entrusted foundation, and will not cause any trouble for the host in any way. The system has already changed the original owner's timeline by 1 day, and the lawyers from the System Foundation have already completed the transaction negotiations with the original owner. The host only needs to collect the property rights transfer documents. Seeing the system prompt, Chu Fan was also overjoyed. Please contact the actual controller of Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop, Wang Zhenkuan, and complete the signature on the equity transfer agreement. Wang Zhenkuan's contact information has been sent to the host's mobile phone. Chu Fan's mobile phone immediately received a text message containing Wang Zhenkuan's contact information. Chu Fan was very excited. As long as he and Wang Zhenkuan signed the equity transfer agreement, he would become the owner of Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. In that case, Cao Sini would become Chu Fan's subordinate, and whatever Chu Fan wanted her to do, she would have to do. It would be easy to get Cao Sini to regret it. Even if Cao Sini couldn't stand it and wanted to resign, Chu Fan had already thought of 100 ways to make Cao Sini unable to resign. Chu Fan couldn't wait to go to Wang Zhenkuan immediately and sign the equity transfer agreement. Chu Fan stood up and said, after the purchase procedures are completed, we should go too. Xianing Yuan was full of excitement and followed suit, standing up and saying, well, I want to go see the house right away too. Xianing Yuan thought that Chu Fan was going to take her to the new house in Qingdu Mingyuan to look around, and she was very happy and looking forward to it. Chu Fan, however, shook his head and said, let's not go to Qingdu Mingyuan yet. There's one other thing we need to do first, and then we can go. Xianing Yuan was a little disappointed. She really wanted to see what her own luxurious Riverview mansion looked like. Holding Chu Fan's arm, Xianing Yuan swayed back and forth coquettishly and said, Chu Fan, you take me to Qingdu Mingyuan first, I really want to see my house. Chu Fan, however, said indifferently, I said we'd go after we finish this errand. You didn't listen, did you? Xianing Yuan naturally didn't dare disobey Chu Fan, so she pouted and said, I'm obedient, can't you be a little gentler? Although Xianing Yuan really wanted to go see her luxurious riverside mansion immediately, Chu Fan said that there were other things to do, so Xianing Yuan had to accompany Chu Fan. Xianing Yuan was also a little curious, wondering what urgent matter Chu Fan had suddenly come up with. Before Chu Fan left with Xianing Yuan, he looked back at Han Shuero and gave her a meaningful smile. Chu Fan naturally would not let go of Han Shuero, an innate saintly body that was good at gaining affection. Han Shuero had already borrowed more than 7 million yuan from relatives and friends to treat her father's cancer, and she was in urgent need of help. Moreover, she was so beautiful and sexy, which perfectly matched Chu Fan's target requirements. Chu Fan smiled and said, Miss Han, remember to save my phone number. Maybe I'll come and visit often. Han Shuero was taken aback. Naturally, she had no idea what Chu Fan meant. However, Chu Fan's every move had left a deep impression on Han Shuero. He spoke for only a few minutes, but he bought the luxurious Riverview mansion with ease, and he was simply a god of wealth. Although Han Shuero did not understand the intentions of Chu Fan, she also nodded and smiled at Chu Fan. Mr. Chu, thank you very much for your patronage, I will remember your phone number. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained the favor of Han Shuero, +3. Han Shuero's favor, 3. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 1 power point. Chu Fan smiled contentedly and walked out of the Tianhong real estate sales hall with Xianing Yuan. Looking at Chu Fan's dashing back, the sales of Tianhong real estate all showed envious glances. Chu Fan took Xianing Yuan back to the Maybach S800. Xianing Yuan couldn't stop touching the property purchase agreement, and even kissed it a few times, treating it like a treasure. Chu Fan was about to start the car when Xianing Yuan curiously asked, Chu Fan, is there something you have to go do right now? Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, you'll find out in a bit. Xianing Yuan suddenly thought of something, her pretty face with a touch of expectation, looking at Chu Fan with seductive eyes, her tone becoming flirty and ambiguous. Chu Fan, you're so concerned about me today, do you really consider me your girlfriend? Today, Chu Fan's attitude towards Xianing Yuan has suddenly improved a lot, and he has also cared about her for the first time, which makes Xianing Yuan feel a sense of warmth. Not to mention that Chu Fan actually gave her a Riverview mansion, which simply made Xianing Yuan moved beyond words. Of course, Xianing Yuan didn't know that Chu Fan's change in attitude today was due to the personal mission issued by the system. The goal of the mission was to improve Xianing Yuan's mood, so of course Chu Fan had to take care of Xianing Yuan's mood. Chu Fan said with a straight face, no, you are just a tool for me to get back at Cao Sini. Hearing Chu Fan's words, Xianing Yuan's pretty face revealed a trace of disappointment, and she asked curiously, then why did you give me the 28 million yuan Riverview mansion? Chu Fan said indifferently, anyway, if you obediently do what I say, you will have a good life in the future. Xianing Yuan no longer had any doubts about Chu Fan's strength. Xianing Yuan looked at Chu Fan with tenderness in her beautiful eyes. Even if Chu Fan was now an oily fat man, he was still Prince Charming in her eyes, not to mention that Chu Fan also looked like the big boy next door, very young and handsome. Xianing Yuan felt that Chu Fan had given her such an expensive gift, and she should repay Chu Fan. Xianing Yuan suddenly said with a tender look, Chu Fan, didn't you ask me to change to a rose-scented lipstick? Do you want to try it? Chu Fan turned his head and looked at Xianing Yuan's flaming red lips and said, have you changed it today? Chapter 47, Chu Fan is actually the boss? Xianing Yuan nodded obediently and said, I bought a special Jiaoxi lipstick for more than 10,000 yuan, but it's all the supervisor Zhang Hui's fault for confiscating it. Chu Fan's gaze fell on Xianing Yuan's full, red lips, which she found to be exquisitely beautiful and very seductive. A faint, sweet fragrance came at him, which made his heart pound. Chu Fan was not being polite. He had just given Xianing Yuan a luxury apartment with a river view, so it was only right that he should receive a little something in return. If you always don't ask for anything in return, these women will really think that there is a free lunch in the world. Chu Fan pulled Xianing Yuan into his arms and pressed his lips against hers. In the previous few kisses, Xianing Yuan had passively coped with it, but this time, in order to please Chu Fan, she was especially attentive and proactive, taking what she wanted. The hidden space of the Maybach S800 was very quiet but full of confusion and love. After a few minutes of enjoying himself, Chu Fan's phone suddenly rang at an inopportune moment. Who could be calling at a time like this? Chu Fan let Xianing Yuan go reluctantly. Xianing Yuan's cheeks were flushed. She had just been kissed by Chu Fan and was a little breathless, so she quickly took a few breaths of fresh air. Chu Fan looked at his phone and was surprised to see Wang Jingquan's name displayed. Chu Fan also knew that Wang Jingquan was contacting him about signing the equity transfer agreement. Chu Fan wiped his lips with the back of his hand, leaving a trace of rosy red on the back of his hand, which was the color of Xianing Yuan's lip gloss. Then he answered the phone. Hello, is this Wang Jingquan, Mr. Wang? Chu Fan smiled indifferently and said into the phone. Hearing the three words Wang Jingquan, Xianing Yuan's originally ambiguous and mesmerizing seductive eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Chu Fan in surprise, turning her head. Wang Jingquan is the owner of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop, so naturally Xianing Yuan knew him. What surprised Xianing Yuan was why Wang Jingquan would call Chu Fan. Chu Fan saw Xianing Yuan's surprised expression and gave a slight smile, turning on the speakerphone so that Xianing Yuan could clearly hear the conversation behind him. Chu Fan did this so that Xianing Yuan could hear some inside information in advance, so that he wouldn't have to waste time explaining it to her later. On the phone, Wang Jingquan's voice sounded polite, as if he was saying to Chu Fan with utmost respect, "Hello, is this Mr. Chu? This is what happened. Your lawyer and I have already discussed everything else, and now we just need you and I to sign the equity transfer agreement, and the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop will be yours." Wang Jingquan's tone was extremely respectful, as if a student had met the principal and was being humble. Obviously, the lawyer representing the system also gave him a very shocking impression. Xianing Yuan was even more incredulous, looking at Chu Fan in shock. What's going on? Is the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop going to become Chu Fan's? Doesn't that mean that Chu Fan will be Cao Sini's boss in the future? Xianing Yuan couldn't believe her ears. Seeing Xianing Yuan's confusion in her beautiful eyes, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. Chu Fan held his mobile phone in his left hand, while his right hand pinched Xianing Yuan's delicate face, treating her like a plaything. Chu Fan calmly said to the phone, "I understand, Mr. Wang, I will be at the sales department of Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop soon. Let's sign the equity transfer agreement there." Wang Jingquan's kind voice came over the phone, "Okay, I will be waiting for you at the sales department." "Okay, I will be there now." Chu Fan hung up the phone after saying that calmly. Xianing Yuan couldn't help but ask in shock, ignoring Chu Fan's continued squeezing of her cheeks, "What's wrong with you? You're going to be the boss of Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop?" Xianing Yuan was still in a state of shock. Chu Fan nodded calmly, "You heard it all. I'm going to go over there now and sign the equity transfer agreement with Wang Jingquan, and then Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop will be mine." Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Chu Fan in disbelief. The shock Chu Fan had given her today had really exceeded her imagination. Xianing Yuan's heart stirred, and suddenly she thought of something. Her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Chu Fan. She felt that Chu Fan must be a junior member of a superfamily. These past few days, she suddenly received a text message on her phone, "Young master, the period for the unfreezing of your $1 trillion account has arrived. As long as you stop being angry with the family, it doesn't matter if you lead a reckless life." If it wasn't like this, Xianing Yuan really couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. In Xianing Yuan's imagination, Chu Fan must be the young master of a superfamily, coming out to experience the life of an ordinary person. Xianing Yuan hurriedly asked, "Chu Fan, you bought the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop, and you're not also here to take revenge on Cao Sini, are you?" Chu Fan gave a faint smile and said, "Think what you want. Let's go find Wang Jingquan first and sign the equity transfer agreement." Chu Fan was about to start the Maybach S800 when he suddenly thought of something and stopped with a strange expression. Xianing Yuan blinked her beautiful eyes curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Fan suddenly turned around and looked at Xianing Yuan's plump and graceful figure for a few moments, his gaze a little fiery. Chu Fan looked at Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes, revealing a smiling expression, and said word by word, "Xianing Yuan, do you want to be the general manager of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop?" Xianing Yuan's eyes lit up, her beautiful eyes radiating brilliance, and she murmured, "Are you willing to let me be the general manager of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop?" Xianing Yuan knew that Chu Fan was not joking. Chu Fan only needed to sign with Wang Zhenkuan to become the boss. At that time, it would be a matter of a word for Chu Fan to decide who he wanted to be the general manager. Chu Fan's gaze examined Xianing Yuan's delicate face, hinting very obviously, "Of course, you will have to pay a price too, you understand, right?" Xianing Yuan's breathing quickened, and she had to admit that her heart was moved. Wealth and status were what she longed for more than anything else. If she could become the general manager, the supervisor who had just been so arrogant and condescending to her would be nothing more than a dog under her feet in the future. Xianing Yuan felt that she could no longer live without Chu Fan. Following Chu Fan would not only get her the wealth she had always dreamed of, but also the status she had never dared to think about before. Although Xianing Yuan would have no dignity in front of Chu Fan in the future, in front of everyone except Chu Fan, Xianing Yuan would be the highly regarded general manager. Xianing Yuan bit her teeth and said with a red lip, "Chu Fan, I will listen to you." Chu Fan wore a smile on his face, grabbed a strand of dark hair on the side of Xianing Yuan's cheek with his right hand, and said playfully, "If you want to be the general manager, you must obey me absolutely. I will now test your degree of obedience." After saying this, Chu Fan pressed the switch and lowered the electric sunshade automatically, so that the pedestrians outside could not see the car at all. Xianing Yuan also sensed what Chu Fan was going to do. Her pretty face quickly turned red, and her beautiful eyes shyly nodded and said, "Well." The Maybach S800 parked quietly on the side of the road. The privacy windows and sunshades protected privacy very well. Pedestrians coming and going on the road could not see that a test of obedience was being conducted in the car. Chapter 48. Everyone is curious about who the new boss is. On the other side, in the sales department of the Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop, the boss, Wang Zhenkuan, dressed in a suit, appeared in the doorway in a flustered manner. Wang Zhenkuan is a middle-aged man in his 50s who has been in the business world for many years. A faint trace of crow's feet around the eyes exudes the shrewdness and wisdom of a businessman. Wang Zhenkuan had already called manager Zhao Wei, so Zhao Wei was already waiting at the door with supervisor Zhang Wei. "Gather all the staff together, I have something important to announce." Wang Zhenkuan gave orders directly to manager Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei asked curiously, "What is it, Director Wang?" Wang Zhenkuan seemed to be in a hurry and waved his hand, saying, "Wait until the staff have gathered, and then we will make the announcement together." Zhao Wei had no choice but to gather all the staff at the door, forming two rows. Cao Sini also stood in the queue of employees from the sales department, looking puzzled as she asked Zhang Na next to her, "That's strange, Boss Wang doesn't usually come to the office. He suddenly came in a hurry, I wonder what's wrong." Zhang Na also had no idea what to say, "I don't know." Judging from the look of urgency on Wang Dong's face, it must be something important. The fat supervisor Zhang Hui said with a displeased expression, "Cao Sini. Zhang Na. Stop whispering and stand properly. Do you want to be fired like Xianing Yuan?" Hearing Zhang Hui's words, Cao Sini and Zhang Na had no choice but to shut up. Cao Sini looked indignant, feeling angry but unable to do anything about it. Zhang Hui saw that Cao Sini and Zhang Na were afraid to defy her, and a smug sneer appeared on her face. She said, "Humph, anyone who doesn't listen to me will be fired just like Xianing Yuan." More than 10 employees lined up in 2 columns. Lu Xueshi and Li Duoyu from the shipping department also stood in the line, looking puzzled. Wang Zhenkuan cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, "I came here a bit hastily today, mainly to announce one thing to everyone, and that is, from now on, the position of chairman of the Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop has changed hands. Yesterday, I negotiated with the buyer's lawyer, and I came here today to sign the equity transfer agreement with the new chairman and complete the handover." After Wang Zhenkuan's words fell, everyone was shocked, their eyes wide. Zhao Hui and Zhang Hui exchanged glances, both of them seeing shock. This news came without warning, and no one was prepared for it. Cao Sini's pretty face was also full of surprise. No one knew about such a big change in the company's top management. Wang Zhenkuan's face also wore a faint smile. He could also make a profit from this acquisition, because the other party's price was 15% higher than the market price. Therefore, Wang Zhenkuan also showed the decisiveness of a businessman and made a decision right away. Zhao Hui hesitantly asked, "Wang Dong, who is the new boss?" Cao Sini also looked curiously at Wang Zhenkuan. She also wanted to know the new boss's background. Wang Zhenkuan waved his hand and said, "Wait until he arrives, and everyone will know." A flash of inspiration crossed Wang Zhenkuan's mind. "That's right, when the new chairman arrives, let's hold a small welcome ceremony for him." Find the prettiest female employee and give the new chairman a bouquet of flowers as soon as he gets out of the car. Wang Zhenkuan scanned the employees with his eyes and saw the beautiful and sexy Cao Sini, and his eyes lit up. That's right, Cao, I'll entrust you with this glorious task. Among the employees of the Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop, Cao Sini and Xiaoning Yuan are the most beautiful and sexy. After Xiaoning Yuan was fired, the most eye-catching one was Cao Sini. She is tall and slender, with a protruding belly and a round butt. No one else in the workshop would disagree. Wang Zhenkuan also noticed Cao Sini at first glance. Cao Sini was secretly pleased when she heard Wang Zhenkuan say that she was the most beautiful female employee. She quickly twisted her waist and walked out of the queue, happily asking, "Chairman Wang, what do you want me to do?" Wang Zhenkuan nodded with satisfaction and smiled, "I'll give you an honorable task. You'll be holding the bouquet of flowers, waiting on the side. When the new chairman gets out of the car, you'll be the first to greet him with a smile, present him with the flowers, and make a good impression on him." Wang Zhenkuan continued to laugh. This is a great opportunity to get the new chairman's attention. Maybe the new chairman will see how pretty you are and break the rules and promote you to secretary. I've seen this happen too many times. Hearing Wang Zhenkuan's seductive words, Cao Sini's beautiful eyes also blossomed with a smile. She had a vague sense of expectation in her heart, wondering if the new chairman really thought that Cao Sini was beautiful and sexy and would promote her. At Wang Zhenkuan's behest, an employee quickly bought a bouquet of lilies and handed them to Cao Sini. Cao Sini assumed a ladylike posture, holding the bouquet of lilies with her head held high, standing gracefully to one side waiting for the new chairman to arrive. Wang Zhenkuan couldn't help but praise Cao Sini's dignified and graceful posture. Not bad, the new chairman will definitely be very happy to see such a beautiful female employee in our company. Zhang Na and several female colleagues all looked at Cao Sini with envy, quietly discussing. "Hey, it's good to be pretty, you get noticed first when you greet the new chairman." "Yeah, I also want the new chairman to notice me, just give me a pay rise." Feeling the envious stares of her colleagues, Cao Sini couldn't help but feel a little smug, her vanity fully satisfied. The employees of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop waited outside the door for a full half hour, but the new chairman was nowhere to be seen. Manager Zhao Hui wondered, "Chairman Wang, why hasn't the new chairman arrived yet?" Wang Zhenkuan was also a little surprised, and he scratched his head, saying, "Strange, I just spoke with him on the phone, and he said he would be here soon." Naturally, Wang Zhenkuan had no idea that Chu Fan was currently testing Xiaoning Yuan's obedience. Wang Zhenkuan, puzzled, took out his mobile phone and called Chu Fan again. In the quiet Maybach S800, Chu Fan's mobile phone rang again at an inopportune moment. Chu Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was Wang Zhenkuan calling again. It seemed that Wang Zhenkuan was getting impatient. Chu Fan was a little helpless. Wang Zhenkuan really called at the wrong time. Chu Fan answered the phone and heard Wang Zhenkuan's puzzled voice, "Boss Chu, may I ask where you are and whether I should come pick you up in person?" Chu Fan said helplessly, "Mr. Wang, I suddenly got held up by some matters." "In that case, I'll speed up and be there soon." Wang Zhenkuan politely smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, it's fine, there's no need to speed up. I'm just worried that you might encounter some situation on the way. Since you're fine, I'll wait here for your arrival." "Okay." Chu Fan hung up the phone and said to Xiaoning Yuan with some helplessness, "Wang Zhenkuan is rushing us, we have to hurry." Chapter 49, the person who offered flowers to himself was actually his ex-girlfriend. After another half hour, the Maybach S800 finally slowly drove away, merging into the busy streets and heading towards the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. Chu Fan easily held the steering wheel, while Xiaoning Yuan, with a rosy face, picked up a bottle of mineral water. Xiaoning Yuan then took out a makeup mirror from her diamond-studded bag to touch up her makeup and restore her beautiful and elegant appearance. Xiaoning Yuan looked at Chu Fan tenderly with her beautiful eyes and asked softly with a tender expression, "Dear, are you satisfied with your obedience to others?" A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth as he praised, "Not bad, I'm very satisfied. You can be the general manager, and you have to be so obedient in the future. Do you understand?" Hearing Chu Fan's words, Xiaoning Yuan's pretty face beamed with a happy smile, and she glared at Chu Fan coquettishly and said, "Nuisance, why were you so bad just now?" "Oomph, treating someone like that." A satisfied smile of success emerged at the corner of Chu Fan's mouth. He had indeed let his guard down a little just now. Seeing Chu Fan's evil smile, Xiaoning Yuan blushed even more and said, "Nuisance, you're still laughing, you're so bad." Xiaoning Yuan couldn't help but reach out and pinch Chu Fan's arm as a way of getting back at him. Chu Fan laughed lightly and said, "Behave yourself, I'm driving." Xiaoning Yuan's mouth also curled up into a smile. The two of them seemed to be flirting. After the intimate contact of just now, the two of them had become honest with each other, and their feelings for each other had become ambiguous. That's just how it is between a man and a woman. After being honest with each other, they will let down their guard. Now Xiaoning Yu looked at Chu Fan with a languishing expression in her eyes, which could be described as charming and full of tenderness. In front of the sales department of the Jinlan Jade carving workshop, the employees were all a little tired of waiting. They had been standing in line for a full hour, and the new chairman had not yet shown up. These employees never dreamed that they were standing hard under the sun for an hour, actually waiting for Chu Fan to finish his discussion on human reproduction. A colleague couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "The new chairman is so arrogant, making us wait for so long for nothing. Yes, we've been waiting for over an hour, and our legs are sore. What the hell is the new chairman up to? I'll give him one last chance. If he doesn't come, he'll never see such capable employees again, heh." Li Duoyu said crossly, crossing his arms. "What, are you going to resign like Chu Fan?" Lu Shueshi asked curiously. "I'm just kidding." Li Duoyu smiled and said. At this moment, Wang Zhenkuan's phone rang, and it was Chu Fan calling. Wang Zhenkuan quickly answered, smiling respectfully, "Boss Chu, where are you?" Chu Fan's voice carried a hint of apology, "I'll be there in 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Boss Wang, I was delayed by a trivial matter just now." Wang Zhenkuan did not dare to blame him in the slightest, and smiled politely, "You're too kind, Boss Chu, it's good that you're here." Cao Sini, who had been holding the bouquet of flowers, heard Wang Zhenkuan address the other person as Boss Chu, and a slight trace of surprise flashed across her pretty face, but it quickly disappeared. Naturally, Cao Sini would not associate this Boss Chu with Chu Fan. Wang Zhenkuan waved his hand and said, "The new chairman will be here soon. Let's all cheer up and use our best mental state to make a good impression on the new chairman." Zhao Hui let out a sigh of relief and said, "The new chairman is finally here." The employees immediately perked up, each with a smile on their faces, standing straight with their chins up, ready to make a good first impression on the new chairman. Cao Sini also assumed an elegant and dignified lady's stance, holding the bouquet of lilies tightly in her hands, waiting for the new chairman's arrival. Cao Sini forced a smile on her face and also held her head high, hoping that the new chairman would notice her beauty. Wang Zhenkuan also reminded Cao Sini, "Chaoer, this is your chance to show off, remember to give the flowers to the new chairman first." Cao Sini nodded with full energy, "Yes, I will definitely complete the task." At this time, a black Maybach S800 appeared in the distance on the street and drove steadily over. The elegant body in jet black was noble and majestic, and the streamlined design was even more dynamic and stylish, exuding the imposing aura of a luxury car from afar and attracting much attention. As it drew closer, the Maybach S800 slowly slowed down, as if an elegant black swan was silently gliding over, and finally came to a stop. "Has the new chairman arrived?" An employee asked excitedly in a low voice, and everyone's attention was focused on the luxury car Maybach. No wonder he is the chairman, his presence is just different, and he drives such a luxurious car. The eyes of several employees revealed a look of respect. Cao Sini, however, was stunned. Her beautiful eyes blinked in confusion. She vaguely sensed that something was wrong. She remembered that Chu Fan drove a Maybach S800, didn't he? Under the excited gaze of everyone, the door of the Maybach S800 opened. The employees all stretched their necks, looking curiously. What first poked out of the car was a round and slender leg wearing black high heels. Then, a tall, curvaceous, long-legged black beauty elegantly pouted her bottom in a black wrap skirt and got out of the Maybach. When they saw the face of this young beauty, everyone was stunned. "Isn't this Xiaoning Yuan? Why is she here?" "Yes, we're waiting for the new chairman, so why is Xiaoning Yuan here? Wasn't she fired by Director Zhang Hui? This graceful and beautiful beauty is indeed Xiaoning Yuan." She looked coldly at Zhang Hui, her eyes full of frost. The fat supervisor Zhang Hui was shocked, her small eyes wide open in disbelief, looking at Xiaoning Yuan. Cao Sini naturally looked at Xiaoning Yuan in shock as well, her rosy lips wide open. "Ning Yuan? Why are you here?" At that moment, the door on the other side of the Maybach also opened, and the figure of a young man walked down calmly. Wang Zhenkuan hurriedly whispered to Cao Sini, "Quick, the new chairman is here, Cao, go and offer flowers." Cao Sini then remembered her task, to present flowers to the new chairman. Cao Sini quickly flashed an elegant smile, quickly walked over to the young man's figure, and presented the bouquet of lilies she was holding in both hands. "Hello, Chairman Chu, please accept these lilies." Halfway there, Cao Sini suddenly froze in place. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth agape, and she couldn't believe what she was looking at. The young man in front of her was actually Chu Fan. Xu Fan was also taken aback. He didn't expect Wang Jinkuan to have arranged such a move, arranging for a pretty female employee to present the flowers. What's more, he didn't expect the person presenting the flowers to be his ex-girlfriend Cao Sini. Xu Fan was also a little taken aback and looked at Cao Sini for a moment, and saw the shock in her eyes. Cao Sini muttered in disbelief, "Xu Fan? How is it you?" Chapter 50, The New Chairman is Xu Fan? Although she had just heard Wang Jinkuan call the other person Boss Chu on the phone, Cao Sini had never thought it would be Xu Fan, and had thought it was just a coincidence that their last names were the same. Xu Fan frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Cao Sini was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. Her face suddenly turned red, and she spoke incoherently, "Well, our leader told me to give the new chairman flowers." Cao Sini was really embarrassed. She never dreamed that the new chairman to whom she was presenting flowers was her ex-boyfriend Xu Fan. She really found it hard to accept. She had always looked down on Xu Fan and had long wanted to dump him. But now, Xu Fan was the new boss of the company, while she was just a lowly clerk presenting flowers to him. This difference in status made Cao Sini feel humiliated. Ding, the system has detected that ex-girlfriend Cao Sini is experiencing an emotional fluctuation due to the host's actions, humiliation. Obtain Cao Sini's remorse value, 4. Cao Sini's current remorse value, 19. Current task progress 19%. Congratulations, the host has obtained one random bonus PowerPoint. Upon hearing that he had obtained Cao Sini's remorse value, Xu Fan's heart leapt with joy. Seeing Cao Sini, who had looked down on him, show a look of regret, also gave Xu Fan a sense of vindication. Not only was Cao Sini shocked, but many of the employees on the scene were also incredibly surprised, because Xu Fan was originally an employee of the freight department. Lu Xueshi and Li Duoyu from the freight department were now dumbfounded. Holy shit, isn't that Xu Fan? He's the new chairman? Li Duoyu's eyes were about to pop out of his head. Yes, just yesterday, Xu Fan resigned from his job. How is he our boss today? Lu Xueshi was also at a loss for words. Zhang Na was also full of surprise. The most shocked were naturally the supervisor Zhang Hui and the manager Zhao Hui. Zhang Hui had just had a big fight with Xu Fan Xiaoning Yuan today, and Zhao Hui came out to cheer Zhang Hui on and fired Xiaoning Yuan on the spot. Zhang Hui and Zhao Hui were very pleased with themselves. But now that they saw Xiaoning Yuan and Xu Fan killing a comeback, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other, both seeing the tension on each other's faces. It was supposed to be a hot summer day, but Zhang Hui felt a chill enveloping her from head to toe, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Seeing that there were still so many people watching, Xu Fan didn't want to argue with Cao Sini in public, because if they fell out, it would be difficult to gain regret points. A smile appeared at the corner of Xu Fan's mouth, and he reached out his hand and took the lily from Cao Sini's hand. Cao Sini was a little looking forward to Xu Fan saying thank you, but she didn't expect him to ignore her and walk directly towards Wang Jinkuan, smiling and saying, "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for sending me flowers from a pretty employee." Cao Sini felt very uncomfortable, glaring fiercely at the back of Xu Fan's head, furious inside. At this time, Wang Jinkuan greeted him with a warm smile and said, "Boss Chu, you have come in person, of course I have to show my sincerity. How about it, are you satisfied?" Wang Jinkuan usually didn't come to the company very often, and this was the first time he had met Xu Fan, so he didn't know that Xu Fan had been a delivery man in the freight department in the past. Xu Fan nodded with a satisfied look on his face. "Not bad, I'm very satisfied. Mr. Wang, I think we're both straightforward people, so let's skip the formalities and just sign the equity transfer agreement." Xu Fan didn't want to waste any time and got straight to the point. Wang Jinkuan laughed heartily. "Ah, Mr. Chu is really a straightforward person. I like doing business with people like you. It's a pleasure." Wang Jinkuan called over a personal secretary. The secretary, wearing white gloves, respectfully held an open signature folder, inside of which was the carefully prepared equity transfer agreement. The secretary respectfully bent down, and with her white-gloved hands, politely handed the equity transfer agreement to Xu Fan, smiling and saying, "Please take a look, Mr. Chu." Xu Fan took it and looked it over carefully. Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop is a limited liability company legally established in Haishan City in accordance with the law. The legal representative is Wang Jinkuan, with a registered capital of 9 million yuan. The scope of business is the processing and sale of jade. Party A, Wang Jinkuan, agrees to transfer 100% of the company's equity to Party B, Xu Fan. After consultation and agreement between the two parties, the equity transfer price is 14 million yuan. After both parties have signed, the right to dispose of all assets and employees of Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop shall automatically belong to Party B, Chu Fan. Signature. Party A, Wang Jinkuan. Party B. Chu Fan felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he picked up the signature pen and wrote his name. Party B, Chu Fan. When Chu Fan finished signing, he clearly saw a change in the system asset panel. The original number of industries was 1, but now it had become number of owned industries, 2. Industry name, Xinrui Eye String Shop, Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. You can also click to view the details. Details, Xinrui Eye String Shop, located on the pedestrian street in the luxury business district, has 10 employees, sells about 2,500 cups of milk tea per day, with a daily turnover of about 40,000 yuan and a daily profit of about 10,000 yuan. Details, Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop, divided into a jade material shipping department, a jade processing department, and a jade carving sales department, with a total of 24 employees, has a daily turnover of about 90,000 yuan and a daily profit of about 30,000 yuan. Chu Fan was very happy to see that the number of industries had increased by 1, and that the daily income of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop was also much higher than that of the ice drink shop. An excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When the two industries were added together, Chu Fan made a net profit of 130,000 realistic coins every day just by lying around. He felt so good just thinking about it. Although the system coins already allowed Chu Fan to enjoy the highest level of life, the realistic coins were even more attractive to him. After all, they could be used to purchase magical system goods. Seeing Chu Fan finish signing, Wang Jinkuan also revealed a happy smile. After all, the price of this transaction was very good, and he could make a small profit. For the astute him, it would be easy to take the money and start another company. Xianing Yuan's pretty red lips also revealed a smile. Just now, after working hard in the Maybach for an hour, Chu Fan had already promised to let Xianing Yuan be the general manager of the Jinlan Jade Carving Workshop. Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes radiated a cold glare as she looked at the fat supervisor Zhang Hui. The humiliation of Zhang Hui pushing her to the ground just now was still deeply etched in Xianing Yuan's mind. When Chu Fan appointed Xianing Yuan as the general manager, it was the moment Xianing Yuan began her revenge. Wang Jinkuan announced to everyone with a smile on his face, "Good. From now on, all the assets and employees of the Jinlan Jade Processing Workshop belong to Chairman Chu." Everyone applauded enthusiastically to welcome the new chairman. Pat, pat, pat. Wang Jinkuan took the lead in applauding, and under his encouragement, the other employees also began to applaud. Cao Sini had no choice but to clap twice, but she was reluctant. Chapter 51, The Lost Cao Sini. After the applause stopped, Wang Jinkuan enthusiastically said to Chu Fan, "Chairman Chu, since you are the new boss of the company, I won't beat around the bush. If you have any requests, please raise them now." After saying this, Wang Jinkuan tactfully and automatically stepped aside, giving the center of the stage to Chu Fan. All the employees' gazes curiously converged on Chu Fan, eager to hear what he had to say. After all, Chu Fan would be the person with the most power in the company in the future, and the company would tremble twice whenever Chu Fan sneezed. Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Chu Fan said with a strong composure, "Everyone else is a new official who sets 3 fires, but I will only set 1 fire, and I will replace the general manager." Hearing Chu Fan's words, all the employees were even more surprised. They didn't expect the new boss to want to replace the general manager as soon as he came to power. The original manager Zhao Hui immediately looked sad when he heard this. Just now, when he saw Chu Fan and Xianing Yuan, he had an ominous feeling. After all, he was the one who officially fired Xianing Yuan. The others were even more curious and didn't know who Chu Fan would make the general manager. Lu Shueshi touched his chin with a 5 o'clock shadow and said, "I don't know who Chu Fan will choose as the general manager. I really want to know." Li Duoyu suddenly trembled with excitement, his face showing an expression of eager anticipation. He said excitedly, "It can't be that the new general manager is me, can it? Chu Fan and I had the best relationship when he was in the shipping department. Ha ha. I won't let Chu Fan down. I will lead the company to become one of the world's top 100 companies. What should I say when I go up there in a little while? Oh, I'm so excited." Li Duoyu was so excited that he was rubbing his hands together, and they were about to start smoking. He was rehearsing his speech in his head in advance. Just as everyone was curious, Chu Fan said calmly, word by word, "From now on, I appoint Xianing Yuan to the position of general manager of the company. In the future, in the company, the words of the new general manager will represent my words, and everyone must obey the orders of the new manager and not disobey. Chu Fan's voice carried a hint of majesty, and it stunned everyone. What? Xianing Yuan is the general manager? After Chu Fan's words fell, the employees all boiled over, and Li Duoyu almost fell to the ground. Xianing Yuan had just been fired by Zhao Hui, and now Xianing Yuan had instead become the general manager? What kind of plot is this? Damn, I'm so jealous. It's no wonder Xianing Yuan is Chu Fan's girlfriend, and it's no surprise that Chu Fan promoted her to manager. Yes, Xianing Yuan is so lucky to have found Chu Fan as her boyfriend. Some female employees looked at Xianing Yuan with envy in their eyes. Zhang Na's expression was even more full of envy. This morning, Xianing Yuan was just like her, just an ordinary jade carving salesperson, but now Xianing Yuan has become a phoenix from the ashes and is already the high and mighty general manager, while Zhang Na is still just a small clerk. It's all because Xianing Yuan has found a new boyfriend, Chu Fan. Cao Sini, however, looks lost. She pouts in a depressed manner, her mood very low. The blows she has received today are just too great. First, her ex-boyfriend Chu Fan made a dazzling appearance, having transformed into the new chairman of the company, and this has dealt a heavy blow to Cao Sini's fragile heart. Now her best friend has even become the glorious general manager, enjoying boundless glory, which makes Cao Sini even more furious. Cao Sini believes that she is on par with Xianing Yuan in terms of beauty, and they are still best friends who can talk about anything. They also both work as salespersons in the same company, but now Xianing Yuan has soared to the top, and her status has taken a quantum leap, as she has directly taken the esteemed position of general manager. Cao Sini, on the other hand, not only failed to benefit from Chu Fan's success, she was even humiliated and became a receptionist who presented flowers to Chu Fan, a trivial and insignificant junior staff member. This gap in status made Cao Sini feel extremely lost. Ding, the system has detected an emotional fluctuation in ex-girlfriend Cao Sini due to the host's actions, loss. Obtain Cao Sini's regret value, 3. Cao Sini's current regret value, 22. Current task progress 22%. Congratulations, the host has obtained one random bonus PowerPoint. Chu Fan heard the system prompt and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chu Fan couldn't help but glance at Cao Sini, and saw Cao Sini looking at Xianing Yuan with envy, her lips pursed in disappointment. Cao Sini seemed to feel Chu Fan's gaze, and she turned her head to look, but she happened to see Chu Fan's half-smiling, slightly mocking eyes. Cao Sini pouted like a child and gave Chu Fan a dirty look, twisting her head to the other side. After all, she had an innate pride as a beautiful woman in her heart, and she was not yet ready to bow her head and admit defeat in front of Chu Fan. Cao Sini had grown up hearing the amazed praises of others since she was a child, and she had never felt the humiliation of this moment. Chu Fan sneered, and a sense of revengeful pleasure welled up in his heart. When Cao Sini and Shen Jihao went to the hotel, they never imagined that this would happen. At this moment, Xianing Yuan could be said to be the focus of the entire audience. Some male employees looked at Xianing Yuan with greed and passion in their eyes. After all, Xianing Yuan was really beautiful and sexy, with willowy eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, a high and straight nose, and pink and plump lips. Not to mention her perfectly delicate face, her figure was also very top. The curvaceous upper body, the supple and bony waist, the plump pear-shaped buttocks, the round and firm long legs, and the womanly body exuding a full dose of hormones are enough to arouse the desire of any man. Xianing Yuan hugged her breasts with both hands, making the upper body hold out a perfect breast shape. She stood tall and slender, with a cold expression on her face, like a powerful woman full of charisma. These male employees could never have imagined that just a moment ago in the Maybach, this cold and aloof iceberg beauty had been a different person entirely. In order to win Chu Fan's favor, Xianing Yuan had abandoned her pride and fawned and ingratiated herself to the utmost. Feeling the envious and fiery stares, Xianing Yuan was actually very excited despite her outward coldness, and her vanity was immensely and fully satisfied. Seeing the looks of gentle respect in the eyes of these originally snobbish colleagues, Xianing Yuan felt a sense of charm brought about by status and power, which she really enjoyed. Although Xianing Yuan gave up her self-respect in front of Chu Fan, she could gain supreme dignity in front of other people. Chu Fan continued with a faint smile. Next, please let General Manager Xia make some personnel arrangements. Chu Fan asked Xianing Yuan to stand in the middle and asked her to speak. Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of gratitude. Chu Fan had given her so much over the past 2 days, and now he had also asked her to stand in such a glorious position. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained Xianing Yuan's favor, +5. Xianing Yuan's favor, 60. Congratulations, you have gained 1 system experience point and a random bonus of 1 PowerPoint. Chu Fan felt happy in his heart and also gave Xianing Yuan an encouraging smile. Seeing the encouragement on Chu Fan's face, Xianing Yuan felt even more sweetness in her heart. Then, when Xianing Yuan turned her head and faced the company's employees, she regained a cold and beautiful face and once again became an iceberg cold beauty. Chapter 52, You Are Fired. Xianing Yuan swept her beautiful eyes around the room, finally landing on the fat supervisor Zhang Hui and the manager Zhao Hui. She recalled being humiliated by Zhang Hui and fired by Zhao Hui, and the frost on her pretty face became even colder. Zhang Hui felt a chill run down her back when she was stared at by Xianing Yuan. Zhao Hui also had a tearless face. It was him who fired Xianing Yuan in the morning. He never expected that the tables had turned and Xianing Yuan had become the general manager. Xianing Yuan said coldly, Zhang Hui, Zhao Hui, this is your day. When you fired me, did you ever think that this moment would come? Zhang Hui had a sad face. At this moment, she no longer had any arrogance from before, but was full of regret and begged, Manager Xia, I was blind, I was wrong, please don't fire me. Xianing Yuan hugged her full breasts with both hands and watched Zhang Hui's performance coldly. Her heart was from head to toe, as happy as she could be. Zhao Hui also hurriedly bowed and said, Manager Xia, I blame Zhang Hui for that matter. If it weren't for her, I would never have offended you. If you want to fire someone, fire her. My loyalty to the company is evident to the heavens. Xianing Yuan snorted and said, Zhang Hui, Zhao Hui, you are officially fired. Go pack your things and get out. Xianing Yuan personally said these words to these two superiors who had bullied her, and it was even more immensely gratifying, and the breath that had been held in her chest finally came out smoothly. Zhao Hui looked desperate. He knew that it was useless to say anything, and he went back dejectedly to pack his things. Zhang Hui, however, cried to Wang Jinkuan, Chairman Wang, please intercede for me. I have been an old employee of yours for so many years. Wang Jinkuan said helplessly, what's the point of you begging me? I'm not even with the company anymore, and it's their freedom to make personnel changes. Zhang Hui was also desperate. She looked like a pickled egg, ready to cry but unable to, as she packed her things and left. Seeing that Xianing Yuan had fired the manager and supervisor as soon as she became general manager, the other employees also became a little nervous. Some colleagues who had had unpleasant experiences with Xianing Yuan hunched their shoulders even more. Zhang Na also dared not breathe a word for fear that Xianing Yuan would get upset and fire her too. But after thinking about it, she realized that she had done nothing to offend Xianing Yuan, so she should not be fired. Zhang Na glanced at Xianing Yuan secretly. Fortunately, after firing Zhao Hui and Zhang Hui, Xianing Yuan's expression had eased up and she was no longer cold and aloof. Xianing Yuan's tone also eased a bit, and she even smiled and said, everyone doesn't need to be nervous, I won't fire anyone else. Now I announce the last personnel change, so everyone can go back to work. Hearing that Xianing Yuan would not fire anyone else, everyone let out a sigh of relief, but they also became curious. There are still personnel changes? What could it be? Li Duoyu suddenly became excited, rubbing his hands together and saying, Zhu Fan really hasn't forgotten me, it seems that I have hope of becoming an assistant manager. With everyone looking on in curiosity, Xianing Yuan announced, the vacancy left by Zhang Hui as supervisor will be filled by Zhang Na. Cao Sini from the sales department will be transferred to the general manager's office to serve as the general manager's secretary. Li Duoyu almost fainted, as there was no place for him. What? Zhang Na as supervisor? Cao Sini as the general manager's secretary? This is not surprising. Everyone in the company knows that Cao Sini and Xianing Yuan are best friends. Many people showed surprised expressions and looked at Zhang Na and Cao Sini. Cao Sini also looked at Xianing Yuan in surprise, and Xianing Yuan was smiling at Cao Sini. Cao Sini couldn't help but feel a little moved. She never thought that when she was down and out, Xianing Yuan had not forgotten her. However, Cao Sini thought to herself, if she and Chu Fan had not broken up, then would the general manager, who gave orders from a position of superiority, be herself? And Xianing Yuan was the one she pitted and promoted to secretary? When she thought about this, Cao Sini's mood couldn't be beautiful anymore, and she couldn't help but sigh again. Although she became a secretary and didn't have to stand at the counter anymore, Cao Sini couldn't be happy. After all, a secretary can be said to be the servant of the manager, and the secretary dares not go west when the manager says east. Does that mean she, Cao Sini, will have to be Xianing Yuan's servant in the future? Cao Sini was a little unwilling. Although she and Xianing Yuan were best friends, they sometimes secretly competed with each other. After arranging the personnel, Xianing Yuan casually talked about some rules. Chu Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xianing Yuan, after becoming the general manager, to really seem a little like a strong woman. Seeing Xianing Yuan giving orders, he could see the elegant temperament of a beautiful CEO. However, Zhu Fan couldn't help but feel his heart racing when he thought about the seductive expression on the beautiful CEO's face as she did her best to please him in the Maybach. After Xianing Yuan finished speaking, she dismissed the staff and they went back to work. Zhu Fan and Wang Zhenkun exchanged a few words of mutual praise as per the usual business routine, and Wang Zhenkun also took his leave. Zhu Fan pinched Xianing Yuan's face and praised her, saying, "Not bad, I didn't think you'd be quite so impressive as the general manager." Seeing Zhu Fan reach out and pinch her face in public, Xianing Yuan's pretty face turned red as she said, "Nuisance, you have to give people face in public, so that they'll manage the company well." Zhu Fan thought about it, and Xianing Yuan's words seemed to make sense. It seemed more exciting to let Xianing Yuan maintain the persona of a beautiful CEO in public, but let her flatter and please him like a slut in private. Zhu Fan withdrew his hand and nodded, "Okay then." Xianing Yuan gave Zhu Fan a sweet smile and said, "Let's go take a look at the chairman's office." Xianing Yuan took Zhu Fan's hand and walked towards the second floor. Seeing Xianing Yuan and Zhu Fan's intimate appearance, Cao Sini's lungs almost exploded with anger. But Zhu Fan still turned back and said to Cao Sini with a smile, "Secretary Cao, you come along too. I, the new chairman, have some tasks for you to explain." "Zhu Fan. You." Hearing Zhu Fan call her Secretary Cao, Cao Sini stamped her foot in anger, causing her large breasts to sway non-stop. Xianing Yuan turned around and smiled, "Sini, don't be angry, just follow me, it will be good for you." Cao Sini was so angry that she wanted to give Xianing Yuan a dirty look, but she thought about it. After all, this was the company, and many colleagues were watching. Moreover, Cao Sini hadn't decided whether or not to resign. So Cao Sini thought about it and decided that she didn't want to make things difficult before she resigned. She gritted her teeth and pursed her lips, and followed Zhu Fan and Xianing Yuan into the chairman's office. The chairman's office was very spacious and elegant, with luxurious decorations. Antique scroll paintings hung on the walls, and the luxurious, exotic wood desk was full of grandeur. Chapter 53, Isn't being a secretary just about serving tea? There were also several exquisite jade carvings on the oversized Zeton wood desk, exuding luxury everywhere. A luxurious leather executive chair exudes a smell of money and is placed behind the desk in a magnificent manner. Wow, the chairman's office is so luxurious. Xianing Yuan opened her rosy lips wide and tilted her head back, curiously looking around. Zhu Fan also praised, "It really is luxurious, and this executive chair is also very comfortable." Zhu Fan directly sat in the executive chair, comfortably leaning back on the leather cushion, and the whole person fell into a softness. Zhu Fan was very excited. The happiness of the rich was really unimaginable. Cao Sini also widened her beautiful eyes and looked around curiously. She had never been in the chairman's office before, so she was very surprised. At this time, there were only 3 people in the chairman's office, Zhu Fan, Xianing Yuan, and Cao Sini. The 3 of them knew each other very well, so the atmosphere became relaxed and natural. Zhu Fan glanced at Cao Sini lightly, and an idea came to mind, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhu Fan calmly ordered, "Secretary Cao, pour 2 cups of coffee for me and Manager Xia." Upon hearing this, Cao Sini's already somewhat pent-up emotions exploded. One was her ex-boyfriend, whom she had dumped, and the other was her best friend. Cao Sini immediately broke down when she heard that her ex-boyfriend actually wanted her to serve tea. Cao Sini stamped her foot and glared at Zhu Fan with anger in her beautiful eyes. "Zhu Fan, don't bully people too much. When we were in a relationship, you called me baby, and now you're telling me to pour you tea and water." What made Cao Sini even more furious was that Zhu Fan had a self-righteous expression on his face and said coldly, "What else? Isn't a secretary supposed to pour tea and water? You're not my girlfriend now, and my girlfriend is Ning Yuan baby." Zhu Fan deliberately called out in a very affectionate manner, and pulled Xianing Yuan into his arms. He placed his hand on her soft waist, looking very intimate. Xianing Yuan felt a little embarrassed. She knew that Zhu Fan was deliberately trying to anger Cao Sini, so she had no choice but to cooperate. Cao Sini saw Zhu Fan and Xianing Yuan making out, and she was even more furious, her head about to explode with anger. Cao Sini gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, Xianing Yuan, I still considered you my best friend, but now you're together with Zhu Fan to make fun of me, aren't you?" Cao Sini then turned to Zhu Fan and glared at him with hatred in her beautiful eyes and said, "Zhu Fan, don't think that you're so great just because you're the chairman. I, Cao Sini, would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. I'm resigning right now." Cao Sini ripped off her name tag and slammed it on the desk, then turned and walked towards the door. Seeing Cao Sini actually resign so stubbornly, Xianing Yuan became anxious and hurriedly said, "Sini, don't go." A hint of pleading flashed in Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes as she shook Chu Fan's arm. After all, Xianing Yuan had been Cao Sini's best friend for many years, and she didn't want their friendship to end like this, so she was really anxious. Cao Sini was about to stride out of the office when she heard Xianing Yuan's reluctant entreaties, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan was not at all anxious. He said calmly, "I'll pay you 500,000 yuan a month." "What do you say?" Chu Fan's most important task now was to collect Cao Sini's regret points and obtain a generous reward for the task, so it was best to keep Cao Sini in the company. Besides, every day, making Cao Sini jealous of Chu Fan's money is a form of revenge for her. Chu Fan knows that Cao Sini loves money, so as long as he uses money to overwhelm her, he can humiliate her in any way he likes. And for Chu Fan, money is nothing at all, he has as much as he wants. A hint of smugness flashed in Chu Fan's eyes as he prepared to use money to manipulate Cao Sini. As Chu Fan finished speaking, Cao Sini's foot, which had been in midair, froze, and she remained in place. The corner of Cao Sini's mouth trembled as she muttered softly, 500,000 per month? Cao Sini's heart was in turmoil, her breathing quickened, causing her plump breasts to rise and fall slightly. Cao Sini's current salary was only 5 or 6,000 yuan per month, and 500,000 per month was an increase of 100 times. Cao Sini's pupils contracted, 500,000 yuan a month. In a metropolis like Haishang City, only the elite of the elite could earn such a high monthly salary. Cao Sini's mother nagged her all day long, saying that so-and-so's daughter earned a high salary, 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, and she couldn't stop envying her. And now, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was in front of Cao Sini. If Cao Sini nodded, she would be able to get a high salary that would make her relatives and friends jealous. Chu Fan looked relaxed, casually picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped his fingernails with ease, looking completely unconcerned. Chu Fan and Cao Sini had been in a relationship for 2 years, and he knew her temper very well. He knew that if Cao Sini got angry again, she would be happy again as soon as he gave her a present. So Chu Fan was confident that Cao Sini would not be able to resist the temptation of a 500,000 yuan monthly salary. Sure enough, Cao Sini stiffly turned around, her face with a hint of doubt, and said, Chu Fan, you're not lying to me, are you? 500,000 a month? Cao Sini's tone had lost its previous momentum, and instead carried a hint of obedience, as if a cat seeing a strange new owner, carefully observing Chu Fan. Chu Fan blew the dust from his fingernails with ease before slowly saying, "You don't believe me? Let's write a contract. I can even pay you a month's salary in advance." Xianing Yuan could see that Cao Sini was a little tempted, but she didn't immediately agree because she was worried about losing face. Xianing Yuan was now Chu Fan's absolute follower, and since Chu Fan wanted to keep Cao Sini, Xianing Yuan felt that she should help Chu Fan out. Xianing Yuan gave a friendly smile, came over, took Cao Sini's hand, pulled her to the desk, and said softly with a smile, "Okay, don't be angry. 500,000 yuan a month, how many people would want such a high salary in their dreams? Sini, just be my secretary, and we can still be best friends." Cao Sini glared at Xianing Yuan and said, "You are now in the same boat as Chu Fan, who would believe you? You are obviously bullying me together." Xianing Yuan laughed mischievously, "I would love to be bullied for a monthly salary of 500,000. Look at you, if you don't believe Chu Fan, you should believe me. We are the best of best girlfriends. Come on, I'll help you write the contract, okay?" Xianing Yuan persuaded her with kind words and gave Cao Sini a way out. Seeing that Cao Sini did not oppose fiercely, Xianing Yuan was secretly pleased and quickly took out a pen and paper to write a contract. Xianing Yuan first handed the contract to Chu Fan, who casually signed his name. Then Xianing Yuan handed the contract to Cao Sini again and broke away from her hand to slip the signature pen into her hand. Cao Sini glared at Xianing Yuan and said, "Ning Yuan, I consider you a good girlfriend, but you can't sell me out. How do I feel like I'm signing a contract to sell myself?" Xianing Yuan laughed and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I bear to sell you?" Cao Sini then picked up the pen and also signed the contract. Seeing that both Chu Fan and Cao Sini had signed the contract, Xianing Yuan jumped for joy, causing her shaky, full bust to sway. "That's great, Sini and I will still be working together." Xianing Yuan was genuinely happy, and the smile on her face was like a blooming flower. Chapter 54, The Chairman Invites You for Coffee. Chu Fan also smiled slightly. After Cao Sini signed the contract, she officially became Xianing Yuan's secretary and could no longer resign at will. Chu Fan could also appear in front of Cao Sini often, and he could gain regret points whenever he annoyed her, which was simply too good. Xu Fan took out his phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to Cao Sini's account, casually saying, "I'll give you a month's salary in advance. Check your bank account yourself." Xu Fan had recently come to understand a truth: to train a target, you must first give a slap, then a carrot, to maintain a threshold that is neither too high nor too low, in order to achieve the best results. So Xu Fan transferred 500,000 yuan to Cao Sini to give her a sweetener. Ding, the host has been detected as the target of a binding transaction of 500,000 yuan, and has received a double cashback of 1 million yuan, which has been transferred to the host's bank account. The system immediately completed the double cashback, and Xu Fan felt a trace of happiness in his heart. It was so convenient that he could get cashback for paying a girl's salary. Xu Fan could have paid Cao Sini a monthly salary of several million yuan without any problem, as the system would double the cashback anyway, but Xu Fan didn't want to spoil Cao Sini's appetite all at once, so he was prepared to take things slowly. Cao Sini did hear a text message come through on her phone, and when she looked at it, her eyes widened in surprise. She saw that her bank account had indeed received 500,000 yuan transferred from Xu Fan. When Cao Sini and Xu Fan were dating, Xu Fan had only ever earned a few thousand yuan at the most. She never expected that they had just broken up yesterday, and today she had received 500,000 yuan transferred from Xu Fan, and she would receive it every month from now on. Cao Sini's eyes gradually became happy as she saw the 500,000 yuan in her bank account. It was the first time she had seen 500,000 yuan in her account, and it looked good no matter how she looked at it. But the thought that her ex-boyfriend Xu Fan had just given her 500,000 yuan made her a little unhappy. Cao Sini snorted, turned her head, and walked out the door. Xianing Yuan was taken aback and asked curiously, "Sini, you're back. You signed a contract, but why are you leaving?" Xianing Yuan thought Cao Sini was going to resign and leave again. Cao Sini snorted in annoyance and said, "Who's leaving? I'll go make coffee for the two of you jerks." Seeing Cao Sini's back as she left, Xianing Yuan and Xu Fan smiled at each other. Xianing Yuan looked at Xu Fan with admiration and said in a sweet voice, "My dear, you're amazing. From now on, Sini will be completely under your control." Xu Fan pinched Xianing Yuan's face and laughed, "You'll be under my control too, so behave." Seeing Xu Fan's ambiguous eyes, Xianing Yuan remembered the shy scene in the Maybach car. Her pretty face turned red, and she pouted at Xu Fan and punched him in the face. "Naughty, you're so bad, bullying people is addictive." Xu Fan saw Xianing Yuan's flirtatious and bashful expression, smelled the fragrant body odor drifting from her, and glanced at her full and plump curves. He was suddenly overcome with a pounding heart and an urge to push her down on the boss's chair. But he only thought about it for a moment, because Cao Sini would soon be back with the coffee. Sure enough, a minute later, Cao Sini's high heels came from afar, and she walked in with 2 cups of coffee, twisting her water snake waist. As soon as Cao Sini entered the door, she felt the stares of Xu Fan and Xianing Yuan fixed on her. Cao Sini felt a little embarrassed. She originally looked down on Xu Fan, and she and Xianing Yuan were also best friends of equal status. But now, among the three of them, Cao Sini had become the one serving tea and water, the lowest in status. This kind of disparity made her very uncomfortable. Cao Sini walked over with a stiff upper lip and put Xu Fan's coffee on the desk without saying a kind word. Xu Fan said coldly, "A secretary must know how to be polite. You should say, 'Chairman, please have some coffee.'" Cao Sini glared at Xu Fan and said, "You wish. When you were courting me, you called me baby all the time. You want me to call you chairman, please have some coffee?" Xu Fan said calmly, "If you don't say it, then starting next month, your salary will be deducted by 20,000 yuan every month." Xu Fan was confident, knowing that money would give Cao Sini complete control. Cao Sini suddenly looked sad, pouting with a sulky face. Cao Sini rolled her eyes, but ultimately gave in. She picked up the coffee, placed it back in front of Xu Fan, and somewhat unwillingly said, "Chairman, please have some coffee." Hearing that Cao Sini had been forced to give in, Xu Fan felt very gratified. How lowly Xu Fan had been when he first pursued Cao Sini, and now it was completely reversed. Then, Cao Sini, holding another cup of coffee, looked at Xianing Yuan unhappily and said, "You're not going to say that you're only satisfied when I say, 'General Manager, please have some coffee,' are you?" Xianing Yuan laughed and stood up, cordially taking the coffee from Cao Sini's hands and saying, "What are you talking about? We're such good best friends, would I let you suffer?" Cao Sini said hatefully, "Humph, best friend? Maybe one day I'll be sold out by you and won't even know it." Xu Fan lifted up the coffee cup, took a beautiful sip, and felt the unique fragrance of the coffee bloom in her mouth, feeling the nourishment of life. Xianing Yuan's cherry lips were slightly open, her full lips pressed against the cup, and she took a small sip of coffee, also revealing an expression of enjoyment. Cao Sini saw the expressions of enjoyment on Chu Fan and Xianing Yuan's faces, and her heart was filled with anger. Cao Sini couldn't help but think, if she hadn't broken up with Chu Fan yesterday, would she be the one drinking coffee with him today, and would Xianing Yuan be the one pouring coffee for him? After leisurely drinking her coffee for a while, Chu Fan looked at the clock and saw that it was almost time to go off duty. He said to Xianing Yuan, "It's almost time, let's go. Do you want to go see the mansion with the river view?" Upon hearing that they were going to the Riverview mansion, Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes shone with great radiance, and she quickly nodded and said, "I want to go, I've always wanted to go." Xianing Yuan had actually been itching to go for a long time, and she had been anxious to go, as if ants were crawling inside her heart. After all, it was her own mansion. Chu Fan nodded and smiled, "Okay, let's go now." Xianing Yuan cheered, "Yes, let's go to the Riverview mansion, I'm so happy." Cao Sini was listening on the side with a puzzled expression on her face, and she asked in confusion, "Ning Yuan, what are you talking about, what Riverview mansion?" Cao Sini didn't know that Chu Fan had given Xianing Yuan a Riverview mansion, so she was listening in a daze. Seeing Xianing Yuan's happy and excited appearance, she became even more curious. Xianing Yuan said happily, "Sini, you don't know, Chu Fan gave me a Riverview mansion today, it's a large flat in Qingdu Mingyuan." Xianing Yuan was so happy that her eyebrows almost flew off, beaming with joy, and she couldn't have been happier. Cao Sini's mind immediately went blank. What? Chu Fan gave Xianing Yuan a Riverview mansion? Or a large flat in Qingdu Mingyuan? Cao Sini exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible. Qingdu Mingyuan is a very famous wealthy residential area in Haishang City. How could Chu Fan give you a large flat?" Chapter 55, Chu Fan, you're so biased. In Cao Sini's impression, all the people living in Qingdu Mingyuan are either rich or noble, and they are all big shots with a reputation. It is said that the security guards at Qingdu Mingyuan are required to be tall, handsome, and have a bachelor's degree. Xianing Yuan saw that Cao Sini didn't believe her, so she took out a house subscription agreement directly from her diamond-studded bag and handed it to Cao Sini gleefully, saying, "Look, is my name on the subscription agreement?" Cao Sini's eyes widened, and sure enough, she saw Xianing Yuan's name clearly written on the house subscription agreement. It seemed that Chu Fan had indeed given Xianing Yuan a large flat in Qingdu Mingyuan. The next moment, Cao Sini saw the price. Cao Sini's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in shock, "What? The price is 28 million? Cao Sini's blood pressure soared, her breathing quickened, and her plump breasts rose and fell slightly. A 28 million luxury home. Cao Sini felt like her heart had taken a hard punch. Why did it hurt so much? Cao Sini looked at Chu Fan in shock and couldn't help but ask, "Chu Fan, did you really give Xianing Yuan a 28 million luxury home?" Chu Fan nodded nonchalantly and said, "Yes, Ning Yuan baby was bullied by the supervisor today and she was in a bad mood, so I gave her a house." Seeing Chu Fan's indifferent expression, Cao Sini felt her heart tighten up with inexplicable sadness. Cao Sini couldn't stand it anymore, stamping her foot in anger and saying, "Chu Fan, you've been with me for 2 years, and the most expensive thing you've ever bought me is an iPhone that costs just over 10,000. You've only been with Xianing Yuan for 2 days, and you've already bought her a 28 million yuan penthouse. You're so biased." It's no wonder that Cao Sini was upset. The blows were getting heavier and heavier. Cao Sini's eyes turned red, her heart filled with jealousy. Puffed up her cheeks, she glared at Chu Fan angrily, her beautiful eyes brimming with a hint of grievance. Chu Fan, however, gave a teasing sneer, "Don't pretend to be innocent. Don't you know what you've done? When you were in a hotel room with Chen Xiao, why didn't you feel that I was biased?" Chu Fan's words left Cao Sini speechless, her face instantly turning red, and she faintly showed a look of shame. Ding, the system has detected that ex-girlfriend Cao Sini is experiencing emotional fluctuations due to the host's actions. Regret. Obtain Cao Sini's regret value, 3. Cao Sini's current regret value, 25. Current task progress 25%. Congratulations, the host has obtained a random bonus PowerPoint. Upon hearing the system prompt and seeing Cao Sini's ashamed expression, Chu Fan also felt a trace of pleasure. Chu Fan reached out and embraced Xianing Yuan's water snake waist and said, "Let's go." Xianing Yuan nodded obediently and said, "Okay." The two were about to leave when Chu Fan suddenly thought of something and turned back to Cao Sini and said, "Secretary Cao, from now on, every day before you leave work, you and the accountant will check the company's accounts and transfer the income to my bank card. This is the work I have arranged for you." Chu Fan attached great importance to the actual currency of industrial output, so he required the industry to transfer the daily income to the bank card every day. Every day, when he saw the actual currency balance increase, Chu Fan felt a sense of contented happiness in his heart. Chu Fan deliberately asked Cao Sini to transfer money to him every day, which was also a kind of intentional humiliation. If Cao Sini wanted to receive the high salary of 500,000 yuan per month, she had to obey Chu Fan's orders. Hearing the work that Chu Fan had arranged, Cao Sini knew that she had no right to refuse, so she had to nod and reply in a low voice, "I understand." Hearing Chu Fan call her secretary Cao in a very indifferent manner, Cao Sini shrugged her shoulders and felt even more lost in her heart. Watching Chu Fan's hand on Xiaoning Yuan's buttocks, the two of them disappeared in an intimate back, and Cao Sini felt a mixture of emotions. Cao Sini's mood was very complicated. Although she didn't understand why Chu Fan suddenly became rich, she was sure that he had really become rich. Cao Sini regretted it so much that she stamped her feet. Why couldn't she have a few more days of romance with Chu Fan? While Cao Sini was feeling annoyed, her phone rang. She saw that it was Chen Jihao calling. If it had been a few days ago, Cao Sini would have been very happy and excited to see Chen Xiao calling her. But today, when she saw Chen Xiao's phone number, she seemed to have lost interest. Cao Sini answered the phone with a weak tone, "Hello, Chen Xiao." Chen Jihao, however, seemed a little excited and said, "Sini, my father told me that in a few days, he will give me a company to manage, and I will be the general manager. How about it? Aren't you very happy? You can be my secretary." Chen Jihao's face was full of absolute confidence. He thought that Cao Sini must be overjoyed right now. Unexpectedly, Cao Sini's voice was a little cold as she said, "Be your secretary? How much are you going to pay me a month?" Hearing Cao Sini's cold voice, Chen Jihao froze. Cao Sini's reaction was completely different from what Chen Jihao had imagined. Chen Jihao had originally thought that Cao Sini would be very happy, but he never expected her voice to be tinged with coldness. Chen Jihao thought about it and decided to offer Cao Sini a high salary that she couldn't refuse, so that she would work as his secretary. Chen Jihao could make Cao Sini undress whenever he wanted. Chen Jihao was very excited just thinking about it. After all, Cao Sini's beauty was very attractive to him. Chen Jihao gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay you 50,000 yuan a month. How about that? Aren't you happy?" Chen Jihao knew that Cao Sini only earned a few thousand yuan a month, so he was full of confidence that she would jump for joy at the prospect of a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, Cao Sini's tone was even colder. 50,000 yuan a month? Chen, you're being really stingy. Do you take me for a beggar? Chen Jihao was dumbfounded. He never imagined that a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan would fail to impress Cao Sini. Chen Jihao felt very strange. Today, Cao Sini's attitude was completely different from before. In the past, when Chen Jihao called her, Cao Sini's mood was very high. Cao Sini was also speechless. Chu Fan had just offered her a salary of 500,000 yuan a month, but she never imagined that Chen would be so stingy, offering only 50,000 yuan a month, only 1/10 of what Chu Fan had offered. If it were yesterday, Cao Sini would have happily agreed, but now, isn't this just insulting the beggar? Who are you looking down on? Chen Jihao was anxious and asked hurriedly, "Sini, why aren't you happy today? Why are you talking like that? Why don't we go and get a room, and I'll comfort you a bit?" Cao Sini didn't expect Chen Jihao to have the nerve to ask her to go to a hotel room, and she was even more angry, saying, "Chen Xiao, are you really stupid or just pretending to be? You can't make a girl happy at all. I'll be honest with you, I'm currently working as a secretary for Chu Fan, and he pays me 500,000 yuan a month. Can you do the same? If you can pay me 600,000 yuan a month, I'll go to a hotel room with you." Chen Jihao was shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 56, Don't Abandon Me. What? 500,000 a month? Chu Fan? Your ex-boyfriend? The delivery guy? What are you bragging about? How could he possibly pay you 500,000? Chen Jihao couldn't believe it and asked hurriedly. A cold snort came from Cao Sini's nose, and she said coldly, "Chen, I really regret knowing you. You bastard." Cao Sini really regretted going to a hotel with Chen Jihao. If she hadn't gone to a hotel with him, she might still be Chu Fan's girlfriend, and she might be happily looking at a riverside mansion right now. Hearing Cao Sini's cold and ruthless voice, Chen Jihao's face showed a hint of despair. After having sex with Cao Sini last time, Chen Jihao discovered that Cao Sini's figure and skin were top-notch. He couldn't stop thinking about her, and even had a slight feeling for her. It was a feeling of infatuation. Hearing Cao Sini say she regretted it, Chen Jihao felt an immense heartache. His blood pressure spiked rapidly, and suddenly, another sharp pain came from his chest. Chen Jihao let out a scream, his phone fell to the ground, and he covered his chest with his hands, screaming at a female secretary in a panic, "Secretary, quickly, get me some quick-acting heart pills." Cao Sini heard the sound of the phone hitting the ground and Chen Jihao's scream, and she was a little dumbfounded, but a moment later she revealed a disgusted expression. This Chen Xiao is not as strong as Chu Fan, and he is also a sickly person, he is simply not comparable to Chu Fan. On the other side, Chu Fan drove a Maybach S800 and brought Xianing Yuan to Xingdu Mingyuan. Xingdu Mingyuan is worthy of its reputation as a prestigious high-end residential area in Haishan City. The greenery is very well done, with shady trees, various flowers and plants competing for beauty, and the man-made lake sparkling, reflecting the soft light of the setting sun. Many birds fly in and out of the branches, making it seem like a pleasant garden. The residential buildings are tall and modern in design. The surrounding facilities are complete, with a swimming pool, gym, and tennis court. The lives of the upper classes are very rich, and there is also a golf course nearby. Xianing Yuan's beautiful eyes twinkled with stars, her eyes shining as she looked around, and the smile on the corner of her mouth simply could not stop. Wow, it's worthy of being the famous luxury housing community in Haishan City, and the scenery is also too beautiful. Chu Fan also nodded in approval, it is indeed very comfortable to live here. Chu Fan parked the car in the parking lot reserved for owners, and then took Xianing Yuan to the door of 701, Building B, Xingdu Mingyuan, by elevator. This Riverview luxury home is equipped with a fingerprint recognition smart lock, and Xianing Yuan's fingerprint has been remotely recorded with Tianhong Real Estate. So when Xianing Yuan pressed her finger on the smart lock, it immediately rang, "Fingerprint recognition successful, welcome home." Xianing Yuan's pretty face was full of excitement, and she took Chu Fan's hand and walked into the spacious and luxurious mansion. The mansion was decorated in a very high-end and luxurious manner, and every detail exuded the smell of money. The Italian ink blue marble floor tiles were as smooth as a mirror, the flat sofa with a fashionable design was white and soft, the high-end European dining table and chairs exuded an elegant and noble atmosphere, and the complete set of high-end kitchen cabinets from Mersen Roth were quietly waiting for the owner to come. Xianing Yuan became more and more excited the more she looked. Sure enough, she could see the Changjiang River. The view was amazing. She excitedly went to the oversized French windows and looked down at the Changjiang River, which looked like a ribbon, shining in the sunset. Chu Fan also felt pretty good, the view was very wide, and several landmarks were in full view. You have good taste, and you chose a good location. Xianing Yuan nodded with pride. She felt that she was the happiest in her life, and she had never dreamed that she could own a Riverview mansion in Xingdu Mingyuan. And all this was brought to her by the man by her side. Not only did he give her a Riverview mansion, he also made her the general manager of the company, where she enjoyed the respectful gaze of others and the power to give orders. Xianing Yuan felt that she was the luckiest woman in the world, and meeting Chu Fan was like winning the jackpot. Xianing Yuan looked at Chu Fan with gratitude in her beautiful eyes, and said, "Chu Fan, thank you for giving me a luxury home. I'm really happy." Chu Fan was not at all polite. He pinched her white chin with his right hand, and looked at her beauty without avoiding his gaze. He said, "Now it's time for you to repay me." Xianing Yuan understood what Chu Fan meant. Her pretty face flushed, and she gave Chu Fan a seductive glance before nodding and saying, "I will make you happy." Xianing Yuan stretched her white jade hands behind her head and gently gathered her long black hair, which hung down to her waist, into a ponytail. Xianing Yuan looked at Chu Fan with bashful eyes, and then, after an hour of silence in the living room, Xianing Yuan, with a blushing face, went to the washstand, while Chu Fan was relaxing on the sofa playing with his phone. Xianing Yuan was busy at the sink for a while before she walked back a little tired. When she returned, she saw Chu Fan with a satisfied smile on his face. Xianing Yuan was a little shy. Just now, she gave up her reserve and tried hard to please Chu Fan, which made her feel a little embarrassed when she thought about it. However, seeing Chu Fan's happy appearance, Xianing Yuan was also a little happy in her heart. It seemed that the hour of hard work just now had not been in vain, and at least she had won Chu Fan's favor. Xianing Yuan sat down next to Chu Fan with tender eyes, leaned her head on his shoulder, and said coquettishly, "Dear, can I really be your girlfriend?" At first, Xianing Yuan was reluctant to be forced to be Chu Fan's girlfriend. But now she has been conquered by Chu Fan's strength, and Xianing Yuan can't help but want to be Chu Fan's real girlfriend. Just now, she was very attentive and intimate with Chu Fan, and Xianing Yuan couldn't help but say it when she saw that Chu Fan was in a good mood. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan said indifferently, "Of course not. We made it very clear that you are just a tool for me to use to get back at Cao Sini." Chu Fan once poured his love into Cao Sini, but he was treated with the most painful heart. With the advent of the system, Chu Fan's view of love has changed somewhat. Now, Chu Fan just wants to enjoy the beauty of the flowers. If he meets a woman who can make his heart flutter, Chu Fan might change his mind. Xianing Yuan is indeed beautiful and sexy, but what attracts Chu Fan to her is just that she is beautiful and sexy. Xianing Yuan can satisfy Chu Fan's needs as a man, but she cannot make him feel love. Xianing Yuan was full of expectations, but she never expected Chu Fan to deny her without even thinking about it. Xianing Yuan immediately felt lost, pouting with a small mouth, looking at Chu Fan with a plaintive expression and saying, "Then can you promise never to abandon me?" Xianing Yuan knew that everything she had now was brought about by Chu Fan. If Chu Fan left one day, then she would be reduced to her original state.